Baby, you know what it is. Black with pink slip, everything big. And you can come with, cause I ain't selfish, but I can't help but go.
I want that big money, big house, big cars. So I grind every day, my life is no facade, no mirage. Sold out shows, hold the applause. It's why I spend so many nights in that garage writing, cause I'm aware that life is no massage. I'm far from relaxed with all this stress up on my back. My God, I seen her in that dress all black and I want to go and get my hands on that. Yeah, it's nice to meet you, the way that I greet you. One day my name's gonna be big as Katrina's. See, the bigger the dream is, the more you achieving. Cause the things that they teaching, they sorta misleading. And I'm sorta prestigious without the education. I travel the world, rocking all of these stages. And all that I'm saying is that I'm trying to know you. And I got some big things in this life to show you, girl.
I'ma go big. I don't know how everybody else tryna live. I had the feeling since I was a kid. I gigantic with everything I did. Baby, you know what it is. Black with pink slip, everything big. And you can come with, cause I ain't selfish, but I can't help but go big. Oh.
We can't be silent. choice. They've got nothing as thick as my skin. Cause I'm bigger than this. When I have a dream, I think of it late at night. A distant memory, a flicker in your eye. It finally came for me, I felt electrified. We can live the dream, we can be big, we gotta fly. We gotta live like giants. We can never stop, we gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. We gotta keep on climbing. We'll make it to the top. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. Stand my ground, hold back nothing. They flex their power. We come running, we're bigger than them. We're bigger than them. We will win. Use our power to draw them in. Looking down, cause we're bigger than them. We're bigger than them. We gotta live like giants. We can never stop, we gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. We gotta keep on climbing. We'll make it to the top. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. Like giants, like giants, like giants, like giants. When I have a dream, I think of it late at night. A distant memory, a flicker in your eye. It finally came for me, I felt electrified. We can live the dream, we can be big, we gotta fly. We gotta live like giants. We can never stop, we gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. We gotta keep on climbing. We'll make it to the top. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. When I have a dream, I think of it late at night. A distant memory, a flicker in your eye. It finally came for me, I felt electrified. We can live the dream. We live like giants. Moving up from the bottom, my start was rough. I still got 'em, I'm bigger than this. I'm bigger than this. They'll hear my voice, know I'm coming, they'll have no choice. They've got nothing as thick as my skin. Cause I'm bigger than this. When I have a dream, I think of it late at night. A distant memory, a flicker in your eye. It finally came for me, I felt electrified. We can live the dream, we can be big, we gotta fly. We gotta live like giants. We can never stop, we gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. We gotta keep on climbing. We'll make it to the top. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. Stand my ground, hold back nothing. They flex their power. We come running, we're bigger than them. We're bigger than them. We will win. Use our power to draw draw them in. Looking down, cause we're bigger than them. We're bigger than them. We gotta live like giants. We can never stop, we gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. We gotta keep on climbing. We'll make it to the top. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. Like giants, like giants, like giants, like giants. When I have a dream, I think of it late at night. A distant memory, a flicker in your eye. It finally came for me. I felt electrified. We can live the dream. We can be big, we gotta fly. We gotta live like giants. We can never stop, we gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. We gotta keep on climbing. We'll make it to the top. We gotta stand up. Stand up, we live like giants. When I have a dream, I think of it late at night. A distant memory, a flicker in your eye. It finally came for me. I felt electrified. We can live the dream. We live like giants. Bigger than this. I'm bigger than this. They'll hear my voice. Know I'm coming. They'll have no choice. They've got nothing as thick as my skin. Cause I'm bigger than this. When I have a dream, I think of it late at night. A distant memory, a flicker in your eye. It finally came for me. I felt electrified. We can live the dream. We can be big, we gotta fly. We gotta live like giants. We can never stop, we gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. We gotta keep on climbing. We'll make it to the top. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. Stand my ground, hold back nothing. They flex their power. We come running, we're bigger than them. We're bigger than them. We will win. Use our power to draw them in. Looking down, cause we're bigger than them. We're bigger than them. We gotta live like giants. We can never stop, we gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. We gotta keep on climbing. We'll make it to the top. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. Like giants, like giants, like giants, like giants. When I have a dream, I think of it late at night. A distant memory, a flicker in your eye. It finally came for me. I felt electrified. We can live the dream. We can be big, we gotta fly. We gotta live like giants. We can never stop, we gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. We gotta keep on climbing. We'll make it to the top. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we can never stop, we gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. We gotta keep on climbing. We'll make it to the top. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up, we live like giants. Like giants, like giants, like giants, like giants. When I have a dream, I think of it late at night. A distant memory, a flicker in your eye. It finally came for me. I felt tight. We can live the dream. We could be big. We gotta fly. We gotta live like giants. We can never stop. We gotta stand up. We can't be silent. Stand up. We live like giants. We gotta keep on climbing. We'll make it to the top. We gotta stand up. Like giants. When I have a dream, I think of it late at night. A distant memory, a flicker in your eye. It finally came for me. I felt electrified. We can live the dream. We live like giants. Hear my voice, know I'm coming, they'll have no choice. They've got nothing as thick as my skin. Cause I'm bigger than this. When I have a dream.
+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle and enjoy dedicated gaming bandwidth. Razer's new Sela gaming router featuring zero-weight DFS and instant access to WT Fast GPN. Get Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle with WT Fast GPN and Razer Sela router at only $69.90 a month for the ultimate home gaming performance.
It's day 2 here in Singapore at the FUT Champions Cup March, and what a day we have for you. There's 16 players left in the competition. That's 8 on the Xbox and 8 on the PlayStation, and that means that throughout the day we have all of the quarterfinals right here on this stage. Now, each of the players are going to be battling it out for a bigger portion of our $100,000 prize pool, plus they're going to be going for those super important Global Series ranking points, and as well as that, they're going to be trying to get their hands on our FUT Champions Cup March trophy, which you can see just behind me. Now, yesterday was a day full of excitement and a few upsets, so let's relive day 1 at the FUT Champions Cup March.
Cristiano Ronaldo, and he's going to kick us off here in Singapore. 14 minutes on the clock. What a tackle as well that is from Cristiano. Look at the attacking prowess now going forward. Eusebio, the prime icon moment, little ding, little chip, and that wraps up a first-class performance from Marcus Gomes. This is Tekkz now, and you have to say, just do not concede Marcus Gomes, so it's going to be a bit of a mountain to climb. And unfortunately, that is exactly what he's done. Mbappe again. And he played the overlap. I think it's Eusebio making the run. Alex Telles all the way across to Ronaldo. What's the time to score?
Neymar's in behind for Mo Alba. Onto his right foot, buries it. And I think that might be game, set and match here on the counter-attack. Mo Alba with Neymar makes no mistake with the finish. Smashes it in the back of the net. Goal machine is turning up here. Megabit drops his head. And there is that prime icon moments. Ruud Gullit turning up here and doubling the league here for Goal Machine. Muscle his man off the ball. Gullit now. Mbappe, lots of space here. Are you surprised anymore to see him finish these? Because you shouldn't be. 5-0 to Tekkz. 6-3 on aggregate. And just to remind you, at the start of this game, he was 3-1 down on aggregate. Finds another goal, and he finds it in the most precise way possible. Ronaldo finds the top corner. Tekkz again just asserts his dominance on all of the competitors that he plays. And now, I don't see anyone beating Tekkz if he's playing like this.
My favorite Asian food is noodles with chicken. I always eat it in Germany, so here also.
My favorite Asian food, I think, is sushi, I want to say.
My favorite Asian food is, I have no idea. I don't know what they eat in Asia, so burgers. I don't know.
My favorite Asian food is just rice. It's simple, but I think that's my favorite.
My favorite Asian food is Asian noodles.
My favorite Asian food? I don't know. If you ask a lot of players that know me, I'm probably the most simple person when it comes to food. I don't really explore outside of plain food, so I couldn't tell you.
I would say fried rice and chicken.
My favorite Asian food is pho bo, which is like a soup with chicken, and I really like that.
The best song of all time, I think.
I'll probably say Liam Payne, Strip That Down. Probably get slaughtered for that, but for me that's the one.
Goodbye My Lover from James Blunt. I like the song, and yeah, I'm really sad when I hear it.
I don't really listen to music, so I don't really have a favourite song of all time.
The best song of all time. There are many good songs, and the best song is probably...
I'm a Tupac fan, so I go for a Tupac. All Eyes on Me, I go for, yes.
Memories.
The best song of all time is Dancing Queen by ABBA.
From David Guetta, I think it's 10 years old, Memories with Kid Cudi. It was my favorite childhood song, and if I hear it right now, it will be emotional for me.
Good morning and very welcome back to Singapore for live coverage of the FUT Champions Cup in March 2019. Day one was pretty extraordinary, as you can see some of the highlights already, and we've got a couple of men alongside me that will break down day number one and talk about all the surprises that we saw on that first day. Gents, it was quite a hectic day for all the players. I know there's a few guys jet lagged and what have you, so there's that to think about. But generally speaking, that was a surprising first day.
It definitely was. I think for the players as well, obviously it was a long day. They had all the Swiss format and then the round of 16 as well. But what was just a big thing for me was the upsets that we saw. We saw some really big names that we've seen time and time again perform so well at different tournaments, and they went out on the first day. So that's what can happen here. They can be playing amazingly well up to a tournament, and then they get here, and then something changes, and they just don't seem to perform on the day.
One thing that didn't change, Nightwatch, was the fact that Tekkz is still Tekkz.
Yeah, Tekkz, and one player we don't talk about that much, Pinna. The two highest ranked players currently in the competition on both sides. They both went through, and they'll both be playing today, so they lived up to their ranking, so to speak.
Yep.
And they did pretty well.
We did lose a couple of favourites though.
We did,
yesterday.
Yeah. Some of our favourites as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Some personal favourites. Mo Alba going out, which is very sad for me and you. I think the first one I want to talk about is Megabit. Just because when we started this tournament, we said on the very first day, there was a big opportunity here for him. With some of the other players missing, with Dussery missing, he had an opportunity here to show people that he can go and win a tournament, get some really big ranking points in the process as well. And he hasn't been able to do it. The other one on here, of course, is Joxon, who you guys, and I'm going to put this firmly on your shoulders.
Not me.
You guys put Joxon in here, despite the fact that he's hardly played in the last 2.5 months. And he didn't make it through to the round of 8 either. So we've lost 2 of our 4 favourites.
I mean, if my memory serves me right, they were my 4 favourites. So, so it's me. 2 of them are still here. And I think the other 2 favourites that I picked, Tekkz and Pinna, I'm going to put this out here. Day 2, we're starting it with a bang. I think they're going to be our console winners, and then I think they're going to be going against each other in the grand console final.
Yeah, not something that hasn't happened before either, so we're quite used to that one. Interestingly as well, we picked out some dark horses tonight.
Yeah,
on day number 1. Not all of them have survived. I don't want to say that we've cursed these poor guys, but it's been hard to predict, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as we've said, exactly, Tom Stokes and Ustun. Stokes had the unlucky matchup to face Tekkz in the first round of knockout, so it was one of both, either the dark horse or the favorite.
Yeah.
And we've had Ustun, who lived up to the fact that he's a dark horse. He went unbeaten. Then he won his first round of knockouts. His attack has been the best attack on PS4. And he's definitely lived up to this prediction. So we've got exactly 50% so far.
All right, we're 50% in both of those 2.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, of the guys that were on the cusp, we talked about these guys who were just underneath that top 32, needed to get into the round of 8 to really pick up some big points. None of them have made it. So this is tough because I think out of all of these players, actually Fiddle had a phenomenal Swiss round. Looked fantastic in the Swiss round, and you thought, okay, he could do really well. Griezmann, Artur Griezmann as well, looked pretty good in the Swiss round. Again, he could pick up some major points here, and I think he's something like 33rd on that. He's right underneath the top 32, so any points probably gets him inside, but a hefty amount of points would have been really useful here.
It would definitely be, but at this point, I think you think you want to secure playoffs. You want to secure the playoff spot, which I think with any points you get until the end of the year you have. And the points you get from now on are just your hopes to reach the grand finals.
Yeah.
And they'll be disappointed that they didn't get the points, but they should look at it from the positive side that they actually secured the playoff spot. And like, you have to perform at the playoffs in order to reach the grand finals.
Okay, let's take a look at the group results overall, just so you guys can kind of recap, because there were so many yesterday and you kind of get lost a little bit as you go through. You go, yeah, remember Tekkz? Tekkz did well, yeah, he did all right. But how many other players were in there? There was a couple of other players that I would particularly like to talk about. Senna is one of them, just because he had a great group stage, and you think, oh, okay, he's going to do really well. Crashed out, unfortunately, in round of 16, which is a real shame. And then the other players are kind of like, they're not the favourites, they're not the dark horses, but they're still in the competition. And we've got round of 8 today for both PS4 and Xbox. Is there anyone in there you think, didn't expect them to be here still?
I think for me that there's still some people like Jazz who we're going to see first up against, who we're going to see playing against Tekkz. I think that's a huge one, and it's a huge opportunity for him to go against the best in the world, to maybe cause an upset, who knows. But I think that's someone that I didn't quite expect to be there, and he is, and he's made it to day 2, so good on him, and it's going to get him some global series ranking points, and that's going to be really, really good for him, because that's what we're talking about now. These 10 points that they're getting from Weekend League, that when they're performing at these events, the more points they get, the happier they're going to be, because it kind of guarantees they're going to at least get to the playoffs, which they all want to do, and then they've got to go there to perform.
Okay, let's take a look at that the bracket right now and show you where we are in terms of the two round of 4, or the round of 8, sorry, the quarterfinals in both Xbox and PlayStation. And is there a player in here that you're surprised has done this well?
Well, I'm going to make it boring and say what Kyle said. Nate Jazz, I wasn't expecting to go this far.
Yeah.
He did play Tekkz in the round of Swiss, so it's interesting to see how they'll match up again. Usually what happens is when one player wins in the round of Swiss and they match up against in a knockout, it goes the other way. But after all, it is Tekkz, so let's not go against Tekkz. The other matchups are some very tight matchups. Sakul against Resende is a very interesting one. Tuga against Zezinho. I mean, we have everybody who's here has a good chance to go very, very far.
Yeah. What about Resende? We talked about him at the very beginning of day number 1. He played in the very first match of the day as someone that would potentially not quite make the dark horse level of players that we talked about, but might not be far away. Do you think he has a good chance?
I think he does, actually. When you look at kind of who he could play against, you kind of think, oh, okay, if he does beat Sakul, well, then he's got Tekkz or Jazz. So neither of those are going to be easy for him. But I think he's come out here and he's actually proved, yes, I can play on this big stage. I can do this, I can prove, and I can show everyone what my abilities are. And who knows? I think that's the exciting thing. Yeah. We've seen time and time again, even on day 1, there's been some big upsets, people going home early, and that could continue into day 2.
Yeah, it could do, worryingly, for some of the favourites as well. I think that with him as well, it's like he looks at the bracket and goes, blimey, I've got Sakul first, that's going to be a tough game. If I win that, I've likely got Tekkz. If he comes through against it, that's also a tough game. But then, if you've won those 2, and you've knocked those 2 players out, rest of the bracket looks a little bit easier. I don't know if that's easier or not, though. We've seen teams in real life do that before. They win against, Liverpool, Man United, and then they get to the quarterfinals and they've got to play like Doncaster, and you think, oh, that's easy. And then suddenly it's hard, right? So maybe it doesn't work out.
What might be easier for him, though, is he's not being considered a dark horse or a favourite.
Very under the radar.
Yeah, there's no pressure. Yeah. He can just go through and do what he's doing, and that might make it easier. It depends on the kind of the mindset of that player. Some of them love being the dark horse. Some of them love being the favourites. They want to come here and perform, and some of them might just enjoy going under the radar, knocking a few people out, and then all of a sudden they're the FUT Champion Cup March winner. yeah,
it does happen a bit like that, doesn't it? A little bit stunning. Let's take a look at the schedule for you for day number 2 here of 3. Of course, we've got one more day tomorrow, and we've got all of the people coming in today. They can come and watch all of the matches, and we've got 8 of those matches. We're going to show you every single quarterfinal from both the Xbox and the PlayStation 4. We'll go back and forwards between the 2, but we'll start things off with Tekkz versus Jazz. Ustin also in action as well. We've mentioned him as one of our dark horses here to win the whole thing. Sakul and Resende going against each other. It's going to be a really good game as well. Pinna versus Artur. That's a game that I've watched that many times at many different FIFA events. That's going to be really exciting as well. My mate Senna, still in the competition, by the way. He's going up against Levy for a place in the semi-finals on the Xbox. And then Tuga versus Zezinho at the end of the day. Tuga is another one of those players now, that we kind of mentioned him briefly yesterday because we watched one of his players. I think he played against Tekkz, didn't he? So did really well, actually, against the runner player. A lot of you guys thought Tekkz was going to win that one. Is he now one of our dark horses?
Exactly like we said about Resende. He kind of goes under the radar.
Right.
He does good. Resende has a final on the Xbox side in London. Tuga also has a final that he even won on the PlayStation side. So they've both had a pretty similar level in terms of achievements. And they've both been going under the radar, not a dark horse or a favorite. And if he keeps his consistency, plays his game, why not win the whole thing again and get to the cross-console final?
All right. Well, you might notice that there is a little bit of smoke here in the arena, which means it's time, not for me to set on fire, but to introduce you to the players of match number 1. There we go then. Match number 1 of day number 2. Jazz going head-to-head with Tekkz in the quarterfinals. It's going to be a great game to open things up. We hope you enjoy it at home. Thank you for tuning in wherever you are around the world. I know it's early here in Singapore, but I know it's also dreadfully early in other places of the world. And obviously the time zones, I mean, we're very grateful for you, no matter where you are, to tune in. Two men are also very grateful to be here because I know they're really looking forward to this matchup. Carl Walker and Nightwatch alongside me to bring you their thoughts on this opening match. On paper, you just look at it and go, well, there's another easy game for Tekkz.
Yes, you do, and I think that's...
But Jazz has got something about him, and he's played very well this tournament.
Well, that's it. That's kind of the thing. I think we always say, okay, Tekkz is there, and he's going to play, and he's going to be amazing, and he's going to win. But that leaves it kind of quite open for his competitor to go, all right, the pressure's on him.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, I don't have to worry about anything. I'm the underdog here, and I think I'd much rather be the underdog than the one that everyone's going, you've got to win. Oh, you're going to win. You're going to do this. What did you have for breakfast? What are you?
Don't start about breakfast. It's becoming a meme now, Kyle. Like, you're going to be telling me next that you both had breakfast with Tekkz again this morning.
Well, actually, we were sat with Dan Gaskin, and then Dan left, and then all of a sudden, Tekkz just made his way over and sat with us, and he sat as we enjoyed and we talked all about today.
Right.
And actually, it was just nice to chat to him outside of the arena.
Did he have 3 Weetabix?
He didn't, and he didn't have any Cocoa Pops.
Wow.
He had beans on toast. It was today.
Right.
Yeah. Oh,
very
yeah, that's
British.
What champions eat, apparently. So I had 2 loads because I wanted to feel like him. Yeah, I wanted to just feel like a champion.
Have you
for
played
once.
any FIFA this morning since your beans on toast?
No, not yet.
So you need to test this theory if it actually works.
But let's see first how Tekkz
Yes.
does. And I think that's his plan.
Oh, I see how he's doing this now. Right, okay. It's mildly worrying, Nightwatch, that if Tekkz came in here yesterday and he was kind of tired and a bit jet-lagged and not feeling it and didn't think he'd win his round of 16, wasn't playing that well, didn't like the fact he got against Stokes, wins 10-1, right? What's he like after a night's sleep today?
It's all about mind games as well at some point, because you don't want to be overconfident, but you also want to have some confidence.
But the question is, was he mind gaming himself, his opponent, or Kyle?
Maybe both, maybe all 3, maybe only himself. You never know with Tekkz, but that's what keeps him so good and at the top level, that he's so unpredictable.
Yeah.
But I don't think we should also forget these 2 already played in the Swiss, and Tekkz went 6-0 yesterday, 5-0 in Swiss in 1 knockout game. And this was the game that he won by the smallest margin.
Right, which means we might get a close game. Has it persuaded either of you enough to go away from what we've become as the norm here, as I ask you for your predictions?
Nope.
Okay.
Tekkz.
All right. Okay.
No.
The lesson's been learned.
The beans on toast.
Okay. The beans on toast.
They're going to come clutch.
That's it.
All right. So both of our analysts here on the panel have decided that they are going with Tekkz. Let's find out from our commentary team whether they're in agreement with the prediction of Tekkz. Gents, good morning.
Morning. How are we doing?
Beans on toast for you guys as well?
I had... do you really want to know?
Not really.
Yeah, don't worry. Let's talk about FIFA.
But the beans on toast has swayed the gents on the panel, you see.
I mean, I don't know what to say about that, to be honest. I guess we can only really know if that's true after the game. But, I mean, as far as predictions are concerned, I think, you'd be silly to go against Tekkz. But it is interesting that this was the closest game in the Swiss that he had. So maybe Jazz might have a little bit of an opportunity to learn a bit.
But the thing is, you said you'd have to be daft to bet against him. So, Dan?
Are you saying I'm daft?
No, I can't bet against Tekkz.
Okay, all right. I noticed you bet against him a couple of times yesterday, that's all.
No, I didn't.
Didn't you?
No, that was the other. That was Buckley.
It was Buckley
I know
yesterday,
that me and
wasn't
Buckley
it?
are very
Of course
similar.
It was.
But
You're right. Yeah, no, get you too confused often. Take us into game number 1 of the day, gents.
Thank you very much. And it is time to get into action today, Dan. I'm excited. I've slept well. I'm ready to go today. It is quarterfinals day today here in Singapore. All of these games, quarterfinals, of course, on the Xbox and the PlayStation. And kicking it off today with the David versus Goliath story, we could say. We've got Tekkz, obviously, multiple championship winners so far this season, going up against a relative unknown in the scene, but someone who did cause him some problems in the Swiss stages.
Yeah, Jazz, of course, the Australian, one of the few Australians left in the tournament now, wanting to do it for his region. And I think he's got a good chance here. I think even though Tekkz is the best player in the world, and he will be confident because this could be his 9th semi-final in a row.
Well, you say that, Dan. You say confidence, but guess what he said just off stage to me there?
Well,
like he says every single time you speak to Tekkz before a big match, I'm going to lose this one because what happens if you beat someone in the Swiss stages?
They beat you in the knockouts.
Exactly. So Tekkz, obviously not confident ever, but that's just Tekkz. But on the other side of things, I really feel like this is a huge opportunity for this guy sat here, Jazz, to make a statement, not only for his region, but for any sort of player at the moment who qualifies for these tournaments, who puts in the hard work to go in and beat a player like Tekkz. All of a sudden, your name is up in lights across the community.
I think the fact that Jazz has already gone up against Tekkz, he's already been able to secure goals against him, will give him plenty of confidence going into this. It's going to be a great match. Is Tekkz going to carry on his fine form from yesterday? Is he going to remain undefeated? Is he going to reach his 9th semi-final in a row? Or is there going to be that Cinderella story for Jazz?
And that is a phenomenal statistic. As you can see, we're kicked off now in our first leg here. Tekkz playing in the Liverpool kit, but on the attack early on here. It's Jazz with R9, plays the ball into the middle, and the first opportunity of the game falls to Jazz, but he can't take it. The goalkeeper movement there from Tekkz saves his bacon early on.
And it was in the first time these guys played against each other in Swiss, it was actually Jazz who went 2-0 up. It was Tekkz who came back from behind, like we saw several times yesterday, in fact. So Jazz will know that he can get that lead, whereas Tekkz will be trying to hold off and try and secure a couple of early goals for himself, because that's really when he runs rampant. When Tekkz gets a goal or two ahead, he can absolutely crush his opponent.
Well, here's CR7, and there's a run from Hullet again. Jazz is in, and Jazz finishes it. Look at the reaction from him as well. That's what he wanted to start the day off.
Jazz just has so much potential going forward. He is explosive. He knows exactly where he wants to be putting that ball. And if you do give him opportunities, he's going to take them. And once again, he finds himself ahead against Tekkz in the early stages of this tie.
Big, big moment in this game, in my opinion. That new prime moments. Ruud Hullet getting on the score sheet, that 5-star weak foot, meaning that left-footed shot nestled in that top corner, and Tekkz has got to be a little bit shell-shocked because the first two big opportunities of this game have gone to his opponent. So we see the first strike coming in from Tekkz here, but what a start to the day here, Dan. Lots of action, lots of chances. And it's Jazz who has the lead.
And it's a huge tournament for Jazz as well. I mean, you said he was relatively unknown. Before he qualified for Atlanta, he didn't have much Global Series ranking points. He boosted his way up to about 71st after Atlanta. That's where he resides at the moment. After this tournament, and he's qualified for the LQE in London later this month as well, he's really got a good shot at playoffs. So if he can get a result here, it would be huge.
Well, here is Tekkz, and he's found his way into the box. Oh, but the finish lets him down. I think the defender might have just put a little bit of pressure on Mbappe there as he almost looks certain to score. But now Jazz going straight up the other end now. And look at all the players that are streaming forward from him as well. He's showing no fear whatsoever. However, that ball in behind won't reach the player because he was caught offside there. And just for a second, we can catch our breath. This has been end-to-end stuff.
So one thing that Tekkz is good at doing is reading his opponent. He notices how they're trying to attack, the approach that they're going to be going for the rest of the game. And he might have noticed it early from Jazz. He's playing those through balls. He's trying to hit that L1 button, that LB button, find the through ball with R9 or whoever. CR7 might be making the run as well. If Tekkz can spot those early and play that offside trap, he's going to be in a good position.
Well, here's Hullet, and here's CR7. And goalkeeper movement from this time comes from Jazz to make the save.
Goalkeeper movement still is so important. Less important, I guess, since the latest patches have turned away the finesse from outside the box, but you never know with some of these shots. They can just nestle their way in if you don't move the keeper to the right side of the goal.
Corner then for Tekkz. 1-0 down after 20 minutes here, but it has had chances to equalise. Ball going to be played short here. We saw the El Tornado, and there it is again towards the back post, and the man gets up! But he hits the crossbar, and it is just going to be a goal kick. We saw it quite a few times from Tekkz yesterday. Lots of different routines from those set pieces, but the El Tornado and that cross towards the back post seems to be the one that he's favouring at the moment.
Yeah, that's his go-to. He switches to R9 or whoever to allow Neymar to run to that front post so he can go for the El Tornado, but sometimes he tries to be predictable, and he can be punished for that. So he does just try and stay a little bit unpredictable in those scenarios, and he's like, okay, well, if I switch this up next time, maybe my opponent's not going to be able to read it. And that's what makes Tekkz so dangerous going forward. But despite the early start for Tekkz and allowing Jazz to get those early shots away, it's been all Tekkz in the last few stages of this game.
This is where Tekkz is normally so dangerous when he gets the ball into these fullback areas. Hullet now around the corner. Mbappe, big chance here for Tekkz. De Gea makes the save. Maldini gets the clearance. Still pressure on here from Tekkz. But the difference so far between the Tekkz we saw yesterday and the Tekkz we're seeing this morning very early on in this game, of course, is just not being able to find that final finish down.
Yeah, and I don't know whether that's just kind of waking up. He's not hitting the green times as consistently as he usually does, but he's still got plenty of time to work with. Still in the first leg here, and of course, still has another 90 minutes in a second leg as well. So I don't think he'll be too concerned, but one thing that makes this tie very exciting is both of these players have done phenomenally at coming from behind in this tournament. It's not just Tekkz that we've seen come back from 2 or 3 goals down. We saw Jazz do it as well. In his round of 16, he was 3-0 down after the first leg, and then he went 7-3 in his second leg to come back, and that takes incredible determination to be able to do so.
Well, here's Neymar on the edge of the box, and Mbappe strikes it this time. I think it might have taken a deflection there off of the defender. And Tekkz is starting to grow into this one now. As you say, ever since that goal has dominated the flow of the play, and all the chances have really fallen to him. However, hasn't been able to find one yet. Can he create something here from the set piece? Into CR7. One man who can beat him in the air. If it isn't your own version of Cristiano Ronaldo, he's probably Virgil van Dijk, and he was there to deny the Juventus man. Now Pele brings the ball away here for Jazz, and Jazz with a little bit of time just to have a little bit of respite, to be honest with you, because he's been under the cosh since that goal down.
Yeah, and Tekkz is trying to press up the pitch now. He's trying to win the ball a little bit higher up to try and be able to take Jazz. Maybe on a quick early counter-attack, catch some of those defenders off guard, catch them out of position.
Here's CR7 trying to catch someone out of position, and the shot taken early there is going to result in a corner here for Jazz. Whipped into that near post, and Vieira gets up to get it away.
And in these kind of games where you are a goal behind and you feel like you could have grabbed a goal or two, you're always going to be a little bit more hasty in your attack. You're going to be trying to push a little bit quicker if you're the normal player, whereas Tekkz has been more than happy to play slow possession-based football. He's been building up, he's been waiting for the right opportunity, so he's still doing everything right at the moment, and you feel like a chance is going to be coming.
Well, here might be this is chance. This is where he's so dangerous. R9 now finds Vieira. Hold it now, just looking to tease the defence, and Mbappe now onto that right foot, goes across goal. De Gea makes that look more difficult than maybe it was. Wasn't timed perfectly, but he does make the save. Another corner to Tekkz now. Whipped in towards the box, and there's Vieira there, and Tekkz equalises from the corner. And it's Patrick Vieira who gets up, wins the header, and now it's tied up at 1-1.
And it's just that little seed of doubt that he planted early on with that Neymar El Tornado. He was saying, well, I have that option of just passing it short, which meant that Jazz was moving players in the box, and he was trying to say, all right, I'm going to block the El Tornado, and Tekkz is just going for something different from every corner, trying to stay unpredictable. He's got an equaliser now, and this game has exploded, as it should do, because both of these players know how to put the ball in the back of the net.
So from the restart then, it's going to be Jazz now looking for an opportunity. Hullet now the goal scorer for him. That gave him the lead. Hullet dispossessed though by Hullet. It was actually Rafael Varane in all of the excitement there who was credited with the own goal. Not so sure about that. Pretty sure that header was on target there from Vieira, but
might have just caught a whisker. Just caught a little bit of the mustache of Varane and just
enough for the game to decide that was his. Now here's Neymar then for Tekkz. I think he'll feel a lot more confident having got back on equal terms, having missed a few chances. There is the half-time whistle, Dan. And you can see there from the statistics, as far as chances created, Tekkz has been on top, but Jazz, he's got to be full of belief after that first half.
And it is really interesting that Tekkz is quite a slow starter in this tournament. I mean, there's been several times where he's gone behind or he's conceded those first 2 goals. It's almost like he needs to concede a goal to just switch into that extra gear of going, okay, I'll play some FIFA. I'll actually come to you. You know how to play FIFA as well. And that is a scary factor.
Oh, my word! It's time to wake up for Tekkz, because Jazz has just smashed it in from around 30 yards with CR7. Just as we were kind of lulling our way in from the restart at half-time. Jazz takes the game by the scruff of the neck, and CR7 buries one from distance.
Holy moly.
Yep.
That was an absolute screamer. And like you said, that will certainly, if anything's going to switch Tekkz into overdrive, it's probably going to be a goal like that from Jazz. Just as Tekkz would have been thinking, all right, I've rescued this now in the first half. I can start to play my own game. He's still going to have to come from behind here in the second half.
Here's Pele then. Hullet making the run. Good tackle, though, by Tekkz's Ruud Hullet there. We have seen both of those prime icon moments FUT items having influences on the game. Vieira scoring at one end, Hullet at the other, before CR7 has given Jazz the lead, and now it's CR7 for Tekkz on the edge of the box. Neymar now. Danger here for Jazz. Tekkz is looking dangerous. The drag back to the shot just wide of the post from Neymar. And they're the margins we're playing with here in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, it's been 2 or 3 of those for Tekkz that probably could have gone into the back of the net, but they've just sailed wide. Or he's timed it yellow and it's just found the keeper's hands. And that's the thing. He could be 4 goals to the good if he'd been able to find those chances. And that's what's pretty terrifying if you're going up against someone like Tekkz. You know that at any moment he can find those chances. But Jazz will be more than happy with how he's approached this game. Doesn't look scared, doesn't look intimidated by the fact he's going up against the best player in the world. And he could make a little bit of history here. This would be the first time Tekkz wouldn't qualify for a semi-final ever in FIFA 19.
To say one statistic that is absolutely incredible, especially this deep into the season, to have that level of consistency, but now he's being tested by a new challenger. In Jazz, you can see that little run there from Neymar. He did find a little bit of space. CR7 now, powering his way towards goal. Finds Mbappe now, heel to heel from Tekkz. Almost found the ball to CR7, who was just waiting to finish that chance. But here he comes once more, Tekkz. Can't get past Maldini, though. Well defended there by Jazz on numerous occasions, Dan.
And if Jazz can hit one of these counter-attacks and catch Tekkz off guard here, he could be in a really good position going into this second leg, but it's all Tekkz flowing forward. And you can see Jazz is just putting everything behind the ball, trying to frustrate Tekkz. You've got to be careful.
R9's on the ball. Oh, Van Dijk makes a good tackle, but R9 making a nuisance of himself there. But again, yesterday we were talking about how clinical Tekkz is, but he's not been able to find those finishes, Dan. I don't know what's quite going wrong for him.
But if he keeps getting presented with the chances, if Jazz does just sit back and allow Tekkz to come forward and allow him to have 4 or 5 shots left in this game, he's going to convert one of them eventually. So Jazz needs to do something special from one of these counter-attacks to really stop that next possibility of a goal from Tekkz being an important one.
Well, Jazz with possession, that's going to calm the nerves a little bit here. Can't concede if you've got the ball at your feet. Now he's found Pele with a little bit of space, didn't time that finish at all. And Ferdinand will bring the ball away now for Tekkz. Around 20 minutes left in this first leg. 1 goal the difference between the 2 teams. As Marcelo now advances, and again, Tekkz looking for that ball down the line, looking to get in behind the fullbacks. There's the fake shots around the corner. Neymar now. What's Tekkz got up his sleeve in these situations? He's found Ronaldo. No, he hasn't. Maldini just gets there first.
But you can see what Tekkz is trying to do. He always goes for those fake shots on the wing because he's able to just step away from that man with a couple of touches. And then he's looking for a couple of passes into the box. He doesn't have to always use skill moves. He's not always going to go down the same route, and that's what makes him difficult to defend against.
Here's Hullet with a chance to strike it. Oh, it's the crossbar again for Tekkz. Twice he's hit the crossbar. And it looks like Lady Lucky's not shining on him in this first leg at the moment.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you've had beans on toast or what for breakfast. If the FIFA gods aren't shining on you when you're taking those shots, sometimes it's not always going to go your way, and Tekkz is certainly probably feeling that way at the moment. He's had several strikes on goal, which on another day could have been nestling into the back of the net. But it's going to give him confidence, at least going forward. He's still creating these chances.
Here's Mbappe again, and there those fake shots again. Get his body between his man and the defender, CR7, into the box. Oh, and it's classic Tekkz. The drag back, the finish, and now it's 2-2.
But this is what's scary. When you frustrate Tekkz and when he keeps having these chances, he almost just turns into a different player where he's like, well, I'm just going to have to pull out all of the stops here. And that is such a tidy finish in the box there from Cristiano Ronaldo. And Tekkz evens up once again. But the scary thing, I guess, on the other side is that even when Jazz does find himself in these situations, he seems to just pull out a goal out of nowhere.
And this is where he's been dangerous, Dan, from these restarts. Tekkz has got to focus up here and make sure he defends, and that's going to certainly be a sigh of relief there as he gets possession back from the restart. And now Ramos is coming forward here. Now Tekkz, is he happy with a 2-2 draw? Is he going to look for another big opportunity towards the end of the game? He might get one here from this free kick.
And set pieces is something that Tekkz, I've always thought, has come up with special ideas, but he's just going to go for a little simple pass this time.
R9 then to Hullet. He's been behind twice in this game, Tekkz. Managed to pull it back for 2-2. Can he take the lead in the last few moments of this game? Vieira On the edge of the box, Neymar strikes it and Neymar scores! And Tekkz takes the lead. He's been behind twice, but you just cannot keep Tekkz down.
And you have to wonder, with all the competitors also watching this game, probably wanting Tekkz to lose because you don't want to go up against him. You don't want to face him when he's at his best. I mean, even in this game where he's looked lackluster at times, he's still managed to pull out the stops. He's still managed to find the goals when he needs them. And it doesn't matter if he goes down, he always finds a way back. And now Jazz, for the first time, is going to have to come from behind.
Look at those shots on target. Look at those attempts on goal. And you have to say, with those statistics, you have to kind of say Tekkz maybe deserves the lead in this game so far. However, we have seen how dangerous that Jazz can be when he does get those opportunities. Not been a lot of strikes on goal, but when they have, he's found the finishes.
Yeah,
so Tekkz needs to be wary here, Dan.
He's been timing them green. He's been hitting his shots well. He knows how to put the ball in the back of the net. And Tekkz will be well aware of that. And those are the shots that he's going to be trying to pull off. Just trying to catch the keeper off guard, trying to catch Tekkz off guard. If he can negate Tekkz's defense, if he can say, look, I'm going to take shots before you haven't even a chance to close me down. And that's always going to be an opportunity for them to sail in.
Here's Ramos then. Tekkz maybe just taking his time here, looking to have the last attack of the game. This is something he was talking about yesterday in his interview. How he's just sort of learned in these situations just to keep possession a little bit more and not give his opponent, that opportunity to get back in the game now. And
it's because he's not changing much either. He's had possession this entire game because Jazz has been sitting back, so it's not like he's under any real pressure. Finally, we're seeing, okay, a little bit of manual switching from Jazz, and okay, Tekkz has lost it there, and this is where you've got to be careful in these last few moments, but great manual defending again from Tekkz. It's always those fullbacks, bringing them out of position, not scared to make a challenge.
And that should be the end of the game here. Maybe one more opportunity for Tekkz in the last knock-ins. Heel to heel from Ronaldo. Can't get past his man, and that is going to be the first leg of our quarterfinals done. The end result is 3-2 to Tekkz, but it didn't go to how we would have expected it to. After those first couple of opportunities for Jazz, he took the lead twice in this game, and it was Tekkz coming from behind twice. And that man on your screen right there, a lot to think about, but a lot of positive signs for him as well.
Yeah, I think he'll be impressed with how he started the game. He'll be happy that he was able to get a couple of goals, but maybe he'll be disappointed with his own defense. He did kind of give the game to Tekkz after a while. Maybe after that first goal, he should have kept attacking, maybe kept the pressure on a little bit. And maybe we'll see a formation change from him coming into this second leg. Try and deprive Tekkz a little bit of just being able to control the game, because Tekkz didn't look under pressure, even when he was behind.
Yeah, I want to get your views on this, to be honest with you, because it seems like when people are having success against Tekkz, it's when they're taking the game to him, which is easier said than done, of course. We know how good and how dangerous Tekkz is, both defensively and when he's going forward. But go back to the start of that game. It was when Jazz was taking it to his opponent. It was when he was looking for those balls in behind, looking to get into that space in those fullback areas, and he was really taking it to Tekkz. And it's a very basic philosophy of not only football but FIFA as well. When you have the ball, it's so difficult for your opponent to do something simply because you are controlling the pace of the game.
And the thing is, even though it may look like Jazz stopped taking it to Tekkz as such, one thing that I did mention is that Tekkz is very good at reading his opponent. He works out how his opponent is going to attack very quickly. He saw those through balls were going to be the main way that Jazz was going to be attacking, and he was making sure he was dragging players into positions. He was cutting those passing lanes early, which then was just depriving Jazz of any sort of attacking flow. He just killed the flow. It's like if you turn a tap on and then you just plug it up. That's all Tekkz was doing.
Or turn it off again. Or turn it off again. But this is the highlights from that first leg there. You can see that opportunity for Tekkz hitting the crossbar after Jazz had taken the lead with Ruud Gullit. And those set pieces are so dangerous, and it was one of those set pieces that led to the equaliser here for Tekkz.
How did Varane score that? How was that an own goal?
It's definitely not an own goal.
Did it clip off his head when he was on the line? I think maybe he tried to head it away. But yeah, set pieces are something that Tekkz I've always praised him for. Even so, at the E-Club World Cup, I think that him and Nicholas, when they teamed together, they learned a lot from one another. And their set pieces was something that they had obviously focused on, and I think it's really helped Tekkz's game, because it's given him that little extra edge. If he is frustrated by an opponent, if he can't find goals in natural play, he does find them from set pieces.
And there is that goal from Tekkz to tie up the game, and that was, as I say, vintage Tekkz. A little drag back just when you expect him to maybe get that strike away, especially when he's chasing the game. Just great patience and composure in front of goal, Dan.
Oh, and that was a finish as well. I mean, It's the fact that against Tekkz, you don't know when he's going to shoot. Like, you can manually defend, you can start pressuring, but he can hit it from outside the box, he can use a skill move to beat you, but he's just scary. He's terrifying, I'm going to be honest.
He is.
I hope I never play against him.
Well, I mean, you never will, but it's one of the. It's the reason that.
Wait, what?
You're not good enough.
Yeah, it's true.
It's the reason why he's the best in the world. But I want to talk about the man who was sat on the other side of the stage, because it was such a strong performance from him. If we go back to the Swiss stages, for those who might not be aware of the results from that Swiss stage, it was 6-4. So just 2 goals, the difference between the two players. And as crazy as it sounds, for a lot of players at the moment who are competing against Tekkz, that's quite a good result, even though they've lost. Only losing by 2 is something to be positive about. And you can see in this game here that he has the ability to create chances and to score against Tekkz. But what's he got to do in this second half, and this second leg, excuse me, to give himself the opportunity to progress to this quarterfinal, to the semi-final, excuse me?
About finding different ways for him to attack, because his main flow, his main through balls, they were being cut out time and time again after Tekkz had worked it out. He then went for something a little different. He started hitting screamers from like 30, 40 yards. And hey, one of them worked out, and you might find a second, a third might happen that way as well. But just look for a little bit more versatility going forward. Spread it out to the wings. Try and use some skill moves to beat that first man. Get some crosses in there as well. Just put pressure on Tekkz, and then that's when you're going to maybe find some success.
Well, obviously, it's all set up nicely. We've got so many more games to come today, Dan. We're obviously broadcasting every single quarterfinal today from the tournament, which is obviously going to be fantastic to see every single player on the broadcast here, on the beautiful stage here at the Big Box in Singapore. Also, the Big Box is a fantastic name for a venue, isn't it? I think it might be my favourite named venue.
And we've got so many good players. We've got so many good players left in the tournament, Mark, but we've also had some big eliminated players as well. If we look at the Global Series rankings, some of the players, I think 3rd and 5th were eliminated, and 9th were all eliminated from the Xbox side of things. And I'm just excited to see these players that maybe don't usually get as far get their chance to shine and really show us what they're made of.
And I mean, just talk about that a little bit before we get into our second leg here. Do you feel like that's maybe the gap closing a little bit with some of these competitors, having got some more tournament experience under their belt? Or do you think that maybe it was just a case of lackluster displays from some of these players?
I think everyone is getting better. Everyone's improving. Everyone's learning this meta. Everyone's learning this patch a little bit more so. But it's also about who faced who in the Swiss. We did see top players facing other top players. We saw a 3rd seed against 9th seed as a knockout game. I mean, it's insane that that does happen, but sometimes, you know, that's how the cookie crumbles.
Well, speaking of knockouts, as we say, quarterfinals, every single match today is knockouts. Do or die for these players. And obviously the opportunity to earn a lot of Global Series ranking points with every single win that you put on the board. But if you're just joining us, aggregate score 3-2 to Tekkz after that first leg against Jazz. He was behind twice, but he found the winner towards the end of the game. And now it's the Australian from the kickoff. With a nice little McGeady spin to get past his man, but Sergio Ramos gets back to make the tackle. And now Tekkz brings the ball out of defence with arguably one of the best ball-playing defenders of recent years, Rio Ferdinand.
And I think that's what Jazz has to do. He has to find that skill move to beat the first man, but then intertwine it with another skill move to beat the second man, and then potentially the third man, because Tekkz is very quick at pressuring you.
Space here, and Vieira cuts that passing lane off just in time. Well defended there by Jazz, and now he has the opportunity to go forward. Mbappe now finds Cristiano Ronaldo, steps away from Rio Ferdinand. Pele's going to make that run in behind as well. Pullet now introduce the attack as well. This is a good move, great shot there. De Gea forced into the save, but fantastic little move there. Great passing play from Jazz.
I think if he does play kind of quick passing play, if he hits it first time passes, quick tiki-taka football, you do always have the chance of being able to beat Tekkz from applying that quick pressure that he likes to. Yes, Tekkz is going to quickly adjust to that as soon as he notices it's happening, but it's about switching things up as the game goes on.
Oh no, and then for Tekkz down this right-hand side. Just waiting for those 2 central midfielders to join the attack and maybe orchestrate something for the Englishman. Mbappe now. See Jazz just making sure that he's being careful with his player switches here. Doesn't want to get baited in, and Van Dijk makes a good tackle. Maybe learned from the goal that he conceded against Tekkz that drag back was just around the corner.
Yeah, it's a good read of play there from Jazz, and that's what I mean by Tekkz. He does sometimes go for repetition because he wants to try and like double fake his opponent, double bluff his opponent. And I imagine that he will try and switch things up in his next attack. Or he could go for the triple bluff, which does happen. I have seen Tekkz attack the same way 3 different times and then switch it up the 4th time and then go back to it the 5th time. And that's what makes him so hard to go up against, really. And a lot of players, they are learning from Tekkz. And that's one thing from being the best player in the world is you are going to be under heavy scrutiny. Players are going to be watching your game. They're going to be analysing it.
So many eyes on you, yeah.
They're going to be working out how to beat you at these tournaments.
It's not just the people at home that are enjoying it. It's the pros who are, if they're doing their homework, should be watching and working out what's making him so good. As we see an important tackle there coming in from Vieira. Good pressure, though, from Tekkz. Look, just pushing his players up the pitch, making sure that even though Jazz has won the ball back, he doesn't have the opportunity to take his foot off the gas or have a break in concentration, and that's where you can see a lot of goals conceded as well. Once a player actually wins that ball back, they give it away almost immediately, having had to concentrate so hard to initially get possession.
And I think going back to the kind of watching Tekkz's gameplay and then learning from him, but you also try and spot his weaknesses. Where is he conceding his goals? What is it that's happening to allow those the spaces to come through? And that's unfortunate. That's just again, when you've tried so hard to defend and you're tapping buttons away, sometimes you'll just press it a little bit too late. A lot of goals that Tekkz used to concede, and sometimes still does, is lofted balls over the right and left wings, because he brings those fullbacks out of position quite regularly. If you can spot that, if you can bait that out, like he's now doing on the other side to Jazz.
Here's R9 then. Finds Neymar inside the box. Obviously, he can hit it with either foot, but Patrick Vieira just bullies him off the ball there. Says, that's mine. Sunshine, and now he's coming forward again. Jazz with the ball in behind. Is he offside? Yes, the linesman's flag does go up. But just a little reminder there to Tekkz that Jazz is looking to hit him on the counter-attack, and he's still looking dangerous when he does so.
But it was the offside trap from Tekkz. He read it. He knew that that was going to come. He knew that that was going to be the through ball that Jazz was going to try and play, because he was doing it in the early stages of the first leg. So that's, whilst it was a good pass from Jazz, it was great read from Tekkz to make that just snuffed out in the last stages.
Tekkz then once again controlling this game as far as possession is concerned. Jazz not really too many chances to speak about, and to be fair to Tekkz, he hasn't really been able to get a shot in aggro way, but what a dummy that was from Neymar. R9 hit it on his left foot. Couldn't find the target, however. There's an example of, again, something different from Tekkz.
And he knows he needs to find one of these goals as well, just to try and get this game out of reach from Jazz, because when it's just one goal difference, we've seen it time and time again of players just clawing one back in the last moments, and then they go on in extra time so many times to win those ties. So that'll be in the back of Tekkz's mind for sure.
Here's Mbappe then coming forward for Jazz. Maybe a chance here for him to find a goal to tie this up. Little run there outside, and what a strike that is from range. That's two absolute bangers from Jazz. And this time it's R9 who steps up. And I like what he did there. You saw the run outside. Maybe Tekkz is thinking, I'm not going to move my goalkeeper too early, just in case that ball is played into that position. And instead of it, he decided to take the shot. And R9 comes up with the goods. We're all tied up at 3-3 on aggregate.
Well, it was a good judgment of the game from Jazz. He was watching the play. He was watching Tekkz just stepping off, saying, here's some space, go on, hit it. And he was like, all right, I am just going to hit it.
Here's Neymar, though, and he
Oh, my God.
He's going to put him back into the lead. Straight from the restart. Ball into the box. Neymar wins the header. And having worked so hard here, Dan, to get this game tied up, now Jazz finds himself in exactly the same position he was just a few moments ago.
And it was just a simple dink as well. Oh, I say simple, actually, it's a phenomenal ball if you think about it. And Neymar had just beaten the two defenders. Varane nowhere to be seen. And Tekkz orchestrated that one perfectly.
Goal for the visitor.
And what a shame that is for Jazz, though, after working so hard, as you said, Mark. And now he's going to have to come again now.
We go again.
Hashtag, we go again.
Vieira's going to be beaten by Neymar, excuse me, there to that loose ball. And Tekkz now, just before half-time, 5 minutes to go until the referee's whistle will go. Looking for that 2-goal cushion against his opponent, Jazz. Jazz has kept this to within 1 goal for the entirety of this quarter-final so far. Pull it now around the corner to Mbappe. Fake shot, strike, De Gea makes the save. It just drops wide. But Tekkz is just looking more and more dangerous as this game is going on. Ronaldo now with the El Tornado into the box. Oh, overhead kick there. Not sure. I think that might have actually been, it was Mbappe with the acrobatics, but didn't quite make the contact necessary to trouble the goalkeeper.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Tekkz will mind if he can get a goal like that. It doesn't matter in what fashion, whether it's an emphatic one, whether it's a stylish one, or whether it's just one that gets bundled in. He just wants to get this 2-goal cushion going into the second half. But you can see now just switching the play, keeping the ball restricting possession from his opponent, getting the last attack.
Here's Mbappe then with this last attack. Neymar, a couple of step overs. There's the Elastico. Ruud Gullit's having absolutely none of it. Drops him down, and the referee will bring this half of our second leg to a close. 45 minutes left of regulation time here for Jazz to find a goal to send this one to extra time. But again, it's been a very similar story to what we saw in that first game now.
Yeah, and Tekkz will know that there is always that chance that we could just see another long-range effort here from Jazz. It's something that he's been able to pull out all tournament long. He knows exactly the right power that he needs to apply. He can time it as well. That is a very scary factor. Do you know what else is a scary factor? The fact that we are now 45 minutes away from Tekkz making his 9th semi-final in a row. I mean, if you don't know who Tekkz is, where have you been? But the fact that this kid really is creating a dynasty in FIFA. I mean, he's probably setting himself up to be one of the best FIFA players ever, let alone just one of the best FIFA players in FIFA 19.
Well, to do that, he has to get through this game first. He's going about it the right way at the moment. Neymar now coming forward for Tekkz. Marcelo on this left-hand side. Going to get the ball back here. Mbappe, it's actually Neymar, sorry, on this left-hand side here. Goes past one, finds the ball into CR7. Jazz got to be careful here inside the box with his tackles and does do well to defend that. It's so difficult to defend against Tekkz as soon as he gets inside that 18-yard box. Now he's got to do it again. Neymar changes direction after that cricketer. Can't find the pass here, and Jazz is defending well. The defense is not going to win him this game. Here, Danny has to find a goal.
Yeah, Tekkz is going to keep pressuring, but I wonder whether when we get to the later stages, into the last 15, the last 10, is Tekkz going to start just playing the ball around the pitch? Is he going to start to just hold on to this 1-goal lead? And if he makes one mistake whilst doing that, that might be enough to just slip up and give Jazz a chance. Tekkz doesn't often make mistakes, but everyone is human. They can happen.
Tekkz again just controlling the ball in this midfield, looking for spaces in behind. Might be a chance to strike it first time. He does take that chance. Mbappe sends it over again. I'd love to see maybe a heat map of some of these strikes from Tekkz, because he has been peppering Jazz's goal, but still just the 1 goal between the two players and 1 chance here for Jazz. We've seen how dangerous he is when he gets into those positions. He's going to tie this up. Here is Mbappe, tries to get around Marcelo. Manages to keep possession. Neymar now around the corner to Pele. Body's in the way, though, for Tekkz, and now he comes on the counter.
And whilst Tekkz has been peppering him, whilst he has been shooting from, like, kind of long distances, I think that demonstrates how well Jazz has been defending. Because it's not like Tekkz to constantly be shooting from outside the area. Usually he's going to be trying to use skill moves to get himself into that box, to try and beat the man, to try and just simply pass the ball into the back of the net. But he hasn't been able to do that as well as usual, so we have to give a little bit of credit here to Jazz and how well he's approached this defensive style of his game.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Really has stifled a lot of Tekkz's attacking prowess, which is something we very, very rarely say. However, as I say, he's not going to win this game if he doesn't manage to find a goal. So for all of the defensive work that he's doing that we're giving him plaudits for, it's at the other end that he needs to produce the goods. Inside the last 25 minutes then. Can the Australian find a goal here to give himself a chance of really creating a historic moment here for his region and something to certainly remember here in Singapore?
And I have to
Time
say,
for changes
I
now,
mean,
Dan.
the Australians, they've turned up at this event. They have really impressed me, and I think they've impressed the whole world with how they've approached a lot of these games where they have been taking, I mean, going up against the best player in the world, and Jazz only just looks second best. He is really bringing it to him. I'm very impressed, and like, it's just going to be maybe one more chance that he needs, and then suddenly it's all tied up. Suddenly we're going to extra time, and that's a great thing for him.
Here's Gullit then for Jazz. Gullit's going to hit it as well. Has had some success from range there, but maybe with that space in front of him would have liked him to maybe just try and commit another defender there before looking for a pass for a maybe slightly higher percentage opportunity.
But it's been working from here and from there. That's the thing. He's been able to kind of get past Tekkz's high line of defense by just saying, all right, well, if you are just going to step off a little bit, I'm going to hit those shots. And all he needs is one of them just to sail into the back of the net, and then suddenly it's all back to square one once again. Tekkz is he's also struggling going forward. You can see he's having to recycle the ball so much, and it's going to be one of those mistakes that might allow Jazz one more chance.
Here's Hullet, then there is a ball through the middle there for CR7. He didn't spot it. Would have been a great ball, and Ferdinand, his favourite centre-back, steps in there to win the ball. And now look at the space here for Neymar. Tekkz with a chance to finish this one off, waits for the goalkeeper movement, but goes the wrong side, and Jazz stays alive. Big chance there for Tekkz.
Yeah, he knows that was it. He could have killed off the game. He could have bought his ticket into the semi-finals. Still has a corner though, still has possession. Just trying to get away from all these white shirts, and it's offside in the end. So Jazz still living, only one goal behind. And that's going to make a very nervy last, 11 minutes left in this second leg of this quarter-final.
With every single second that ticks past, Tekkz gets closer and closer to getting that 9th consecutive semi-final appearance. Jazz has got to create something here. Ferdinand again steps out. This time it's Sergio Ramos who makes the interception. 9 minutes left on the clock here. And you have to wonder if Tekkz can keep the ball, how many opportunities that Jazz is going to have, but he gets it back here with Marcelo.
Yeah, it's not like Tekkz to just kind of keep the ball. He will be looking for that goal. He'll be trying to put the game to bed, but he's got to be careful when he's doing so. Tekkz, though, still very quick to step out with those defenders. He is just instantly sprinting at white shirts when he notices the ball's coming towards him.
And Jazz has won it back here, and it's Ramos down the right-hand side. Gets the ball inside, looking for the player, but Vieira stepped in there to make the interception here for Tekkz. And look at the pressure now coming in from Jazz. He needs to get possession back. He's won it back twice in the last few moments, but he hasn't been able to make use of it. And that could just leave him open at the back. Corner then for Tekkz. Takes this one short. Decides to go back to Ramos here just to eat some more seconds off the clock. Mbappe now. Again, time management here, game management from Tekkz.
Does need to be careful though, Mark. One little mistake could give Jazz that chance, and there's that mistake, and Jazz knows this could potentially be his last attack in the game.
And look at the players flowing forward here for Jazz, but he just dawdles on the ball for slightly too long, gives the ball back. And was that the chance that Jazz might regret? Tekkz now coming forward. Maybe looking to put this one to bed. Maybe looking to just keep the ball. Ronaldo around the outside. There's the Elastico, heel to heel. Marcelo gets the ball back, but I don't think he's going to have time to go forward. And there's the screen from Tekkz. He makes another semi-final, 9 consecutive. Can anyone stop this man?
He's looking for his 3rd consecutive tournament win in a row. He was our E-Club World Cup winner with Nicholas. He won in Atlanta as well. And quite rightly there from Jazz, just appreciating the man that he has to go up against. But so much respect for Jazz as well. What an effort he's put in there. He went toe-to-toe with the best player in the world. But Tekkz, he's holding on to that title. Another semi-final.
And you can see from that reaction how hard the Tekkz just had to work there. Commiserations to the man on screen, Jazz, but a fantastic performance. Should be very proud of himself for what he's achieved here in Singapore. And you can just see just the margins, just those opportunities that Tekkz managed to take. And there he is, your winner here. And as I say, Dan, another semi-final. We can't talk about it enough. 9 consecutive semi-finals for this man.
And it's not like he's
not bad, is he?
At semi-finals.
He's pretty good at this game.
He got 2 wins, and then he got 4 semi-finals in a row, and then he got 2 more wins. Like, the kid's insane. Kid's insane.
Well, that's going to do it from us. One question for the guys over on the couches, though, is can anyone stop the Tekkz train?
It is one of the many questions we'll pose to our panel members. Thank you very much, gents. Great commentary, of course. Once more from our opening match of the day, which sees the world #1 take on the world's number 71. Didn't look like that in terms of the gap in terms of rankings, did it, gents? It was much closer than that.
Yeah, definitely. As we've said numerous times, I think on this game, if Tekkz is not included, anyone can beat anyone. And even then, this was a pretty close game. The first game they played was only a 2-goal margin. This one was a 1-goal margin.
Yep.
So Jazz played really well and had a very good chance of beating Tekkz, but Tekkz is Tekkz, showed his experience, his experience in the certain situations to make it go his way, and managed to come out on top.
Yeah, very, very close. The first leg in particular, Jazz ahead twice in that game. Do you feel like he could have come out of that with a win or a draw in that first game?
I think it's very difficult when you're playing against Tekkz because I think it's very easy for probably for Nate Jazz to go, okay, I'm winning, let me keep this, but the pressure then switches on him, knowing that the best player in the world is hunting him down, and that's what Tekkz does. Tekkz knows how to play this game so well. He knows how to bring it back. He doesn't let that thing of I'm losing, oh no, it doesn't let it get to him. No, it makes him hungry to want to bring this back, and I think that's a very, very difficult position to be in, because as soon as you're ahead, you know that he's coming for you, he's coming to win, then you must start making some mistakes, and that's what we saw, and we just saw Tekkz capitalise on all of those things, and I think you can see there with Nate Jazz, he knows that actually he made those mistakes, those tiny little errors, and he let Tekkz in. And as soon as you do that, it's going to be game over, which we saw.
And Jazz, in the way that he's performed in this tournament, obviously very well. He's exceeded expectations. He's gone better than his ranking for sure as well. Picked up some valuable points. But do you feel like maybe he could have gone further had he not come up against Tekkz in this quarterfinal? Maybe matched up against someone else. We could have seen him go all the way through the console final.
I mean, of course, he went past the Swiss, which is already half the competition. And he went past the first round of knockouts, which is a very impressive feat in itself. We've seen a lot of players' favorites go out in Swiss, some knockout games, the first knockout game, also some favorites go out. So the fact that he's even here, I think he's exceeded his own expectations. And then matching Tekkz, it's an opportunity to prove a point. Because if you take down Tekkz, you tell all your other opponents, I'm here to win this. But if you fall to Tekkz, it's no shame to fall down to Tekkz. Sure. And if there's one player you're okay to lose to, it's him.
Yeah, I would take a lot of positives, Kyle, out of this as well, wouldn't he? Because he was ahead 3 times over the 2 legs.
100%, yeah. I think
that's great.
Really, really, there's so many positives to take out of it. And going back to your previous question, I think if he would have matched up against anyone else, he probably would have gone very far, because as you saw, he went ahead time and time again, and he had Tekkz on the ropes a few times. Yeah. You saw him actually putting up against those ropes, and he was scoring some amazing goals, and I thought if he goes against anybody else, he probably beats them. It's just such a shame. That's the look of the draw. That's what happens.
All right, let's bring the boy wonder in himself. 9 consecutive semi-finals, Mr. Tekkz. That's a hell of a record. You just keep breaking records in FIFA. Where's it end?
Yeah, thank you. As Carl said, I was on the ropes in that game. Fair play to Jazz. Yeah, he played a good game.
Yeah, he did play a very good game. You played him obviously in the Swiss round as well. There was only a couple of goals before. I think that was the closest game you've had so far at the tournament in the Swiss round. So he's obviously got something there. How would you rate him?
Yeah, he's a very good player. I thought in going into the game it was going to be difficult, because in the groups he gave me a good game. I went 2-0 down in groups. I went down again. I keep going behind. But yeah, hopefully I can work on that for tomorrow.
Yeah, we've joked a little bit on the panel here about the fact that you go behind, it's almost to make it harder for yourself so you've got a challenge. But I'm guessing it's not like that. You'd much rather have a nice, easy 5-0 win.
Yeah, Carl said that at breakfast this morning. But no, I try my hardest throughout all the games, and just I'm a slow starter.
All right, okay. Kyle, got questions?
Yeah, so obviously you're undefeated, tournaments back to back to back. This could be a third one of going completely undefeated. But is there anyone that you're looking at going, oh, I want to stay away from them, I just don't want to face them, because they could be the person that actually beats me?
Nah, not really. When it comes to these bracket plays, I think more people are scared of me than I am of them. So whoever I get, let's go, man.
Let's go. I like that.
I mean, I like that, but at the same time, who would you rather match tomorrow, Sakul or Resende?
Sakul always gives me good games, and I've never played Resende, so who do you want me to match?
Turn it around.
Tekkz, if you ever decide that you've had enough of playing FIFA, the panel would be a great place for you. Seriously, my lad. Ask questions like that. The panelists, I'm all on with you. Congrats on another good win, and we'll see you tomorrow for the semi-finals.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Donovan. There, where does it end? I asked him the question. He didn't even answer the question at the start. He's great. He's already got that politician's like, I'm not going to answer the question he's answering. I'm going to answer a different question. But genuinely, there's 9 semi-finals in a row now. He's won what 3 of the last 5 tournaments that he's played in. These are records that have not been seen before. This kind of success, continued success through patches, through different versions of the game. Where does it end?
I think it's all down to, as well, partially, that this is the first year we've had so many competitions. Sure. I don't think in the near future, if we have so many competitions, somebody will be as dominant. But that, of course, helps, because last year we shouldn't forget that we had only 3 major events. Sure. With also the Club World Cup, make it 4. But this year we have event after event, And with him being so consistent and building up confidence and his opponents being scared of him, as he said, I think that helps a lot. And I think he's setting a precedent that will be very hard to catch up to in the next few years.
I think I've never seen it before, obviously, because of the, as Knight says, we haven't had that consistency of amount of tournaments. But even though we have, it's still unusual. FIFA's such a game of small margins, right?
Yeah.
You know, you can win or lose against a different player every weekend when you're playing weekend cups. It's that close, right? So how is he able to do this on a consistent basis?
I think with Tekkz, what we see is he's just a level above everybody, and it's not just playing which he's stronger, it's his mental aspect of it as well, which we talk about time and time again, and that's what I love about his interviews, watching him play, all of this. He's got everything that I think a great FIFA player should have, and he's 17 years old.
It's scary,
and
isn't it?
I was actually thinking about this last night. I was just thinking, at dinner I was kind of thinking about, well, where next? After he's playing, what could he actually do? He's 17 years old. I think he's got a long career playing, but you were laughing and joking saying you could come on the panel. I think he has. He's got everything which could give him such a huge career within this industry, and I think that he can bring all of that to it. So I think he's going to have a very, very good career, not just in playing FIFA, but talking about it as well.
Absolutely. Right, we're going to head to a break right now, whilst Kyle and Knight will consider their futures and their careers, because I think they're feeling a little bit under threat right now. Fortunately for them, he's 17. I'm pretty sure he's got a few more years ahead of him in terms of playing the game right now. Tekkz is through to the semi-finals of the Xbox. Next up, Uston, one of our dark horses, is in action on the PS4. We'll see that game. It's coming next.
Don't let the lag monster stand in the way of you and your games. Defeat it with Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle and enjoy dedicated gaming bandwidth, Razer's new Sela gaming router featuring zero-weight DFS, and instant access to WT Fast GPN. Get Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle with WT Fast GPN and Razer Sela router at only $69.90 a month for the ultimate home gaming performance.
My 3 wishes to come true would be, as everyone's probably going to say, just to have as many wishes as you want, so then you can wish for anything. So yeah, just that, to be honest.
One of them would be the world champion of FIFA. Another one would be a professional football player. And the last one is going to be to meet my idol, Lionel Messi. So that's 2.
My 3 wishes, if I could have 3 wishes.
I'll wish for more wishes, and yeah, I'll go from there, I guess.
My 3 wishes is like to fly, because I had to go with train and to be in a bus. My 2nd is to be a champion, because my dream is to be the best player of the world. And my 3rd is maybe also to be a real-life football player. I like to be one. I tried, but it's not makes.
If I have to choose 3 things, 3 wishes for my life, it has to be the first thing to be a world champion in FIFA, which is my biggest aim in life right now. Then obviously to be healthy for my entire life, and then again to have a good family and everyone is healthy. That's it.
So my 3 wishes would be that me and my family are well, healthy, to have endless money, and that my dreams come true.
To win another world title within FIFA, to be secure in my career, and the last one, for FIFA to have quick gameplay consistently.
It's quarter-final day here at the FUT Champions Cup March, and welcome back to Singapore. Live coverage, of course, coming from the main stage here as we move into our second game of the day. 8 series for you today coming up as well, seeing some of the very best players on PS4 and on Xbox thrash it out for a place in the semi-finals on their respective consoles, all leading to the grand final cross-console matchup on Sunday, of course, for the big kahunas. All the money, the $50,000 on the line as well for the winner, as well as 1,500 points, which are very vital at this stage of the season. We've made a small substitution here on our panel, so we welcome back Boris Legend alongside Kyle. This next matchup is interesting because there is one player that we've had our eye on from the very beginning, which is Ustan, and one player that we haven't even spoken about for the entire tournament.
Yes, and that is Mert, coming from Turkey, and he's actually pretty low ranked here. He's number 82, and he qualified for one previous tournament, and I believe he went out in the Swiss format. But here, he had a good tournament. Yep. He also beat some big names in the Swiss format, like we have the Stranger, which he beat the 6-5. But in this matchup, we have one clear favorite, which is definitely Ustan. He's been flying in this tournament. I mean, absolutely smashing it. He's been winning against the top-ranked players, so Ustan at the moment is ranked number 21. Yeah. But he's been beating top names like Artur, like Pinna, with big score lines. Ustan is really looking on fire.
Yeah, you guys picked him out as your dark horse. He's proving very much a dark horse. And actually, when you look at the bracket, because we like to look ahead in the brackets and get ahead of ourselves, it does look very good for him, the way it's set up right now.
It definitely does. I think what's really interesting with the bracket and the way it is it's kind of setting this up for Pinna and Ustan to go all the way to the finals. But as you said there, actually, Ustan beat Pinna in the Swiss, which is really interesting. 6-2. 6-2. A huge scoreline. And I think that's something that he won't be thinking about right now, but as he progresses through, that confidence will be continuing to build. I mean, he's beat Stefano Pinna in the Swiss yesterday. That's a huge thing for him, and I think that gives somebody confidence to move forward.
Yeah, many people who watch FIFA for the first time, or are tuning in for the first time, or even just tuning in casually to watch it, they'll often look at the quarterfinals and they'll think, okay, quarterfinals, I'm expecting rank 1 to be playing rank 8 and rank 7 to be playing rank 2. We've got rank 21 playing rank 82 here. That's a long way out in terms of the rankings for both players, but actually, neither of them deserve to be that low, really.
Well, definitely what we've seen yesterday, the upsets especially, is why we're seeing these low-ranking players. They're getting so far, but good on them. That's what I say. I say well done to them, because they're here and they're bringing out these huge results. They're the ones causing the upsets. It's not that the other players who are higher up are just having a bad day. No, they're coming against these FIFA players who are having great tournaments so far. So good on them and well done.
Yep, and Ustan, I mean, he's ranked too low right now. There is no doubt about it in the way, not only that he's played him, the way that he's been playing through the season as well. Surely he should be higher than that.
Yeah, definitely yes. And he also qualified for more tournaments now. He qualified for the FUT Champions Cup 6. And he is a player that is definitely in form. Maybe didn't have perhaps the best start of the season.
Yep.
And also at the end of the latest patch, he was starting to find a very good gameplay. And after, well, the latest patch, people said, just like Tekkz, that Ustan is done because he can only first time finesse. But after the patch, he's actually proven to be an even better player. And he has the best attack in the world, perhaps. I mean, just seeing here, I think he scored over 40 goals in 6 matchups. That's absolutely insane. And if you compare his game style to last season, he had the same attacking will and was so good in attack, but he was lacking in the defense, and that is something that he really improved this season, and why he has also now, at this moment, he is a contender to win major.
Yeah, I mean, he starts off this, Kyle, as the favourite in this matchup, but he's got to be careful in that defence, isn't he? He can't just go all out attacking, let's go 5 up front, let's win every game by 6. He can't take that kind of road in this game.
He can't, no, and I was just doing some quick maths right there. He scored 44 goals. I was counting them up, okay, there's over 40, as you said. But if you're thinking about that going forward, you want to score lots of goals. Of course, goals will win for you, will win those games, but you don't want to let too many in, which I think we've seen with some of those big upsets yesterday. A lot of people were going forward and then they were conceding a lot of goals. So ultimately, you want to score, but you want to make sure that all the basics, I'd say, you keep them in check, definitely, with the defending and goalkeepers.
Okay, let's take a look at the bracket for you and show you where we are in terms of the PS4 side of things right now, because as we've already mentioned, Stefano Pinna on the other side of the bracket here means that, you know, we're talking in abstracts a little bit because we don't know how the bracket's going to pan out, but in terms of the way that the players have performed here, Uston at the top of the bracket, Stefano Pinna in the second half of the bracket. He's got to come past Artur, which is a difficult game, and they've played plenty of times before. But that does look like the strongest pair. We're still searching on, I feel like, on the PS4 side. On the Xbox, we've kind of got an established hierarchy. We know it's Dasari, we know that it's Tekkz, we know that Megabit's up there. We kind of know when we go through these tournaments who's going to kind of filter the way. The PS4 seems to have been a little bit, outside of Nicholas, I guess, but outside of him, it's a bit more random.
Well, at this tournament, definitely, I think, looking there, Tuga, Pinna, Artur, Uston, I would not be surprised if any of them won their side, won the PlayStation side. I wouldn't go, oh, that's a massive upset. I'd actually go, oh, okay, they're a well-known player. They could come and do this. So I think that shows there's much more variety and there's it's spread out across the pros instead of thinking this person is definitely going to win.
Yeah, and in terms of the players on either side of the console, everyone's going like, well, the best players are on the Xbox side. But that's not necessarily true, is it?
Yeah, I mean, definitely there's always going to be this debate, which is the best console, but I think the reason why we're seeing so many new names every tournament on the PS4 side is simply because there are more players. There are more players that are verified, I believe. The last European and qualified for the PS4 side, there were, I believe, around 700 players. On the Xbox side, around 250, 300. So there is a much bigger width, and there are more new players coming up every new tournament. We saw in Bucharest FUT Champions Cup 3, where we had the German player Hasso, who qualified for the first tournament of the year, and he actually won the whole PS4 side. And then on the Xbox side, we have some truly giants, some real dominant names, players like Tekkz, Dasari, Megabit, that always shows up every tournament. We have on the PS4 side Nicholas, but he's not here in Singapore, which makes this PS4 side very open.
It does. Very open, in fact, that two players who are about to enter the stage have an opportunity to win their first title. Let's introduce you to them. There we go then, two players with a very big opportunity here at the March Champions Cup. Both have already reached the quarterfinals, both have exceeded expectations already, but one will get the chance to carry on their journey and meet someone else in the semi-final. I have a shot at that trophy as well. That trophy's rather nice. I walked past it yesterday and thought, that's a decent bit of silverware, that is. It's one of those you really want to pick up and shake in front of a big crowd. Yes.
and just looking at it and going, that's mine.
Do you know, the funny thing is, I've been doing this a long time. In fact, we were talking about online. 14 years ago, I was in Singapore doing FIFA.
Wow.
It's pretty crazy when you think about how far back that is. Here's what's weird, though. I've always wondered, how do they get that on the plane? Like, where did he put it?
Well, I'll tell you a little.
Where did it go?
Oh,
Because it's
I don't
quite
know.
big. You can't put it in the overhead locker.
I don't know
Can't put
about
it
this
next to
one,
you.
but I'll tell you what, the Premier League trophy, when it travels with Manchester City, it goes business class and it has its own seat.
So you had to get that in there.
It does.
You had to
It
get
does.
that in there.
I mean, I'm not in business class, but the trophy is. I'll tell you that.
They've sacrificed one of the players who sat back there in normal standing. Right, let's get some predictions from you both on this particular game.
I mean, I'm going to start. I think I'm going to go with Houston. I've got to say it. 44 goals there, we said, and I think it is going to be him that's going to take this. It's not going to be as the thing with Tekkz before. I said Tekkz 100%, but I think Houston's going to definitely win.
Okay.
Well, it's hard to disagree, really. Houston also usually gets a flying start. He always starts very good. And, well, fantastic tournament. I would say that he is, for me, even the favorite to win the PS4 side, so I definitely have to go with Houston here.
Okay. You also picked him out as your dark horse, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
let's go.
You kind of have to stick with it. Very confident. I like it. Okay. Good. Okay. It's a unanimous decision as far as our panel members are concerned. I wonder if it's the same on the commentary couch, gents. Are you all aboard on the Houston train here?
I'm going to let you go first, because I'm a nice guy, because I'm a gentleman.
Yeah, I am on the Houston train. I mean, I was one of his biggest critics back in London when we started to see him just going for those finesse shots over and over, and it wasn't working out for him, but he's developed a new play style. He's playing phenomenally. He's playing attacking football. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty similar. I also think that this patch might have actually helped Houston, because you look back at FIFA 18, he was scoring goals for fun, much like he does in FIFA 19, but I feel like when you have a particular way to score, like the first-time finesse, it kind of overloads some players, and they think this is the easiest way to do it, this is how I'm going to score. But now that that's kind of been sort of marginalized slightly, I think that Houston's kind of gone back to what made him such a dangerous player. Different ways to score goals, different ways to create goals. So Houston, I think, is going to be the guy to watch here.
All right, 4 out of 4. I like this. Very, very definitive from all 4 of you this morning. Good stuff. Let's head into game number 2.
Okay, then, Dan, it's time for our second quarter-final of the day. We've already had a very exciting, very closely fought first semi-final. Give me your thoughts on this, though, because obviously you said you favour Houston, but let's talk a little bit about Mert and his route here and everything that he's had to do to get into this quarter-final, because getting to this stage for him, getting out of the Swiss, that was goal number 1, and now he's here. What are you expecting from this young man?
I think it's impressive that he's been able to come out of Swiss. I mean, we saw him back in Atlanta, I think, for the first time of the season, and he got knocked out in Swiss, despite he looked so good in the early stages of the Swiss rounds, but he just wasn't able to scrape through. He's been able to achieve that here today. I think he's got so much potential going forward, and it's another huge tournament for him. He's 82nd, he's 300th in the rankings at the moment, which is just, which is crazy, really. He's got, he just needs to be able to push himself up, and needs to be able to try and secure some more Global Series ranking points, because this is a good chance for him to show what he's made of.
Well, I mean, it is that opportunity to do so. The amount of events we have left to accrue those points is dwindling. It really is. And you look back at Atlanta, like Tuga, with that big performance on the PlayStation 4, how much that bumped him up the rankings and has almost solidified a place for him towards the playoffs and moving forward from there. So a big opportunity here to rack up some Global Series ranking points for him. But Houston, we know how dangerous he is, Dan. The question is, can he keep it tight at the back? Or is he going to have to just outscore his opponent like he normally does?
I mean, it's a good bet that he's going to score a lot of goals. On average, he's scoring 7 goals per game, which is pretty insane. If you think about it, on the other side, on average, he's conceding 3 per game. So he's in certainly a good favour. He's in good form at the moment. And I'm certainly expecting him to display more of that here. Because you spoke about it briefly. You said about how the patch has helped him. Because, yes, okay, he did like the finesse shots. However, goalkeeper movement was one of his cruxes. But now it's hard to use that goalkeeper movement to really stop kind of low-driven shots here and there. And that's just allowed Houston to explode into his attacking prowess.
I think it just kind of decluttered the mind a little bit for him as well. It's kind of like, when you, like I said, when you have something which is so successful and such a viable way to score goals, you kind of forget what made you so good in the first place, and that is the different ways that he could create chances. But Houston now obviously starting to come into form, like Boras was saying on the couch, and come into form at the right time of the season as well. Of course, Houston's going to be playing in the blue here. He's on the attack with Eusebio. Might be an opportunity to strike one early with CR7. Eusebio now, he just dallied on it just for a second, and that let Hullet into that situation to make that tackle.
And even though Houston was under a lot of criticism from players and fans alike, and even me as a commentator, I looked at his play and said it was very one-dimensional. Sometimes when you go back and you watch and you see that people are saying that, you adapt and you change your play style. It's almost spurred him on to become an incredible player once again. He's found new ways to attack the game, and it really has turned him into this next-level player who we're going to see at playoffs.
Well, here's Mert then just on the edge of the box now with Ruud Gullit. Ooh, Modric just gets possession stolen off of them. You can see the Croatian trying to battle back here to get the ball back, but Ronaldo's going to come away here. Good movement and good dribbling here from Houston. Vieira now round the corner to Ronaldo. The run is there from Gullit. Can't quite find the space to find a pass into the box, and that's just going to let Varane get back into to make that tackle. You can see both of these players looking a little bit nervy to start this one off with, Dan.
And I wonder whether we won't see as many goals from Houston in this game, purely because now he's going up against someone
Ronaldo,
who maybe...
with the chance to strike it. Sorry to cut you off there, Dan. Ball's going to drop here to Eusebio. He's battling on the edge of the box. Now Modric comes away. Sorry, you were saying?
I wonder if maybe Mert is going to be playing more defensive here, whether he is going to sit back, try and absorb a little bit of pressure, because we look at the games that he's faced so far. He's gone up against New York City's Chris, Rastarata, Stefano Pinna, Fiddle, all incredible players who are not going to be scared to go up against Houston. They are going to be more than happy to attack at him. However, Mert is the underdog here, and he might just sit back. He might recognize Houston's attacking prowess, and he might say, all right, well, I'm going to let you come at me, and I'm going to hit you on the counter-attack.
We'll have to see if that comes into effect here. But Houston now on the attack. You can see the running behind there from Mbappe. Ronaldo now to Neymar. We know he can hit them with either foot, but Marcelo is going to get involved there illegally, according to the referee, and there will be a set piece here. And interesting to see Houston again with that aggressive 4-4-2 formation. We saw it yesterday being fairly effective. But now it's going to be Houston's turn to try and put that formation into use. We'll see if he goes direct from the free kick or if he tries something a little bit different here. Ball laid off now to Mbappe. Maybe a chance to strike it here. The heel to heel. Oh, and it's beautiful from Houston. The heel to heel, the fake shot and the finish all combined for a goal. And it's Kylian Mbappe who gives him the lead.
It's all rehearsed. It's all practice. He knew exactly what he wanted to do from that free kick, but it was the execution that was perfect from him. It was just reacting to where those defenders were, using the right skill moves at the right time, and he gets that goal lead, and he carries on his fine form with his 45th goal of the tournament. It's going to be so difficult for any player to go up against Houston and expect to keep any sort of clean sheet. But for Mert, he's going to have to be trying to outscore the highest goal scorer of the tournament.
So Houston in a familiar position here, and it's a case if he can keep his composure in certain situations here, not have to rely on scoring 3 or 4 goals in order to win games, I think is something that he really needs to focus on as a player. Now he's on the attack down the left-hand side once more with Eusebio. Brings Marcelo into the attack now. Ramos into Vieira. Cancelo now, the other fullback, picks the ball up into Gullit. This is a great passing play here. Little body fake there from Gullit. Neymar with the fake shot. Croqueta drag back. Oh, scoop turn. This is beautiful from Houston. Went for the same finish. And I just feel like Mert maybe read that one with the goalkeeper movement because of the goal that he just conceded previously.
Yeah, but there's going to be more from the set piece as well from Houston, and this is what's pretty terrifying in that he's got so much versatility going forward. He's going to link all those skill moves together, Mark, and he just needs to be careful on the edge. I feel like he's trying to do a little bit too much here or there, but his defense has looked great as well. He's not allowing Mert to hit that counter-attack, which Mert's desperately seeking.
Well, here's Neymar in a dangerous position, maybe looking for a shot here on the edge of the box. Neymar with the heel-to-heel and the finish. And Houston is rolling here in Singapore, 2-0 to the good. And it's Neymar this time.
I think it was last time I commentated Houston. I said, Houston, we have a problem when he got eliminated from the competition. He definitely does not have a problem anymore. He seems to really be in his element with this current meta, with this current patch. As you said, maybe more suitable to his play style like we saw in previous FIFAs. I think he is one to watch. He also was one of my underdogs for the tournament, even though he is a phenomenal player. Maybe this is the tournament for Houston. Maybe this is where he shows up. 21st at the moment on the PS4 side of things in the Global Series ranking. So we are likely to see him at the playoffs already. But if he's able to secure a decent amount of points, he might be able to just guarantee the World Cup final straight off.
So a great start here for Houston, 2-0 to the good. Ronaldo now looking for the run of Hullet, and if you don't know a lot about Houston and kind of guy he is, very personable guy, very talkative guy away from the game, always got a smile on his face, and I feel like he's also a confidence player. Once he gets rolling in tournaments and puts in some big performances, he becomes more and more dangerous as the round goes on, so keep an eye out for him if he gets this win here. But there's the first opportunity of the game for Mert, and he buries it. Lovely little reverse ball into Cristiano Ronaldo. And that's a sign of a really solid player, Dan. It's when they get that chance to hit it, they hit those greens and they take those chances.
Yeah, I think if you are going to be a counter-attacking player, if you are going to sit back and just expect to have very few chances in a game, you have to be clinical in front of goal, and that's something that Mert is displaying here. And it's also something that Houston knows is going to happen. He is an attacking player. He is going to leave himself vulnerable if he goes for a defensive tackle too high up the pitch. He knows if that goes wrong, there's going to be chances for his opponent. So it's not like he's going to be too worried about conceding a goal. He's conceded plenty already in this tournament. Only had one clean sheet. That was actually against Zezinho. I think he won 8-0 in his first round of Swiss. But aside from that, he's always been conceding around 4 goals on average.
So then just the 1 goal between the 2 players now, and there's a good response there from Mert, to be honest with you, after the 2 goals that he had conceded, the style that he had conceded them. And you can always see once a player gets a goal on the board, they sort of grow in confidence, they keep the ball a little bit longer, and they find those chances. Messi can't avoid the attentions of Sergio Ramos, and now the free kick given away. Saw Modric hitting that one, and again, nothing but green here on the strike for Mert, so Houston's got to be careful here, Dan.
And it's always in these first games as well, Mark, where you just, your greens might not be on. You've only just woken up this morning, it's your first game of the day. You do sometimes have to warm up into timing your shots, and that's what makes great players different from just good players, is that it doesn't matter what time of the day, it's in their muscle memory. They're always hitting those shots green. They know exactly the right power, and that's the first half. And Houston looked dominant early on, but it's just that one counter-attack from Mert, which has showed that this is going to be a quarter-final that we need to keep our eyes on heavily. It's not just going to be a blowout.
So 1 goal the difference between the 2 players as we now head into our second half of our second quarter-final of the day. I'm getting ahead of myself there. I've already missed a round out, but Modric now coming forward, and difference in personnel between the 2 teams as well. I saw Laurent Blanc in at that centre-back position for Mert. I see Modric involved as well, Team of the Year Modric. As well as Varane in at that right-back position. So some player preference coming in here as far as personnel on the pitch for these 2 players.
And I think we're going to see that more with formation changes as well as the meta keeps developing, with 4-4-2 coming into fruition now. You are going to see more Modric. Oh, and that's a chance that goes begging for Mert. We were talking about the timing. We're talking about, is it going to hit green? Didn't hit that one quite green. But I do like seeing a little bit more of Luka Modric. I am a big fan of his FUT item in this game. The best midfielder of all time in a FIFA ever in terms of statistics, so it's good to see him being used.
And obviously, players like PSG's Tekkz love using him in the more attacking positions. We've seen him sort of in defensive positions in central midfield. He actually uses him in that wide cam position, so such a versatile FUT item. But now it's Mert coming forward once again, tried to just nip that ball into Lionel Messi. Well defended though by Houston. And now he can come forward to Cancelo in that right-back position.
And Mert's doing really well with his player switching here. You can see blue cursor above one of the heads. He'll drag that player close to the attacking player on the other side of the pitch, and then he'll switch off, and then he'll switch back. He's almost trying to be unpredictable in his defence, which isn't easy to do.
Chance here for Houston. Timed the shot well, but the defender got the tackle in. Gets the ball back here on the edge of the box. Eusebio with the drag back. Inside the box, Criqueta. Oh, maybe just one too many there from Houston.
Yep.
Maybe just wasn't expecting that space to open up in the way that it did, but now he comes forward again. There is a man over there on that far side. Decides to recycle the play instead. Pull it on the edge of the box, gets the ball into Neymar, turns and finishes.
And Houston's got that low driven down to a tee. It doesn't matter what the best way to score is, he will always find a way to get that ball in the back of the net. And yeah, okay, he had a chance just moments before where he might have overdone it with the skill moves, but sometimes you've already done the third cricketer and you see that space open up and you're like, oh damn, I wish I hadn't. But it's his persistence, it's the fact that despite that ball got recycled, he still knew exactly how he wanted to approach that attack. And he's rewarded with his persistent play there.
So a 2-goal cushion restored now for Houston. Now he just needs to stay concentrated here, make sure that he doesn't concede. Having just established that 2-goal lead. But this is where he's dangerous. Houston starting to find space in behind here. Ronaldo goes down under the challenge of Blanc. That was a very strange one, to be honest with you. I didn't know if Blanc had made contact or maybe Ronaldo just taking himself out. But Eusebio now straight up the other end towards the back post. And that was smart. I saw some goalkeeper movement there from Houston. We're used to seeing it in a shot-stopping capacity, but he's decided to try and cut that back post cross out.
Yeah, really good goalkeeper movement from him as well. I mean, it was a good ball from Mert and actually decent play to just use an advanced fake shot to get away from his man. As Houston had tried to read it and tried to turn on him. And that shot is just going to be gathered by De Gea. But I like it from Houston, just showing a little bit of difference with his attacks. He's more than happy to hit it from outside the area. He's more than happy to try and use skill moves here or there as well, just keeping his opponent on his toes.
Here's Messi then. Former tried to use the croqueta to get past his man, but well defended there. There will be a free kick given here. And it's time for changes here. 2 goals the difference between the players. I'm wondering if there might be a change in personnel or if it's going to be a formation change coming in from Mert to try and close that gap. But knowing that you've got 90 minutes ahead of you, Dan, it can play on your mind a little bit, whether if you do try and close that gap or you just settle for the 2-goal difference going into that second 90.
Yeah, I mean, settle is a strange word. I don't think you'd ever settle for it, but sometimes you might just be thinking, all right, I don't have to overcommit to anything here. Of course, he'd love to get another goal back. Hell, he'd love to get another 2 goals back.
What a ball that is.
But oh my goodness.
Here's R9 through a goal. Tried to ball roll past his man, past the goalkeeper, excuse me. De Gea got enough of it to make the initial chance difficult, but here's Mbappe. The croquetas in the finish. The goalkeeper moved the wrong way. Mbappe went the right way, and Houston is flying here in Singapore now, 4-1 up.
Mert was just completely lost. He didn't know what to do in that situation. Not many people would, because Mbappe just using croqueta after croqueta just to generate some space in the box. Low-driven shot. Yeah, okay, it went through a player's legs, but what a fantastic movement from Houston. And it was all from an initial attack where the ball roll hadn't done its job by beating the keeper. But unfortunately for Mert, he wasn't able to get that ball away from his box. Maybe just too quick to try and pass out. Instead, just hoof it up the other end of the pitch.
So Houston 4-1 up now. A fantastic start in this first leg for him, and still 15 minutes to play here. And now he's coming forward again with Cancelo, and Mert's certainly got some questions to answer now, and you can see he's committing more players forward, committed to that challenge as well. Free kick will be given. But he's leaving spaces in behind. If he's not careful here, Mert, he could find himself down by a 3, 4, 5-goal margin going into the second leg, and that is almost too much of an uphill battle.
Sometimes it's possible against certain players, but I think against a player like Houston, it is going to be nigh impossible because you have to attack. And if you do attack, it's going to open up chances like that.
Just goes wide.
Oh, just inches. But if you have to go forward, if you have to kind of put 3 players at the back, Houston's going to take advantage of that.
De Gea gets the punch out from the resulting corner, and will be a free kick given here. Something happened inside the box for the referee to bring that one back from the initial corner. And ooh, mistake there. Coming in from Mert. Yeah, everything's fine. Just calm it down.
He's been a little bit too hasty to try and get that ball away, and he's making simple mistakes that is giving Houston control of this game, and Houston's really taking full advantage of that.
And here is Messi. There is the run from R9 as well. He's found him. He's gone near post again. The only difference this time is that we didn't see the green icon light up, but he loves that near post low-driven shot, Dan. It really has been effective for him so far in this game.
But this isn't the Mert that I was expecting, if I'm honest. He's not playing at his full capacity. I mean, the games that we saw him play in the Swiss, he barely lost out to Stefano Pinna. He took down the stranger 6-5. He's beaten some phenomenal players thus far. However, I think we just have a clash of play styles here where Mert was more than happy to sit back and allow Houston to attack, and that has just not gone well for him.
Yeah, that's the one thing you don't want to do if you're playing against a player like Houston. And now Ronaldo is just striding away from his man. Dinks the ball into the box. Messi's up! And Messi wins the header as well. He beat his man comfortably in the air there, timed it green once more, and it was low drivens before at that near post, but this time Houston floats it up. And what a leap that is from the little Argentinian.
And usually you'd be saying, well, how's Messi winning a header there? And I was trying to wonder who's defending it. Well, it was Luka Modric defending.
Luka Modric, yeah.
So when you got two little guys jumping like that, one of them is going to win. And Messi has some phenomenal jumping stats on his FUT item. But most importantly, it was timing it green for Houston. It just gives it that little bit more power, positions it a little bit better towards the corner. And now 4 goals ahead. 5 goals in this game. His 49 goals so far this tournament for Houston.
It's insane.
And it looks like we're going to be in store for more coming into this second age.
It almost becomes a kind of a stat that it's like, okay, who's second in scoring the most goals in a tournament at the moment? And there might be time for another one here.
Oh.
De Gea forced into the save. Houston manages to recycle again. Vieira on the edge of the box now. Ronaldo. Twisting and turning. Hullit's going to have a chance here to maybe strike, beats Hullit. There's the space here for R9, but he doesn't use it. And oh, De Gea has a comfortable save after the deflection, but Houston, that's what we wanted to see from him. 5-1 the result after the first leg. 4 goals the difference, and a lot of questions to be answered on the other side of the stage.
You know when Usain Bolt was like the fastest man in the world and he got to a point where he was just trying to beat his personal best over and over? I feel like Houston's at that point now with goals.
With goals
just
scored
like,
in a tournament,
I just want to score as many as I can in a tournament because it's tournament in, tournament out. He's always the top goal scorer. Like, and I'm not even just making that up. He's always up there. It's crazy.
Yeah, he is definitely one of the most exciting players to watch in competitive FIFA, always has been. Obviously, had a lot of success in the FIFA E-Club World Cup last year with Bromby. Before this year, unfortunately, didn't quite go as far. But, you know, looking at that trophy, this is what these guys are playing for right now. And Houston is really making a name for himself as far as being one of those players that we talk about as being a potential player to lift that trophy up at the end of the day. Because we are missing the likes of Nicholas, who's been dominant. Stefano Pinna, obviously still in. Joxan, falling out of the tournament early yesterday in the round of 16. And I think that might have just lit a spark under Houston as well, thinking, you know, this is here for the taking.
The metaphorical PS4 trophy is definitely up for grabs, I think. However, the overall trophy, he's probably not thinking about it yet, but all of these players eventually are going to be saying, well, can I beat the likes of Tekkz? Can I beat those guys over on the Xbox side of things? And to be honest, I think a player like Houston is likely to actually have a good chance of going up against
aggressive
someone like
play,
Tekkz.
yeah.
Aggressive play, not being scared against who they're going up against. And you know what? That could be something that we're excited. But he's got to get through this round first. And even though we're talking as if Houston's already won the game because he has such a massive advantage going into this second leg, Mert does have the potential to come back into things. He has had good Swiss rounds to be able to get this far. He just needs to maybe switch things up, but I feel like it's the 4-4-2 again. It seems to be the crux for so many of these players. They don't know how to defeat it. They don't know what to do and what to change to actually go up against it.
It's almost been that players have become settled in the repetition of playing against the 4-2-3-1.
Exactly.
And, you know, how to, the passing plays and the passing pattern, should I say, of pros. And the 4-4-2 is changing that up for sure. So questions to be answered here. And I feel like the first 10 minutes of this game is going to be a really big one here for Mert, who will be playing in the white here. If he can get a goal on the board and just restore a bit of confidence, who knows? Anything can happen.
Well, it's Mert going forward at the moment, but it seems like every time he gets an attacking opportunity, he's always playing that one ball too many that's just cut out by Houston. As I say that, an opportunity does arise, but it's just snuffed out by the defender.
Ball into the box then, players trying to get out. There might be an opportunity for a second header here, and it's fallen to Varane.
It's messy.
Pandemonium in the box, but they managed to get it clear. Thankfully for Houston, whipped in now towards the near post. Ronaldo will get it away. And finally, after the pressure, Houston has a chance to just get out of defence for a second, because that's been a difficult start for him in this second leg.
It was a hectic start. I didn't mean it was Messi the player. I meant it was just messy in the box because it was all over the place, and it's so difficult to defend when it gets like that, when the ball's just rebounding off everything. You have to be so quick to react to wherever that ball is going to fall. And sometimes you just have to kind of hammer that clear button and hope you're able to just hoof it out of the box.
Space here for Vieira for Houston then, on the edge of the box. Might actually just break here for Eusebio. Neymar, oh, the Elastico past one, the Cricketta past another. Unfortunately, Mbappe couldn't quite react in time, and Blanc will bring this one away. But a goal here, either side, will pretty much decide this tie. If it goes to Mert, then there's an opportunity. It gives him that belief to get back into it. However, if Houston gets one, a 5-goal difference, I just feel like that's too much to ask at this stage.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to come back from 5 goals against someone who's just attacking so perfectly at the moment, but it's been early signs for Mert that actually He is going to be able to get shots away. He is going to be able to find those chances in the final third. Yes, okay, he's been taking maybe too little risks in the first leg. Now with his back up against the wall, he might take more risks, and that might benefit him here.
Mert then wins the ball back. Modric comes forward. Varane now on this right-hand side. He's bursting forward himself. Messi. That space got closed down almost immediately there by Houston. Trying to keep the pressure on his opponent, but the pressure from Mert actually wins him the ball back. Modric now, maybe a chance for Messi to hit this one. Goes on his left. Again, good goalkeeper movement there from Houston, and that's something he's added into his game that was something maybe he was lacking in earlier tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, goalkeeper movement's always been there or thereabouts for him, but I've been more impressed with him going forward and what he's had to offer and what the 4-4-2 has done for him. But you spoke about Varane going forward. Well, it's going to play this one into Neymar, and it struck the post. Varane is making runs on the right-hand side for Mert, and Houston is going to take advantage of that. He is going to be able to play through balls over the top. But I feel against the 4-4-2, you do need your fullbacks to join the attack, because otherwise you're just running into a wall on that halfway line.
Here's Houston then once again on the attack. He's bringing his right back into play now, and that's Cancelo. Has those 4-star skills as well, so that Croqueta, a viable option in those 1v1 situations. Mert going to fire forward now himself. Needs to find a goal pretty soon, to be honest with you, just to give himself enough time in the game to close this lead down that Houston has managed to get his hands on. Ronaldo now for Houston. Neymar turns. Neymar with a Croqueta, tries to get past Ramos with a second, but Sergio Ramos makes a solid tackle there. And now time for Mert to come forward with Johan Cruyff.
And it is so difficult to defend against Croquetas when they're being used in the box like that, because if you do dive in, you're at risk of giving away a penalty.
Ronaldo with the header. Ooh, De Gea forced into the save. I almost wasn't expecting that to cause the goalkeeper as much trouble as it did. Quite simply because I didn't see that green indicator light up, but De Gea had to deal with it. And now here comes Mert again. Goes for the shot with Cruyff.
Oh my.
This time it's his turn to hit the post.
And that is just going to be a little warning sign for Houston. Because, yeah, all right, he has the 4-goal lead, but a 3-goal lead, there's always a chance that maybe your opponent could come back into things. And it's not like Houston's been defending badly here. I just think Mert is taking a little bit more risks going forward. He's playing through balls that he wasn't playing in the first leg. Unfortunately for him there, he gets shrugged off by Rio Ferdinand. And you can see the amount of pressure that Mert's putting on. So much pressure. And Houston's struggling to play it out of his own box in his own area at the moment, let alone his own half.
Has been chances though for Mert. Just hasn't been able to take them, and with 10 minutes to go to half-time, the clock's kind of his biggest enemy at this point, to be honest with you, as well as that scoreline. Players are flooding forward though. Modric maybe with a chance to hit it, and oh, De Gea can't get enough of a hand on it to keep that one out. There's one. Now it's just a 3-goal game.
And you were speaking about that goalkeeper movement, and that was moved just maybe a little bit too much one way. Not quite reading the game perfectly there. And that is given, that's
just straight down the middle, Dan.
Yeah, it's just a chance straight back in. If you had left the keeper where he was, that's probably not going to be saved, but that is the risk that you take sometimes, because Luka Modric can nail them from there. He can absolutely batter them into the top corners. So I don't blame Houston for moving his keeper there. However, it's going to be a chance now for Mert to get back into this.
And now this is about Houston's reaction to that goal. From the restart here, Ruud Gullit with a chance to hit it himself. Neymar almost got in on goal. Modric brings it away. Now the next goal in this game is huge. If Mert can find another goal here going into the second half with just a 2-goal difference, well, then that's a totally different situation for him to be in.
And it's not like Mert was struggling to score goals either in the Swiss. He was able to find 26 goals in 5 games, which is still a pretty impressive record. Yeah, okay, it's not as big as Houston was able to.
His has always got an asterisk next to it, though, to be fair.
Exactly. But it's also the players that Mert was doing it against. As I said, beating players like the Stranger, getting 4 goals against the likes of Stefano Pinna, that is no easy feat. And he's showing up a bit more in this second leg now. He looked somewhat lackluster in leg number 1. Seems to be turning up the heat here.
Here's Eusebio, though, for Houston. Vieira now, as we're into stoppage time at the end of the first half here in the second leg. Might be one more chance here for Houston to re-establish a 4-goal lead. Modric wins the ball back, and there is time here for a counter-attack. Ronaldo just got bullied off of the ball at the vital moment there for Mert, and we are at half-time now. 1-0 the lead here for Mert, but aggregate still very much against him.
And possession still more so for Houston as well. 56% possession for him, really still controlling the game, although there is more pressure from Mert. He is pushing up the pitch. A man who's 82nd in the Global Series ranking points, just 300-odd points for him. He's looking to try and get his way up that leaderboard towards the top 60 so he can try and secure himself into playoffs. And that's why this game is so important and why rounds like this are so important for every single player at this tournament.
I think we might have seen a potential formation change here from Mert as well. We'll have to see how that plays out if that's the case as the game goes on. Vieira now for Houston. Hullet coming forward, finds Vieira again. Those two so synonymous in competitive midfields for these pro players. And now on the counter-attack, Johan Cruyff now. Prime icon moment. With that new fresh upgrade to what wasn't already an incredible foot item. Ronaldo now drops the shoulder. Got the shot away, but couldn't quite get away from the attention of Marcelo there.
You can see Houston is under pressure. When Mert is attacking, he is having to use every ounce of focus to stop these attacks. And you can see it's timed green every time from Mert. He just needs to find the right connection, find a little bit of space, and he could find himself with a third goal. As you said, it's formation change, and I feel like he needs to get a few more players forward, ready for that counter-attack.
Well, there's a good ball over the top, though. Eusebio is tractable by all players, by Pele in that situation. Another one of those prime icon moments. 99 rated overall now. And I feel he might be a foot item we're going to see more and more in starting lineups potentially for a lot of pro players. Hullet now comes forward for Houston, though. Great tackle, though, from Laurent Blanc.
And you can see how Houston, even though he's still trying to attack the normal way he tries to attack, it's on the other end where Mert is always there. He's always pressuring now. He's just looking to try and steal that ball away in these areas.
De Gea should get to that, gets a good fist on that one to get it away. Cruyff wins it back. Big chance that was, though, for Mert. Just couldn't quite get away from the attention of the two defenders who were chasing him down to get a clean strike on goal. Cruyff now on that left foot. No, it's in! Now it is just a two-goal game, and there's still time left in this quarter-final for Mert to find himself a magical way back into this.
And for all we've been praising the goalkeeper movement in the early stages for Houston, again, he's moved it slightly to the left, which has allowed that ball just to go to the right of the goalkeeper. Game on now for Mert. He does just need to get a few more players forward because it's still a lot of work to do. Still 2 goals behind just to take it to extra time. If Houston deprives Mert of possession here, it's going to be very difficult for him to have the time to find 2 goals, Mark.
And this is the difficulty, though, for Houston. It's such an unnatural thing for him to have to do. He just loves going forward, loves scoring goals, and to have to change that mentality to close out this game is even more difficult for him as a player than it is for a regular pro player. And now Marcelo's coming forward again for Mert. Look at this run from the left back. All players to track him, though. Let's pick the quickest one on the game, and that's going to be Mbappe.
But can now there be a little bit of exposure here from Houston? He saw Marcelo making that run, but he's not opted to go down that right-hand side. Instead, he didn't want to overcommit. He didn't want to take a risk, so he just keeps possession. This is smart play from Houston. He just wants to close this one out now. Yes, okay, it might be against his natural order of playing and being attacking, but he has to play smart at the same time. Doesn't want to overcommit, doesn't want to attack too much. He loves his goals, and I'm sure he wants plenty more. He wants to get his 50th of the tournament. But he'd rather have the win than all of that.
Here's CR7 then for Mert, wins the ball back, and time is a factor now. 20 minutes left in this game. He needs to get a goal in the next sort of 10 minutes or so, and there might be an opportunity. So Johan Cruyff had made a fantastic run, but Rio Ferdinand made an even more vital interception there as that ball was going through. You see a deep breath there from Houston. I think he realised how close that was as well.
And it's really scary when you put yourselves in these situations, when you have like a 4-goal lead and then you have that seed of doubt in the back of your mind that just says, well, what if I do throw this away? What if my opponent does get another goal here?
Look at the space, though, for Mbappe here. Chance to finish this for Houston. Might get a second bite of the cherry, the drag back. Look for the step overs there, and it is going to be a corner It's actually a goal kick here, so a chance for Mert to get the ball upfield.
I don't blame you. I thought that might have been a corner as well, and maybe Houston was thinking the same. But Mert needs to take advantage of every moment on the ball. You can see now there's plenty of white
ball
shirts.
that is. Messi's inside the box. Man is free at the back post. It's Zezinho! And it's now just a one-goal game. What a comeback this is from Mert.
And you could see there were 4 white shirts just streaming forward, all the players with their hands in the air screaming for it, and Zezinho with acres of space in the middle. Times it green, as Mert has done time and time again in this tie. Well, if we were saying it was unnatural for Houston to try and play a possession game, to try and keep the ball, try and starve his opponent of possession, it's going to be even harder now because all of the momentum is with Mert. The belief is going to be there.
He still has time in this game as well to get another attack going forward. Houston needs to make the most of this attack himself. Neymar now turns for Houston. Ramos makes the tackle, and here comes Mert again now. 10 minutes left in this game. Can he find the goal to turn this tie completely on its head?
And this is where your heart starts to beat a little bit faster. You start to see the sweat dripping down your hands as well, and you really have to stay focused. You really just have to say, all right, I can keep the ball. You can't be worried when your opponent's attacking. You cannot let the ball drop at all here, because one little mistake and your opponent is right back in this.
Yeah, Mert's got away with it there. 6 minutes left on the clock of regulation time. Marcelo gets away from one. There's the run from Pele ahead of him, but he's found Modric instead. So many dangerous players on the pitch here. You can see he tried to get the shot away. Houston closed down the space well. Marcelo now comes under pressure from Eusebio. It'll be interesting to see what way this goes. It goes to Mert, the throw-in, so he has 4 minutes now, 3 minutes plus stoppage time, I should say, to get another attack going here.
And Houston's dragging so many players out of position.
Cruyff with the drag back himself. He goes across goal. De Gea makes the save.
And there's the pause from Mert as well. He wants to just go for that last-ditch, throw everything forward. But if Houston's a smart man, which he is, he's a very experienced player, he is not going to allow that ball to go out of the pitch. He's not going to allow the possession to go into his opponent's hands.
The only problem is that crossfield ball dropped into the aerial area of CR7. He won the header. And now Mert has a chance here to come forward. What a tackle that is for Houston, though. That could be it. Pele wins it, though, for Mert. This game is not over yet. Messi fighting with Ramos.
Oh.
And there is the final whistle. Relief for Houston. He will go through into the semi-finals. A shake of the head from him. Complete relief on his face. But what a comeback that was from his opponent, Mert. Commiserations to him, but, I mean, that had everything.
I mean, Houston, of course, representing M10, Mesut Ozil's esports organization. He won that tie in the first leg, because in the second leg, he was just on the back foot. Mert really brought it to him. And yeah, okay, maybe it was unnatural play for Houston. He wasn't able to attack like we're used to seeing him attack because he just wanted to close that game out. But he got the job done, and that's what matters. And it was just a dominant first leg that really secured that. A shame for Mert, but a lot learned for Mert, I'm sure. 82nd ranked in the world on the PS4 side of things now. He will shoot up the rankings a little bit with the points he's already secured by getting to the quarterfinals. And I'm sure we might see his name creeping up again sometime soon.
I'm sure he is, and that's a classic example of why competitive FIFA is played across the two legs. It creates so much tension and drama, and you can't take your eye off the ball for one moment. I mean, you look at that first leg there. Houston's performance in that, you think, oh, this is over. You know, you look ahead to the second leg, it's like there's no way that these two players are even matched as far as you know, the scoreline, etc. But that comeback was fantastic, and it just shows one goal can get you that momentum, can really kickstart your comeback. And it also shows that how important the first leg is in games, because I feel like Mert maybe threw too many players forward towards the end of that first leg. It's like I was talking about. Do you think about going into that second leg with 2 goals being the difference, or do you try and change that gap? It's such a mental game in how you want to approach it. It's tough, man.
I think Mert had a battle with himself, both in that first leg and in that second leg. He wanted to commit more. He wanted to get an attacking formation. However, it's very scary to play an attacking formation against Houston because you know you're going to leave yourself vulnerable at the back. He didn't quite get there, but he gave it a blooming good effort, didn't he?
He did indeed. Gentlemen on the couch, though, Houston manages to progress to the semi-final, but he made it seriously hard for himself. What are your thoughts?
Yes, indeed. I was almost going to come back out, and if that went the other way, it would have been Houston. We have a problem. Luckily, not the case in the end for Houston. He managed to hold on by a goal, but gents, that was awfully far too close, Kyle. That it should have been, really, considering the first leg. I know he got 2 late goals in that first leg to win 5-1, but at 5-1 up in FIFA, you've got to be looking at going into the second leg going, nah, this job's done. I just don't need to make any mistakes here. But that was close.
It definitely was. And after that first leg, we were watching it and I thought, no, all right, this is it. This is it. We said he scores goals. He scores lots of goals, which he did in that first leg. And I thought, this is it, done. And then as the game was progressing, the second leg, I thought, oh, okay.
It's funny, isn't it? Because Mark in the commentary said, I remember him saying at the start of the second leg, well, you know, this game isn't over. If he gets an early goal, he can get back in, get a bit of momentum going, and who knows where it goes after. And then he literally, that's exactly what happened.
It is, and that's the old cliche saying of it's a game of 2 halves. That's what this is, having those 2 legs. It is because the player can reset and they can come back to it and they can go, do you know what, let me try something different, let me switch it up. And that is what he managed to do in that second leg. And he made it a lot harder for Houston than he would have wanted to.
I can't remember who said it yesterday, but someone said yesterday it's a game of 4 halves.
Well, technically it is, yeah. Technically that is, yeah. But I'm trying to keep the cliche saying alive.
I think we have to make our own ones up now. Boris, what did you make? Because again, that first leg, it looked pretty good, didn't it? It was kind of like typical Houston, scoring lots of goals, going 3-1 up, nice and comfortable, 2 late goals to make it 5-1. All looked pretty straightforward.
Yeah, we're seeing here the highlights also, how good it is with that low-driven shot and also with La Croqueta, which is definitely the best skill move in FIFA 19. But the big trap for many players, I think, that they start to play on the result in that second leg. You have a 5-1 victory here. And in the second leg, you just, well, you stop playing. And that is a dangerous, dangerous trap. And that almost, well, let's say, almost crushed Ostun this time, but he managed to still find that 5-4 victory. Maybe that is a result of him having less experience because he's maybe not so used to be in this stage of a major, but he still made it. But tomorrow in the semis, he has to find the same gameplay in both legs because tomorrow he's going to face a tougher opponent looking on the paper. He will have to find that A gameplay in both games.
A couple of fantastic goals by Mer, actually. The first one, you kind of said was a bit of a weak game, but the second one was beautiful. The Cruyff goal was absolutely fantastic. When he's 2-0 up, though, you've got to get credit to Mer here because same for him. He hasn't played on a big stage before. He's not used to these quarterfinals and these big matches. He's not used to being 5-1 down in a game either. And he's managed to come back and give himself a chance.
Yeah, definitely. And what you could see there was actually that first goal in that second leg didn't come until the 35th minute. Yeah. So he didn't get that super early goal. And the second goal in the second leg didn't come until the 60th minute. So actually, it could have been very easy for him to be very negative and think it's not coming, it's not coming. But he was persistent and he got another one. And then we can see that he was pushing for another one at the end there, and it just didn't come off for him, which is such a shame because I think if he would have had another half or even another 15 minutes, if it would have been a draw, it would have gone to extra time, I think he would have scored again.
Yeah, I mean, he looked almost broken for us at the end of the first leg. I mean, he was 5-1 down, and that's difficult, isn't it? That's a mark of a good character to come back and still give it everything.
Extremely strong character, and especially against a player like Ostun, because Ostun is a player who usually doesn't stop attacking. He wants to just win with as big scoreline as possible, which you also saw in the Swiss format. But Mert somehow he found some extra strength, some extra confidence, some extra power, and scored that first goal, scored that second goal, and he felt the contact and also got that third goal. He was so close, doing well, I would say an almost impossible comeback. So Mert definitely, he will take this with him home and getting to a quarterfinal in a major. I mean, that is very strong. Very strong, and he has some more qualifiers now. So we have 2 more LQEs, and well, ranked 82 at the moment. I think after this moment he will be a top 60. So at the playoffs, Mert, watch out.
All right. Let's bring in Houston now. He's waiting for us in the player area. Congratulations, sir. Well done. How sweaty did that get towards the end of that second leg?
Yeah, I mean, like, normally in my Swiss rounds, I always win the first game 4-5 goals difference. So in the second game, I win again. But yeah, in this case, I won 5-1 first game. And yeah, he just started to press me so hard. And he had like 4 attackers when he had the ball waiting for him. So yeah, I got very panicked. And yeah, so very bad job by me. But credit to Mert, he very good player and wants to watch definitely in the upcoming events.
Yeah, definitely one to watch. From your point of view, people have been marking you out as a bit of a dark horse to win this whole thing. Has that put more pressure on you?
Yeah, I saw this picture where a horse face.
Sorry about that.
No problem. So I knew people was expecting things from me.
Yeah.
Me too, as always. But yeah, a little bit pressure, but I'm living up to it. So the one who's selected me, yeah, I have to be proud.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's on the panel right now.
Yeah, Artur, I have a question here because we saw that second game. Usually when you get a big scoreline, you don't stop scoring. But in that second game, what happened?
Yeah, I don't really know. As I had, when I was leading 5-1 from the first game, so at the start of the second game, I had one free chance where I greened it, driven finesse, but it hit the post. So yeah, maybe I got frustrated a bit there. So yeah, he just scored the first goal, and the one who scored the first goal in this match couldn't so he scored the first goal and he dominated me. Yeah, it's not me, but yeah, I have to think about it tomorrow.
Now, moving into tomorrow, you just mentioned there, is there anything you're going to do that's different between the first and second games? Because obviously, after that amazing first game, something changed. Is there anything that you're going to change in between those games with yourself?
Yeah, probably going to win with 4 goals difference again, I believe. So yeah, this time I'm not going to be panicked. I'm just going to play my game because I know my opponent is going to rush and do stupid mistakes in the back line. So tomorrow I have to be more careful with that and ups so I can see the spaces. So yeah, I just have to score more goals.
More goals, more goals.
I like that. It's what I used to, as a Newcastle United fan, it's what we used to call the Aussie Ardealers way. You won't know what I'm talking about, so I'm going to let you go before I embarrass myself even more. And just say well done, congratulations on reaching the semi. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
There's like about 4 people in the world that got that Aussie Ardealers quip there.
Even I didn't get it.
He used to be our manager, and he decided that when he came to Newcastle, he was going to play 5 up front.
I mean, it kind of could work, but then you might have a lot of goals conceded.
We did leak a lot of goals. It looked good, but we leaked a lot of goals. This man hasn't leaked that many goals, although this one was much closer. He is the man who has scored plenty, 44 during the Swiss stage and 5 in the quarterfinals in the first leg, but nothing in the second leg nearly cost him dear, and I'm sure he'll be looking over that one for tomorrow's matches in the semi-final. But that is your winner of the second quarterfinal of the day. Houston, ranked 21, certainly going to be going up a bit after this, that's for sure.
And something that I also found very interesting in his interview is that he said that in that second game, he hit the post, and after that, Mert scored, and he was starting to get demons in his head. And that just shows what it means with the mental aspect, being at this stage, that you can't really, during a game, you can't think, okay, I should have scored this one, I should have scored that one. You always have to focus on what happens right now. That is something that really Houston has to improve tomorrow, because this is FIFA. Sometimes you can have margins against you. But in the end, if you just continue playing your game style and focusing on what is happening at the moment, you will get rewarded. So definitely something that Houston can improve going into tomorrow, definitely.
Okay, we're going to head to a break in just a moment. But before we get to that break, quick reminder for you, link your EA account with your Twitch account because you can take part in the rewards. And one of those rewards right now, gents, would you fancy a bit of Paul Pogba?
Oh, I mean, as a City fan,
CM91?
As a City fan, I'll take him. I'm not going to say no. Let's say that. I'm not going to say no.
But yeah, but 91 CM Pogba, that's quite nice.
I mean, like I said, he's got long legs like myself.
Digs you out a 2-0 deficits from first legs, apparently.
Well,
that's one of the extras.
That's good enough for me.
Thanks very much, gents. We're going to head to a break right now. When we come back, though, our third quarterfinal of the day as we head back to Xbox Land. We'll see you soon.
Don't let the lag monster stand in the way of you and your games. Defeat it with Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle and enjoy dedicated gaming bandwidth. Razer's new Zilla gaming router featuring zero-weight DFS and instant access to WT Fast GPN. Get Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle with WT Fast GPN and Razer Zilla router at only $69.90 a month for the ultimate home gaming performance.
What's worse, not to be able to eat your favourite food for the rest of your life or only 1 hour of internet a day?
I think the worst for me is going to be 1 hour of internet. Definitely, yes.
I would take to not eat my favorite food for the rest of my life because there's so much other food, but at the same time I can't stop going into the internet. It is my job, so I have to be online all the time and available throughout the internet.
I would probably say the internet one, because if you can't eat your favourite food for the rest of your life, there's plenty of other options. So I think, yeah, definitely 1 hour of internet a day is probably the worst option.
I have a lot of favorite foods, so I'll cancel one of the foods to have internet for the rest of my life.
I think the internet, because I also need the internet to play FIFA, and food is not that important.
I think the worst one is if I only had 1 hour of internet access. Yeah.
I can't eat my favourite food for the rest of my life because I don't really like too many food. Actually, no, I like quite a lot of foods, so I just mix it up all the time.
I think my biggest phobia is definitely the spiders. I don't like spiders, so I go for spiders.
My biggest phobia, spiders. Hate them.
I have no phobia, so I'm a calm guy, so I like everything.
My biggest phobia is probably bugs, like spiders and stuff.
My biggest phobia is airports. Yeah, losing my flight. I hate that.
My biggest phobia is that I'm sometimes a bit afraid of heights, but at the same time I know nothing will happen. So it's just a thing in my head, but at the same time my head realizes it's all fine.
My biggest phobia is spiders. If I see a spider, I've run about 20 miles in a minute. I'm scared of spiders.
It's day number 2 here in Singapore as we bring you live coverage of the Champions Cup in March. And the favourites so far have done pretty well. Next up, though, is a big match for 2 men that we've looked at through the group stage as somewhat dark horses, but they've definitely proved a point. It's also another chance for Mr. Ertzil's protégés to make another player through to the semi-final as Resende goes up against Sakul. And we're back once more at our panel. We welcome back on set to the panel as well. Substituted in. How you doing?
I'm good, I'm good. I had a couple of stints of commentary
today.
Someone's got to be. Come on, like, I'm putting the energy today, boys. Come on, let's get it.
You must have had a really good night's sleep.
Absolutely not.
It's weird, isn't it? Because like, you feel like you adjusted and then like 2 days later you just go, boom, oh, jet lag.
It's what happens is I step off away from the camera, just collapse, and then they kind of resuscitate me and push me back on.
We've got the
yep, and then I'm back, full of energy, full of beans.
It's all good. This should be a good series. I know the previous 2 were good, and they were pretty close, actually.
Yeah.
Closer, perhaps, than we thought they should be. But I get the feeling this one, Boris, could be fireworks.
Definitely. I mean, in the 2 previous rounds, we had the 2 very, very clear favorites, Tekkz and Houston. But now we're coming up here with Sakul against Resende, and this is very hard to call. One thing, though, is that they played actually in the Swiss format, and Sakul actually won with 6-2, a pretty big scoreline. But the question is, can he maintain the form that he had yesterday? Because today is a new day. You had different preparation, maybe different breakfast, different sleep. The question is, can he be just as good as he were yesterday, Sakul?
I feel like breakfast has played a part in this tournament.
Big role. I just leave it to Dan when it comes to breakfast. I stay out of breakfast conversations. He's the pro.
There's like 6 conversations about breakfast yesterday during one match.
The breakfast is really good, to be fair.
It is very good,
it's been a highlight so far.
Good. Yeah. Did you have your beans on toast this morning?
No.
No 3 shredded wheat? Or?
You second, I'll tell you, okay? Yeah, I know. I had an omelette. I had... I can't even remember. I don't know. It's a lot of coffee, as you can probably tell.
Yeah, I can actually. There's a little bit of caffeine in your bloodstream. That's good, though. It's good for the show. These 2, obviously, Boris has pointed out, they played in the Swiss, of course. But how do you see both of them? And how has their progress been through the season?
I think Sakul can be very happy with the Swiss performance, but I think one big factor in this is the fact that Sakul played against Tekkz yesterday, right? And Sakul put himself in a position to win that game, and then, not for the first time either, kind of threw it away a little bit against Tekkz. And
He's had the opportunity now to go away in a game where he could play Tekkz, not under pressure, not with his tournament life on the line, and kind of assess his performance from that game. How do I beat the best player in the world? Where did I go wrong? Because he did it once. He just couldn't get it done across the 2 legs. And I think when you have a game like that, it can really put you in a good frame of mind, a positive frame of mind, even though he lost the game, to come into the knockout stages today, into the quarterfinals and potentially beyond, to really assess your game and think, okay, this is the one thing I need to focus on here. From playing the best player in the world, how do I apply that to my game today against these other players I'm coming up against? Because Resende is an insanely talented player, and also I feel like he shares a lot of similarities to the way that Tekkz actually plays.
Okay, going to get more from both of you in just a moment, but it's time to introduce you to our next 2 quarterfinalists. There we go then. Our 2 players are on the stage and they will get themselves ready and willing to play their quarterfinal. We're obviously both looking for a semi-final for the first time. Weirdly, I want to reflect on what Tekkz said yesterday, Boris. He said, or rather earlier on today, because it was today. God, that's weird, isn't it? The jet lag really plays havoc on your mind. He said earlier he's never played Resende before. Yeah.
Be something that can be surprising for him if he match him up in the semis. I think for Tekkz, he would rather have an opponent that he has played. Yeah, he played Cycle twice now. He played him in the FUT Champions Cup 4 in Atlanta and also in the Swiss format, and he knows how to beat him. So Tekkz is maybe having an extra eye on this matchup here that I believe is very hard to call. We have Sakul here ranked number 57. Against Resende, who had an incredible season. I mean, ranked number 6 in the world. He also won an LQE in London back in January. Unfortunately lost the cross-console final, but incredible talent.
Does it matter right now, Mark?
In what regards? Rankings? Yeah, of course it does.
No,
yeah.
In terms of like in terms of
tournament play, I mean, not when you get to these knockout stages. I think it kind of, you look at your ranking after the event and you think, have I done enough to put myself in a position to qualify for the World Cup final? But I think in these games it's just one game, well, 2 games of FIFA, and anyone can win. And we've seen it a few times. Players we expect to go through in these certain situations struggle. Sometimes it's the experience that carries them through.
And something here also that is very worth to notice is that Sakul actually started out the FIFA 19 season playing on PS4. That's also why the ranking might be a bit misleading, since the first months he just got all of the points to PS4. And since he made a switch to Xbox, he's getting better and better for every tournament, getting more and more confident with the Xbox gameplay and the gamepad, and here now getting to the quarterfinals against a very tough opponent, and tough.
I feel like Sakul was one of those players where if he gets a big win under his belt, he could be an absolute monster moving forward in the rest of the season. Do you know what I mean? Like a couple of times, we talk about tournament play, how many times he's matched up against Tekkz in those certain situations, and it's tough to lose to him in Swiss, it's tough to lose to him in knockout games, of course it is, but he's been the kind of player who stopped him in his tracks a few times so far, and I feel like Sakul, if he can get through to like a semi-final, to a final, I really feel like he's one of those players who we could be talking about as tournament winner after tournament winner. He's one of those players who could potentially dethrone the champ here. So I really have my eye on him as not even a dark horse, as a player we could be talking a lot about in the future.
Okay. Time to put your money where your mouth is then. Is he your pick
I'm
for
going,
this game?
Yeah, I've got to after that, haven't I, really, to be honest with you. I'm going to go with Sakul. I think he's been super impressive so far in the tournament, and maybe Singapore is his tournament.
Okay. Boris?
This is very hard.
It is tough.
Yeah,
this is super tough. And Sakul, sometimes he just doesn't show up. He has one of these days when he can't find his A gameplay. And well, it's tough. Very, very tough poll, but I'm going to say that yesterday he played amazing. I mean, just looking at these scorelines, he outclassed his opposition. And I believe that he can maintain his form here today, and also he has the confidence from beating Resende in the Swiss format. So I'm going to go with the German, the last German in the tournament, Sakul.
Okay, all right. So both have gone for Sakul on the panel, but what have our commentary team gone for? Let's find out as we join them right now over on the commentary couch, gents.
Good afternoon, and yes,
how you doing?
Yeah, very well, thank you, Paul.
Good.
Of course, we're looking forward to commentating on our first quarterfinal.
Yeah, and you get a really good game, by the way, for the first game of your day.
Not bad at all, is it? For me, though, I'm going to be saying, just going off the back of the season in general, I'm going to go Resende here.
Okay.
Just because I think he started the season really well, then he's had a bit of a testing period in the last kind of major.
Not concerned about the Brazil-Germany history?
A little bit, maybe. But at the same time as that, the Germans, they always seem to bring so many players to the events. But once again, there's only, what, 1 or 2 left in the competition, well, 1 in this case.
Last one.
Yeah, you can bring as many players as you want to the tournament, but if you're going to choke and not go far in the tournament, does it really matter? Resende for me.
Says the Brit.
Yep.
All right, I love it. Gents, take us away to series number 3.
Thank you very much, Paul, and of course the guys over on the couch. Obviously, they've all kind of gone for Sakul there. I'm surprised you've actually agreed with me there and gone for Resende too, because if you look at form, I guess the last 2 FUT Champions Cups that Resende's played, he's gone 2 and 3 in Swiss style form and actually gone out the competition. On the other side of that, you heard Boraz talking about Sakul. He started the year on PlayStation and took the decision, obviously, with his agency to move over to Xbox, and it has worked out well for him. He got involved in tournaments from about January onwards, like picked up a few LQE performances there. He was involved, of course, in Atlanta last week and a bit ago. Now he's here and he's made himself through.
Yeah, not only that as well, you've also got a couple of teammates who you can spar against as well, with Stylo, with Pro-Owns, at Focus Clan for Stylo. On the other side of it, that man on your screen, Resende, is looking to join his teammate, FIFA Houston. M10 doing bits here in Singapore. Houston made it through to the semi-finals a very short time ago, and Resende looking to do the same again. I'm looking forward to seeing Resende's 352 in action. I've been talking about it with the first game that we saw on stream in Singapore, Resende versus Gorilla. He started at 4 at the back, he switched into 352 as soon as the game started, and really sort of dominated the way that the game went against the former world champion. I'm looking forward to seeing him in action again. This is the only game that's on stream. This is the feature game. Every single quarterfinal from here on out will be streamed. They'll have sort of that added pressure on them. You've got the cameras, you've got the walk-ons, everything like that. It adds to the occasion, Brandon.
Exactly that. Well, let's have a little word about Resende on your screen right there. What a season this man has had. 6th in those Global Series rankings. Qualified for 6 out of a possible 9 events at this moment in time that have been played, including this one right now. As I mentioned, he's had a bit of a bad patch in the last 2 events. However, this man has had a fantastic 2019 when it comes to FIFA esports.
Yeah, both players seem to have peaked at different times. Resende towards the beginning of the season, then it sort of culminated with winning the LQE in London. He lost to Nicholas, I believe, in the cross-console final on that occasion, whereas Sakul, he's been picking up a couple of good results recently, and is it going to finally be sort of that breakout for him? Is he going to be the next German big player coming out of the scene? You've got to say in Germany, it's quite hard to break out. I think that's one of the big things. You saw Dylan Mike do it. He broke out in January, but in all honesty, Dylan Mike since that, he's almost gone back a little bit. He's gone back into the shadows. You've got these giants of the German FIFA scene, Megabit, Mo Auber, Sihan, Timur, Salza. These players who are just forefront. And to actually get your name amongst them and to break past it, you've got to do something outrageous. You've got to beat Tekkz in a final. You've got to win a major trophy. Is this going to be Sakul's time?
Well, exactly that, Richard. Of course, as we know, it was Resende that made the FIFA World Cup Grand Final last year in London and picked himself up a move to M10 Mesut Ozil's esports organisation, which I'm sure he'll be over the moon with this if he's watching. I know it's pretty late over in the UK right now.
I'm just looking over my shoulder as well. It looks like the teams have been finalised, and we are going to jump right into this game straight away.
Enjoy the game.
And of course, it's going to be 2 legs of FIFA. This is a quarter-final spot. Both players already guaranteed themselves 450 Global Series ranking points from this event. But if you win, you jump into the prize pot. And you guarantee yourself at least $2,500 heading into day 3 of the FUT Champions Cup.
625 Global Series ranking points as well for making a top 4 on your side of the bracket, whether it's Xbox or PlayStation 4. It's going to be Sakul kicking from left to right in the red strip and Resende in the yellow, paying homage to his side and his home nation of Brazil.
If you have just joined the stream as well and you haven't seen the action from today, it was Houston that picked up a win, and it was F2 Tekkz as well. Another semi-final from a 9th consecutive semi-final in a row for him.
I think something quite interesting, and we're watching the games back at the hotel, and I watched the Houston game here at the venue. They were both so tight margins. I think it were a 4-3 and a 5-4, both of those score lines respectively. Are we going to see another tight game here? Is it going to be a 2-1, a 3-2, a 6-5, or are we going to see one player really impose themselves on their opposition?
Here's Sakul from left to right in that red strip.
He's not had a touch of the ball yet.
Of course, and yeah, that's Resende's first touch off the game. Of course, it was Sakul that had the kick-off, and ever since that, he was keeping the ball, and it's going to be Ramos. I'm sure he's not being pushed out to a left-hand side, or it will be that 3-5 to potentially in use from. Of course, you can see the 3 centre-halves across there from Ramos to Maldini all the way to Van Dijk as well.
Well, just look at the minimap. You can see how wide his left mid and right mid are. They're the options for the out ball. You can see at the bottom of the minimap, I think it's going to be Marcelo playing as a left mid. And then on the other side, it's going to be Mbappe as the right mid. It just gives him such versatility going forward to be able to spread the play, to be able to pull his opponent out of their positions into areas that they don't want to be. Maldini's come over to left back right now.
Of course, Johan Cruyff involved as well. This is the first attack of the game potentially for Resende. There obviously Pelé involved, a fellow Brazilian figure that has a lot of history. And of course, a well-used icon in FIFA 19. That'll be his prime icon moment. Alongside Cruyff as well.
Pelé and CR7 Team of the Year up top, and I think it's Johan Cruyff in at cam for Resende. Mbappe, Marcelo out wide, Hullet and Vieira as the 2 CDMs anchoring it down.
Here we go. This is Resende's first chance of the game, and it's going to be a goal as well. A green time finesse. And who else to step up and score than Cristiano Ronaldo?
I was just talking about that he's using Ronaldo up top, and Ronaldo answers the call. Nice little ball into him from Cruyff, and then just a first time finesse shot. Goalkeeper didn't even look like he was looking at the ball there. David De Gea, he sat it on, taking back to training. And people, now we've got that Van der Sar, the prime icon Van der Sar, almost added a little bit more versatility into the goalkeeper position. We see more goalkeepers used. We might get a prime icon moment Van der Sar potentially down the line. We've already got the prime icon moment Yashin. It's adding more options in goalkeeper.
Of course, it was the Brazilian Resende that did get us underway here in Singapore for this quarter-final, and there's nearly going to be an equaliser straight away. Time green, but unfortunately Mbappe actually just somehow dribbles out for a corner. This is played short now to Marcelo. A drag back or two there as it gets crossed into the box for Ramos to win it. It's going to nearly fall nicely to the feet of Ronaldo. That would have been a Brazilian scoring against the fellow Brazilian himself, but just a word on how different in those rankings, you know, between these two. There's obviously a total of 51 places and over 1,500 global series ranking points. That's pretty much winning your console side at one of these FUT Champions Cup. But the reason for that is because, as we know, Sakul moved over to a different console, but that doesn't matter for Resende as he scores and makes it 2-0. And who else would it be than Kylian Mbappe?
You saw him coming in from that right-hand side, Mbappe. Almost a little bit unmarked. That's what the 3-5-2 can offer you. He had so much room out wide, outside of the fullback. Where in a 4-2-3-1, he'd be inside the fullback in that situation there. Mbappe just smashing it across the goal. And one thing that you talked about there with the discrepancy in rankings, every single quarterfinal that we've had so far, there's been a big gap in the players' positioning. On the PS4 side of things, Houston, big position in the ranking spots.
But
Tekkz and Jazz.
Because it's simple. Megabit out in Swiss style format. Mo Alba out in Swiss style format. The Stranger out. All these big names, Richard, have not played well in day one of the competition yesterday. And coming into today, it's really open for potentially a new winner. Yes, Tekkz is still in the pot, and he could potentially be picking up his first, or his third, I should say, FUT Champions Cup in one competitive year. That's a half of all the majors this year, and he's potentially picking up 3 of those trophies. El Tornado into a finish! And maybe that's the wake-up call that the German needed.
Yeah, nice little finish there from Kylian Mbappe, El Tornado into the time green volley. for Sakul. When you're flicking it up like that and you're hitting it nice on the volley and you're catching it sweet, you almost seem to get more power on the shot. We saw it really at the beginning of the year. Bicycle kicks, volleys from outside the box. They were flying in throughout the game year. We've had a number of different patches and different updates, and that El Tornado volley seems to be still extremely strong right now, and Sakul looking to get right back into this game. He's won the ball back from kickoff against Resende.
You can see what that goal's done for him confidence-wise with the El Tornado finish from Kylian Mbappe. To have the confidence to do it in that area as well, remarkable. And I wouldn't be surprised if he looks for a similar goal now. He tries to find it, it's nearly going to fall to him, and he just lofts the ball instead.
And that's the difference between a green time shot and a red time shot. The green time shot flew into the back of the net. The red time shot, he spooned it wide.
It's gone straight into the crowd as well.
When people say, oh, why are you even using time finishing? That is it right there. If you get it green, 9 times out of 10, you're scoring a goal.
What an opening half of FIFA this has been in Singapore. Of course, all the quarterfinals will be shown today. 8 games in total. This is game number 3 as well. Back over on the Xbox. It's kind of Xbox, PlayStation, all the way through today. Of course, we'll go all the way down to the last 4 on each console, heading into tomorrow. As I mentioned, they'll be guaranteed more Global Series ranking points, and they'll be edging themselves into that prize pot now. Is there an overlapping run? Does he want to fake it? He does fake it instead, takes the shot with the outside of the boot of Pele. And instead, it will go out for a goal kick in the end. The pressure from Ronaldo, just slightly too much.
You're seeing right now from Resende, he seems to be comfortable in this game. Sakul's continuing to get back into this, but we've seen Sakul in the Tekkz games, in a number of other games, where he's been in the winning position and it's got away from him. He's let the opponent back into the game. He's probably better. I mean, I think personally from my point of view on FIFA this year, it's much easier to chase a game than it is to see out a game. You have to be so consistently good for a large period of the match to see out a game. Whereas if you're chasing a game, you can go constant pressure, you can go team pressing, and you can really squeeze the opponent back this year in FIFA, which is something that you couldn't really do last year. And that's the reason that we have these custom tactics and these player instructions added in this year with the dynamic tactics.
Exactly that, so you can see exactly the changes you are making and what they are doing, of course, in the game with the players in your forefront that you got able to use.
You can see Sakul actually running with that 4-2-2 formation. He's just brought on, I think it's Johan Cruyff, the prime icon moment, 95. Johan Cruyff, I know a few players are big fans of him. 5-star skill, 5-star weak foot, fantastic balance and agility and dribbling stats from Cruyff.
It's a lovely ball now to Cruyff, to the back post. Will there be Marcelo there? That would have been a story. The Brazilian left back went on forward there and nearly nestling in the back of the net with a green time finish. However, even though sometimes when they are green, Richard, it depends on the scenario of where the shot's coming from. Of course, if it's an unrealistic area, it's not always going to even be on target.
That's what Marcelo can do for you, though. Given the stats that he possesses with that Team of the Year variation of his item in game, it enables you to play him as a left mid, to even go into a central midfield position. It doesn't have to be necessarily left back. He's got high-low work rates as well, so it probably suits a further forward sort of role, very similar to a Dani Alves. He can do a job at right mid. He can do a job at right wing back, for example. I remember Team of the Year Dani Alves a number of years ago. Every single year, people were doing videos. Oh, what's he like at striker? At Tani, every single year. Team of the Year Dani Alves at striker.
That's a front post flick on into the hands of David De Gea.
That's what defenders can do for you. Look at Sergio Ramos. Look at Rafael Varane. Varane's got 99 short passing. Team of the Year, Rafael Varane, in-game. Ramos has got more agility. Team of the Year Ramos has got more agility than Team of the Year Messi.
I think he's got an extra passing stat as well this year. For the Spanish man, this is going to fall so nicely. Oh, there's a small bit of goalkeeper movement there. If anything, I wanted to say, take an extra touch on the right-hand side and you might have been able to bend that into the right-hand corner. As a fresh Cruyff is brought on as well for Zakul. Marcelo into Neymar. This is where this game's going to really heat up now. Are we going to get an equaliser as well? Neymar into Vieira, just working the ball so well in such a tight area. Heel to heel flick, a drag back as well. Hullit's going to hit it, and David Hay is going to parry that one over the bar. Non-stop pressure from the German at the moment. Crosses it straight into the box. And that's going to be a routine day for the Spaniard.
I'm expecting Resende to sort of just see this game out right now. He's a winner. He's won things in the past. ESWC Sao Paulo, the Xbox side of things, or the Xbox bracket, I should say.
I think the best way to look at it, Richard, is that
at the LQE in London, he can see games out when he needs to.
But last year, we'll talk about after the stat does come in from that man. We're just having a mention about obviously Resende there as he just kicks it into the path of, let's say, Maldini. Why have you not won that one? But lucky for him, it just falls back to him. But the point I'm trying to make is we talk about how difficult it is to break it out into a scene. To break out into the FIFA scene is hard enough. We've seen players like Tekkz do that. But out of a nation, we know the Brazilian players last year, like the Spider Kongs, the Sennas, obviously still being big players in that region. But that ESWC was massive for Resende last year. He won it, and then he was a force to be reckoned with.
If you're not saying that Resende is the best Brazilian player right now,
off this year,
no, from FIFA 18, from FIFA, he was the best player in FIFA 18.
Oh, yeah, he did make a grand final spot as well in FIFA 18.
He was the best player in FIFA 18, and this year, currently, he's been the best player in FIFA 19.
And I think the one way you can look at the way he's been playing as well is that when the patch has came in, remember we saw him, it was in Gfinity, wasn't it? It was one of the LQEs. The patch came in and he started playing unbelievable football. The accelerated fake shots we saw out of him. We saw so many good goals. We saw Kante going forward and scoring from. Of course, he's actually not starting now, but that's putting that straight down to those prime icon moments that have come in to shake up his team. But that's why he's gone 2 and 3 in his last 2 FUT Champions Cups, because he's still been adapting. He's been adapting slowly to this new patch, and maybe with some of the new players that he's been using.
I think he's also trying to, I think he's finally sort of mastering this 3-5-2 formation now. In the last couple of events, I think he's probably dabbled with it and then maybe gone back to the formation that he was running before. Whereas right now, he's committed to the 3-5-2, and the players, the prime icon moments have made it more acceptable and more rewarding to play in a 3-5-2. Maldini at the back. Johan Cruyff in at cam. He was looking for that player, that 5-star skill, 5-star weak foot player. Neymar, the new Carnival Neymar that's come out, I think it's a 96 cam Neymar. That could potentially spice things up even further down the line. We also saw the announcement of the 4 new Brazilian prime icons. Prime icon moments, I should say. R9. 97 R9.
Yeah.
He's going to be ridiculous.
I don't know if I was dreaming yesterday when I was just looking through social media and I saw just these Brazilians, these prime icon Brazilians pop up. You know, yesterday we was us talking about if there's going to be them or it's going to be a Ronaldinho or an R9. And
I saw murmurs on social media yesterday that they were going to be released, and then the dreams became a reality at 6 PM UK time. It were early in the morning for us.
At 2 AM, of course, Singapore time, and one of those that's going to shake up teams even more. And it's a funny old circle, you know, the competitive FIFA players that are used. Obviously, it was Cruyff right at the beginning, the FUT Champions Cup 1 and 2, and then they got pushed out for the team of the years. And now look, Cruyff comes back in. There's an attack now for Sakul. Probably one of his last attacks of the game as well. And if he can make this 2-2, this will shape up this game perfectly. Heading into the second leg, and it's going to be a pause now for Resende, and it's a pause he's been waiting for.
And yeah, another red time shot as well from Sakul. I'm sure he doesn't need us to tell him. But he's got to be looking to get more consistent with his shooting in the second leg if he wants to get back into this game. Modric coming on, the 99 rated player. He's in a league of his own. He's Luka Modric, the only player with all 90 plus on his face stats. He's, I'm trying to find a word to describe this sort of club that he's in. We've got the Hullet gang, which is all 80 plus. We're looking for a Modric gang. The
you said Luka, the Luka lads?
The Luka lads, potentially. If you can think something better, let me know.
Of course, get involved with the hashtags FUT Champions Cups. Hashtag PGL FIFA as Pele does come forward now. Resende can actually grab another goal. He's going to be forward by 2 goals. Head into the second leg, a drag back or 2 from Mbappe. who can showboat for fun with that Team of the Year FUT item that's worked so well. Here's N'Golo Kante, the hero for Resende. What's a save? Would be Marcelo as well, scoring that goal. And you mentioned how good you can be on that byline, Richard, where it's so risky to defend against. You don't want to lunge in because you're going to give away a penalty potentially.
That was a perfect example of it right there. He kept the ball so well towards the corner flag, just waited for that perfect opportunity, and you can see his intentions right now, waiting for that second leg to get underway, and he's going to take a narrow 2-1 victory going into that second leg. A very solid performance from Resende. Saku will be thinking, I had chances there. I had chances to get back into this game, a couple of red time shots, and this game is completely in the balance coming into that second leg, which is what we wanted. We wanted an even game going into the second leg.
I think we couldn't have asked for much more. Of course, you can see the trophy there that everyone will be playing for, and $50,000 alongside, of course, those all-important Global Series ranking points, 1,500 to both players that will make, of course, that cross-console final, the best player on PlayStation, the best player on Xbox. And obviously, Resende walking past us there, probably going to have a few words with the coach. Obviously, coach is such a big thing, such a big impact now in competitive FIFA. Saku happy just to sit there, have a drink of water, and if anything, look back on those match highlights, look back on, as you said, Richard, those chances that he did have, the chances that were timed red. I think he scored an El Tornado, which we must say, first and foremost, a flary goal like that, like in such a big game.
I won't even say it's a flary goal. I'd say it's something that you've got to have in your locker. You have to have an El Tornado in your locker if you're wanting to almost compete. How many times? We probably see one El Tornado-esque goal a game, I'd say, whether it's an El Tornado cross to the back post, an El Tornado into a volley. You're just seeing that sort of goal every game. And you can see the goals in this game that we saw. It was Resende taking the lead with, he went 2-0 up early doors.
Of course, who was intercepting there? Ruud Gullit to Cruyff. Into Ronaldo on the finesse, and we were like, David Gea, what are you doing right there? And of course, a little celebration there as well from Resende. That put him 1-0 up, Richard, and that was kind of the confidence that he needed as he went on forward to go and create another chance. You
can see Mbappe there just holding his line from that right mid position. Timed green, fired it across the goalkeeper. A little finger wag out to some of his friends in the crowd. But Saku did get back into the game just on the stroke of the 32nd minute.
It was, as I said, in my words, a flary goal. To do it in that kind of space as well. He was even controlling Gullit, but he was so unpredictable to get the movement there, and it went through the gap. A very small gap as well.
No complaints from Resende as well.
And he tried it again like 5 minutes after, but as I said, he kind of had an extra touch, and it was a red-timed shot that went straight into the crowd. And of course, I'm looking forward to getting into this second leg. Obviously, 2-1 the score, which is still a very open quarterfinal, our third quarterfinal of the day. You know, we've got winners like Tekkz already into day number 3. He can go home and relax now by the pool, as a number of players have been doing.
Houston is into...
Houston, he'll be in the crowd, probably supporting his fellow teammate from M10. But I had questions about Houston, to be honest, because Houston scores a lot of goals, and he nearly left it late for himself again.
Yeah, look, his defending's just not great. It's as simple as that. He knows that. He accepts that. But his attacking play is probably one of the best that I've seen in FIFA 19, in FIFA across every year. It was the exact same last year. He was scoring 12 goals a game. He was scoring 13 goals over 2 legs. The big thing is for Houston, if he can strengthen up at the back, he is more than capable of winning trophies. The only problem is he's got 2 issues. His defending and his mental state. Because sometimes when he lets a goal go in, when he lets 2 goals go in, and he can see himself going down by that path again of E-Superliga semi-finals where he conceded 90th minute. Mo Alba, where he conceded, 4 goals in the second half, in the second leg, and lost the game.
But he had some hero stories though as well.
Andoni, I think it was the playoffs last year, he lost on penalties to go out. All these different occasions, the negative impacts, but then you talk about the positives.
You talk about that
Club World Cup 2018.
Club World Cup when he saved Fredberg, obviously his old teammate at Bromby, and that is the power that he can bring. And I'm looking forward to seeing him in action tomorrow, Richard, in that semi-final. But as I said, he's in the crowd now. He'll be supporting his fellow teammate in Resende, who's just got a slight advantage in this game. Of course, he had a few words from his coach at half-time in the matchup, and we are underway once again. Resende from left to right in this game, and it will be Saku in that familiar red strip from right to left. He's got a fancy goal, as I mentioned, but now he needs at least 1 to bring this game back all square. It's a tough one, really, to predict. You heard the guys on the couch saying, off form at the moment, Saku's kind of rising up, playing really well, but you don't lose that experience.
Yeah, form is temporary, class is permanent. And Resende, as I said earlier, he's a winner. He's won trophies in the past. He knows what it takes to get to a day 3 of a tournament. That's another big thing as well. Having to play that extra day as well is really important, because a lot of players simply don't experience coming back on a Sunday. They're probably used to maybe going out on a Saturday, going out in a round of 16, going out in a quarter-final, and then the pressure's off. When you're playing in a 3-day event, every single day you have to be switched on, you have to be sleeping well, you have to be preparing in the best way possible for that 3-day maximum event.
Will be Vieira now into Mbappe with Johan Cruyff, who did time it green, but as I mentioned, Richard, sometimes in an unrealistic area with the angle of the shot, the power on that shot. Even though it's time green, sometimes it won't always trouble the keeper or sometimes the goal. Neymar does bring us into play. He obviously pushed out to the right-hand side there. I'm sure Mbappe will be involved somewhere in this team as well. Maybe on the far left-hand side. You can see the numbers forward for Sakho as well. There's Mbappe in the screen, number 11. Just inside that semicircle now. He's kind of dropped in, and that will come all the way down to those custom tactics, the player instructions.
Just look right now on your screen. It looks like he's playing like a back 7 right now, does Resende. You can see how many bodies he's got behind the ball.
And you can also see how far he's being pushed back by Sakho.
That's also probably because he's playing drop back. He's probably playing on 2 or 3 depth. He's Resende, he's got men behind the ball. But because he's playing that 3-5-2, he can counter-attack so quickly. You see Pele, you see Ronaldo, they're pretty much always up top.
And this is Sakho's chance now. Oh, just panicked a little bit there. Did so well to do a little interchange, a little zigzag pass, 1-2 between R9 and actually CR7, the 2 Ronaldos. Also been so used to commentating on ever since the FIFA Ultimate Team became such a big part of competitive FIFA. With Pele rushing the ball through, but lucky enough it does fall to Mbappe. Cruyff there with a sort of skill pass, looking for the El Tornado cross, which he will find.
Yeah, never really in a great area there, and the little trip just before Mbappe fully executed the skill move, took all the momentum and the sting out of that El Tornado there, so the cross was a little bit lackluster from Mbappe.
Ronaldo to Neymar, moving it so quickly. It's one of them, if you move it so quickly, you physically can't defend it. He'll tool. This is Mbappe now.
Showing some great bit of upper body
and you
strength
mentioned
there.
It's like just a brick wall at the back from Resende. The only problem is when he wants to go forward, look how quick that, he must be on fast build-up as well, just how quick the players are running forward there.
He's got runners off the ball. Marcelo, as soon as he gets the ball, he turns it so quickly. Marcelo's high on that left-hand side. Mbappe's high on the right-hand side.
And you speak to pros this year, the best way to attack a lot of them say counter-attack, and see the numbers. They all pull back, but as soon as he gets the ball, the acceleration of some of those players, I think sub will be key for Resende late into the game, because they're going to be knackered.
Well, this sort of style of play is only really viable now that Team of the Year has been and gone, because you've got these players in the game who have got high 99, 98 stamina. To play like this, you have to have players who can do the job.
Marcelo now, can he just have a little dig to the back post? And that's exactly what he does, but there was 2 players challenging for it. It will be the goalkeeper that actually wins it. And here we go. This has been an end-to-end opening 30 minutes here, Richard. In our second leg of the quarter-final, you can see the score just above your screen there. Can he get... Oh, I don't know why he just didn't lock onto the ball. Cristiano Ronaldo, he could have got in front of David De Gea, and then you're thinking, if David De Gea comes through Ronaldo, that's either going to be a penalty, or he could have just played that one more pass and he could have maybe scored.
So I think he's played an L1, an LB-A pass there, I should say, and an L1X pass. If that's a normal pass that he plays, I don't think that he spins it in behind. But because he's done the LB-A pass, he's almost spun it in behind so he can run off the ball. That's why he's let him actually go through to David De Gea in the end.
This is where change the game. And this goal is massive. Whoever gets it, Sakho gets it, it's game on, and Resende's going to have to come out and play. Resende can get it. You can start looking at breaking down the game into stages, slowing it down for the man that's ranked 6th in the world over on Xbox. 2014 Global Series ranking points to his name. Qualified for 6, or play, I should say, played in a 6 out of a total 9 events this year. And of course, there's still more events to come. This is the 10th one of this year. Pele into Hullet. Can he play that one more? Hullet's just going to be in the way there to make that essential block.
This 3-5-2 right now is working perfectly for Resende. The way that he can get the men behind the ball, and then he's pressing, he's so good right now. He always seems to have 2 or 3 men on the ball straight away as soon as it breaks.
Of course, you heard a few people on Twitter, I think, just said Resende is literally just trying to break the meta. It's like everyone kind of seems to sway towards a 4-2-3-1. A lot of the time, we have seen maybe a 4-3-1-2 occasionally, or maybe a 4-2-2-2.
And you can see the rankings there on the right-hand side. If Resende wins this game, he's already going above Dylan Mike. He's already going above Nicholas Razek. If he has a good run in this tournament, he could potentially be looking at second place if he goes all the way and beats Tekkz.
Of course, you can see the tweets coming at the bottom of your screen there.
In the semi-final.
Lots of love for the 3-5-2. You're definitely right there, Richard. If he can win this game, as I said, he jumps up to 625 Global Series ranking points. Obviously, Megabit left in Swiss style. He'll still pick up 150, which will move him just under MS Dasari's number. See, Rajek, he went out in Swiss as well. So, yeah, definitely the opportunity to leapfrog 2 players there, maybe go into third spot, or even second. He went for a fake shot. There was a small lunge in from Ramos. And it's going to be a penalty. Just as in real life, Ramos always getting involved. He's done it in the virtual game as well, and he's lucky not even to go into the referee's book there.
Yeah, it looked a little bit harsh. It's just a coming together. And it's Ronaldo stepping up to the spot.
Probably your easiest chance to score a goal and get an advantage in this game. We've played an extra minute of added time as well. Cristiano Ronaldo steps up, goes straight down the middle.
It's not a great penalty. It's really not a great penalty when you see he's not put a lot of power on it. He's expecting movement from Sakul, and Sakul's played that quite clever because with penalties, if you can stand to one side,
if they go really just to the left or right, you can still about save it, can't you?
So if you've got the goal in front of you, if you're the goalkeeper, if you commit to one side and you dive to the left, you have to get it perfect. If you stand to the left and you don't actually commit and dive fully, if they go down the middle, your keeper's going to save it. If they go with the low penalty, not a lot of power, and try and place it to the left, your goalkeeper's going to save it. So you're almost getting like 2 out of 3 possibilities that you can potentially save that penalty. Yep. That's what he did exactly there. To great effect did Sakul and squandered the chance, did Resende. 2-1 still.
45 in-game minutes away from seeing who will be the third semi-finalist to go through. It's out of a possible 8, obviously 4 on each console will go all the way down to the end of play today. But Sakul saving that penalty is massive for his confidence. Otherwise, he goes down 3-1 and he'll still be in his head, probably a little bit frustrated that Ramos has lunged in there and given away a penalty. Marcelo, a scoop turn into a heel to a ball roll as well. Keeping the ball so well.
That's a penalty.
They say karma can happen. Once again, Resende falls into the trap, and this time it's Mbappe.
In terms of the minutes of the game, we've had 2 penalties in 4 minutes.
And this is a lifeline now to pull yourself back into this game. Cristiano Ronaldo steps up, will score. Sakul 2-2, and from saving a penalty just before half-time to going and scoring in literally about 4 in-game minutes. There's Marcelo. Credit to Marcelo there.
Yeah, we're getting on from left back, and he's waited for the challenge to come in. He's gone over, got the penalty.
Goal for the visitors.
And now we're back to a tied game with 48 minutes left on the clock. Story of 2 penalties. If Resende scored and went 3-1 up,
that penalty might not have even happened.
That penalty probably doesn't happen.
Sakul comes out and be's more attacking.
Wow.
Now we're back to the drawing board at 2-2. 4 goals in this game between these two. Well, there might be 51 spots between them in the Global Series ranking, but when it comes to quality, there's really nothing to separate these two. It's been the story of today here in Singapore. Pele now out to Mbappe. He nearly lunged in, did Marcelo.
Fantastic bit of defending from Maldini. Making sure he got in the right place at the right time. Just getting a big toe on that and forcing it out. Zezinho's got 98 defending on his face stat. The prime icon moment, Maldini.
You saw there Marcelo from a hero down one end to nearly the villain. It's a scoop turn from Mbappe to open up some kind of space and to change the movement as he was running into the box. Tried to play it all the way across the back post, but it was cleared away, as you said, by Maldini. Cristiano Ronaldo into Hullet now. This is Sakul. Oh, I thought he was going to drive forward with Ronaldo. That was going to fall back to Cristiano Ronaldo. Is it going to just fall to Neymar? It is Modric to Ronaldo once again. Patient build up from the German as he looks to try and score hill to hill. This is going to try and play it through to Ronaldo, and it was just slightly rushed there. And now this is an opportunity. He's onside as well, being played on by Maldini. Resende's through, slightly too heavy with the touch as well.
The heavy touch killed him. He took a too heavy touch out of his feet with Ronaldo when he was in full flow. It was in the clear.
It's one of those, you have more space than you even imagine. Hullet was up. And it was time green as well if he got any connection onto that header.
This game is a game of missed chances, whether it's a red-timed shot, red-timed volleys, squandered one-on-ones, missed penalties. Maybe the pressure getting to both of these players right now. In the quarterfinals here in Singapore, Tekkz waits the winner in the semis.
Mbappe to Marcelo now. Who will get their slight advantage now? It'll be Mbappe. A lovely little fake into a shot. Parried away, but parried back to Resende. Now he's going to recycle it all the way back, potentially across as well. The defensive trio.
Sakul's done a great job there. I think he played an offside trap and just forced his plays forward, and it made Resende double think what he wanted to do.
Just have a slight feeling this could maybe fall into Sakul's hands right now.
I think the other way.
Cristiano Ronaldo. Fake to go one way, went the other. To the overlapping run of Marcelo. As we've been saying throughout these two legs, changing the game with this 3-5-2 that he's rocking. Resende, there always seems to be an option with those trio at the back. An option to restart your play, restart your build-up play, take the sting out of the game. Someone needs to score. Someone needs to step up and create a chance. Maldini had to be brave when playing that to David Hay. It's fallen straight back to Resende again now. One goal could win this. One goal could take you to the semi-final.
It's been a game of not many goals, not many clear-cut chances, but it's been so exciting to watch. It's been so entertaining to watch. You can see how much it means to both of these players. Every single missed shot, every single missed pass, it's head in hands.
Lovely use of the skill move there as Mbappe picks it up again. Maybe an El Tornado if he wants to do it. No, just a basic cross to the back post where Neymar's lurking. It was Hullet against Ronaldo in the air. Hullet won that one. And once again, we go straight back down the other end.
They expect a change of play over to Maldini. That's what he's been doing for the majority of these two legs. Using the wide play, using Marcelo, using Mbappe to get in behind. Does win himself a corner.
And if he goes and wins this event, Sakul, or wins this game, I should say, it will take him to over 1,000 Global Series ranking points and a huge statement in his pursuit for the Global Series playoffs and the grand finals. That's just poofed all the way across the pitch. I have no idea there. It's just a cross that's gone out for a throw-in.
Yeah, he's gone to cross it in, and it's actually registered as a clearance, I think, and he's just hoofed it out of play, as you said. Sakul in that 4-2-2 formation, I think he's made all three changes, Modric, Pele, and Johan Cruyff.
Probably just going to see him try and match up his opponent now, or see what formation he is playing, I should say. Only Pele on for him. Cruyff comes off, and Eusebio comes on there. Fresh pair of legs for Resende.
Yeah, Resende is bringing on a match winner right there in Eusebio.
Not always a starter for some players.
If he gets a chance in front of goal, that prime icon moment, Eusebio expecting to score, 99 finishing.
You can just see him on the far-hand side as well, Richard. I'm sure he'll be lurking around the edge of that box. The Portuguese prime icon moment, 94.
99 attack positioning, 90 heading as well, 90 jumping. He can get up, he can win a header. He's a match winner.
Imagine a match winner now in added time for a place in day 3. Call it Championship Sunday, wherever you are in the world. Atlanta, Singapore, Bucharest, London.
The fourth official has indicated there will be a minimum.
Only quarterfinals today, and this is the third quarterfinal today, and it really has lived up to the expectation. Build into the last attack. Was he playing for extra time? He probably should have moved it forward slightly quicker if he wanted to have a chance. Referee's going to conclude that one, and we are going to be going into extra time, Richard. All square. Only one goal in this game and one shot on target for Sakul.
One shot on target, one goal for Sakul. Dua Lipa says one kiss is all it takes. I say one shot is all it takes, and that's all it's needed for Sakul.
As we head into extra time now, 30 more in-game minutes to try and separate these two. What will the story of extra time give us? The first leg provided 3 goals. The second leg provided 2 penalties and a number of missed opportunities. And I'm sure that both these players will not want to go to a penalty shootout.
It's a chance.
This is Resende, edge of the box, Cristiano Ronaldo! Fired straight into the back of the net with some venom on it.
It's almost like when that ball came onto the edge of the box, I said this could potentially be a chance there. Nobody seems to close him down. I'm not sure if you're going to see it on the replay, but there's a collision just probably 10 yards away from Ronaldo. And I think the player that Sakul was pressing with, it collided with one of Resende's players, and it just made sure that Resende had so much room in and around the box there. You're going to see a formation change coming out from Sakul. He has to attack this game right now. But on that replay, maybe in the highlights package at the end of the game, you're going to see that collision happen.
As you mentioned as well, you're going to see an attacking change for Sakul as well.
Pele coming on fresh at right wing.
He has to go attacking as well. Of course, you're going to know how Resende's probably going to shape up now for the rest of this tie. As you mentioned, that 3-5-2, you can just fall back into a massive 7 at the back. We've even gone as far as saying the left and the right-hand side midfielder drop back, and the 2 CDMs just sit in front of that back line and just control it all day long.
No change from Resende.
It seems like the opening 4 minutes.
You can see there, Hully and I think it was Mbappe running back. They collided with each other.
You just gave Ronaldo more time.
It made him, his player switching, I think it just threw him off a little bit from Sakul. That's why he got so much room on the edge of the box.
There's one man you do not give time to on the edge of the box, that 99 team of the year Ronaldo. 99 finishing amongst a number of other 99 in-game stats. Simply just cannot leave him out your team.
Simply the best.
Marcelo into Cruyff. Now this is Sakul. That's a lovely little turn of direction there.
Yeah, nice little fake shot out of his feet, created the chance. But Resende did stand strong there with David De Gea between the sticks. We tipped that one over. Not sure if we're playing football or volleyball, David.
Farges the box now for Maldini. Is he going to have a hit? I doubt he would, but instead tried to play it through to what looks like is Rafael Varane there. Number 5, you can just see running back in position there. If he stepped up on a finesse, that would have been a story. Neymar. You can just see, look at the defensive line. The 2 CDMs. Pullit's in there as well. That's Ronaldo again. That's 2 chances in quick succession for the German.
Yeah, the only reason that chance even came about was because Resende tried switching the play and kicked the ball straight out of play, putting pressure back upon himself.
Once again, Pele, the only sub that we've really seen. He's gone down.
Yeah, that's never a penalty. Simple tackle from Vieira inside the box.
This game just still remains so open for anyone. As Sakul went attacking, and he needs to obviously score a goal at least to send this to penalties. So I'm sure both players will be wanting to avoid. Lofted ball there just down the line. Lucky enough for him, it falls to Pele. Mbappe to Pele. Can he find Ronaldo on the overlap there? Just slightly rushed it.
Yeah, rushed. Perfect word to describe that move right there. Just he saw the potential for a 4th goal. And just went a little bit too eager. Did Resende, but he's going to take this lead into half-time. 15 minutes left for Sakul to salvage a penalty shootout.
And we saw it straight away when he made that attacking change. He registered more shots than he did in 19 game minutes compared to what he's just done in 15 now. So the 1 shot on target was all together there, and it really is a time to play now. Of course, Resende will be making his own changes alongside Sakul.
I'm guessing that's constant pressure, if my German's correct, that he's just switched onto right there.
That means that both players, or not both players, all players are going to be tiring on that field now, but they've only got 15 in-game minutes left to run around.
Yeah, but 15 minutes with that much stamina is pretty safe, to be honest. Every player has definitely got enough in the tank for this second half of extra time. Sakul, he might get one more chance, but he has to take it if it falls to him.
We had 2 of them in the first half that fell to Cristiano Ronaldo. None of them were timed. Both were on target. And both did force a save out of De Gea, but then Resende's goal, Ronaldo, wasn't timed either. Here's Sacco on the attack now. He's, as you said, not going to get many more chances. No! I think it was a shot originally, but he's just fallen over the ball. It's time red anyway.
Wow.
That was Pele as well. Introduced about the 70th minute in game, and probably one of the most freshest players out on that field at the moment. But as Sacco looks to attack forward, there will be gaps that will appear at the back. Is Mbappe just on side there? Yes, he is.
Yeah, he's going for those accelerated fake shots as well down the line that we saw him use so effectively in London at the LQE. That was sort of his staple to his play style. Getting into areas where your opponent just doesn't want you to be, inside the box, in and around the 18-yarder where they can't really put a tackle in.
Into the last in-game 10 minutes here in this extra time period. Over 200 in-game minutes of FIFA can separate these two. 2 games of 90 in-game minutes plus over 20 minutes played. Oh no, there's a gap. Now this is Pele. This is your time to step up. Oh wow, the composure to do it in such a big game. The ball roll into an easy finish, a gaping goal. Pele will certainly not be missing that one.
101, 99 Pele. The only question that remained was, has Resende made up for that one that he had with Ronaldo earlier? It's a very similar situation. 101, he's not getting caught, and a beautiful ball roll just to create that perfect opportunity. Slots it past the goalkeeper into an open net. And Resende will be going through to the semi-finals, minus a capitulation from the Brazilian in the last 5.
He's left us all guessing as well, Richard. Nothing really that Sacco could have done differently. We know he's attacking. We know he's trying to move players forward. Pele now, heel to heel into a drag back to the edge of the box now for Hullet to hit it. We'll go straight out for a corner. Somehow he could bring this back, score off the corner, then an added time. It would be remarkable, but you can just see, look, everybody's back for Resende. Everybody's in the box, I should say.
Yep. Every single player behind the ball for Resende right there. And
this game, as we said, can move Resende up the Global Series rankings as well. Sacco will just be underneath 1,000 Global Series ranking points, maybe just over 900, I think, in total. And we're moving up, though, from 57th. Resende, though, if he can keep going further in this tournament, have a performance like he did in London on one of the LQEs, he'll be looking to go maybe even 3rd or 2nd. Great control there from Vieira, and to win the free kick as well. He knows it's game over. And it's been a tactical masterclass from the Brazilian once again.
Resende's come out, he's done a job, and he's booked a place in the semi-finals. Every single game we've seen today in Singapore has been tight. We've seen a 4-3, we've seen a 5-4. We've now seen extra time needed to separate 2 players. The rankings, there might be a big discrepancy, but in the FIFA quality that we've seen, it's been nip and tuck all the way through, and it's Resende going through 4-2 against Sacco.
Commiserations to Sacco, obviously. 13 Germans did come to this event, and he was the only one to make it this far as into the quarterfinal stages. 450 Global Series ranking points will be taken back to Germany for him as he looks forward to the last FUT Champions Cup of the year that he is involved in. However, the tournament still goes on, and as I said, I'm sure it'll be back to the pool now, back to relax for Resende and Team M10 with Houston. Both those have got their job done today. And as you said, they go into the prize pot now, $2,500. Guaranteed minimum, even if they lose tomorrow.
We could be potentially looking at an M10 cross-console final. Houston versus Resende is potentially on the cards, but story coming out of that game, Resende does the job. 4-2 victory in the end, and guarantees himself 625 Global Series ranking points. Top 4 on his side of the bracket on Xbox.
Exactly that, and it was a case of us talking about this 3-5-2 that this man is rocking at the moment, Richard. But a fantastic game, and I'm looking forward to getting into some of the other quarterfinals today.
Yeah, big game. Over on the couch, Paul, what do we think of that one?
Well, we said it would be tight, didn't we? And it's exactly what we got, tight all the way through. Extra time, couple of penalties in there, one missed, one converted. Could have gone either way. In the end, Resende has gone through to the semi-final, and as the boys said in the commentary booth, they booked himself, or he's booked himself 625 extra points. It looks like he's going to be higher than 5th right now in the global ranking points. 6th at the start of this tournament, so already improving on that. Gents, Tight game all around, and quite. I don't think it was the highest quality FIFA we've ever seen because there were a few mistakes here and there, but exciting nevertheless and very very tense.
Yeah, I think we had two very tightly matched players, like you were saying yourself. It was so difficult to pick between the two players, and it was kind of the margins that separated it, and you know maybe the score looks a little bit more than it was because of the fact that we had that breakaway goal towards the end. But Resende just has this, you know, Resende has this resilience about him at the moment, and Sakal seems to sort of just miss that a little bit. We've seen it a few times in tournament play where he gets into these situations to win games and he can't quite close it out, and I don't really know why that is at this moment in time for him, which is why sort of looking forward, if he can address that, I can see him doing very well in tournaments. But Resende on the opposite side of that just seems to find ways to win in these tight games, and it's another win for him, and he moves into the semi-finals now.
Yeah, the first goal there, Boris, it looks good. You know, it looks good on the screen, but you could see Sakal was very disappointed to concede that first goal.
Yeah, he was a bit surprised perhaps because this was something that we saw a lot before the patch, and some of the players would maybe expect that it won't happen after the patch, but you still have to defend that and try to move the keeper because that was perfectly timed from Resende there, and I think he should have moved the keeper as a cool. But overall, like Brandon mentioned, it was a tactical masterpiece here from the Brazilian here with 3-5-2, which we haven't seen a lot the past year. The last time we saw it being so good and so dominant was back in Paris, FIFA 15, and the Iranian player Adamant winning ESWC with a 3-5-2, and now it seems to be back. And Resende is just using it in a perfect way. And the reason why it works so good is because it closes down central tactics as a 4-2-3-1 and a 4-2-2-2, because in these formations you attack through the midfield. And in a 3-5-2 you have, first of all, 3 center-backs defending the mid and 2 sweeping CDMs in Hulit and Vieira, which makes it so hard to get past. And Resende here, yeah, tactical masterpiece, and this is what gets him here to the semi-final.
2 penalties in this one, Mark, as well. Very controversial. We don't see many penalties as it is. We saw 2 in 4 minutes in this game. 1 converted and 1 not. Could have been very different in the end. As you pointed out, 4-2 kind of flattered Resende a little bit in terms of the overall scoreline, because with that penalty, it would have been more.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been more, but, you know, penalties are penalties. It's a lottery. We see it so many times. I'd say that in the green room, I called he was going down the middle, so I saved that one. You called where he was going on the second one, kind of. You kind of changed the angle of which you might have been looking at it. But, I mean, penalties, they do happen, and we are seeing Ramos commit a lot of, give away a lot of penalties today. And we were kind of looking through his traits, and Dave, by the way, behind was like, has he got the dives in to tackles trait? And it was like, yeah, he actually does. He actually does as a FUT item. So maybe that comes into it a little bit. We don't know. Obviously, we're just speculating, but he seems to be the culprit a lot of the time. These penalties get given.
He's got a secret rating. Do you know about the secret rating on him?
Gets booked.
Gets booked is another secret rating. Misses the next game. And also gives away penalties, 99.
Yeah. So you can see it in effect there.
You've got to be careful if you play Sergio Ramos back there. You've got to be careful. In terms of his opponent, Sakal, obviously last German in the competition. Yep. We've talked about the history of FIFA this week. We've talked about it a lot over the weekend, how the Germans used to dominate in the early days of FIFA. And it's not quite the same these days, obviously, but disappointing for the set of German players that have come out here, because they did send quite a few, and none have got past the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in Bucharest for Champions Cup 3, we had in the semis 3 out of 4 players were Germans, and now in the semis we're going to have none, 0. Sakal was the last hope, and something that we also mentioned about the Sakal previously is that he has this pattern sometimes that he can play the most fantastic FIFA one day, then the second day he doesn't really show up. I mean, we saw a couple of times this game he had great chances, but didn't even manage to time the shot. I mean, I saw it twice. He even timed the shots, and can be the mental aspect, maybe some nerves, because when it comes to talent, Sakal is definitely one of the world's best players. But
you can't make those mistakes at this level, at this time of the competition, can you?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. And when it comes to, well, deciding who's going to be the champion, I mean, the top players, the level is pretty similar, but what decides is the mental aspect, and it seems like Sakal still has a couple of things to improve.
It does, yeah. Let's check in with the bracket, show you where we are. We've had a number of matches already today, in fact 3 of them. They've all been very tight indeed. Didn't expect the tightness to be quite there in the first game of the day between Tekkz and Jazz, but credit to Jazz, he put up a fantastic fight. And likewise in the other quarter-final over on the other side as well, Ustin and Mert ended up with just a 1 goal between them after a 5-1 thrashing, by the way, from Ustin in the first one. He's also notched up 49 goals in this competition, the most of any player so
Amazing.
far. Incredible from Ustin as well. So we've had 3 of our quarterfinals, 5 still to go, but that's what it looks like right now, and we're going to find out next who Ustin plays, because this could be quite interesting between these 2 players.
Yeah, definitely yes. And next matchup is a pretty interesting one with 2 players that we haven't seen so much before. We have another player from Brazil, Rodrigue, coming up against the French player Diego Peixoto. So that's going to be a
I'm glad you said that, not me. We're going to take a break. I'm going to brush up my Spanish and my Portuguese, and we'll be back with another quarterfinal very shortly.
Don't let the lag monster stand in the way of you and your games. Defeat it with Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle and enjoy dedicated gaming bandwidth. Razer's new Zilla gaming router featuring zero-weight DFS and instant access to WT Fast GPN. Get Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle with WT Fast GPN and Razer Zilla router at only $69.90 a month for the ultimate home gaming performance.
I think my face will be like this.
Don't know, my head's down. Disappointed.
I have no reaction, so I don't know. I don't make a face, it's just, it is what it is, you know? Just gotta move on.
This is my phase when I lose the game in the last minute.
I don't really have a face for it because it's never happened to me, so hopefully it won't, but fingers crossed.
It is Champions Cup in March 2019. Day number 2 here. We're almost halfway through day 2 as well, which means we've got another quarterfinal just around the corner. I can tell you already, the arguments have begun on our coach between who might win this next game. Kyle, come on, what's going on here? What, are you trying to get some inside info from
I was just seeing who was going for.
You're just testing him?
I'm taking this predictions business really serious.
Very serious about this.
I mean, I was 5-1 yesterday.
Yes.
And all I'm saying is I've not dropped one again today. So
Right,
I want to
3 out of 3.
I want to keep that up throughout the whole day. So
All right.
8 out of 8 I'm going for.
Very good. You might need that as well, because some of the other guys are pretty much matching you this morning.
Yeah.
as well,
There
so.
was 3 of us yesterday who were bang on. So I'd like to see how they've all done as well.
And then, of course, we have Mr. Buckley, who's just basically betting against Tekkz every game.
He's just going for the wrong ones, left, right, and centre. So he's not winning. I'll tell you that.
So let's move on. Boris.
Yes.
Next matchup. Probably the least known two players in the quarter-final. With no disrespect to them, they've played well to get through to this point. But in the general scheme of things, people that watch FIFA casually, or even the hardcore FIFA fans, might not know too much about these two players.
Yeah, we have the guy from France, which has a very hard name to pronounce, Peixoto, who has his roots in Portugal. And both these players had maybe not the most convincing Swiss format. They both went 3-2. And Peixoto here ranked number 43 in the world. He's coming up against the Brazilian here, Rodrigo, who is ranked 132. This is his first live event of FIFA 19. And yeah, this is another game that is very hard to call, but these guys actually have one thing in common. They both played against a Spanish player, JRA. And one guy lost 1-2, Peixoto, and one guy beat him 4-0. And that might be the difference here.
It might be indeed,
the fact that Boris does his research.
He's got all of that. I've just got it all up here. It's all up here, I'll tell you
I like that as well, though, Carl. That's fine. It's the contrasting styles of FIFA players. Some just turn up and play. Others think about it. They strategize. They come up with a strategy. But players in.
There we are. I'm winning in the predictions, so...
Works for you.
You're doing something wrong, Boris, obviously. But joking aside, it's great to see players come in. This is part of what I love from an outsider's point. I still feel like I'm an outsider with FIFA, but I love the game. I watch the game, obviously, on a regular basis. I love the fact that it's so open and that players can literally come from anywhere on planet Earth, go through qualifiers, play online, play in weekend cups, make a name for themselves, and then end up here on the quarterfinal stage at a big tournament. That's fantastic.
It's amazing. They're in Singapore. This is what I say time and time again, that all of these pros are traveling the world. And you see young people, this is what I love. You've got 16-year-old Dull and Mike. You've got Tekkz, who's 17. They've seen the world. They've been able to get out there and see that there's more to this world than just their towns or their cities. And that added thing to the money that they're making. It's a career that they're building as well. I think that that's such a big element of it, that they get to come and see these amazing places.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. I'm going to cut you off there, though, because the players are ready. So let's introduce you to another pair of quarterfinalists. There we go then, another quarterfinal just around the corner, Peixoto versus Rodrigo. And I have to say, either that was nerves or a lot of seriousness when they walked out. They were either super serious or super nervous, or maybe a bit of both, I don't know. But they looked like they were ready. Yeah, very focused.
They're very, very focused, and I think they're probably quite nervous. It's a huge thing for them. Yep. But I would say this is probably the best draw for each of them, because they've not been spoken about that much.
Right.
There's not as much pressure on them, and one of them's guaranteed to go through. And as you said there, one's 43, one's 132nd, and they're going to actually get so many more global series ranking points from moving forward.
Like the cutoff is around about 700 right now for that top 32 spot. You get 625. You win this match.
Yeah, there we are. So it's going to
push
push them right up there.
You're literally just either on the cusp or inside that top 10.
Yeah.
That can make all the difference come the end of the season.
100%. That's what these tournaments are about, and that's why, going back to your point earlier, that anyone can do it from around the world, and then they get put on that main stage, and then they get invited to the playoffs, and then they make a real name for themselves, and then going into the game next year, people know who they are, and then they can start to look at maybe esports teams, they can start to look at contracts from different people, and it changes their lives. winning or progressing through into a tournament can literally change these players' lives.
Yeah, Boris, I want to talk to you about the globalization of this sport, because South Americans, right? They're famous for their football. They love their football. I've been down to Brazil. It's a fabulous country, fabulous people. They've got a lot of passion and emotion for the lovely game, for the beautiful game. We haven't necessarily seen them succeed at FIFA until recently, and now there seem to be more and more players coming through.
Yeah, and especially Brazil. I mean, in this tournament, they've been absolutely amazing and looking very strong. I mean, Rodrigo here, we also mentioned him, and this is his first live event of the year, and he's just coming up here very strong. He didn't have the best Swiss format, but once again, we're getting back to that whiff on the PS4 side. So both these guys came to the round of 16 with the lower seed. Scholte here played Jackson and beat him 4-0. And Rodrigo came up against JRA and also nailed him 4-0 as well. And just shows the incredible whiff on the PS4 side, and also showing the talent that Brazilian players hold. I mean, Rodrigo just coming up from nowhere and here potentially going to a semi-final.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Right, let's get some predictions. Where are we going?
Well, I asked a little story. People weren't watching just before we started. I was like, Boris, what are you going for? He said, you'll find out.
Yeah. so do we want Boris to go first?
You go first, because you already know mine. Everyone else doesn't, but go on. I'm not going to change
Come
mine.
on then, Boris.
This is a very hard game to call, just like the last one. I mean, Peixoto coming from a win against Jackson with 4-0, so convincing. And also Jackson's coach mentioned that was one of the best defensive displays we have seen this year. But this is a new day, and I believe in the Brazilians, and I believe that JRA is the key, because Peixoto lost to him and Rodrigo beat him with 4-0. So I'm going to go with the Brazilian, actually, for Rodrigo in this game.
Okay.
Peixoto for me, and I think he's going to win it. I definitely do. I didn't change my answer from before, so yes, I believe him walking out. I can see the confidence. I can see him there. He looked really serious. He looked focused. He's going to bring home the W for me.
All right, okay. A split decision as far as our two panel members are concerned. Is it a split decision on the commentary couch? Let's find out as we join our commentary team. Gents, tough one to call.
That's the question. We haven't actually spoke about this yet. What are you going for?
I am going for Rodri. Me and Boras seem to be on a different wavelength right now. We're just connecting. So I think me and Boras are going with Rodri. What are you going with?
I'm going to go for Diogo. I'm going to join Carl on that one, just because he's got more Global Series ranking points and he's just simply played in more LAN events.
Okay, makes sense to me. Gents, take us away for our fourth quarterfinal.
Here we go then. Thank you very much, guys. And yeah, we've seen some amazing quarterfinals here in Singapore. So we're coming into the halfway point now of day number 2. And it's going to be two players that, as we said, just about squeezed their way through when it came to Swiss style format, both with a 3-2 record. They left it literally to the last round. But then when they got to the round of 16, Richard, they turned up. You said it yesterday. You said an amazing theory saying that players that win their 5th round to go through and leave it that late, it kind of gives them a little bit of hype, a little bit of something to kind of bounce off and play their FIFA off. For example, you've got obviously Diogo's going to beat Joxan. On the other side of that, Rodrigo's going to beat JRA Lion. 2 big players in the FIFA scene.
Yeah, 100%. And both of these two players really need the Global Series ranking points if they want to carry on with their FIFA 19, you'd say, career. Probably one of the latter events of the calendar year that these two players are going to be eligible to play at. And points win prizes right now. Points earn placings. So you have to be performing well. You have to be doing well. And you can see there, both of these two players, little thumbs up to each other. We're ready to go. And I don't know if you can see it right now, but I'm getting Marlot vibes from Rodri. Shoes off, crossed legs. This man is in his comfort zone right now.
Exactly, taking that comfort zone home into a massive arena where we are now in Singapore, where obviously there can be a live crowd. You guys can come down for free as well over the next day or so. Obviously, grand finals tomorrow, championship Sunday tomorrow. Everyone battling out for a chance to pick up that trophy and $50,000, and of course the all-important Global Series ranking points. But a word on the Global Series ranking points as we jump into this game, because this tournament has brought upsets. This tournament has brought new faces into, you could say, into the quarterfinal stages, into the round of 16 stages. And Rodrigo, 132nd at the moment in the Global Series rankings. He's only picked up points from Weekend League. He's already guaranteed himself 450 if he goes out in this round. If he goes through, he gets into the prize pot and he picks up even more Global Series ranking points.
Yeah, 100%. There's a lot of players that we've seen so far throughout this calendar year, throughout FIFA 19's, you'd say, game cycle that have not been great. They've not qualified for a lot of events, but the events that they have qualified for, they've taken with both hands, and they've performed well at those said events. Look at Tuga. He came into Bucharest not really doing a lot, in all honesty. In the last 3 events, he's probably accumulated like over 2,000 Global Series ranking points. He finished in the semi-finals in Bucharest. He won the PS4 side of things in Atlanta, and now he's got another potential game for him coming up in a quarter-final later on today against Zezinho.
Here we go then, 2 legs of FIFA, quarter-final number 4 here in Singapore. It will be Diego Picheto from left to right. We love pronouncing Diego Picheto. It's either Diego Picheto, Diego Picheto. Every event I go up to him and say, Diogo, is it Picheto? Picheto? Is it? It just doesn't matter. Okay, you just continue commentating on there. Just a small change with the controller there. But as a word on Diego Picheto, I should say. Obviously resident in France. Obviously, you can see on the Global Series rankings. But obviously, a big FC Porto fan. 585 Global Series ranking points to his name. A lot of success in the Orange League as well, of course, which he's eligible to play for. Back in 2017, a winter champion over there. So this man knows how to play competitive FIFA. We've seen him a little bit last year, a lot more this year. And of course, you can see the big difference in the Global Series rankings as well.
A very fresh haircut as well from Diogo. Coming to Singapore. You might have gone to the same barbers, you and Diogo, potentially.
Potentially. Oh my God, that was an acrobatic effort. And it was Kylian Mbappe that was involved then. That was Rodrigo, obviously plays for Virtual Pro. We actually saw him in Manchester last year, believe it or not, Rodrigo.
I think he got a top 32 finish back in
There's a lot of Brazilians that played well in that tournament. The likes of Zezinho, Resende, Senna. And here we go. This is going to be the first chance of the game for Diogo. With Pele, plays back inside and will actually score with Cristiano Ronaldo. And it's first blood, you could say, to Diogo Picheto. Cuts back inside, Pele with a little turn, falls straight back into the path of Cristiano Ronaldo, and no keeper is saving that.
The pass was the most important thing in that goal, because he's not just, it's not a weak pass he's played into him, he's fired it into his feet, which means that Ronaldo only has to really make contact with it, he only has to steer it in the right direction, but because he's done that driven pass into his feet, almost an impossible goal to miss there for Diogo, and it gives him a fantastic start in this game.
Of course, both players must have been over the moon yesterday of their performances. They slept on those round of 16 wins, one over Joksan, one over JRA Lion. But as Boris said, today is a new day in competitive FIFA. We've seen so many different performances from players that go 5-0 in Swiss style format, 3-0, 4-1, 3-2. Like, everyone can play different. But the important thing is just to get yourself out of Swiss style format, however you get yourself out of there.
Yeah, one of the only players that seems to play well with an unbeaten record is Tekkz. I can't think of many other players that will go 5-0, go 6-0 in Swiss style and actually continue to play well throughout the tournament. There's been a couple of pauses here in the early stages of this game. Both these players making sure that everything is set to their preferenced.
Well, it was Rodrigo that made the pause. Mbappe does come with the shot there, and it will obviously time green, but it's going to go straight out for the corner there. And of course, this is the screen that we can see from Diogo, so we're just going to look at how he's going to be matched up formation-wise, if there's any changes there. But obviously, he went down 1-0 really early on, Richard. So obviously, he wasn't happy with something, but we could just see to the right of us now. He's ready to get back into the game. Is Rodrigo there, as we said, from Virtual Pro, his esports organisation there out in Brazil. And another player out of that Brazilian nation. Look how he's just controlled Cristiano Ronaldo there as it goes all the way across for Manuel Neuer to punch clear.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that this is his first event of FIFA 19. He's already made a quarter-final. It's great to see that people are coming in with no fear.
And once again, you go and win this, you're pretty much guaranteed a playoff spot.
Yeah, 100%. You would guarantee yourself 625 alongside Weekend League.
Alongside what, the 167 he's got at the moment, I believe?
850 once Weekend League has stopped giving out Global Series points. So then you're pretty much setting yourself up for a fantastic playoff campaign where you have to perform at the playoffs. That's a given. But just getting that top 60, 64 spot is massive.
Bullet to Ronaldo, just tries to do a drag back there, but for me, the mindset of a pro regarding the whole playoffs and the rankings this year is that people aren't really just looking to get into the playoffs. It's more the next step. They don't want to go to the playoffs and feel like they have to have one amazing tournament to have any chance of the grand finals. Everyone wants to get at least 1.5k to 2,000 Global Series ranking points.
Some of the people in the sort of ballpark where you're looking at maybe like an Aga, or the sort of players that have got like 1,000, 1,300, that's not enough to get playoffs. But that's not enough to get grand finals, I should say, but it's certainly enough to get playoffs. So then they have to perform at the playoffs to further their campaign in FIFA 19. And that playoff situation there, the very best players are potentially going to take spots.
It's going to go all the way to the back post for Mbappe. It was just a little bit early from Ronaldo there on the leap.
With that many points up for grabs at the playoffs, it means that somebody can come in 50th, 60th, potentially win the playoffs and go to the grand final and take a spot off someone who's been consistent quarterfinals, round of 16 throughout the entire year. It's an unbelievable story.
And that's exactly what these Global Series rankings have been brought in for, and we're going to bring so many stories throughout this competitive year of FIFA 19. And in this game, 34 minutes gone, it is 1-0 to Diogo. And Casello got to play the overlap and run to Mbappe, and I think he was trying to make the run again all the way across, but a very different game to what we saw in that last quarter-final, Richard, between Resende and Sakal that was end-to-end.
Yeah, it's played at a much slower tempo this game. It's probably going into the fact that, as Paul said earlier, both players look a little bit nervous, look a bit sheepish. But also both players playing 4-2-3-1. You're going to match each other up. There's not going to be a lot of space on the pitch in the attacking third. Very much a midfield battle this game. The two CDMs matching up against each other. The cams
look at the numbers
back.
Look at the numbers back for Diogo there. Vieira and Hullett just drop back every single time. Then you've got Mbappe even saying, you know what, I'm going to pull up my sleeves and run back and do a bit of defending as well for.
He's dominating possession in the early stages of this game. 63% for Diogo in this first half thus far. Maybe the experience factor playing a part as well, you've got to say, Brandon.
Most definitely as well. You can see, of course, right next to their names here on the right-hand side, those kind of the hashtag and number. That is their Global Series ranking spot. It's be at the top 64 at the end of May, really, when all the LQEs are done, all the licensed leagues had finished. And of course, that's when we'll be seeing the total tally of points for all these players as we approach those playoffs, wherever they're going to be and when they're going to be. Bullet into Neymar now. This is Diogo with the last attack of the half. If he's going to be able to pull something away, it was Pele who actually got the assist in the first goal that was created by Cristiano Ronaldo. And that'll be half-time between the two, with only one goal to separate them. But as you say, pure domination really from Diogo. He just has not let Rodrigo have any of the ball, as we can see right there.
Yes, 68% of the ball. And I think the nerves definitely playing a part. You can see that stat at the bottom of your screen from Rodrigo. 78% pass accuracy. That's just simply not good enough at this sort of level of FIFA in a quarter-final. You've got to be looking 85 plus, 88% plus.
And again, that shows when he has had the ball, he's giving it away.
If you're doing 5 passes, one out of those 5 passes is going astray. That's just simply not acceptable.
Of course, you've got the struggle as well when you do, you know, it's not when you play against Tekkz or a Megabit or a Moab. When you're up against a player that will not give you much of the ball, when you're on it, you're panicking even more. This is his first chance of the game, though, with Hullett. He's going to fall back to him. This is Rodrigo on the attack now. Neymar on the rebound. Save. No, it's in. And a roar from the Brazilians here in Singapore. They're supporting his fellow man.
Yeah, he's got a fan base here. Has Rodrigo, the other Brazilians here from the tournament. Got quite fortunate
tell you
there.
What, we often say that, I know we were hyping up Diogo's possession there and the stats that we were like, you need to create more, you need to do more, but you can have all the possession in the world and still lose games. I'm sure in his head he'll be thinking, have I conceded that? I made the initial first block, but right place, right time from the attacking players of Rodrigo, and even at that close range, from that distance, keeper's not going to be able to save that one.
Yeah, very, very a much better start, you'd say, a very competent start in the second half from Rodrigo, but Diogo looking to just calm himself back down, get hold of the ball, keep hold of that possession, and move his way back into this game.
Neymar now, lovely bit of feet there, ball roll as well, back inside, went for a pretty similar finish that he scored in the first half of Ronaldo. This time it was Pele with the shot, just put Manuel Neuer there in a bit of danger.
Yeah, a little bit risky.
Chipped it back to his chest, lucky enough for the German, as we know, very confident with his feet in real life as well. Similar to the virtual game. Why do you think people are going for Neuer?
I think, again...
After this attack, we'll just talk about that in a second. Hiltewil into a fake shot. This is Mbappe. Just a kind of fake ball roll there in the end. But just, yeah, a word on Manuel Neuer for you, Richard.
I think some people just weren't really happy with De Gea. Sometimes he'd make... That goal that he scored, Rodrigo, that's come from De Gea not really holding on to the ball. It's gone off his foot. It's bounced straight back to Rodrigo and Ronaldo inside the box. And it's a simple finish for him. When you're always looking for an excuse, you never want to say that it's yourself who's played bad. So then you're looking at your goalkeeper. Oh, I'll bring in Neuer. If Neuer then performs for you over a couple of qualifiers and you can qualify for an event with Neuer, you're going to use Neuer at the event. It's as simple as that. He's probably used Neuer online. He knows what he can do. He knows he's got the giant throw. He knows he's got the giant kick. He's comfortable with Manuel Neuer, so he uses him in game.
It's like, you know, yesterday we were talking about Van der Sar. We were hyping him up for quite a period yesterday, and he just had a bit of a shocking performance for like 2 or 3 games in a row. Next thing you know, I'm sure players would have moved them around and dropped him from the team as well. So it really is one of those, and we hear stories as well, pros that maybe lose a few games, they discard like the manager and all the small things that these players want to be perfect. Ahead of the Swiss Star Wars knockout round of FIFA as we are in right now. It's a lovely bit of skill all the way across.
Interesting save from Neuer right there.
They just parried it to the feet of one of Diogo's attacking players as Rodrigo is going to come forward now, and that goal has given him something to build upon. Neymar.
Ooh, that's unlucky there from Rodrigo, looking to play that ball down the line and just cut out from Paolo Maldini. The 95 rated prime icon moment. 87 pace, 98 defending. That's one off max. It's one off of max defending.
Once again, it's just another showcase that you can be 150 plus in those Global Series rankings, or 132 in the case of Rodrigo, and still be playing against someone in the top 50, the top 10, the top 20, and there really isn't anything to separate these two, because these tournaments are finding the best of the best.
Well, when you actually look at the rankings and what the points are made up of, that 80 spots difference is one event.
That's one good event, like Rodrigo's doing now.
Final, that's one round of 16. That's 2 Swiss-style eliminations. So it's all, we always look at the rankings and say, oh, this player's 200 spots above him, he should win. But some players just haven't been given the opportunity.
Such as Tuga.
They've gone out in qualifying, they've lost late on in tournaments.
Look at the story of Tuga, we say again. 2 FUT Champions Cups, plus he's into the quarterfinals in this one. He's looking to chase rank 1, he's looking to chase Nicholas. Just from a few good tournaments there. See Rodrigo there on the left-hand side of the screen, not happy with that, then you can just see the press that Diogo is offering against him there. And again, as we said, both players all square here. It's an awful touch on Alexandre, actually a fellow Brazilian that's been back to left back.
Yeah, terrible touch out of his feet from the 88 Alexandro.
Marcelo into Vieira. This is Diogo. Picheto now, is he going to try and create an attack now with Vieira? Keeping the ball between those 2 CDMs that offer so much to a number of competitive players. Pele now, it goes through to Ronaldo. Maybe get an extra touch on that, but don't think he expected to have even any time on it.
We talk about a long kick from Manuel Neuer. Unfortunately, Ronaldo on this occasion not able to win it, and a pause queued in the last 5 minutes from Rodrigo.
Cancelo into Hullet. Last attack really of this first leg now. Will it be all square, or will there be a goal to separate the two? Into a pause now for one of these two. And of course, we're on the screen of Diogo's happy to make a change of literally 2 minutes left as well. He knows that he's probably going to get one more chance, so why not bring on some fresh legs and see what you can do. We'll see what an attacking trio that is. You just brought on Ronaldinho, R9 Ronaldo, and Lionel Messi.
Yeah, it's not a bad change, is it? Messi, R9, and Ronaldinho. Obviously, Ronaldinho, one of the new icons who's going to be getting an icon moment. 95 Ronaldinho alongside R9, Rivaldo, and Roberto Carlos.
Did you say Carlos would have a challenge the left-back spot? Or just simply not good enough?
He's a little bit too small. That's the only issue. He's a little bit too small.
Which will be interesting to see. There's 20 more prime icon moments to be dropped, including the 4 you just mentioned there, Richard. It'll be interesting to see how they shake the teams up. Potentially at FUT Champions Cup number 6, or the remaining LQEs that we do have left. Will be one more chance, though. The referee's going to play on now. Will it be one of the super subs? Oh! It nearly was Ronaldinho.
Last kick of the game, Ronaldinho timed it green. And it's just flying over the crossbar there. But once again, we've finished the first leg. And quarterfinals.
I've just seen to the left of me now, Resende's literally just gone in the crowd, just pointed to Rodrigo and said simply, just get out here now and have a chat with me, because Rodrigo, obviously, first LAN event of the year, and just walking down in front of us now to have a word with Resende. Obviously, on the other side of that, Diogo just never seems to want to coach, happy just to be talked to by himself, and just a few Brazilian friends just saying, calm yourself down a little bit. I know you've had, what, one big chance there that you were gifted in the 50th minute, Richard. And then on the other side of that, you know, Diogo, he probably deserved maybe an extra goal there, but yeah, he had a lot more possession.
He had more possession, but he weren't creating clear-cut chances. And just off screen right now, it's Resende having a word. And I think there's the SPQR coaching there as well. Having a quick 2-minute chat with Rodrigo. What would be absolutely fascinating is if he comes back second leg and plays 3-5-2.
Which we got a funny story about that as well. Apparently that was the first event of the year that Resende's trying out this 3-5-2. So I don't know if he did like boot camp the week before or something like that to try out this formation that seems to be doing so well for him, Richard. But Rodrigo's back in his chair now, just to the right of us as we're in this arena now. Everybody's on the stage, the analysts, the players, of course the commentary team as well.
Yeah, the players.
We can see so much. We're literally just like a few meters away from the players now, so we can see the reactions when they go through, when they score, when they concede. And it just helps us with the commentary side of things as well.
Yeah, 100%. And just seeing the emotion, the passion, the intensity of these players just simply, 10 yards away from us on the stage. It's fascinating to watch. You can see the goals from this first leg right here. It was Diogo with an early start. Pele down this right-hand side. Nice little bit of interplay. Cutting back to Ronaldo, who fired it into the top left corner.
Of course, as I said, any keeper will be able to stop that one. He just played it inside. So Cristiano Ronaldo, you can see the reaction there of Rodrigo. He's like, okay, I don't think my keeper's going to be saving that one. And this was the reply. So we come out this second half. In the first 5 minutes, this is how Rodrigo now held the ball up with Vieira into Thierry Henry, of all people involved with his prime icon moment. Hullet got a very fortunate bounce from Vieira. Has the shot with Neymar. And Cristiano Ronaldo, right place, right time. David De Gea nearly did enough there.
Yeah, you can see was in the background there having a little look, and I think my hand were on my head. I couldn't believe that he'd let that spill, had David De Gea. But just seeing right now, the kits are being selected, and we're going to waste no time getting into this second leg, I believe. It's fantastic to see that how quick you can get these games rolling here in the quarterfinal. Every single game will be streamed. They'll be competing for that trophy you can see just there on your screen.
Of course, $50,000 as well, which is, of course, part of this $100,000 prize pool in Singapore. Of course, a life-changing experience for a lot of people flying out to the other side of the world here in Asia.
I decided to change up the shirt a little bit today. We had flamingos yesterday.
What have we got today?
I think there might be cranes, if I were being completely honest. Maybe seagulls, but mixing it up for Singapore.
I'm always a big fan of your shirt selections, Richard, and I'm sure we'll see a few more throughout the competitive year as we head into the playoffs and the grand finals. But underway in this second leg now. All square and a perfectly poised game to find out who will be picking up another spot in the semi-finals and a spot in Championship Sunday, where they'll pick up a minimum of 625 Global Series ranking points. It's Rodrigo actually kicking from left to right now. It was his first attack of the game. It was a a green time shot from Mbappe, but just literally ricocheted off the legs of Ruud Gullit there.
Yeah, Rodrigo looking to get this game right going in his favour from the offset in the second leg.
Diogo's turn to attack.
Mate, this is what I'm expecting to see. Diogo using the possession and then trying to get perfect chances.
He's had 2 now in
The
a
other
row.
problem is, sometimes you can't make a perfect chance. You just have to roll the dice and hope it comes up for you. The shot that Rodrigo had with Neymar, that's not a chance that's going to go in. He's got his back to goal and he's looking for a rebound.
Just look at the amount of people back as well from Rodrigo. It's like 2 backs of 4. I don't know if he's rocking a 4-4-2 here, or seeing Tuga again. Edge of the box now. Unbelievable positioning there from Alexander, just to drop an extra yard off because he did the fake shot to try and pull away to the right-hand side. But where Alexander was just a little bit dropped back, he was able to match up there. Rodrigo can smile and laugh. I would not be smiling and laughing and giving the ball away to Cristiano Ronaldo in that kind of area. Luckily for him, it just fell back to his feet again, and the defender of Rafael Varane.
Yeah, looks like Ramos over at right fullback.
There's the opportunity. It's going to go out to Mbappe now. Oh, did he need to cut back inside? I think he was looking for the finesse, maybe.
He was looking for a little cutback. He turned his body away. He looked to pass it back onto the penalty spot. And just a little bit, just gave Diogo a little bit too much time to get back in and get a block on it in the end. But his second leg, it started quite fast-paced. Both of these players know that if they can get an early start and control the tempo of this game, there's a good chance they'll be going through to the semi-finals.
Did he find the overlap? He's waiting for it. He's Ronaldo, but no one's making it. I doubt you really want Vieira to be doing it anyway, to be honest. Falls back to Gullit. He can shoot left or right into Neymar. Again, he had to make him guess. A slight bit of goalkeeper movement there.
Yeah, we're expecting him to go across the goal with his goalkeeper, and he's stuck to his guns at the near post.
Gullit dragged back. Oh, he did so well there, did the Dutchman. It's going to be a little dink.
I think Resende's probably just said to Rodrigo, just calm down. Just play your game. You're good enough to play. Play the match and not the occasion right now.
Alternatively, I said you need to just create more chances. Didn't create anything really in the first half of the last game. It's a ball roll for Neymar. Parried away again by Manuel Neuer. He's done it a few times now. And Diogo off his seat saying, how has nobody got there on the rebound?
That were actually timed red as well on the rebound.
And if Rodrigo can go down the other end and score now, that's twice that Neuer's been a little bit dodgy in this game.
Frantic FIFA in this quarter-final second leg right now.
Still, all square at 1-1.
Seem to remember a very similar performance from Diogo in Gfinity when he played at the Gfinity Elite Series. I seem to remember him just holding the ball for long periods of the game, and then like last 15 minutes, he just turned it up. I think he's got like 2 or 3 goals in a very short period of time.
Of course, he was under that Nordevin banner at the time then. Norwegian football club that they were partnered with, Vålerenga. Well, that experience does come into play, whether it's Orange Liga 1.
Elite Series, different tournaments, FUT Champs Cups, LQEs throughout the year.
They all play a pivotal part in your success. Oh, lovely skill from Mbappe. And again, it's not time green and it's not a good opportunity.
Yeah,
really.
It ended up being grey, which meant the timed shot just got completely cancelled out. Mbappe on his weak foot, looking for a low driven across the goalkeeper, just dragged wide of the post. And Diogo clearly not happy with something. He's looking to just get a pause in here, change something up, maybe look what formation his opponent is playing. We're going to see the changes that he does want to make on the screen right now, and I think it's a controller.
You're just thinking, why am I not timing anything green? So Diogo we can see on the screen now. I don't think, maybe just double check. He's like, I'm pretty sure I'm timing these right.
Have I got time finish actually switched on?
Because I'm timing them right, but it just seems like something wasn't working out for me. We're back into this though straight away. We slowly approach the half-time interval in the second leg. We saw extra time just 1 game ago in that quarter-final between Sakal, the German, and M10 Resende. Of course, he's in the crowd supporting his fellow countrymen now. And a few words with Rodrigo at half-time in his game. Also, it was 1-1. Ball fell to him in a lovely area. What, 50th minute into it?
Yeah.
But this game, he has been a little bit more attacking, but it has been Diogo once again that
seems very tentative. Every man behind the ball for Rodrigo. He knows that if he can stay in the game,
wow.
that's beautiful.
Oh, wow. Unbelievable finish from Diogo to do that in this type of game. A drag back into a little flick round the corner as well. To the side boot of Mbappe. Surely that's got to be up there as goal of the day.
Yeah, that flick is so delicate from Diogo, just flicking it around the corner and then smashed past the goalkeeper from Mbappe.
It was just like in his head, he was like, all right, I don't want to time finish outside the box anymore. I'm going to take it in there and I'm going to try and pass it in. And there's a situation where Mbappe, he created the space and simply, I think it was harder to miss than score.
It's controlled the game, Diogo. It was only 2-1, but the possession is just stifling Rodrigo right now. Very similar to what F2 Tekkz and Marcus Gomes, that game that we had the opportunity to commentate yesterday. It was just constant pressure, constant possession from Tekkz. Meant that Marcus just couldn't create anything.
I think the other side to it as well is that the fact that Diogo, when he's keeping possession, he knows that Rodrigo hasn't really done too much in the attacking third. So when he's only 1 goal up, I can honestly see this potentially being a full-time score.
Well, just that right there. In the first game, you saw at half-time, he had 78% passing accuracy. When you are getting dominated the ball and you can't get hold of the ball, every single time you get it, you're rushing your chances. You're thinking, I've got to create something. I've got to do something right now. Add that in with the nerves that you might be feeling as well. It's just not a good. It's not a good mix for him right now. His possession's gone up to 87%, which is 9 more percent. 78 to 87. That's 9.
That is indeed, and as you said, slightly better from him then. But
it shows that he's calming into the game.
Yeah, I think the one thing we saw there was that he was actually attacking a little bit more in that first half. But this is for Diogo, I think, to try and control. He's happy to keep possession. He's happy to control this game. 2-1. He does lead. And what a goal it was that he just scored with Kylian Mbappe. Comes forward again. Now this is Diogo in that Portuguese red strip. A few Portuguese players involved as well.
Yep.
Even Cristiano Ronaldo, that, as I said, would be silly to leave him out of any team. Ronaldo just gets someone on that to hook it around the corner. It will fall to Neymar. Even Ramos at right back. Can't deal with that. Instead, I think they just tackle each other. There's Mbappe and Ramos.
That's
3 players out of the game there.
Drag back City from Diogo right there. He's kept the ball so well.
Time for a pause. Time for a change for him. He knows. He's just toying with that back line in the midfield as it's switched all the way over, and then that's when possession is lost. And this is key for Rodrigo. When he's getting possession, he needs to hold on to it more.
Yeah, that switch of play was quite interesting because he's never really going to win that.
There he is. Surely this could be another chance to go forward. He will. He could have easily just shot straight away with the right foot of Ronaldo. Simple drag back, cut back inside. He's just going to finesse into that left bottom corner instead. The goalkeeper's left.
And that chance has only come about because Rodrigo lost out on the possession. He won the ball back from Alexandro winning it. And then it just seemed like he had no option going forward. Diogo turned the ball over very quickly. And in 3 passes, he's found a route to the back of the net. You saw the stats there. 68% possession. Rodrigo's had 1 shot and 1 shot on target. He's now switched into a 4-2-2. Has the Brazilian to try and get back into this game.
And also, that's not what you want to do when you've queued a pause before that's even happened. So you're queuing a pause only predicting you're going to be 2-1 down or only a goal down. So your mindset's completely different now. Now you're 2 goals behind. And look, I to get that space as well, I think it was
Maldini playing him on.
As you said, Maldini, he was playing him on massively there. And I think he was following the run of Pele, but then Rafa Varane just got pulled out. And it was an easy finish in the end. Had to be calm, very composed, and that's exactly what he was. Now Diogo finds himself 3-1 up in this quarterfinal and just over 13 game minutes away from a place in the semi-finals. The last 4 on his console, as we said, 625 Global Series ranking points. He will pick up at least $2,500.
I think we're matching up. Will it be against Houston in the semi-final? On the upper side of the bracket, so that's going to be a fascinating game. Diogo not seem to
a possession player
be conceding a lot.
An attacking player.
Yeah.
It's going to be a really interesting game there as he just about keeps in. He does a ball roll, in fact, with Mbappe into a drag back. Nearly found it, a gap actually through. He's still in possession somehow, the Frenchman.
Look for a switch of play over to Marcelo. Keeping on the ball so well right now is Diogo. He probably wants to keep it for as long as possible as Rodrigo's queued up that pause. If he can frustrate him.
He's through as well. If Neymar can just get a touch, he pulled a ball roll away. Neuer was lucky not to give away a penalty. Ronaldo, surely! Surely Ronaldo wins that battle every single time. I think he pointed to the goalkeeper's spot. I'm not too sure on that exactly, unless Maldini's got something on that. I can't actually just see where the referee's pointed to.
I'm just looking over to my right-hand side right now at the potential changes that could be coming out here from Rodrigo. On the custom tactics, everything's going forward for him. It looks like a formation change as well from the Brazilian. Potentially so. With, what, 25 minutes, 28 minutes left in this game. Not a lot of FIFA to be played, and you're not going to get a lot of the ball. Diogo is going to continue to stifle you, continue to strangle you of the possession.
So Maldini did get something on that, it looked like, as it's gone out for a corner.
Eusebio and Ronaldo coming on to try and salvage a semi-final spot for Rodrigo.
Well, if anything, it's going to be 2 chances, Richard. Probably not too many more. 2 chances he may get that might fall to him, but if he concedes and goes 4-1 down an aggregate, that hill goes from a mountain, and if anything, it becomes too much of a task. There you go. It just seems just around that halfway point. He struggles to get past it, does Rodrigo. Yes, he's pressing a bit more now. You can see, obviously, he's made those changes going forward. There's, what, 5 people forward now. Hullit's involved in the attack, but that means there will be gaps that appear at the back for Rodrigo as well, and opportunities for Diogo to break through.
Yeah, in that area right there, it just seems a little bit too rushed. He's not really got the options going forward. Well, and it's just playing into the hands of Diogo. When you're playing against a possession player, the number one thing that you want to try and do is keep hold of the ball as long as you can yourself. Make them come out of the comfort zone. So if you just continue to rush the play and almost...
Look at the space.
Like I said, playing to their hands, you're not going to get success.
Mbappe loving that far-hand side. Plays to Vieira now. Ball roll from him. We're going to see another one from the Frenchman there. Not always involved in the attack. Always doing the defensive side of things. Breaking up the play in the midfield alongside Ruud Gullit.
R9 did make that run off the ball, but didn't really have any...
Here we go. This is the chance for him. I said he might get 2 chances if he's lucky. And
just good defending from Diogo, getting men behind the ball, getting red shirts to crowd him out. Wait for that drag back pass across the box, which you see so many times used.
Marcelo down the flank to Neymar now. What's he going to do? Expect a ball roll potentially. No, just fake to go inside, gone out. There's the ball roll we're waiting to see. Again, Neuer just parrying that with his knees, in fact. Hasn't really looked strong at all across these 2 legs. It just seems like every single defender for Diogo wants it more than Rodrigo.
Yeah, all the 50-50s are going his way. Seems as though potentially experience in the end is coming out on top.
And we have to say, Rodrigo, this is his first LAN event of FIFA 19. He made one last year in Manchester. A top 32 finish for him. That means he got out of Swiss-style format.
And they went out in the first round of knockouts.
And it also means that this year he's only picked up Global Series ranking points from weekend leagues. So at the 450 points he will get if he loses this game, he'll be edging his way to 700 points. Slowly, maybe a few more weekend leagues on top, or another event, and that will probably get him a spot in that top 64. And I'm sure that he will be battling out in those playoffs where anything can happen, as we know. Rodrigo did beat JRA Line as well. Can't forget that. In a round of 16 game. So I think, if anything, we just watch this clock run down now.
Well, this has just been experience. This has been the, you'd say, like, the master's edge, you'd say, over him.
And the power of possession football as well. To take this thing out of the game at any point. Oh, Mbappe.
I think people forget how good Diogo is when he actually comes to events. See, he's a top player.
This is going to be a massive tournament for him as well, as he's going to go up the Global Series rankings.
And this sort of performance will just remind people, especially his opponent in those semi-finals in FIFA Houston, wow, I've got a game coming up for me. I've got a game where I need to be switched on, because there's not been a lot of space for him to create chances.
I think he might just be on site. This is Kylian Mbappe. Watch the run for Ronaldo. Tried to have a little showboat there at the end there. Just scooped it up, and that will be Diogo that goes through to day 3 and Championship Sunday. Congratulations to that man. A possession-based performance from him, and just simply did not let Rodrigo have the ball at any ease at all.
Yeah, it almost like when you were at school, you used to have the year 11s against the year 7s. He just didn't let him have the ball. It was as simple as that. He just played round him. It were almost like it were always in his hands to win the game. And he's just done a job in the end. He's kept the ball well. He's took his chances where he needed to. And he'll be going through to the semi-finals. And that's a really fascinating game, because it's almost attack and free-flowing play in FIFA Houston versus the defensive masterclass and the possession sort of play from Diogo.
But the important thing is that means Diogo through to Championship Sunday, 625 Global Series ranking points to his name, $2,500. And of course, for me and Richard, a fantastic opening 2 quarterfinals and 4 in general here in Bucharest, here in Singapore. Of course, Bucharest we're so used to going to. And of course, we're going to throw it back over to the couch now with Paul and the guys. But we're halfway here on day number 2.
Halfway through day number 2, halfway through our quarterfinals, which means half have done in Xbox, half are done on PS4 now, and we now know 2 of our semi-finals, of course. Fantastic performance, fantastic defensive performance, yet again from Peugeot. And let's get our thoughts now from our 2 members on the panel. Boris, we'll start with you. You made the point of saying that he played probably one of the best defensive games we saw in the previous round against Joxon. There's some of that helped him through this game as well.
Yeah, he looked very confident here, and something that is a very common pattern if you look at the latter stages of a bracket is that the players that have the patience, that has good possession style, that's the guys that succeeds the most. And here just the first goal with the passing here with the shot, a very nice goal. But overall in this matchup he showed great patience, and Rodrigo, he was mostly chasing. He got some few chances. He got this one here, but Peugeot here just showed some great defense, and this is actually a long sequence that ends up with the rebound here. But overall from Rodrigo, nice tournament. He can be happy. This was after all his first live tournament of FIFA 19, and he still has a lot to learn. But I definitely would say that he is looking at a bright future.
Kyle, what do you make of it?
I mean, I love what Richard said, where it was like the year 11s versus the year 7s. I was there many a time in high school.
You experienced it both sides?
I did, yeah. I remember being in year 7, you're trying to play against him, and you genuinely believe, which I'm guessing Rodrigo thought, I can do this, I can actually do it. And then you just can see the experience, the strength, the mental strength, everything that the year 11s had, and I think that's what Peugeot had. We said that actually you can tell that he's been on this stage before, he's been to these tournaments, and he knows how to perform here, and that's what we saw. He just didn't give him a chance, and you saw time and time again he was playing his own game, and he knew how to pick apart Rodrigo, which he did so well.
Yeah, it was kind of a stranglehold in many ways, wasn't it? It was like, I don't care how you want to play or where you want to go, I'm going to stop you doing that by just doing what I do.
Yeah, and just look at his stats. Ball.
I think that must be the highest possession we've seen of any of the games we've seen personally here, and nearly 70% possession.
Amazing.
It's outrageous.
I mean, as well, 16 attempts, you can see there, like it was just relentless. He was time and time again, he was going for it, and he scored those 3 goals there, had one against him, but I think that was a great game for him, because actually that's going to get his confidence up, that's going to get him thinking, all right, if I can dismember in a way another professional player, then I can go forward into day 3 thinking I can do the same, and that's what he might bring to day 3.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I think we're starting to see more and more styles now, Boras. Not just different strategies and different lineups and also different formations. We're now seeing completely different styles of how to actually play the game.
Yeah, definitely. As just looking at the previous matchup, we had Resende playing with the 3-5-2, which we mentioned we haven't seen so often, and Paiashota here maybe with a more common style this year with the 4-3-1 and having a little bit more of patient and just grinding the opposition down, pass after pass, and Roderick here, he was mainly just chasing. And this is something also that tells experience, because Paiashota know that this is the only game of the day. Maybe you don't have the same heat in your body, you don't have the same warm fingers, which kindly somehow makes it harder to play this fast clap play with fast build-up, very direct FIFA. Usually in these matchups, it is the more patience player that ends up on top, and we saw here 69.5% possession. That is something that I haven't seen in a long time, and if he maintains this playstyle here, he can actually take down Houston.
Yeah, last time I saw that kind of possession stats was when Chrissy B beat me about 12 years ago. It's been a long time. We're going to take a little bit of time now with a break, and when we come back, we'll head into the second half of our quarterfinal. Stay with us.
Don't let the lag monster stand in the way of you and your games. Defeat it with Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle and enjoy dedicated gaming bandwidth, Razer's new Sela gaming router featuring zero-weight DFS, and instant access to WT Fast GPN. Get Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle with WT Fast GPN and Razer Sela router at only $69.90 a month for the ultimate home gaming performance.
The best player in the world at the moment is F2 Tekkz. I mean, he's won how many tournaments so far this year, so I think it's without a doubt F2 Tekkz.
I think the best player right now is F2 Tekkz.
The best player in the world is Tekkz. He's so good, so yeah.
The best FIFA player in the world right now is F2 Tekkz because he's shown it time and time again.
I think the best player in the world right now is Tekkz.
The best player in the world is Tekkz.
Right now, the best player in the world is F2 Tekkz, but he's not unbeatable.
The best player in the world right now is me because I'm first on the rankings by quite a lot, and I did win the last tournament in Atlanta.
I think the main favorite is Tekkz because they won a lot of tournaments, but hopefully I can win this tournament, so we'll see.
The main favourite for the Singapore event, I'll probably say Tekkz again. Heading into this event, I think he's the main player that everyone wants to beat. So I'd say Tekkz is the favourite heading into this event.
The main favourite is always Tekkz. He's young and he's good, and also Megabit I think is a favourite, so it will be one of the two.
I think the three main favorites here in Singapore are Tekkz, obviously, and MS Dosari, and then me.
The main favorite to win this tournament, I'll say again, is F2 Tekkz.
The main favourite to win the tournament is me again because obviously I won the last tournament and I'm first in the rankings.
The main favourite to win the tournament is Tekkz.
I think there's not really a clear favourite because every tournament is different. So I don't think there's a clear favourite.
The most overpowered player in FIFA 19, I'd probably say Team of the Year Mbappe.
I think right now it's Team of the Year Mbappe
The most overpowered in-game player is probably the Team of the Year Mbappe card.
I think the most overpowered in-game player right now is Team of the Year Mbappe.
The most overpowered in-game player is CR7, Totti, because he's the best player in the world.
The most overpowered in-game player is Cristiano Ronaldo. He's always overpowered since 5 years.
The most overpowered in-game player is probably Ronaldo, Team Year Ronaldo, because he wins all the headers and things like that, yeah, so Ronaldo.
I think the most overpowered in-game player right now is Team of the Year Mbappe, because although he's just 178 centimeters tall, he can overjump everyone and has every ability in offense.
A very warm welcome back to Singapore. Live coverage of the Champions Cup March 2019 continues here on day number 2. We're halfway through the day. If you've missed our first half, you've missed some very close games so far. They've all been separated by a goal or two all the way through. And we're expecting nothing less as we head into the second half of the day and more quarterfinals. We've also made a little substitution here on the couch. We welcome back Mr. Buckley and Mr. Watch. I guess that's what we have to call him. Yeah, we have to call him Mr. N Watch. How you doing?
Doing fine.
Yeah.
I'm doing fine myself, enjoying the games.
First half of the day, what are your thoughts generally? Did you expect it to be that tight between all the players?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think just for the simple fact that I said it on the commentary, I think people look too far into the rankings. Right. Oh, there's 80 spots separating these.
Yeah,
That's only like one event, really. So I think just qualifying puts you in the sort of bracket of being a top player, because qualifying for these events is the tough bit, in my opinion. Yeah. Sometimes you'll play tougher people qualifying than you actually will at the event. So like, I'm not surprised that these quarterfinals have all been 1 or 2 goal discrepancies.
All right, expecting the same from quarterfinal number 5, Gabri versus a man who Boaz hasn't lit well up just yet. I mean, we were talking earlier on, he hasn't made a major yet, has made a qualifier, but hasn't made a major. First time on the big stage as well in front of everyone, and made it as far as he's ever made it before in a quarterfinal. So big game for him.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think we should forget that he's in the region of MS Dossery and Royal. And with the amount of qualifying spots that region has, I think the fact that he's here is an achievement, a big achievement in itself. And the fact that he's made it so far in the competition as well.
Yeah, very competitive region.
Definitely.
Very underestimated as well.
They have the world champion there after all. And I think he'll be looking to make a name for himself in the competition.
His opponent, however, Gabri, I think has played really well so far. Some of his performances in the Swiss stage look very strong.
Yeah, I mean, I think you come into the tournament and you have favourites. You look at Tekkz, Megabit, these names. And sometimes you need the big names to fall for you to make your own star. Right. I was talking about it earlier with that German region, that to actually break through and to be like top of the pile is so tough, because Mo Auber, Megabit, Dullen Mike, Timo, these names are constantly performing event after event after event. So to actually make your name at a FIFA event, let's say that, it's so tough. And sometimes you need a massive performance in a quarterfinal, in a semi-final, and that's what Gabri has got the potential to do right now.
Does he start as the favourite in this game?
Personally, I would say no, but that's from my personal opinion.
It's not about really favourites. I think both are fairly unknown in the scene, but gameplay-wise, I think for me personally, because I've played against Gabri, I know Gabri, I think he, in my eyes, would be the favourite, quote-unquote.
But there's not much in it, is there? It's like an edge.
Exactly. I mean, it's Gabri's, as Aboaz's like first big major and so far in the competition. So I think both are happy to get here, and whoever gets through will be even happier and hope to get as far as possible. But I think the margins are even closer than usual.
Want to get more from both of you in just a moment, but the players are ready. So let's introduce you to our 5th quarterfinal of the day. tell you, the players here have more trouble with the 20 feet to the trophy than they do playing a match, which actually is probably a good thing. But nevertheless, they've done it, they've got it out of the way. It's probably the most awkward thing they're going to have to do all day. But it does seem like they're having a bit of trouble there, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think Tekkz was the only person that I've seen come on and just be like, yeah, I'm ready for this. Everybody else has come on and have been a little bit like, am I standing here? Am I walking
Jazz
further?
was all right. He came on, he did the whole
thump
and
the first game was definitely the best walkout.
Yeah, they probably had more practice.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, but like, at least of their worries, right? That's the, get the awkward stuff out of the way. I just want to sit down and play the match.
I don't think, I don't know if we're looking too much into this, but the walkout, the walk up towards the spot tells enough how you're going into the game.
Okay.
You could see the confusion in the first player.
Are you on that? Are you on board with that? Do you think that plays a part? Or
Yeah, I think it may. It may.
Rubbish, surely.
I'm backing up Gabri. I think he had a better walkout, so I'm sticking with it.
I think we need a psychologist to go back and analyse all the previous 4 matches and work out whether the more confident person that walked out won the match.
What did you say about Tekkz?
Yeah, and also Diogo as well. Probably looked more confident coming out. I think we read too far into it.
Yeah. Joking aside, obviously these two, we've said that it's a great opportunity. In fact, very similar to the last match. Yeah. Very big opportunity for both these players. 625 points for winning this match effectively. Puts you inside the top 32 no matter where you are right now. So good points. Also prize money on the line as well. And a chance to go one game away from playing in the final of your console.
Also, it puts you, you'd say you're on your favourite side of the bracket. You're not playing Tekkz in the semi-final, which is massive. You're looking, when you see that bracket come up and you look at the quarterfinals, who you could be potentially facing, everyone says, yeah, I'm just focusing on my next game. But everybody in the back of their mind is thinking,
they're all looking.
I'm not playing Tekkz. I'm not playing Tekkz. I'm not playing this player. I'm not playing that player. So if you get past this game, you've got tomorrow, you come back fresh, and you've got potentially a final waiting for you if you can get past that semi.
Yeah, big stuff. Prediction time.
I've already said it a couple of times. I'm sticking with Gabri.
I'm going with Abawaza.
Really?
I am.
Why?
Yeah.
Explain why.
I think in that Saudi region, I think this is his opportunity. Desari obviously couldn't play in this tournament. I think this is his breakout tournament, his real breakout tournament. And I'm just backing him. I just think from the walkout that we saw, he looks more nervous. And I think he's going to perform better on the pitch.
Ooh, okay. Going the other way. I personally think that Gabri, he knows that he needs the points. He's on around the 600 mark, which is on the edge of playoffs. Yep. He knows that if he wins this if he wins this game, he guarantees playoffs. And I think his style matches up well against his opponent, and I think he will edge the game.
Okay. We've also got just a quick reminder for you as well. If you haven't already, please do go and link your EA account with your Twitch account, because then you can take part in the rewards program, which is currently running on Twitch, and who knows, you might get one of the drops. So the current drop right now, if you like it, is a Prime Eusebio 93, which is pretty useful. Rich's got one already, so you don't care.
Actually, don't, to be honest.
You don't?
No, my Twitch
Crying
account.
out loud, have you linked?
My Twitch account is linked, so I've been waiting for that little drop in my account.
Don't check it every time. Like, come on, give me another drop. So yeah, make sure your accounts are linked. 2 people that have got their accounts linked, I'm sure, are our commentary team, which we should also check in with right now and get some predictions from. Gents.
Hi guys.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Yeah. Have you had less caffeine or more caffeine?
More caffeine.
More caffeine?
More caffeine.
Amazing!
We've got to bring some energy somewhere. Come on.
What are your predictions for this one?
Well, I'm picking Gabri. I think that this would lock him into a very good position moving forward, and I think he probably realises how big of a match this is for him. Yes, it might put some extra pressure on him, but I think it will make him focus and make him bring out a big performance here.
Okay.
Abawaza, for me, I don't want to agree with Richard Buckley because he's got so many predictions wrong, but I think this is the first time we're actually going to go toe-to-toe here and agree with each other.
Okay. Well, hopefully, Dan, the Buckley curse won't strike.
Hopefully.
And you'll get this one right. Gents, take it away.
Thank you very much. And it's time for our next quarterfinal. And yeah, this is an interesting matchup here. Obviously, we can't really decide between ourselves who's going to take this one home. No real clear favourite, Dan. You've sort of touched on your thoughts on Abawaza here and why he's going to take it home. We've heard from Richard Buckley thinking that it's pretty much all in the way that he walked out on stage, which I'm not sure will transfer over onto how he's going to play in-game. But what are your sort of reasonings behind your prediction here?
I was impressed with Abawaza when we saw him in London. He got some decent results against some fantastic players, and I just think he's going to have a little bit more when it comes to crunch time, when it comes to these quarterfinals, whereas Gabri, even though he has performed phenomenally so far this event, I'm worried that now at this stage, when he knows how much and what an important win it would be to get it here, maybe that's going to be too much for him on this occasion.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure's obviously on him in the fact that, you know, he puts himself in a great position, as I said, for the rest of the season. If he can pick up these Global Series ranking points with this big win here and also put himself into a semi-final where he becomes a name that people start looking at in brackets thinking, oh, no, I've got Gabri first round, or, you know, he has that kind of intimidation factor going his way. But, you know, the way that he has played consistently across the season, I think it is very difficult to bet against him. And I really do feel like we will learn a lot from how this game is going to be playing out from just even the first 45 minutes of this first leg.
And I think this is going to be a very tight one. I mean, statistically, they're very similar in terms of what they've offered so far this tournament. Abu Azar is 37 goals for, 26 against, whereas Gabri 38 for and 25 against. So a very similar record, but we've got to look at who they've actually faced up against and who they've been able to topple. Gabri beat Gorilla 10-3 in Swiss. And even though Gorilla isn't at the heights that he used to be, that is still a very good achievement to be. Yeah, it's saying I can beat players who were up there, who were the best, and players who are used to being in these kind of LAN environments under this pressure.
Okay, well, you can see the players are getting ready now. It'll be interesting to see if there's any interesting comparisons in personnel that are on the pitch. Obviously, these prime icon moments have had already had a pretty big impact on some of these teams already. We've seen big goals from the likes of Pele, Eusebio. Who's your favourite so far that you've seen slide into a lot of teams?
Well, sliding, it's going to be Hullet and Vieira. I think that a lot of slide tackles they've been making, and it's just that extra little oomph that they've given the sides. They were already staples in every team anyway, but they solidify their spots with those upgrades. So it has been nice to see them just in those central defensive midfield positions. But I was expecting to see a little bit more Pele, if I'm honest. He still does seem to be a super sub. I think that will change as we go on and we find more events and people get used to playing with these prime icon moments, because they wouldn't have been able to play with the majority of them at home. It's almost like a little treat to have to play with them at these tournaments. And the more they get used to them, the more they're going to want to play with them in future ones.
Well, you can see Gabri there from his starting lineup. He's using that prime icon moments Maldini in at the centre-back spot. And he's another centre-back that's been, you know, increased in statistics. He's got 87 pace on that foot item there. And I think when we look back at Resende using that 3 at the back formation, I think the fact that we've now got sort of 3 genuine icons or team of the year players in that centre-back position with genuine pace, it becomes more of a viable option, and I think we might see a little bit more of it moving forward. You're looking at, you know, that Maldini we've mentioned. We're looking at Varane, Ramos. I think 85 pace is the lowest, obviously, on foot item rating for pace, plus a chemistry style. You're looking towards 99 pace on all of those potential cards. So, I mean, it makes it more viable option because that spacing behind is going to be closed down so much quicker. Do you think we might see the 3 at the back a little bit more, or?
I think that 3 at the back is a good idea when fullbacks at the moment have been a little bit lackluster. We've seen left back and right backs be exposed with over-the-top through balls. It happens a lot. However, it really depends on your playstyle. If you are quite an aggressive defending player, that sounds weird, but if you like to pull out your left back and your right back to try and win those tackles high up the pitch, then you're going to be rewarded for playing fullbacks. Are you going to be able to do the same thing with 3-5-2? Maybe not. So it all comes down to playstyle and what you prefer. But I like to see differences. You know, I love the 4-4-2 that we've seen introduced, and 3-5-2, if that comes into it, great. I'm all for it.
I think another thing with the 3-5-2 as well, I was speaking to Boris about this, is the fact that you then kind of negate that back post header ever so slightly more, because you have 3 centre-backs in position, all obviously with a lot of height behind them, decent jumping and heading accuracy stats, so they're going to be able to combat that instead of the likes of Marcelo, who are going to be caught out at that back post a lot of the time. But you do kind of maybe sacrifice some of the attacking options, because we talk about defensively the fullbacks a lot of the time, but they also create offensively for a lot of these players. The likes of Marcelo get into those positions to create as well as defend.
Marcelo especially, and that's why we see more attacking style players using Marcelo. I mean, he's got his 5-star skills as well at left back, so you can get an El Tornado on the go if you want to, and that's why we see him at left back. But we get a little glimpse of some of the formations that are possible. I mean, 4-2-2 is something that kind of was introduced. Nicholas Razek was very much a believer of 4-2-2 when we saw him have an incredible tournament in Bucharest. So we have seen this adaptation from several players of trying different things, trying to find counteracting play styles, because the 4-2-3-1 meta became a little bit stale. It became very kind of edgy and tight, close games, and people were looking for different ways to try and break that down. And these new formations, or Well, different formations have allowed for that to change.
Yeah, and it is obviously developing meta constantly in FIFA 19, having to find new ways to break down your opponent. You can see we're underway here now in our first leg of our next quarterfinal. Every single quarterfinal from the competition here in Singapore will, of course, be broadcast to you guys at home, so you won't be missing out on any of the action. You can see Abu Azza is going to be playing in the red strip here, and Gabri going to be playing in the Inter Milan home kit. Shooting from right to left early on. And as I say, I really do feel this first 45 minutes is going to give us a real read into the pattern of this game.
It's about trusting in your players sometimes, trusting in who you've actually put onto the pitch. You know where they're going to be positioning themselves. You know what passes you need to be make to actually find them, but you can direct that and you can manipulate that yourself with different button configurations, with button presses. Of course, hammering that LB button or that L1 button a couple of times will make players make those runs. You've got to take advantage of that. That's how you can expose some of those fullbacks sometimes. And that lofted through ball can be so effective if you time it perfectly. Interesting to see Team of the Year Kante in position in the midfield here for Abu Azza. Preferred over that prime icon moments. Patrick Vieira we've seen a lot of today. There's going to be Abu Azza who comes forward, and there is Kante using that pace and that acceleration to get back in and win that ball back. And usually if we do see Kante introduced, it means that we're going to see players who like to chase the ball around a little bit because of Kante's pace. He does kind of nip at the heels of everyone. And there's the drag back from CR7 in towards the back post. Rafael Varane in position there to win that header at the back post, and it always is kind of a little bit of a heart-in-mouth moment for a defending player when you do see that ball sort of lofted and hanging in the air towards that back post. But now up the other end, it's Gabri using a couple of cricketers to find some space. Gets a little bit of a lucky break here. Neymar with a chance to strike it. Well defended there by Abu Azza. Now brings it away with Neymar. This could be one of those games, Mark, where we do see an absolute goal fest, because both players in this tournament thus far have looked a little bit vulnerable at the back. They have conceded multiple goals in games where they looked comfortable and then suddenly they just give goals away. So keep an eye on that one. Chance for Mbappe maybe to strike it. Looked for the pass into Neymar instead. Well defended. Nobody really been able to find that killer pass in that final third yet. Both players have had some possession around their opponent's 18-yard box. Now we're seeing the switch of play. Varane bringing this one forward. Oh, there's a big interception though, and it's Cristiano Ronaldo using his strength to do some defensive work there, and Kante again in the midfield. Wins it back, but then immediately gives it away once more. Neymar now turns back inside. Maybe a chance to hit it here, tries to find Cristiano Ronaldo. And again, just a little bit of a lack of quality in the final third. But you can see Kante's uses being used there as well. The fact that if maybe things do go a little bit wrong, if you are out of position, Kante gets back so quickly. He cuts those passing lanes phenomenally. Whereas sometimes Vieira, even though he might not find himself in those exposed positions, he wouldn't be able to get there as quickly, even though he has got very, very long legs. I was about to say, he's one of the biggest player models in the game, it feels like, especially in that CDM position, covers so much ground. But we can see a pause coming in here from the players. Maybe just a little tactical change early on. Maybe just looking at to see if an opponent is looking for the tactical change there, checking the player rating screen to see if there is that change of formation. But 20 minutes gone in this game. No real big chances so far, Dan. And this is what I was talking about, the first 45 and how important it can be for both of these players. Because it is looking like it's going to be a tighter affair. And it will often come down to who kind of cracks first at trying to take a risk and changing a formation, because we'll get this 4-2-3-1 stalemate where maybe neither player is going to actually get a clear chance on goal, and it just takes that one player to say, actually, I want to make a difference here, or I want to take a risk, I want to get my place in the semi-finals. De Gea has to come out and deal with that cross there from Messi. Again, no real opportunity created by either player so far. Ronaldo now brings it away, tries to buy some space with that heel-to-heel. Kante now in the midfield, alongside Ruud Gullit. It looks like the 4-4-2 formation possibly being used by Abu Azza here. Actually might still be the 4-2-3-1. Ronaldo looked for that scoop turn to get round the outside of Rafael Varane. But again, defensively, both players have been timing their tackles almost impeccably. And I think both of them are scared to take that risk. I mean, if you look at the results that they've had in Swiss and in the round of 16, I mean, for example, Abu Azza, he beat Cody to finish a 9-8. Like, that was goals galore in that one. But you don't want to be conceding 8 goals across 2 legs. You need to be tighter defensively. And both of these players are looking to try and approach the game in that way. I just feel like one goal is going to open things up. As soon as we do see that first goal, I think we could have a lot of action on our hands. Well, here's another attack now from Abu Azza. Half hour gone in the game. Big tackle from Patrick Vieira, but Kante
Manages to keep possession here. Kante back into Eusebio now. Maybe a chance to strike it. Tried to find the pass through. Little mistake at the back. And there is the first goal of the game. Abuaza is the man to get it, and it's Kylian Mbappe who finds the finish.
And sometimes you do just need a little bit of fortune to be able to break through a wall when your opponent is defending well. He took the risk. He actually went for one of those shots. And it was just, you could see, a little deflection just going his way. But now that will crack open this game. Just like an egg, crack it on, get it into the bowl. Now let's stick it in the microwave so we can have a nice meal.
Here we go then, first goal of the game. A little bit of fortune on the side of Abuaza, but you've got to take the chances when they fall, and he did exactly that with Kylian Mbappe. And now Mbappe at the other end finds Neymar here for Gabri, looking for a way back into this game. A little lofted ball into the middle, and there is that chance, and there is the goal for Ronaldo.
I told you it was going to open up, didn't I?
There
we go, straight from the kickoff. Gabri just demonstrating the sheer power of Cristiano Ronaldo and his jumping statistics. 99 heading accuracy, 99 jumping. Doesn't matter who's challenging him in the air. He's going to be able to put that one away. And there we go. We have a game on our hands now. This quarterfinal has opened up. But still, it means because of those two quick goals, both of these players, I imagine, are going to stick with that 4-2-3-1. Stick with what they're familiar with. And just try and get everyone behind the ball. Try and frustrate your opponent a little bit.
And that was a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier, where the longer that ball sort of hangs in the air, as the defending player, you sort of, the more worry creeps into your thought process, because you know that somewhere around the center of the pitch, Ronaldo is going to be there. And there's a shot in response from Mbappe. Easy save though for David De Gea. Ronaldo now coming forward at the other end. That's a beautiful ball over the top. Mbappe has a chance again. Goes round the goalkeeper and finishes. Gabri's turned this one around. He was down by one, but two back-to-back goals now put him in the lead.
And is that Petr Cech as well that I see in goal for Abuaza? I have seen a couple of players in tournaments lately just include him in the lineup. Maybe they think he's going to get down to ground a little bit better because we see so many low-driven shots being the way to score nowadays. But that was a little bit of a fumble from him. And after going behind, Gabri now 2 quick goals is going to force a change of formation on the other side. You've always got to have a backup plan. And when you do concede 2 that quickly, you have to look at changes. You have to look at what's going wrong and why that's happening.
Yeah, good stuff from Gabri, though, to not get too down on himself after conceding that first goal. But we've now had 3 goals in the space of about 12 minutes. You can see the ball roll attempted round the goalkeeper. Didn't manage to pull it off. It's David De Gea in net, actually.
Oh, is it?
And it's been a little bit susceptible a few times today. We've seen him not quite, maybe his handling being up to par in certain situations, but with the amount of shot power that a lot of these FUT items have and the strength and the physicality, sometimes it's not a surprise to see him not be able to pick the ball up quite as cleanly as you would imagine.
But it's always just going to sit closer to the screen.
That's fine.
So I can actually see the player.
I'll bring my glasses up
Thanks.
for you. Put another pair on. So here we are, Gabri with a 2-1 lead now. Alexandro down the left-hand side, and he's turned this game around, as I say, in the space of about 10 minutes or so. Stoppage time at the end of the first half here. And there might be time for one more opportunity. Mbappe, nice close dribbling from him. Hullet does stick a leg in though and get the tackle in. Now Neymar comes away, sends it upfield, and there is the half-time whistle. At the end of the first leg, the stats could not be tighter as far as opportunities are concerned.
Yeah, and it's just, you can see from Gabri, he looks more confident on the ball. A couple of cricketers, I mean, he's not doing him in the dangerous areas, but it just lets your opponent know that you've got that in your locker. At any point, you could just pull out those skill moves to try and beat a man or two. And the Italian, the 18-year-old, at his first event, just demonstrating what he's capable of here.
So from the restart, early effort here. Messi's found Neymar. Oh, there is a big save from De Gea. First shot there of the second half goes to Gabri. And maybe David De Gea sort of made up for not being able to get as much on that ball as he would have wanted for the second goal. Varane now coming forward, Hullet on the edge of the box. Being hassled by Ronaldo, and Ronaldo will win the ball here, and he's managed to keep it in play.
And I think the couch alluded to it earlier, what an important game this is for Gabri. I mean, it's an important one, of course, for Abuaza as well, but Gabri would see himself go up to 771 points if he were to win this game, which we think would secure himself playoffs. And that will definitely be in the back of his mind here.
Great move here, great shot from Eusebio as well, but Alexandro with an even better block in that situation. Corner to be whipped in then for Abuaza, looking towards that front post. Maybe he's trying to get hold of Ronaldo, and he's found him. He's found the green header as well. De Gea comes up big with the save. The resulting corner, though, could be dangerous again. Does he go short? Does he whip this one back into the box again? Eusebio, it's going to actually hit Mbappe. And look at this space now for Kylian Mbappe.
We see that happen so much as well from corners sometimes when you try and play it short and play it out to the edge. It can be predictable, it can be countered. Thankfully, though, for Gabri, it's not going to be too much of a pain in this instance. But I like to see a little bit of changes in set pieces. I like to see them go for something different, because if you're too repetitive, if you're too predictable, it can get a little bit easy for your opponent to defend against it.
That's a great ball down the line, though. Ronaldo will get there after the pass from Rafael Varane. Kante. Back to the Frenchman, Varane. Messi gets a challenge in. Marcelo now with those 5-star skills. A little scoop turn towards the edge of the box. Tried to float it in. It was Neymar, unfortunately. That's where you want your CR7.
And you can see both of the players are more than happy to cross it in. They're trying to just get a little dink across the box to try and find CR7, but he's not there. But sometimes you can find him with the through ball as well. Unfortunately, though, De Gea too quick off his line. You can see the pressure that Gabri's applying, and it's working out here.
Mbappe steals the ball back in a dangerous spot here. This could be a big mistake from Abuaza. There's a man coming in the back post.
Marcelo
turns it behind. I thought he'd buried that diving header in his own net for just a second. Another corner then. Ronaldo's up, but it's just wide of the post.
Just not quite timed, Green. Again, if you hit that timing, it's going to improve the accuracy, improve the power. And that might have been the goal for Gabri to give him that 2-goal cushion. But Abuaza still only one behind. It has looked like Gabri's been more favoured, though, in this second half of the first leg. As a reminder, of course, it is 2 legs. We have another 90 minutes afterwards in this quarter-final. And something that Mr. Buckley mentioned is this arguably could be the easier side of the Xbox bracket. Not having to face the likes of Tekkz until the grand final on the Xbox. And that's going to give you a little bit of confidence.
It almost sounds like a defeatist way of talking about things, but you have to remember as well, for the guys on this side of the bracket, that means potentially an easier path to Global Series ranking points.
Of course, and it is Tekkz. He is the best player in the world. When we interviewed all the players, and you might have seen the little media interviews that are played during the breaks, every single player that was interviewed said Tekkz is the best in the world, because there is no argument, no doubt anymore. He's just incredible.
Here's Messi then. Tackled by Marcelo, and he will win the throw-in after it deflected off of the Argentinian. Approaching the last 15 minutes or so in game here of this first leg. Abuaza down by 1 at the moment.
And it's not been the goal fest that I kind of promised you, Mark, and I apologise for that, but I think it's because the occasion has got to both of these players. They're reluctant to take risks. They are being very methodical, very slow and patient with their play. They don't want to give away any mistakes and give their opponent any real chances.
Oh my word, though, when the chance does come, Abuaza takes it. Great little ball into Ronaldo, and what a finish that is.
And that's what happens sometimes when you do take your time, when you do build up. You can watch the play, you can notice where your players are positioning themselves. You can look at the radar and you can see how your opponent is trying to approach their defence. And wow, what a finish that is. Timed it Green perfectly from the edge. And now all back to the stalemate. And I said that players aren't wanting to take risks, but sometimes shooting from that kind of angle is a risk. I mean, it could have just merely deflected off the defender in front of them, and suddenly you've given possession away. So good stuff there from Abuaza.
On the restart, though, Cristiano Ronaldo at the other end is looking to regain that lead. The shot is tame, though. It took the deflection to take the sting out of it. And usually I'm going to go back to that goal and that finish. Usually we're sort of like, oh, you know, did you have the opportunity to move the goalkeeper there? But the pass was so short before the shot was taken. I just don't think he had time to react to the situation.
Yeah, it's something that was in the previous meta with the first time finesse shots. If you did it quick enough, oh my goodness. If you catch them off guard, goalkeeper movement's not going to be able to happen. And I think Gabri's been caught off guard twice in a row there. Just quick pass and move game from Abu Azza.
Neymar just left in all sorts of space there on the right-hand side. And again, the perfectly timed finish from the Brazilian has turned this game on its head. Just a few minutes ago, Abu Azza was down by 1. And again, it's around 10, 15 minutes in game. Now he's in the lead. And we know how dangerous the PSG man is in front of goal when you get him into those positions. And Neymar finds that left-hand corner without a problem.
And the man from Saudi Arabia who is trying to step up to the plate. No MS Dasari here at this event. The Royal not here as well. So that is just a chance now for him to shine. And the Saudi region has produced so many good players, Mark. And maybe this could be his event.
So then Gabri, who's had the lead for the majority of this game, now has to dig deep, see if he can find a goal towards the end of this game. And he does get possession back in this situation. Neymar now. Good direct ball up to CR7. What a tackle that is from Rio Ferdinand. And one thing I love about all the introduction of new prime icon moments and team of the year FUT items is that Rio Ferdinand is still in there.
It's just because he seems to be in the right place at the right time. I am fortunate enough to have him in my ultimate team, and it's just incredible what he does off the ball. And it just means it makes life that little bit simpler for you that you know he's going to be there.
Maldini wins it back then, speaking of prime icon moments. Mbappe now away. And there might be a chance here in the last few moments here for Gabri to find the equaliser, send this one into the second leg, all tied up. Stoppage time now.
3 minutes.
Ramos, though, gives the ball away, and that might be it for the end of this first leg if Abu Azza plays this one sensibly and keeps his head.
Yeah, Abu Azza might get one attack of his own, but he's going to deprive Gabri of that attack. Or is he? A little bit of time left, Mark.
Has to go forward, though. Mbappe into Ronaldo. Neymar, there is an opportunity here if he can find the pass. Ronaldo with the space. There's the run from Mbappe as well, and it was such a vital interception at the last second there from Maldini. And it is going to be that man on your screen right now, Abu Azza, who goes into our second leg here in the quarterfinals with a goal lead.
And whilst we were speaking about Gabri and what an important game it is for him and how he can secure playoffs, I mean, for Abu Azza, if he was to potentially win on the Xbox bracket, he could actually achieve potentially just qualifying outright for the E-World Cup. I mean, that's what's on the line for him. That's how close everything can be and how just one good event you can climb so far up the Global Series rankings. I mean, he currently resides in 64th place, so arguably just 4 spaces off being able to qualify for playoffs. However, he's already achieved a decent amount of points, and he can go up to 997 if he were to win this game, just getting into that semi-final. And around that 1,000 point mark, that's going to be in a fantastic point going into the rest of the season.
And you can see the trophy that these guys are playing for here. Obviously, that will be the winner of the cross-console final, which is to come tomorrow on Championship Sunday. I'm sure both of these players would love to get their hands on that. But that first game, let's break it down a little bit, Dan, because it was a very tight affair. But we saw both players scoring back-to-back goals there. Did you put that down to maybe a lack of concentration after conceding that initial goal?
I mean, sometimes you can look at mentality and you can say that a head drops when you're conceding ones, and then you're maybe not prepared for a quick attack from your opponent. However, I would say that the majority of these pro players now shouldn't have mentalities like that. They have a stronger mental game, because to get here, you have to have a really strong mental game. And I'm not just talking about getting through the Swiss phase. I'm talking about qualifying for tournaments like this. The grueling process, the amount of games they have to play against top players, that's what really makes them the cream of the crop. I mean, we're not talking about average FIFA players here. We're talking about the best FIFA players in the world at this tournament. It was a game where there was very few risks. I think both of them were more than happy to just play slow football, more than happy to play the possession game. If their opponent had the possession in their half, they can say, well, I'm not going to close them down because I don't want to open up any opportunities for them either. We might see that be a little bit different in their second leg. We might see more risks taken from both of these players.
It's certainly going to be interesting to see how these players approach this second leg. I kind of half expect it to be very similar for that first 45, and then depending on how the scoreline is looking, of course, after that halftime break, then we'll see the changes. And this is where we'll really see the game open up, depending on if one of the players is still chasing the game or one of them is still trying to see it out. But it's going to be interesting to see. And obviously, a place in the semi-finals. I mean, both of these players coming into this tournament, do you think realistically they would have
had hopes on reaching the semi-final, or do you think this is a big performance from these guys?
I think it's a huge performance from both of them, and they would have been looking at the tournament and just been focusing on getting out of Swiss, trying to secure a little bit more global series ranking points, trying to get closer towards playoffs. But then you just take one game at a time. They won't be thinking about finals. They won't be thinking about the trophy. They'll just be thinking about getting to that semi-final, and then they'll focus on who they have to play. They probably don't even think about the side of the bracket they're on. They're not thinking about Tekkz, because you don't need to worry about it. You just focus on what's in front of you right now. And at the moment, Abuazer is winning that battle. He is focusing on Gabri, and he's saying, look, I am more than happy to take it to you here. But I feel like Gabri is going to have something up his sleeve here. I feel like we've not seen his full potential in that first leg.
Here we go then. Second leg underway here. If you're just joining us, 1 goal is the difference after the first leg, and that's the important stat to remember. Abuazer was 2-1 down and managed to turn it around to 3-2 in the couple of quick-fire back-to-back goals. This time it's going to be Gabri playing in the white and blue socks. Abuazer in the green strip. Gabri here early on, attacking with Kylian Mbappe down this left-hand side. Finds Lionel Messi now. Bit of space here for Vieira, and there is space on the edge of the box. Great passing play. Neymar with a chance to strike! And he does strike! Game on!
And just like magic there from Gabri, just perfectly manipulating the pitch, just watching and waiting for that one player to make the run. The passes were perfect, and he's able to secure himself an equaliser. Quick pass and move, and it's just that simple touch with Neymar as well, who did get bundled over, might I add, so even if he had missed, we could have been looking at a penalty. But even though he was off balance, he still slots it home. Time green, low driven, simple.
If I'm the manager there, I'm shouting at Marcelo as well. Don't turn your back on the ball. Make yourself big. That's why I used to get shouted at when I used to play. Anyway,
is that why you got big?
I'm going to leave that comment there. Hullet now coming forward from the restart. So we're all tied up now at 3-3. Nothing to separate these two players. It was the first real attack of the game as well. Just 6 minutes or so on the clock. Perfect start here for Gabri. Just to give him that little mental reset, take that pressure off of him.
And you can really see how both of these players are trying to bait each other into trying to make a mistake, into try and lure those players out of position with just a couple of simple skill moves. But passes inside the box, not quite going to work out this time for Abuazer. They really want to draw those left backs and right backs, the full backs out of position so that they can expose those areas, and then they can actually start to use the skill moves on the edge of the box and work their way into the box. You can see what they're trying to do, it's just not working out so well at the moment.
Really has been a tight affair between these two players at the moment. No player really dominating, even the possession stats, to be honest with you. Really does feel like both players are kind of just taking it in turns to attack and defend. There's no real difference in their style of play, so to speak. Both of them looking for very orthodox ways to get in towards goal. Coming forward with those CDMs, looking to then put some quick passing together around the box.
They're just hoping for mistakes. It feels like a game of tennis at the moment. They're just playing simple volleys across to each other and hoping that someone's going to make a mistake. And speaking of simple, that is one hell of a mistake. You can notice when Gabri's defending, he's just stepping off, stepping off, stepping off. He's not pressuring. He's not trying to win the ball back high up the pitch. Instead, he's saying, all right, Abuazer, you can have the possession, buddy. I'm just going to wait for you to make a misplaced pass. When you do, then I'll pounce on it.
Here's Ronaldo then into Kante. Kante finds Eusebio. Neymar with a little bit of space, and there is room here for Varane to attack from that full back position. Eusebio to Kante. Linking up nicely. Here's Hullet. Chance on the volley, and it's just wide. Off the upright. Mbappe just burst into life there with a strike.
And we've seen a few of those nestle into the back of the net a few times today. Like we saw an El Tornado into a volley, but it's timed green. That one was timed yellow, so it does go wayward. That's going to be a warning sign for Gabri. Abuazer has been gifted the possession so far in the early stages of this game, despite going one behind in the second leg. And maybe that's something that Gabri needs to be aware of. Maybe he needs to stop stepping off and actually try and start applying a little bit more pressure. But the more pressure he applies, the more space is going to be opening up at the back. So it's kind of, he's damned if he does, he's damned if he doesn't in this scenario.
For the first time since that goal that Gabri's really had a chance to go forward here. Let's see if he can make the most of this. Messi now one-on-one with Marcelo. Managed to get inside the box here, Lionel Messi. Fantastic acceleration. The cricketer towards the back post. And that right there is why you have those centre-backs in the full-back positions. Varane won the header. Away from Mbappe. And even just an event or so ago, that would have been Kylian Mbappe winning that header and potentially finding the back of the net.
You can see the play starting to speed up a little bit more now as well, as Abuaza, when he notices that Gabri's coming forward, he's trying to take advantage of that, trying to hit him on the counter-attack. I feel like Gabri is pressing a little bit more when Abuaza speeds up. If Abuaza is going to be just playing it around his back four and slowly, methodically building up, then I think Gabri's going to be more than happy. But, well, he'll take mistakes like that. Free possession for him.
15 minutes or so till half-time then. Is there going to be a goal? Or is it going to be more of the same for both of these players? It really has been an attritional battle so far between these two in our quarterfinals. Both players with so much on the line here. Not only the place in the semi-final, but the Global Series ranking points, the prize money increase, and the effect it has on their season as well. And one player who's having an effect on the game is Kylian Mbappe there, but the pass just let him down. Kante wins it back here for Abuaza.
You can see how Abuaza is just so frustrated as well. He's trying to get through. He's trying to break through on the wings. He's trying to break through on the centre. But at the moment, there's just such a wall that's been built up by Gabri. So he's trying to hit these spectacular volleys. And maybe if he times one green, if he able to get that perfect shot, he might be able to get away with it. However, if he's not going to be able to do so, he might have to look elsewhere for trying to find a goal. Maybe he'll resort back to crosses, is what we saw in the early stages of the first leg.
Here's Mbappe with the cricket, and there is a cross, and Marcelo wins the header.
You're always scared when it's Marcelo jumping for it.
Luckily, it was Lionel Messi who was the player who was going up against him, but we did see Messi score a header earlier on today. That was against Luka Modric. Gabri wins it back then. Maybe a chance before half-time. Vieira striding forward, those long legs. Finds the ball into Messi now. Marcelo again wins that battle, though.
And you could see that Gabri really wanted to just have a dink to the back post there, hold down that LB button, press cross, and just hope that Cristiano Ronaldo is going to be waiting for it. But that hasn't been the case with some of his crosses. He's been putting it into the middle, and it's been Mbappe quite a lot who's been jumping up for the ball. And he's not been rewarded for putting it in those danger zones as he would be if Cristiano Ronaldo were there. So that means he's been more hesitant to play those crosses, and it's just meant that these attacks have kind of just fizzled out a little bit disappointingly. A very tight game as we come to the closing stages of this first half in the second leg. And there's the whistle. 3-3 then. Neither player able to really make a difference, but Gabri's early goal is going to mean it's all square.
I mean, we've seen throughout both sides of the bracket today, both the PlayStation and the Xbox, how tight all of the games have been. It has been, you know, just a goal or two separating these players, and it's to be expected, you know, when you are getting to the latter stages and you are seeing the best players, the quality really rise to the top. But we are seeing this kind of attritional battle between a lot of the players. There has been a little mistake or a little moment of brilliance which has separated these games. But at the moment, looking at these two players, who do you think's got that in their locker at the moment? Who's been the player who's kind of had that spark?
I feel like Abuaza has been dominating the possession, so naturally he's going to have more chances come about. However, Gabri is terrifying on the counter-attack, and if he has a little more confidence in his ability, if he does whip out a few skill moves here or there and beats that first man, he's going to be rewarded for it. So he just needs to believe in his ability, and he might be able to sneak this one.
Kante then turns around the corner to Neymar. There is a bit of space out wide there, and you can see again just trying that little lofted pass into one of the wide cams to try and hit that first-time volley from Abuaza. He is trying everything at the moment. Both players are trying everything. They just can't get through the wall.
But it says a 61 possession in favour of Abuaza, and that's really the main difference between two players who are fairly similar in how they want to approach the game. They play the 4-2-3-1. They hope their opponent makes a mistake. They're happy to play possession-based football. It's just been Abuaza who's been able to control it at this moment.
Well, here's a little bit of space for CR7. Finally managed to get the shot away. But there was a body in the way once more.
And now it's these scenarios where Gabri needs to actually take a think and say, hey, well, I've been giving so much possession, I've been deprived of possession. Why don't I keep the ball for a little bit here? Why don't I see maybe if Abuaza is going to make that mistake? But the main difference you see between the two players is Abuaza is controlling his players in the green shirts, and he is pressing. He is looking to try and win that ball back a little bit higher.
Oh, it's a beautiful heel to heel, though, from Ronaldo to buy some space. What a tackle that was from Varane, though. And it is little moments like that which are really going to potentially open up this game. One little skill move, but one little skill combination maybe around the edge of the box. Just to buy some space. Messi now for Abuaza onto that left foot, might go for the shot. Instead, it opts to go towards the back post. Again, a combination of De Gea and the defender clear it away. And now Gabri can break again.
And again, for me, that screams I'm not confident in my own ability. If he's just trying to dink that ball, if he's trying to play the cross, if he had hit a cricketer there and Elastico beats that first man, you've got a clear shot on goal there. But neither of them want to make that risk, and I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to take a risk either if I was in this situation when it's so close and you know one more goal into your opposition, that could be lights out. That could be you eliminated from the competition.
That's what you have to remember. I think it's a great point. This is everything for these guys right now. There's no second chances, and Messi has now got away from the attentions of Marcelo. He's put the cross in towards the back post again. Varane showing his worth, though. In that fullback position, Kante manages to get it away. Little mistake there. Rush the clearance, but Abuaza will survive here and bring the ball away with Messi.
If they're going to both be going for these back post headers, if I were either of them, I would put Ronaldo on the right or the left-hand side, because then you are going to get Ronaldo at that back post and take full advantage of his statistics. So maybe that could be a switch that might come through.
Here's Hullet then on the edge of the box. A little combination cricketer there, just cancelling it, shifting the body weight to the other side. Shot did come in, timed it green, wasn't too dangerous though from Hullet. But now maybe it'll be a set piece to separate these two players. Whipped in towards the near post, but Patrick Vieira makes pretty easy work of that one.
Yeah, both players have taken full advantage on their set pieces of actually just like switching to Cristiano Ronaldo, try and position him at the front post. But unfortunately, it's very easy to read because it's expected from both of them. As I said, they are so similar with how they approach the game. It's almost like a mirror match at this point.
Abuaza then coming forward. Is there going to be a chance here? Again, Gabri's defence holding strong. So many players behind the ball here. And Abuaza just can't break through at the moment. Has to stay patient. Can't get frustrated. Kante invites Marcelo forward now. Maybe the fullbacks joining the attack might be the answer to this. Get a few more bodies forward, but then that just plays into the hands of Gabri.
Yeah, we really have a stalemate at the moment because Abuaza's reluctant to change things because he's dominating possession. He's getting more chances. Gabri's reluctant to change things because if he does, he's going to feel like he's going to give more opportunities to Abuaza. And he's going to feel like he's exposed. He's going to be taking that risk. So we're just at this weird point in the game where both players are just kind of sitting back and hoping for a mistake.
Mbappe then with a little bit of space here. Varane's going to be in front of him, and Messi's not going to even let that become a battle. He comes back and helps out the fullback. Two La Liga players combining there. Neymar now, a little bit of space for once here for Hullet, but it's immediately closed down there in the CDM position. Mbappe now, fake shot, finds Ronaldo inside the box. Is this the moment for Abuaza?
He's just swarmed by white shirts. He doesn't have a chance to run with the ball. And if he's not got it in the locker to combine skill moves together, he is really going to struggle to get past them.
Messi then into Neymar, can go either way. There's the ball into CR7. There's the little turn back, goes near post, but just didn't get the power on the shot. Didn't get the timing.
And it's so hard to get the timing when he's had such few shots to actually try and get that into his muscle memory, try and warm into the game. He's just spent so much of his time on the edge of the box.
Might be a chance here on the counter-attack, though, for Abuaza. First time he's really been able to go forward after Gabri committed some players himself. Hullet out wide now to Mbappe. Hullet on the edge of the box. Last few moments of this game, De Gea forced into the save. A corner here through Abuaza. "88 minutes on the clock. Neymar comes short. Ball whipped in towards the front post.
De Gea
Moved up
came so
goalkeeper.
far. so far. And from an early point as well, he moved him to the front post. He made it very clear, you are not putting Cristiano Ronaldo anywhere near this.
Ball into the box, Ruud Hullit's there. It's a combination of him and CR7. And they kind of got in each other's way.
And unless we see a little bit of magic from Gabri with one last attack, it does look like we're going to go to extra time in this quarterfinal. Tries a big kick from the back, but it's just gone straight to the other goalkeeper. And surely that's going to be the whistle.
And there it is. We go to extra time then. Neither of these players could be separated after 2 legs. It has been a war, Dan, and I think both of these players are going to be showing some bruises after this one's done.
Yeah, Gabri was under the cosh for quite a lot of that game, despite the fact that he looked explosive from the get-go. He found that first goal within 7 minutes, but then he just gave Abuaza the possession. He was reluctant to switch things up because he was able to secure the equalizer. And I wonder who is going to be that first person to break. Who's going to be the first person to say, all right, actually, I want this. I'm going to go for this now. I'm going to switch my formation up. I'm going to start playing more attacking. I feel like it has to be Gabri because Abuaz has just been given so much of the game. He's not going to change things up.
Well, you say that, but then maybe stamina starts to become an issue for some of these players. And when you're playing that counter-attacking football, if you get a couple of fresh legs on the pitch and those fullbacks become a little bit tired now that we're into extra time, that could be the opportunity that Gabri's waiting for.
I just think it's a very dangerous game to play the counter-attacking style. A lot of players do go for it now, but usually it's when they're up against a player who they respect or they think is an incredible attacking player, and maybe that is the case for Gabri here. But it's him from the kickoff who's showing signs of danger once again. He just needs to have that same pressure throughout this entirety of extra time.
It's a great run from Neymar in behind here. Varane's going to come across and try and deal with that one, but Neymar should get there first, gets his body in between the ball. Nice little ball roll as well to take it away from the Real Madrid man. Hullit now to Kante. Little ball in, Messi with a strike. Cannot beat De Gea though.
And even though it might look a little bit adventurous from Abuaza to be going for shots like that, it might be one of those that actually finds him this goal. Because Gabri stepping him off so much.
Oh, it's in!
Oh my goodness.
He's done it!
What a goal that is. In such an incredible corner. He searched for Ronaldo. He knew he was going to be at that back post. And he needed just this breakthrough moment. He's been desperately searching for the entirety of this game. It's lofted so far into the back, and Ronaldo wins it over 4 players.
And Ramos just couldn't keep it out. Too much power on the header from Cristiano Ronaldo. Just carried the ball over the line, and it is the set piece that is separating these players at the moment, and Abuaza retakes control here in our quarterfinal.
And that means Gabri has to switch things up now. He has to up the pace here and just change his game plan completely, which might open up things more for Abuaza. He might be able to expose Gabri's defense, but this is better from him. He's able to just win that ball back higher up the pitch. It's what he needs to do.
Couldn't quite find the ball to Messi though. Marcelo, under pressure, managed to do well. And now Abuaza is going to be very comfortable in this position. He's been doing a great job of holding possession, and as we all know, in competitive FIFA, the clock becomes your friend if you can play that possession style when you have the lead.
I feel like Gabri has kind of left himself in this position because he wasn't pressing enough in the game. He was more than happy to sit back, and eventually Abuaza was going to have a chance and he was going to be able to convert one of those chances. Yes, Gabri's going to be somewhat frustrated. It was from a set piece, which he could do very little about. Maybe moved his goalkeeper a little bit. But at the end of this first half of extra time, it looks like Abuaza is going to go in ahead.
Oh, and Mbappe's just toying with Ramos here. Manages to find the ball into Hullit, and Hullit's got into the box as well. Another ball into the box. De Gea kind of half deals with it. And the half-time whistle does go in extra time here in our quarterfinal. That set piece from Abuaza to tie up this game, but most importantly, give him that 1-goal advantage on aggregate.
And it was a brave set piece. It was a brave corner. To loft it that far into the box, it's very exposed for the goalkeeper to just come out and grab that and stop it from happening. So he's taken a small risk there.
But I think he spotted that the goalkeeper had been moved towards that front post.
Yep.
So it's so much more likely that De Gea's going to be able to backpedal in time. Excuse me, not backpedal, he's not in water. Backpedal in time to get his hands on that. And that's just good recognition of the situation.
It's about luring your opponent into a false sense of security. You go for a repetition on your corners and you keep hitting it front post, and then bam, you suddenly hit a back post. They're not expecting it. You get away with it. And now he has that goal lead, and he just needs to hold on to this goal lead, and then he's in the semi-finals on the Xbox.
He's only got 1/2 of extra time here to do so as well, so he can almost taste the semi-final. Can Gabri find a goal here to send this one to penalties, though? He's had to change things up. Messi now for Gabri. Criqueta just shows too much of the ball, though, for Marcelo, and he comes back in and gleefully takes possession away, but Messi wins it back now. Dangerous position here. Is he going to strike this one? Tries to flick it through to Neymar. Ball falls to Ronaldo. Abuaza holds on for dear life.
But these are the kind of plays that Gabri would have been hoping for throughout the entire game. He was winning the ball higher up. He was pressuring. He's trying to cut the passing lane with the like of Messi. He's not just standing off. I just wanted to see it a little bit earlier, but he just has to focus on the now. He still has time to equalise.
Space here for Mbappe, though. He can put the game to bed here towards the back post! And he's done it! It's CR7 again! It's another header! And that should be it. 2 goals the difference. Abuaza should be going into the semi-finals.
And we're used to seeing Saudis in the semi-finals, but it's not MS Dasari, it's not the Royal. Abuaza making a name for himself here in Singapore, really showing what he's made of. And I cannot see now Gabri getting 2 goals this late in this stage of this game. I mean, I have seen crazier things happen, but I just feel like Abuaza is going to have enough experience to close this out. And even though it's been a very tight quarter-final, 2 very similar players, and Abuaza's been frustrated for so long, eventually he was able to pummel that door down.
And you have to give him credit for that. He didn't get carried away with the situation. He was confident in how he was playing. He knew the chances would come. And he stuck with his game plan, and it has been effective.
He was resilient and he was persistent. Some players in that situation would have got frustrated, switched up their formation, tried something a little bit new, and that might have opened themselves up to Gabri to hitting them on the counter-attack more often. But he knew how he wanted to approach the game. He played his domination, he kept possession, and he's been rewarded for it. And now Gabri's going to need to look to the skies here and hope for some form of a miracle with 6 minutes left in game.
Needs to find a goal pretty much from the restart here to give himself a chance. Mbappe comes forward. And there's Ronaldo trying to find it back to Mbappe, but that interception could be vital here. Messi goes forward. Vieira into Messi. He needs this goal, and he did not need Maldini to step out and win the ball in that way.
And that should be game now. Abuaza should be able to comfortably see this one out. He's dominated possession all game long. Does give the ball away, but I think it's just too late. It's been a great performance from both players. I've been very impressed, and I think we are going to see their names more as we get into the playoff stages. But okay, maybe the script isn't quite finished yet. Maybe there's a glimmer of hope here for Gabri. It's a deflection, there's a lot of rebounds, and it's unfortunate, but that's the miracle he was needing.
There is a few minutes left, but he has to win the ball back almost immediately here. Possession, the name of the game. He needs to force everyone upfield. He needs to have a little bit of luck on his side as well. We're into stoppage time here. Abuaza just needs to not make a mistake. And there is the final whistle. He holds on. And Abuaza will go through to the semi-finals. 1 goal the difference between the 2 players after extra time. But once again, the Saudi region can be very proud of one of their players.
Oh, I mean, he was probably scared when he saw that goal go in towards the end. But he was able to keep his composure and just keep the ball towards the end. Unfortunate for Gabri, but a phenomenal tournament for him, reaching the quarterfinals, getting a decent amount of Global Series ranking points for himself as well, of course, securing 450 by finishing as a quarter-finalist. And that'll put him at 596 points, so 4 away from 600. A lot of pro players saying around 600 is that kind of playoff mark. So I think we'll be seeing him again.
Another attritional battle between 2 incredibly talented players there. And that was another tactical battle between the 2.
It really was.
From what you've seen there, I think I have to ask the question. Has anyone impressed you enough to maybe challenge a certain young man representing F2?
I mean, if you can try and frustrate Tekkz, then sure, maybe. But Tekkz is one of those players who just doesn't lose his head. But Abuaza, he stuck to his game plan. I was very impressed. And you know what? I'm excited to see him tomorrow in the semi-finals.
Okay, then. Well, that's all for the quarterfinal done there. We're going to send it back to the guys on the desk to break this one down.
Thanks very much, James. Yes, another fantastic game, and another game that's been decided by just the odd goal, and another game that's gone to extra time. That's 5 out of 5 that have been very close so far in the quarterfinals, just proving what we said yesterday, that high quality has risen to the top, and we'll see that in our last 3 quarterfinals. Let's just wrap up on this one, though. We've got our 2 panel members back once more. Gents, close affair, really interesting, fun. First leg, I have to say, it felt like a bit like a Spurs-Man City FA Cup final. 1-0, back to 2-1, then take the lead at 3-2. Never knew which way it was going to go for a while.
Yeah, you attack, I attack, pretty much. The story of the game, whatever you can do, I can do better. And I think that first leg, it set it up for the second leg that always in a 2-legged game, one game's going to be tighter, one game's going to be more free-flowing. There we go, get the teeth in. Usually it's the first leg that's tighter and a lot more contested. The second leg, people come out and start attacking. But you just saw, like, I think there were a lot of mistakes. I think nerves played a big part in this game that I watched.
Yeah, definitely. We can see the first goal here. Gabri failed to clear it properly, and Abuaza pounced on it. And immediately after the game resumed, you can see Gabri just going down the wing, attacking, and managed to score. And it was a tight game. It was never, except until the end, more than a 1-goal game. And it could have gone to pens even at the end if Gabri managed to nick the ball and score a goal. But at the end, Abuaza managed to take the win.
Yeah, I mean, Richard, you mentioned that sometimes you get that free-flowing game, the first one, and then the second one's a bit tighter. This one was, the second one was much tighter.
Yeah.
The whole thing felt very nervy to me.
Yeah, I think that just goes to show both of the players. Probably the first real latter stage game they've played in a tournament in quite a while. You're coming into, I think, one of the big things, like I often say it on commentary, just this setting in general, like having every single game played individually on the stream, the walk-ons, like it all just adds
annoying analysis area.
Yeah, like 100%. Like you sat so close. Like when you're doing the previews, they can probably hear who they think is going to win. And me and Brandon are saying this is what each other are doing. I'm expecting to see this. You hear all that as a player. Do you ever feel like when you're playing at an event, like you just want people to be quiet?
Definitely. Even when you have your headphones on, you can still hear what happens in the background. For example, when I play and you guys comment, I can hear when you say night watch something. It's just natural it gets your attention. So you're just playing in your game, you're focused, then you hear your name, and suddenly your focus is divided. So it definitely, you have to get used to playing on stage and playing under commentary and stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's the point, isn't it? It's different from real world football. I mentioned this the other day because someone said to me, "What? I don't understand. Why have you got their FIFA? They're commentating on the game inside the arena. That's a bit weird. When I go to watch a football match at Chelsea, I haven't got commentators commentating what's going on." And I thought, yeah, no, that's a good point. Professional footballers don't have the same level of pressure during the game to cope with as the FIFA players do.
Yeah, and I think that's why you often see people who have had this sort of experience before, people like Tekkz, they just ride it. It's all natural to them. When you've got somebody, that's why it's so fascinating when you see like a Dullen Mike or a player who it's their first event and they go far, because you just don't expect to see that. You don't expect to see sort of someone, their first event, coming to this stage, flying what, 17, 18, 25 hours for some of the South Americans to get to Singapore. That's why I think Abuaza now in the latter stages of this competition, he's got to be fancying himself in that semi-final.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we know who he's going to match, one of 2 opponents, and it's not Tekkz.
Yeah.
So I think he fancies his chances and then hopes, I think personally, that Tekkz does make it and that he can make the final.
Also as well, if this is the second semi-final that takes place tomorrow, you're already going to know if Tekkz goes out, did your performance then go up another 5%? You're like, oh my God, Tekkz is out. I've actually got a chance of winning this thing, because everyone goes into the game against Tekkz, I won't say expecting to lose, but not expecting to have a good performance.
And likewise, we said earlier on, we'll see this as the last quarterfinal, Levy versus Senna today. Another kind of one of those, that's not maybe the expected quarterfinal. So they end up playing one of 2 players that maybe didn't expect to get that far as well. One game away from the grand final.
Yeah, 100%.
At least on their console. That's amazing.
Yeah, very much a little bit like, I'm going to say England in the World Cup. You've got to call back to it whenever you can, but we were the opponents that we were facing, we weren't expecting to face.
Yes.
Sweden in the quarters, then Croatia in the semis.
Yes. It's okay, Rich, I'm with you.
But you're expecting to see the megabaits, the Saris. Probably people came to the event expecting him to be here, and unfortunately couldn't due to other issues. But I think on the Xbox side of things, if Tekkz goes out, any of the other 3 players are fancying the chances.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, let's talk to Abo as of right now, who's in the player area, and he can join us right now. Congratulations, sir. Well done. That was a tough game, wasn't it?
Yeah, of course. It was a tough game. He's a good player.
Yeah. And were you nervous after that first leg as well? Was it a very, very close game, wasn't it?
The first, yes, because I didn't prepare good. I didn't warm up. So the beginning I was a bit nervous, and then after that I handled the game.
Okay. How much pressure is on you at these events and representing your region? It's such a successful region, isn't it?
It's actually nothing. Like
really?
No pressure. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
That's nice.
I did the best I could.
Okay. Yeah. Gents, questions?
You mentioned about warming up there. Some players prepare differently than other players. I know Dylan Mike, when he won in Bucharest, didn't play any games. He just went into skill games and practiced the green time shots. What's your preparation usually like coming into a quarterfinal?
I should play 2, 3, 4 games before I play in the stage. So I didn't play.
Yeah, my question is more like, do you fancy your chances more considering your next opponent is one of Senna or Levy that didn't expect to be there? Do you think you're a favorite going into that game?
Oh, no favorite, all good players, so I hope the best for me. And for them also.
Modest, I like it.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, and congrats once more. We'll see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.
Thank you. See ya.
Abo as a winner of the quarterfinal today and into the semi-final where he'll play Levy or Senna tomorrow. And I have to tell you, he might be a bit modest, but I think he's got a genuine shot at getting to the console final on his side of things.
Yeah, 100%. You're never going to say it, are you? Even before Tekkz, we'll speak to Tekkz backstage and I'll go, yeah, I'm not going to win this game, I'm not going to win this game. And then I think it's just that reverse psychology, isn't it? You don't want to big yourself up because then you are putting pressure on yourself. So he's coming into that next round saying, everyone's great, everyone, sunshine and rainbows, everyone's fantastic at the game.
Unicorns.
But in the back of his mind, he'll be thinking, you know what, I've got a serious shout here. There's bigger names I could be facing in this semi-final.
Yeah. But then you're right, there is the England-Croatia mentality that comes along. Well, you think you've got an easier path to the final and then it ends up being harder than you thought.
I mean, I think you can talk about this. I personally can't, but yeah, definitely. I don't think in that quarter specifically, between Abuaza, Gabri, Levy, and Senna, I don't think that was, you can maybe call one of them to get to the quarters.
No one had predicted any.
Maybe one, being a long shot, but never all 4 of them. And having one of them get to the console final, that's a big step.
No, it's huge as well, not just for them, but also for points as well. And we'll show you exactly what that road to the final looks like, because we'll check in with the bracket right now, bring you up to speed. We've played 5 of our quarterfinals right now. As you can see, Abuaza sits in that lower half of the bracket on the right-hand side of your screen, where he will play the winner of Senna and Levy a little bit later on. That's our final game of the day. And over on the far side, you can see, of course, the PS4 players all making their way through. We've got a monster game next up.
Big game.
I mean, this is a big game of 2 players that have played each other on a regular basis. They know each other's games very well.
Yeah, and if you talked about predicting the people that are going to be at this stage, 2 names who you would have predicted to be in the top 8 on their side, Pinna and Rastarata. I think it's going to be very, very tight. And I think it's just a flip of a coin, to be honest. Pinna's not been great this weekend. It's simple as that. And I think Rasta on his day could definitely do a job on him.
Yeah, definitely. I think both will feel kind of unlucky with the matchups because they're both the hardest opponents they could have probably faced.
100%.
So it's about who can step up their game compared to yesterday, since this is the first and only game of the day. And who has had the proper warm-up? Have you played the skill games? Have you played other opponents? And I think it's going to be, as he said, very tight margins.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to it. Might not have many goals in this next matchup, but it's going to be very strategical and very tense. We'll see you in a bit for game number 6 of the day.
Don't let the lag monster stand in the way of you and your games. Defeat it with Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle and enjoy dedicated gaming bandwidth, Razer's new Zilla gaming router featuring zero-weight DFS, and instant access to WT Fast GPN. Get Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle with WT Fast GPN and Razer Sealer router at only $69.90 a month for the ultimate home gaming performance.
My biggest victory was quarterfinal against Nicholas in the World Cup in London. So I had a big comeback. I was 5-0 down and I won. So it was a big game for me.
I think my biggest win was in London against Marcuso in the grand final, the PlayStation grand final. So I think that's my biggest win. Oh, and my win in the license qualifier event in London, where I won the tournament against Megabit. So one of two wins. Yeah.
My biggest victory, not necessarily the actual scoreline, but when I won FIWC in 2017 against Dito, that was my biggest win of my career, so I'll probably say the FIWC final.
My biggest victory was quarterfinal against Nicholas in the World Cup in London. So I had a big comeback. I was 5-0 down and I won, so it was a big game for me.
My biggest victory in my career so far is winning the Continental Cup in Paris. Oh, it was amazing, honestly. Yeah, shocking.
My biggest victory was to win against Tekkz in the FUT Champions Cup in Bucharest.
I think my biggest victory was in the grand final against Crafty. It was a game I needed to win to get out of groups, and I beat him in a tough game, so I think that was the biggest.
My biggest victory in my career so far, scoreline-wise, I won 13-1 in my first ever tournament, and my favourite win was probably my first tournament as well, when I won in the final 9-3 against Nicholas.
My biggest victory in my entire career was the final of the FIFA 18 Global Series playoffs in Amsterdam. I played Rafsu there, and it was actually a really tough and close game, and I won because of a goal in the 90th minute to make it 7-5, and it was my biggest win in the career, so I will remember it for my entire life.
It's been a very mixed roller coaster ride for all the players here on day number 2 in Singapore for the March Champions Cup. And it continues now with our 6th game of the day. We've really enjoyed seeing some of the new faces come through. But next up, 2 faces that everyone is familiar with in FIFA World, and they go head-to-head yet again. Played plenty of games against each other, they know each other's games really well. It's Stefano Pinna against Rasta Artur, and we've also got 2 familiar faces on our panel once more. The 2 Ivans are back.
Yes.
But not so terrible. So that's good.
Yeah. One of us. But who? Yeah, and this is, I think, the biggest matchup looking at the leaderboard. This far, we have Pinna ranked number 2 on the PS4 side. He had an amazing season. He's also the reigning PS4 world champion. And he was underrated for such a long time, even after he finished the first on the PS4 side last year. I mean, even until 4 or 5 tournaments into the FIFA 19 season, people were still not talking about Pinna, but now he's definitely up there, and he was also one of our favorites before this tournament, and he is been playing very, very good also. Only lost to FIFA Ustun playing for Team Özil in that Swiss format. But now coming up against the Portuguese player Rasta Artur, tough one.
Yeah, tough one for both players. If there's a worry about Stefano Pinna, he doesn't score many goals, and this tournament's been very much the same. You look at Ustun, he's scored 49 goals in the previous 7 rounds, compared to Stefano Pinna, 25.
Exactly.
It's a lot less.
Exactly, but that's how Pinna plays. He doesn't win by a lot of goals. He just wins. That's why his goal difference is also pretty small. It's because there's this one game he lost by a quarter margin, but the games he wins either on pens like against Lev, or he just wins by 1 or 2 goals. So he doesn't go for the flashy scorelines. He just does his job, gets his goal advantage, and then keeps the ball, plays his own game.
Yeah, I guess the theory is that you don't get any more points and you don't advance any faster, no matter whether you win by 1 or 10.
Exactly, that's his play style. That's how he plays, and he stays true to it. And it's been successful to him
it's been
in
very
the past
successful.
2 years.
On the other side, what do you make of Rasta Artur's progress through this tournament? Sometimes he can be a bit hit and miss on the on the big stage, but he's a quality player, isn't he?
Definitely. I mean, we've already said, although we've had some upsets and surprises, there are no bad players at this stage of the competition. And Rasta Artur is definitely here to prove that and to beat Pinna, who is, as you said, the #1 in the world from last year, and the highest rated in this competition on PlayStation. And you know that if you beat Pinna, you are in a way a favorite for the PS4 side.
Yeah, definitely. And also Rasta Artur is a player that is in really great shape. In the last Champions Cup, he was in the semis where he lost 1 goal deficit to the great Nicholas. So player definitely that can give a great game to any top player. Even though in this tournament I feel he was a bit struggling to the top names, like playing with Ustun and Joks, and he lost both these games with a pretty big scoreline. So maybe not having that extra percentage this tournament, but like I said previously, this is a completely new day. And maybe Rasta Artur will show his absolutely best gameplay here today.
All right, well, we're going to see that in just a moment. But first of all, we need some players on the main stage. Let's do that right now. The pleasantries are exchanged between the two players, but that's the last time they're going to be smiling at each other for at least the next 25 minutes as we go head-to-head in yet another quarter-final between these two players. Familiar with each other and familiar with us as well. As they get themselves settled, we'll get into this quarter-final very shortly. We're previewing the game if you're just joining us as well. Welcome along, and thanks for coming down if you're here in the audience. Don't forget, all weekend, free admittance, free entry to come and join us right now. And who wouldn't want to come down and talk to the two Ivans and meet all the players? So make sure you head down here if you're watching online and you're in Singapore. If you're not in Singapore and you want to come along, I reckon you might be able to get a flight by tonight, get in, probably come and join us for Championship Sunday. So do that as well if you fancy it. It's quite nice that you get free entrance.
Very nice.
I'd quite like that. If that was, if it was local to me, I'd be like, oh, it's awesome. I can go
Definitely.
go and see some of the best FIFA players in the world play in front of me. That's amazing.
Amazing. And great chance also if you're an aspiring FIFA player to come here and get maybe some inspo about how maybe yourself can qualify for an upcoming tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to mention this because it's one of my favourite parts about the whole thing is that you can be sat at home and go, these guys are rubbish. I could totally beat these guys. And then you can actually go online and prove it.
I mean, we've all started there, haven't we? I think most players that are at
Some
this
haven't
level,
got anywhere, like me.
I mean, there's still hope.
No, there is no hope for me.
All right.
There's absolutely no hope for me. You know what they say, those that can do, those that can't talk about it.
Exactly. But I think everybody at some point has started from thinking, why can't I compete with those players?
Yeah.
And just played at home, and sooner or later, the grind pays off.
Yeah. All you need is 27 wins in the weekend league, and there you get verified and you get the chance to play in these qualifiers.
Boris, 27 wins.
Yes, only.
Only 27 wins. I'll just knock that up tonight.
You can do it. Come on. Believe in yourself, Paul.
But it is truly great that you can qualify from now. When we've seen lots of those players come through at this tournament as well. Lots of players who are well outside the top 100 and do very well. Some of those making it through to this quarterfinal.
Yeah, I was talking about it a lot of time that we have such a whiff on the PS4 side. I mean, seeing players that making their first event of the year and going far. But here we have two very usual suspects, Pinna and Rasta Artur. If we're going to get into predictions here, should we?
We should. We should do predictions. Are you ready for this? Because I think this is one of the toughest of all the quarterfinals to call.
It is very tough, and Pinna also coming from the Benelux region, and he's also playing in the Dutch league. And I would say that if you are from a certain region, you have a certain style. Right. And Rasta Artur actually faced a Dutch player twice this tournament, which was Levinken. He faced him twice and also beat him twice, and maybe he has a playstyle that doesn't suit that region.
Okay, good theory.
So actually, I'm going to go with the surprise here in this round, and I'm going to go with the Portuguese Rasta Artur.
Okay.
I think that although both are from the same country, well, not from the same country, but from the same region, Pinna has that experience. He has that feeling of playing in the important games, and that's what makes a champion. Even if you're not playing your best FIFA, you win those important games and those tight games. So I think he will come out on top, and I think Pinna will snatch away a victory with 1 or 2 goals.
Okay, well, it's all up for grabs right now, and a lot of people told me the PS4 is very open at this time of the year. No one's really setting the world on fire in that particular region, and certainly the players that are here. Is that the truth? I wonder whether that swayed our commentary team as we pick up their predictions. Not the truth?
It's not the truth. Stefano Pinna wins all these tournaments, and
yeah,
we're
see,
still saying it's open.
I know.
Stefano Pinna is the man, is all I'm saying, right?
Okay,
so I give
no
my
need for your
prediction away.
predictions.
Yeah, there we go.
I agree, Stefano Pinna is also the man. I'm going to have to go for Stefano Pinna here, despite the fact that Rasta Artur has been performing so well in tournaments as of late.
Yeah, he really has, but I mean, it's no surprise that we are talking about Stefano Pinna, and that we should be talking about Stefano Pinna because, you know, he's been a cross-console champion, which not a lot of people have done this year with Mr. Tekkz being about and doing his business. But also, how many titles has he got now just as a PS4 champion? You know, he's totting them up, and he arguably, in my opinion, I've said this for a while now, he is the best PS4 player in the world. I think he's outperformed Nicholas so far in FIFA 19.
However, in recent form, if we look at Atlanta, Stefano Pinna did fall short. He lost in the quarterfinals to Palaneta, whereas Rasta Artur went further in that tournament. He got to the semi-finals before he fell short to Nicholas in a very close game. He lost 4-3 in that one. So actually, it is harder to call than maybe you'd think at first glance. However, you know what happens with some of these best players. When they struggle at a tournament, the next tournament, they just seem to come out firing. And I really think Stefano Pinna should be able to edge this one out. But it's going to come down to play style. We saw a very similar thing in the previous quarterfinal. We had one player who likes to play defensive counter-attacking football, and we had a possession-based player. We've got the same here with Rasta Artur, who plays kind of a defensive style, counter-attacks, and he's phenomenal at it. And then we've got Stefano Pinna, who likes to keep the ball slow, methodical, and he's going to try and break his opponent down.
Yeah, and for all the plaudits I'm giving to Stefano Pinna here, I just do it because I still don't feel we do it enough. But on the other side of the stage, let's talk about Rasta Artur. He's had a fantastic tournament so far. He seems to be, again, one of those players as we creep towards the World Cup finals who seems to be getting better and better with every tournament, and some of his Swiss performances were impressive as well, Dan.
Yeah, they were. He mainly struggled against goal scorers, like outright goal scorers. He lost to Houston, he lost to Joxan, for example, players who just came at him a little bit. I feel like he thrives against people who are very slow with their attack, so he might be able to take down Stefano Pinna here if things go his way.
And of course, that's what these guys are playing for. It's Championship Sunday tomorrow, because it is Saturday today, and it's quarterfinal Saturday today. We've got a lot of games still to come today. 2 more quarterfinals after this one, but we're getting there, Dan. We're finally whittling down to our final 8 or so players.
And it has been really nice to watch every single quarterfinal as well. Yeah. It's one of the benefits about playing the last 16 yesterday is that we've got to watch everyone. Everyone's got to play on the stage. We've got to see everyone have that chance to shine. And I think that's what these players deserve when they get to these stages of a tournament.
Now, here's a question for you. Do you think it's an advantage to have got your quarterfinal out of the way early on in the day, or do you think it's an advantage now to be playing a little bit later on in the day when they've had maybe a little bit of time to prepare themselves, get a few more games under the belt, warm up the way they wanted to?
I think around 4 and 5, right bang in the middle is the best place. You get a little bit more sleep, and you can come in a little bit later, and you can kind of watch everyone else, and you can settle, you can sort out your nerves. However, if you're playing even later, then jet lag's going to come into the situation, depending on what region you're from. So I'd say that this is going to be an okay time for both of these players to be competing.
And every time that I see that trophy and I see this shot, I swear the cameraman's getting better and better of capturing its beauty, because it's shimmering away there. I'm giving shout-outs to the cameramen. They don't get enough credit, as well as all of the production crew here in Singapore. But here we are. Looks like we're getting into our first leg now of our next quarterfinal. 2 more to come after this one, but this one, of course, Artur taking on Stefano Pinna. We're underway now. Stefano Pinna, no surprise, representing PSV, going to be playing in that PSV kit.
And as I alluded to in the preview for this game, Artur is going to be one of these players who is going to sit back, he is going to defend, he is going to absorb the pressure against Stefano Pinna. And for Pinna, it's going to be a game of how he tries to break that down, and also how he defends against the counter-attack of Artur. Artur does so well at hitting you quickly on the break. You have to be very aware, you have to be very focused when you lose that ball.
One thing I've already noticed here from Artur are using and utilising Cristiano Ronaldo on that right-hand side, on that right attacking midfield spot, using his height, because those back post crosses, we know all about them. We saw 2 headers from Ronaldo in the last game to separate our 2 quarter-finalists, and now we're seeing him lined up early on, but Stefano Pinna twisting and turning on the edge of the box now with Messi. Has found Mbappe. Oh, he's found the back of the net. Stefano Pinna just wins games, and he started off on the right foot here.
And it's always going to be one of the dangers. If you are going to sit back, if you are going to allow your opponent to have that possession, to press you, Stefano Pinna is phenomenal at being able to find his way around defenses and put the ball in the back of the net. And that's the perfect start for him as well. He wants to make an impact here at this tournament. He was so disappointed with falling out of the competition at quarterfinals. He even said he was going to take a little bit of a break from the weekend league. He just wanted to focus on these competitions, and he's showing up here today.
Absolutely nailed the finish there as well. Kylian Mbappe, who is at the top of the tree as far as his formation is concerned, playing in that striker position. He's got Cristiano Ronaldo out on that right-hand side as well. So we can see already both players understanding the meta game and best ways to score goals. And interesting to see here for Artur as well. He's got Tekkz in at left back.
Yeah, Tekkz just had that upgrade recently after the performance in the Champions League, up to 88 now, that FUT item. I think we might see a little bit more of him as things go on, especially if he gets another upgrade, if he keeps on going up to 89, potentially even 90. So that's certainly going to be an exciting one to keep our eyes on with the remaining tournaments in the season. But for Artur, I mean, the semi-final in Atlanta was the furthest he'd ever got in a competition before. He was a kind of last 16 kind of player. Has been at several tournaments this year, I think 5 in total, all the way back to Paris Games Week, the first LQE of the season. I remember I awarded him goal, well, I didn't personally award him, but he was awarded with goal of the tournament there because he was one of those players that is a little bit flashy when it comes to the final third. However, I feel like this meta has kind of taken a little bit of that flash out of his game.
I was going to say, who's giving you that responsibility?
Well, I did hand the trophy over. Brent gave me that responsibility, in fact.
Have you done it again since?
No, I haven't. Well, I must have done it badly.
Exactly. Anyway, back into this game. Obviously, Stefano Pinna with the lead here. Artur looking to answer back. Trying to build the attack, but one Vieira dispossesses the other, and it's just a Vieira battle in the midfield on the halfway line at the moment. Fernandinho will send that one out wide to Tekkz. The other ball played into Mbappe. Couple of step overs just to accelerate away from his man. Pull it now, finally gets the ball into R9, playing in that striker position. He gets it back as well. Vieira steps in at just the right time, though, for Stefano Pinna.
Yeah, such a massive challenge there from Pinna, just committing the player forward completely and going in for that manual challenge, just sticking a leg in, trusting Vieira, trusting the long legs of Patrick Vieira. One thing you will notice in this quarter-final is both players very confident at dribbling with the ball.
It was a great ball over the top there, but Cristiano Ronaldo just couldn't gather it as the ball sort of bounced up.
Pinna comes forward once more, though. Neymar now on the ball. Hullet finds the ball back to Neymar again, but it was won there by Artur, but you have to say Stefano Pinna's timing of his standing challenges at the moment has been absolutely exceptional.
And that sometimes can just separate the best players from just a good player. Is knowing when to time those challenges, because yeah, you can step off all you like, you can try and manipulate the AI to help you as best as you can, but if you are perfect with those challenges, you are going to be better than any AI defending. It's just about knowing when to actually try it. And that's what Stefano Pinna does so well. But I must say that even Artur, even though he likes to sit back, he likes to defend, he's had his fair share of possession so far.
He has, and one thing I've been impressed with seeing with Stefano Pinna is we see a lot of El Tornado crosses, getting the ball up into the air before crossing it in. He's utilising a different way to get that ball up in the air. That's with flicking that right stick forward a couple of times just to get the ball up in the air, get it off the ground before hitting that volley cross into the box. And that just means it's another direction to think about for that. Usually when you're expecting the El Tornado, you can kind of position your defender to defend that side, if you know what I mean, when the ball cuts back and gets lifted. But if you've got that in your locker as well, just to flick the ball up and catch your opponent off guard, another way of getting the ball into the box without it getting blocked.
It's just adding an extra dynamic, an extra angle to your game, trying to be a little bit more unpredictable, try and catch your opponent off guard. This is what everyone's trying to do. Everyone's trying to find their own way to surprise their opponent. And that's what Pinna is doing just here in this quarterfinal.
Good ball down the line here to Kylian Mbappe as well, who has found that space. Marcelo now back inside to Neymar. Chance here for Stefano Pinna if he can find the pass at the right time. There is that pass. Messi now with the heel-to-heel. It's beautiful from Pinna. And the ball has fallen to Mbappe as well. Maybe just slightly guilty of overplaying it at the last second after Tekkz had made a vital interception as the ball had fallen. Artur now with the goal kick just before half-time. There's a little bit of a let-off there in defence.
And one thing that does make me laugh, Mark, is the amount of times that people do sleep on Stefano Pinna, and I've heard the name not be given as much credit as it should be. The fact that he is the current PS4 champion of the world, of course, losing to MS Tassari in the finals. And we look at his seasonal statistics and what he's done in a grand final in LQE #2, top 8 in FUT Cup #2. He won the console, he got to the console final of FUT Cup #3, and he was just improving and improving. And then, of course, winning that LQE4 would really be the highlight of his season so far. Only the second player on the PS4 to actually do so.
And it was a battle for him to win that as well. Of course, he won it on penalties in dramatic circumstances. But a win is a win at the end of the day. And at half-time here at the end of the first leg is Stefano Pinna, who has that one-goal advantage. And Artur hasn't really created too much, to be honest with you. Stefano Pinna has controlled the bigger chances in this game. And you can see it there, no shots on target whatsoever, no attempts from Artur yet.
Yeah, he's not really had the opportunity to do so. Like, even though he likes to play his counter-attacking football, he's also going up against Stefano Pinna, who has such a solid defense. Yeah, okay, he likes to play possession, but he's not easy to beat. He's not going to make any little comfortable passes for you. He's going to be cutting off those passing lanes. He's going to be pressuring and using manual defending at the right moments, which makes it very difficult to actually get into the final third.
And talking about Stefano Pinna and his all-round game is, you know, there's certain sort of stylistic things that you notice about some of the best players in the world that we talk about. You talk about Nicholas, fantastic defender, and his ability to burst into life. Tekkz, we all know all about him and his attacking prowess, but Stefano Pinna, to me, the reason that we don't sort of talk about a standout thing for him is he's just good at everything. There's no standout thing because I think he's just genuinely exceptional as an all-round player.
He also just quietly goes about his job as well. He just wins games. He doesn't make a big deal out of it, and he's not the loudest person in the world, whether he's winning or losing. I guess the most animated we saw him was when he was eliminated from Atlanta in the early stages, because he's not usually in those kind of situations. But we know we're going to be seeing Stefano's name at the end of the competition at the E-World Cup. Maybe he could even be the PS4 champion. I mean, this is a chance here for him today at this tournament to be a PS4 winner. No Nicholas, which is a blessing for him, really, because he can try and catch up with him on the Global Series rankings.
Here's Hullet then moving forward for Stefano Pinna, and he has looked pretty good in this game so far. He's looked very slick in his passing and his decision-making so far. Taking his time and biding his time around the area, just waiting for those runs from those forward players. Neymar now, looking for the ball back to Messi, gets it on that left foot. Time to finish, as we would expect from a player of his caliber, but just too many bodies in the way. And Rastarata just can't even get out of his own third of the pitch at the moment, let alone his own half.
And Rastarata is just going to do that all game. He's going to be putting bodies in the way. He's going to be trying to frustrate Stefano Pinna until Rastarata is forced to actually change things up and get really aggressive. But one thing I credited Rastarata for in Atlanta is he will stick to his game plan. He will still continue to play defensive, to play counter-attacking football, even in the latter stages of a second leg. It's only in the dying moments will he really switch things up.
There's Pinna again on the attack once more. Look at the space here for Neymar. Managed to creep inside the 18-yard box. Ball back to Mbappe. Lovely quick pass in and an even better finish. Ruud Gullit, right foot, 2-0 to Pinna.
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Just quick pass and move there from Stefano Pinna. Just playing around the quick pressure from Rastarata, trying to close down those shots immediately. And now for Rastarata, how does he look at the rest of this game? I was saying he's very resilient and he likes to stick to his game plan. But after going 2 goals down in this first leg, you may need to look at something a little bit different, but it's so hard to go up against a player like Stefano Pinna and to say, oh yeah, I'll just play attacking football. It's not as easy as that. I make it sound easier than it actually is because these players really are fantastic at what they do.
And the difficulty now against Stefano Pinna is how often do we see him lose these kind of leads? It's so rare that you will see him throw away a lead. 2-0 to Stefano Pinna is almost like 3 or 4-0 against other pros that are in the scene. You kind of fancy your chances to maybe create a few opportunities, but he's so solid at the back and he's so good in possession. This really already is becoming an uphill battle here for the man from Portugal.
And that's the thing, Mark. I mean, we spoke about on the desk about how Stefano Pinna hasn't scored as much goals as the likes of Houston, for example. However, we have to look at his defensive record. If we ignore the game against Houston, which we can say is a little bit of a blip in the radar, because Houston's just a goal machine and it's terrifying what he does and what he achieves, elsewhere, Pinna had only conceded 11 goals in every game thus far. That just shows that he can close out games. He's not going to give easy opportunities to his opponent.
And we're seeing here, Rastarata still, I believe, hasn't had a shot on target in this game. And that's with almost 70 minutes gone of this first leg. It's not like this is the first 20 or 30 minutes of the game. Stefano Pinna in full control here and almost in cruise control. Messi now in the centre circle, and Pinna's so good at just managing these game situations as well. Ronaldo takes one to the face there, and Pinna will keep possession from the throw-in. Ramos tries to find the ball into Gullit. Gullit will use his strength to push the midfielder off the ball to keep possession here for Stefano Pinna. Now you're going to see him burst to life. Look at the run through the middle there.
And it's how he just picks his moments. It's how he waits and he bides his time, and then he suddenly sees that glimpse of space and he's like, okay, bam, now this is the moment I try and hit my opponent. However, Rastarata still defending well despite the fact he's 2 down. It's just with these opportunities, he really needs to make something from one of these pushes. He needs to get some shots away and actually test Stefano Pinna here, put him under a little bit of pressure.
Ferdinand makes the tackle, the ball does break to Messi. Maybe this is the chance. Ramos gets the block in, ball falls! And he can't beat De Gea. First time the goalkeeper's been tested in this game for Stefano Pinna. And he was equal to the task. Now a corner to Rastarata. De Gea should comfortably get there, gets the punch away. But finally, we're seeing a little bit of pressure in this game coming in from Rastarata.
Yeah, and that's naturally going to happen as Stefano Pinna closes out a game as well, as he gets a little bit more defensive, a little bit more possession-based in his own style, because he's going to be more than happy to give Rastarata a little bit of the ball now, because he's going to say, well, he's not actually done anything with the ball thus far, so why does it matter if he's got some possession? Maybe I can hit him on the counter-attack. And you can see by the formation on his screen there as well, it's just controlling and dominating the midfield.
And look at that midfield at the moment. Kante obviously coming on the pitch, the 4-5-1 formation with those 3 central midfielders. Means he has even more of a wall in front of that back four. Vieira, Kante, Gullit. I mean, could you ask for a better 3 defensive players in there? I don't think you could.
They are the best in the game. I mean, we see so many players switch and change the three of them just for two being on the pitch. Why not chuck all three on there and just really frustrate your opponent, really make it difficult for them to get into that final third.
Cruyff on the pitch then for Rasta Artur. Is there a goal in it here for him towards the end of this game? If he can close the deficit to just one goal, then the second leg becomes much more nervy for Stefano Pinna, but he wins the ball back again, and using David De Gea as well as an extra man in that situation just to ensure he keeps possession as well. Little things like that cannot be understated from such a talented player. Waiting for the run here, and look at this, Ronaldo bursts into the box. Cancelo gets back. One Portuguese player against another. So teammates at Juventus as well. With just 5 minutes left in game plus stoppage time, this has been a Stefano Pinna masterclass.
It really has, and he's looked so confident on the ball. It's just been little simple ball rolls just to get away from the man and just keep possession. Really starve his opponent here. And to be fair, it's one thing that Rasta Artur is usually very good at as well, is his dribbling game is phenomenal. He's very good at keeping the ball when he needs to. He can beat a man as well. It's not like he hasn't scored goals this tournament. He's found plenty of goals throughout the Swiss stage. But it just seems that getting into these crunch time, quarterfinal, semi-final kind of scenarios, he just seems to maybe fall to the pressure a little bit. Maybe playing not to his full potential.
And we have to remember, he's playing against the current world champ on the PlayStation 4. This isn't just anyone that he's playing up against. He's one of the most celebrated players this year as well in FIFA 19 with the amount of wins he's had and consistent performance. And there it is at the end of our first leg. Stefano Pinna will take a 2-goal lead into the second leg. And as I say, I will repeat myself quite happily. That was a Stefano Pinna masterclass.
Well, one thing that he really struggled with in Atlanta is his defensive ability wasn't as good as it usually is. And I can't say why, and he probably couldn't say why either. It was just one of those tournaments for him. Now he's looking like he's back to the Stefano Pinna that we know and that we love. He plays his possession, he builds up slowly, but then even if he loses possession, he's instantly getting his players back into the right positions to ensure there's going to be no easy counter-attack for his opponent. It must be absolutely frustrating to go up against either of these players, if I'm honest. And I definitely wouldn't want to be in their shoes.
It's very, very true. Now let's talk about Rasta Artur and obviously what he can take away from that first leg. And the answer, to be honest with you, is not too much. My question to you is, does he have a plan B? Does he have a plan C in the locker to maybe change things? Because if he plays that same game again, he's not going through here, quite simply. He wasn't good enough in that first leg against Stefano Pinna.
I remember being asked this same question in Atlanta. Does he have a plan B? Yes, he does have a plan B, but it's when he actually executes that plan B. It's almost like he needs a coach or someone just to say, hey, look, it's plan B time, because he can wait a little bit too long at times. However, I did praise him last tournament because he waited so long. It eventually worked. He was able to break down his opponent. The counterattacks eventually came through. And to be honest, he only needs one goal to get back into this.
That's very true. You know, it's not out of hand at all. We've seen huge comebacks. I mean, we take ourselves back to the FIFA Houston game earlier, who 5-1 up after the first leg. And then all of a sudden, it's like, wow, he ended up winning by 1 goal. We thought that was over at the break. But this is a very similar situation. You know, Stefano Pinna completely controls that first leg. But the second leg can be completely different.
Yeah, and Rasta Artur just needs one of those chances just to go into the back. Maybe he does need a little bit of lady luck. There was an opportunity in that game where the keeper kind of fumbled it and then it just got bundled wide. If that had gone in, then suddenly he's only a goal behind. He's thinking, okay, well, everything's going to go to plan here. I can play my counter-attacking football. I am excited, though, to see if he does change things up. Because for all my talk of me saying he's a counter-attacking player, he has pulled out things from the locker before. He has changed formations. He has put more emphasis on the wings rather than trying to play through the middle and try and expose Stefano Pinna. The trouble is, it's difficult to expose a player like Stefano Pinna when he is so good at defending. He doesn't move players out of position very often unless he guarantees himself the ball.
And it's the timing of his tackles that have been so impressive to me as well. A lot of the time we'll see players miss time in that tackle, which is where something like a drag back becomes so effective in and around the box. They get a little bit too hasty, but Stefano Pinna just seems to always position his defenders to make those tackles at the right time. And it must be so frustrating as well, because sometimes you kind of don't expect the tackle to come in. You kind of expect a containing kind of style of defense, but he's quite happy to commit to those tackles because he knows he wins the ball.
And it's about doing it at the right times. Like, as you can see some players who do it at the wrong times, and I've always said some of the best FIFA players are unpredictable in their defense. Like, it's great being unpredictable in your offense, like Tekkz, for example. However, if you can be unpredictable in your defense, then you are really going to struggle against that player, because as soon as you feel like you're going to get into a comfortable position, suddenly, bam, they surprise you with a manual a tackle, and you just crumble. It's just horrible.
Yeah, it's tough to deal with, and all of these players obviously bring different things to the table. Speaking of other players, let's talk about some of the other quarterfinals that we've seen so far. Dan, who's impressed you most so far on the games that we've seen so far today?
Tekkz, without a doubt. I mean, I know I'm one of his biggest fanboys. I have breakfast with him or whatever at this
first time
point.
you mentioned that today?
No, I think that's probably the fourth. But Tekkz has looked like the best player in the world once again, and it's going to be about who can actually match him. And for these players, of course, they could only face him in the cross-console final. They wouldn't have to face him on the PS4 side of things, although who knows what will happen in the future. Tekkz has just qualified for the E-Champions League playoffs. He went out, got a PlayStation, got a team for it, and qualified for the 12th tournament in a row. But maybe when it's on home ground, maybe it's a tournament where it's only been playing on PlayStation, we might see players like Stefano Pinna really take control of something like that.
Well, speaking of taking control, Stefano Pinna, you saw from those highlights there, the 2 goals that he scored were so well worked. They were vintage Stefano Pinna. We're seeing that quick passing in and around the box, and I love how he builds up using Vieira and Hullet in that midfield. He sort of slowly kind of creeps forward, doesn't ever sprint, and just waits for that ball into either the cam or those strikers. And it's so difficult to keep your concentration as a player because you're kind of covering the runs, you're covering the passes you expect to see. And then when you see him just sort of creeping forward, you have to start taking into consideration, oh, is he going to hit this? And that's kind of that baiting of the players in, and he just seems so good at that.
And that's one thing we can credit Rastorata for, is that Stefano Pinna has had to work incredibly hard to actually get those goals. They've not been easy goals for him to achieve. He's really had to dig deep and find all the skill moves, try and find those quick passes to be able to achieve a goal. So Rastorata can take that away from the game. He can say, look, I've actually done something to make Stefano Pinna really work, to make him sweat a bit. And maybe Rastorata's just biding his time, and he might just surprise Stefano Pinna just at that right moment, catch him off guard, and he might be able to achieve a goal and get back into this.
That's very true, and I don't want to sound like I'm being negative on the side of Rastorata, but you know, he didn't create too much in that first game to write home about. Hopefully this is the game where he changes that up and creates some really good opportunities, and an early goal here for him completely changes this second leg. And we have seen Stefano Pinna under pressure a few times and hasn't dealt with it in the way that he might have if we look back to Atlanta as well. And, you know, he has shown signs of crumbling. You can see here, though, we are getting into our second leg now of this quarterfinal. 2-0 to Stefano Pinna in the first leg. Rastorata needs to answer back now and put in a performance to be proud of.
And this is one of the games as well where we have two players who are relatively close in terms of Global Series rankings. We have seen very big differences in other quarterfinals, from like 3rd to 93rd, etc. But this is second place Stefano Pinna against 13th place Rastorata. Both of these are going to be at the playoffs. Both of these are most likely going to be at the E-World Cup. It's just about pride, it's about prize money, and just trying to show their fan base and their friends what they can achieve at these tournaments.
Well, here is Rastorata early on. Beautiful little skill move combination. Oh, and it's a beautiful opportunity. That's what we want to see from him. Couple of skill moves combined together to get the space for the shot. And CR7 timed it well, but just couldn't find the back of the net.
He just needs to be confident in himself going forward, because he does have that ability. He knows how to use these skill moves. He knows how to beat the man. And I really just want to see him go at Stefano Pinna in this second leg. Yes, okay, he's going to leave gaps at the back if he does so, but take a risk. Take the moment and seize it.
Stefano Pinna then in this dangerous position just outside the box. Messi twisting and turning, such an agile player to have in your squad in that cam position. I love the fact that he is actually using him in that cam position, because he does have that incredibly high agility, incredibly high dribbling on that Team of the Year FUT item. And it just makes it so much more difficult to defend against when you don't know what way he's going to turn, and the speed that he can turn as well. Rastorata, their beautiful cricketer to find the space. Ramos, though, covered that run well.
So much better, though, from Rastorata. He is so good on the ball when he actually believes in himself. Just a little bit of close dribbling, cricketers, dragbacks. And okay, yeah, it didn't work out that time, but if he keeps trying, if he keeps trying to penetrate through the middle, eventually one of those balls is going to just gift an opportunity at a shot on goal.
Here's Pinna coming forward once more then. Vieira turning this time. Hullet, little bit of space in front of him. What a ball that is. Messi now across goal. And he's just so clinical, Stefano Pinna. Multiple-time champion this year. And 3-0 up on aggregate now. Looks like he's booked himself another semi-final spot.
And usually at 3-0 this early on in a second leg, I'd be like, no, there's still plenty of time. They're going to be able to get back into it. It's going to be really tough for Rastarata, and that's not just because of Rastarata's ability of him going forward, because he is a phenomenal attacking player as well. It's just how well Stefano Pinna has been containing him.
He has been incredibly good so far in this game, Stefano Pinna. He's been flawless. I mean, he's kept Rastarata out in that first game, scored 2 goals.
It's just look at how well he's tracking runs, the quick player switching. When he notices that the LB button's been pressed twice, or the L1 button's been pressed twice for the run, he's tracking it straight away. He's really, really just kind of choking Rastarata at this point and saying, I'm not going to allow you to have any attacking movement whatsoever.
Ball inside as well now to Messi, the goal scorer. The tackle does come in from Rastarata to win the ball back. Now he's trying to get the ball upfield nice and quickly. Needs 3 goals to at least send this one to extra time. Ronaldo, though, gets in with the sliding challenge. And now a little bit of space trying to be created. Neymar's just got in behind those 2 CDMs for a moment there. Vieira back to Hullet. Both of them committing forward. Neymar manages to pinch the ball off of Hullet. Hullet, though, just gets back in. And again, such impressive defending coming in from Stefano Pinna.
But it's 3-0 and plan B has been executed. The button has been pressed. It looks like maybe 4-2-2, maybe potentially even 4-4-2. It's hard to tell on the radar, but there's definitely 4 players flowing forward for Rastarata now. And that certainly is going to mean that he's going to have the opportunity to get a couple more shots away at goal. I wonder whether we're even seeing him switch from 4-2-2 and then turning back to 4-2-3-1 whilst he's defending. We do see some players quickly change between tactics. Can be a dangerous way to approach the game, though.
Messi now, again, been so effective for Stefano Pinna in and around the edge of the 18-yard box. On his right foot now, a couple of drag backs, a little bit of space in front of him now. Decides not to shoot in that situation. That's a perfectly weighted pass. Messi tried to find the ball back. And this is just stifling pressure here from Stefano Pinna. Almost finds the ball through to Mbappe again.
And I thought that Rastarata had changed things up. I was sure of it looking at the radar, but I mean, judging by PSV Pinna's attack there were still 10 men behind the ball for Rastarata. And I feel like 3-0 down, you can't allow that. You need to have players waiting at the halfway line to try and hit Pinna on the break.
Neymar then for Rastarata, a beautiful little step over to get some space. Maybe there'll be a chance here for him. Turns back with Mbappe. Ramos gets the tackle in. Ronaldo now trying to find space for a shot, but he can't even get near the 18-yard box at the moment.
Yeah, and this game is just going to be really playing into the hands of Pinna now. If he can just keep Rastarata in this position with these 2 CDMs, and now Pinna can just play exactly the same style that Rastarata approached the start of the game with. Stick everything behind the ball and frustrate his opponent. But the pause comes out, and we are going to see tactical changes on Pinna's side of things, but I believe Rastarata is also switching things up. I imagine he's going to be throwing everything forward now. I would suspect something like a 3-5-2, because he needs to. He really does.
Yeah, I mean, he's 3 down at the moment, needs to find 3 goals and hasn't created too much across not only the first 38 minutes of this game, but across the first leg as well. So maybe a 4-4-2 to start with, maybe the 4-2-2 to start with before thinking of the 3 at the back, because the 3 at the back is the kind of, this is everything forward.
He needs it. He needs everything forward. 3-5-2, throw everything and the kitchen sink at this point.
Marcelo drifts it into the box, and oh, there is one back. Finally, he gets a goal. Ruud Gullit's the man who rises tallest in the box. And now it's a 2-goal game just before half-time as well. Is that the little spark that Rastarata needed?
And it's just like that where Stefano Pinna is going to go from, well, this is the most comfortable game that I've played thus far, to, okay, there is still an opportunity now for Rastarata to get back into this. It's just that little bit of doubt in the back of his mind. And that goal is an absolute gift. If Rastarata has just changed his formation, if he is going to be more attacking, the fact he can do so now with only a 2-goal deficit is going to be huge for him.
So the complexion of the game has changed ever so slightly now with that goal from Rastarata. He's given himself a lifeline. Stefano Pinna will be looking to just maybe take the sting out of this game a little bit here, make sure that he doesn't get carried away, and keep this scoreline at 3-1 before half-time, at least ensure that Rastarata doesn't have the chance to go forward and make it a 1-goal game, because then it really is game on between these two.
It does look like Rastarata is playing 3-5-2 as well. You can see Marcelo is so far up the pitch, so he's going to be playing almost in a left mid position. You can see Ferdinand there almost at left back, just spreading themselves, and the CDMs then joining the defence.
Ramos then for Stefano Pinna. Mbappe, good turn from here, tried to find the ball back to Hullet, and there is the half-time whistle here in the second leg. 2 goals between the two players, but Rastarata finally registering some attacking play in that game. Managed to find the goal. Managed to find the way to break through Stefano's Pinna defences. So, I mean, 2 goals the difference between the two players now, Dan. And we obviously have seen the formation change as well, and we're kind of peering over to see if we can get an insight into what has happened, and I think you might be right.
Maybe. I don't want to say too loud because Stefano Pinna doesn't have his headset on, so I want to give everything away. But yeah, I mean, we knew it was going to happen. He knows it's going to happen. He can press start. He can look at the formation all himself anyway. And Rastarata knows. He needs to take it to Stefano Pinna now. 45 minutes for Rastarata to try and reach another semi-final, his second semi-final in a row. He has got a lot to do.
Well, let's see if we can have a grandstand finish here to this quarterfinal. See if Rastarata can be part of a fantastic story for him. And he has won the ball back early here. Another goal in this game. And everything changes. Everyone getting forward now. You can see Mbappe now on this right-hand side. Going up against Marcelo. Leaves him behind. Leaves him in the dust. Almost manages to get around Ferdinand. Ramos wins the header now. And here comes Rastarata. This looks like a different animal altogether now at the start of this second half.
And I think Stefano Pinna will know that he is going to be under a little bit of pressure in this second half. And he's just hoping that he's going to be able to hit Rastarata on a counter-attack, get that 3-goal cushion and really try and put this game to bed once again. Because he probably thought it was all tucked away, but Stefano Pinna's got out and said, actually, I want a glass of water. And now he's hoping to rehydrate himself.
And towards the back post, it was Marcelo arriving. I saw the hair. I thought it was Hullet again for a second. Mbappe into Neymar. Chance here. R9. Oh, that's an important tackle from Ruud Hullet. And now Stefano Pinna can breathe for a few moments, but Rastarata is leaving it all out here in the second half of this second leg, and he needs to, Dan.
You can see just generating more and more pressure in Rastarata. He is not sitting off anymore. He's running at every attacking player when they've got the ball, closing down as quick as possible, which is going to mean that if Stefano Pinna strings some quick passes together, he is going to find more opportunities going forward. But it's what Rastarata has to do if he wants to achieve anything from this tie.
Changes afoot then for one of these players. Probably some personnel changes, I would imagine. Stefano Pinna is going to, I imagine, stick with his 4-2-3-1, what he knows best to try and see this game out. But as we approach the last half hour here, Dan, this second half really has been a different story for Rastarata compared to essentially the first 3 halves of this match.
And that's why I wondered if I kind of wanted him to change things a little bit earlier, just to recognise the situation that he was in, but he's still got plenty of time. It's not like he's not going to be able to find 2 goals in 30 minutes. I've seen players do that in 5 minutes, let alone 30. And it is all Rastarata going forward at the moment. He just needs that little bit of luck just to get past the 3 men that are always streaming at him. Stefano Pinna still defending very well, still being very resilient. Just got to be very careful passing this ball around in defence.
So Messi now for Pinna, tries to find the ball over the top. It's slightly overhit though, and it's just going to run out of play. Actually took a little deflection, so Pinna will keep possession of the ball. Well, it comes short. Ramos now. And we're seeing a lot of switches in the play here from Stefano Pinna. Obviously, with the players pushing up the pitch down and applying that pressure, it does leave that space. Vieira now. Pinna trying to construct one more attack here.
He's constructing it, but he's also being very clever in time management. He is keeping that possession. He is depriving possession on the other side. And that's the thing, there are going to be chances, and he finds it again! He took the risk, he went for a shot, he gets a deflection, but he tucks it up. And surely that's going to be too much now for Artur to get back into this.
Just when you thought that Artur had changed the dynamic of this game, Stefano Pinna puts a pin in it. 4-1 now on aggregate. Great finish from Neymar after the initial shot was blocked, and that low-driven shot again, perfectly timed. Too much power for the goalkeeper to deal with. And now with 3 goals the difference between the two players, Dan.
Goal for the visitors.
Even with Artur's much improved performance in this second half, I think it's just too much to ask.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it might just be a little bit too late. I will give so much credit for Pinna there. Yeah, okay, it was a deflection and he got a little rebound in the end, but it's being so quick to react to the situation. Every single player at this tournament is phenomenal at doing that. All the pro players in FIFA, so quick to react and adapt to the scenario that sometimes they get put in. Just an extra little touch, or whether it be quickly timing something green, they are all doing it day in, day out, and that's what makes them the best of the best.
Mbappe then, that's a great run from Lionel Messi, and look at Ronaldo as well. Messi goes past one, he got caught just a little bit there by Ramos. Seen him give away a fair few penalties over the last few days.
That giveaway penalty trait really is starting to kick in.
Well, unfortunately, Messi stayed on his feet. For Pinna. Marcelo now. And Pinna just with 15 minutes to go to book himself yet another semi-final spot in the PlayStation bracket.
And there were talks of Joksan at the start of this tournament, and maybe Pinna wasn't given enough credit again because he didn't perform particularly well, or as well as usual at Atlanta. I mean, a quarterfinal was still a fantastic achievement, of course. However, Joksan eliminated from the competition, not performing as well as he did at the start. But we'll still be seeing his name at the latter stages at the E-World Cup, I'm sure. But for Pinna, no Nicholas here. Joksan eliminated from the competition. Maybe it's Mr. Houston, who is going to be his biggest competition on the PS4 side of things.
We'll certainly have to see, but this performance from him has been superb. You have to say, it's been, in my opinion, one of the most all-round complete performances we've seen so far from any player in the tournament. And I'm talking Xbox players and PlayStation 4 players. And he's still keeping the pressure on. Mbappe gets around the corner with a heel-to-heel. Finally, Artur manages to get the ball away, but 3 goals the difference, and it just doesn't fall for him here again. Mbappe now to Messi. With just 6 minutes left plus stoppage time. Is there time for one more goal? Or will this just be kind of a victory lap here for Stefano Pinna before he comes back tomorrow for a semi-final performance?
Artur knows, I think even with a goal late here, he's not going to have time to achieve anything, but it's about just trying to get a consolation goal, go out with a little bit of bang, maybe try and find one of those spectacular goals that I was talking about that he was awarded with all the way back at Paris. But it doesn't look like even that's going to be to beat. Stefano Pinna really has showed us why he is one of, if not the best player on the PS4 side of things. Yes, okay, no Nicholas to worry about in this event, but when Nicholas has been away, it's when Stefano Pinna has performed well at these tournaments. And those two keep kind of battling for that #1 spot on the PS4 Global Series rankings, and this is a fantastic opportunity for him to catch Nicholas.
There is the final whistle then, and no surprises here. Again, Stefano Pinna just wins games. And he's booked himself another semi-final spot here in Singapore. Commiserations to Artur, a great effort from him in this tournament, making the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, just came up a little bit short against one of the most consistent players in the game at the moment.
And I cannot stress enough how important that first goal was for Stefano Pinna. If Artur was able to secure the first goal, it could have been a completely different game. It would have played into Artur's hands. He would have been feeling so comfortable. But it was Pinna just aggressive from the get-go, securing the first goal, and meaning Artur was constantly on the back foot. And that's not where he thrives. He thrives when he's ahead, whereas that man on your screen, Stefano Pinna, wow. what an amazing performance that was from him.
Yeah, it really was one of the best all-round performances, in my opinion, we've seen so far in the tournament. You can see him just disappear behind us there in the background, a little wave. Thank you very much. It was been, as I say, one of the most all-round performances I think we've seen so far.
It was a phenomenal performance. I was impressed. Mark was impressed. How about you guys on the couch? Were you impressed?
Always impressed by quality, and that's exactly what we saw, wasn't it, from Stefano Pinna? Quality finishing in the game. Unfortunately, Rasta Artur, I get the sense, chaps, that wasn't the best we've seen of him, unfortunately.
No, and also something that I mentioned before, that he has this kind of faster play style. He wants to find the more direct solutions, and that's not always the best fit when you only play one game of the day, and this is the only day. Maybe he didn't have the only game, sorry, maybe he didn't have the perfect warm-up. Right. We saw him in that first game that he was really struggling. Pinna was all over him and created a lot of chances. Rasta, I think it was a short period in that second game when he found back to his A gameplay, but that was simply too late. And just like Mark said there on the couch, I think that this was individually the best performance we have seen in the quarterfinal from any player here. Pinna was absolutely amazing in all parts of his gameplay, with the skill moves, with the passing, and also with the finishing. It was on point, definitely.
That early game as well, the early goal was such a good start for him against a player who likes to start fast.
Yeah, definitely. I think in this game we can say, like, how does the saying go? You only can play as much as your opponent allows you to play, and I think Pinna dictated this game very well. Both games were under his control, and he didn't let Rasta Artur play his own game. Right. I think Pinna, he went in the lead and then just dictated the rest of the tie.
So you feel it wasn't so much that we didn't see the best of him, it was that he was basically forced not to be the best of him?
Exactly. I think Pinna played the way he knows, the way he knows best, right, and didn't allow Rasta to focus on his strengths. And he was pressing him so well, he was closing him down, his finishing was on point. He got a few fortunate bounces, but you're right, your own luck. And I think Pinna, he played this game very well.
Yeah. And Boris, you said before the game, style clash-wise, it could be the undoing. Actually, it turned out to be the other way around, didn't it, in many ways?
Yeah, but I also think it was, once again, because of that first game, Rasta Artur, he wasn't really there. Right. And Pinna got that perfect start. And when Rasta Artur found back to his best gameplay, it was simply too late. And that combined with Pinna playing in this FIFA, which that was just a brilliant gameplay, and we haven't seen, I think in this tournament, that was the best individual performance of all games. I mean,
all right. Well, let's talk to him.
Amazing.
Let's ask him that right now, because he's in the player area, Stefano Pinna. So thank you for joining us. Congratulations, first of all, on another good win. Boris Legend just said that was the best individual performance we've seen of the quarterfinals. Do you agree?
Yeah, it's difficult to say, but I'm happy with my performance, especially in the defense. I got one goal against me. It was one header. Can't do anything about it, but I'm happy with my performance, for sure.
Are you playing better now than you were perhaps yesterday in the Swiss groups? We saw you struggle a little bit sometimes yesterday, just winning by the odd goal here and there. I guess it doesn't matter how many you win by, because you win, but it seemed like you were struggling a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know. In the Swiss rounds, I struggle always. I don't know, I can go 3-0 easy, like Tekkz or something, but I go to the knockouts rounds, and there's where I need to perform my best. So,
Okay, Gents, what questions have you got?
Well, do you think, I know you're going to probably say no and be modest, but do you think you're the favorite on the PS4 side, considering Nicholas is not here and you're playing so well?
Yes, now without Nicolas, yes, I think I'm the favorite, maybe one of the favorite, but yeah, without Nicolas, yes.
All right. Also, I was wondering, because we're seeing you here. You came with your father. Usually, you have your coach with you. What do you feel is the difference?
Yes, normally Romal is beside me at every tournament. It's it's weird that he's not here, but yeah, I just need to play my my game style, and play my best FIFA, and yeah, that's what I do.
Right.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much for joining us once more. And again, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.
Thank you.
Stefano Pinna there coming through with one of the best performances we've seen today, according to Boris Legend. It's bold words as well, because we've seen some good performances, but it was the more clean-cut version of all of the matches. They're very close, all the matches. This one didn't feel that close, did it?
No, and it was also the fact that he was facing a top player here. Yeah. Artur, also a top-ranked player on the PS4 side, and he just made it look so easy. And that is also what Pinna does. I mean, he doesn't do anything spectacular, but he does everything so clean and so perfect. He makes FIFA 19 look easy.
Yeah.
And that's also why he is one of the world's best players.
Indeed. Let's check in with the bracket and show you where we are. We've got 2 more quarterfinals left to go today, which will be coming up very shortly, of course. It just leaves those 2 tantalizing spots in the semi-finals at the bottom of your screens on both the PS4 and the Xbox. Confirmed into the semi-finals, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, is Pinna, and he will play the winner of Zezinho and Tuga, who play off in our last game of the day. Over on the other side, we've got Senna and Levy, who will go head-to-head for a place in the semi-finals against Abu Azza, who won earlier on in impressive form against Gabri. It's been a very interesting second half of the quarterfinals today, because we've seen a mixture of like new stars, new players coming through that have got their first chances in the quarterfinals, and then some established players like Pinna and Artur as well. So it's been a real nice mix.
Yeah, definitely. But overall, we have seen the favorites still doing the job. On the Xbox side, of course, FUT Tekkz always there, always gets to at least the semis.
Yeah, 9 in a row now.
Yes, 9 in a row, which is absolutely mental. And then on the PS4 side, we have our dark horse still in the competition, Ustun, and one of our favorites is still there, which is Pinna. And also one more is going to play soon, which is Tuga, which is going to be our last matchup. But first, we have the Xbox game with Senna and Levy.
Indeed. We also, before we get there, we also have another chance for you to pick up a player card, or a player pack, should I say, a golden player pack this time as well. You can do so, but you have to link your EA account with your Twitch account and then have a bit of luck on the way as well, and you can participate in all the rewards. Make sure you've done that. There's plenty more to come over the next day and a half as well. We've still got 2 more games to go today, and they will decide our final semi-finalists on both the PS4 and the Xbox. Next up, my own dark horse in action, a certain Brazilian by the name of Senna, and we'll see how he gets on against Levy. That's our next game.
Don't let the lag monster stand in the way of you and your games. Defeat it with Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle and enjoy dedicated gaming bandwidth. Razer's new Sela gaming router featuring zero-weight DFS and instant access to WT Fast GPN. Get Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle with WT Fast GPN and Razer Sela router at only $69.90 a month for the ultimate home gaming performance.
Who has the best nickname in FIFA 19? That's a good question.
I don't know, I go for myself, just simple. Just my nickname is PSV Pinna, just I go for myself.
Nickname? I don't know.
I don't know.
best nickname is Naweed. His nickname is Goal Machine.
The best and most creative nickname in the scene is Huge Gorilla, I think, because he's really good in offense and he's showing, okay, I'm huge and I'm taller, I'm better than everyone, so he's confident and he shows it.
Oh, the best nickname in FIFA competitive is, it's a difficult one. Maybe Mo Aubameyang?
The best nickname has Dr. Ahana.
The best nickname is Goal Machine. I like the name, and he scored a lot of goals, so it's a good name to as a person.
Do I envy any player in the competitive scene? No, I think I have opponents that that the public, well not public, but the fans that want to see the specific matchups. But like for example, me versus Kurt or me versus Tass, etc. I think you have matchups where people want to watch. I don't have any enemies or anything like that. It's just, you know, people want to see specific matchups. So people like Kurt and Tass, I'd say.
I would like to be Dossary. He's so young and he's a World Cup champion and he's a big guy, so I would like, I have his success.
No, I don't envy any player from the competitive scene because I don't think that's good, yeah.
I don't know what envy means, so no, I don't think so.
Obviously, it would be nice to be F2 Tekkz because he wins so many tournaments and that's what everyone wants to do. But at the same time, I'm happy about being myself and I think I'm able to do the same things as Tekkz and maybe it's now my time to do so.
I don't envy anyone in the competitive scene because everyone's got to where they are because they've worked harder, they deserve it. So.
This is the FUT 19 Champions Cup March, live from Singapore. We're at the end of day number 2. Just 2 more quarterfinals to come. The next one between 2 players who perhaps didn't expect to get this far. Certainly our panel members wouldn't have expected them to get this far, although I had one as a dark horse before the tournament started. Can't claim too much on this one. It was based on the fact that I'm a motorsport fan and Senna is a bit of a hero to me. I saw Senna in the list and thought, if he's Brazilian, I'm putting everything on him. And it turns out he is Brazilian. He's also using the name Senna, and he's actually bloody good at FIFA. So, all good.
He really is. However, another story from breakfast this morning. I was sat there enjoying my beans and toast, just like Tekkz has. And he walks down in a Chelsea top.
Which, all right, I've gone off him.
Well,
a little bit.
I couldn't. I was. Oh, okay, all right. So you're a Chelsea fan. I didn't know that. So he might be great at FIFA, but poor choice of football club.
I agree, Kyle. I agree. Something we can agree on after a while. Ivan, on the other side of it, Excelsior Levy, who has played very well in this tournament as well, and has knocked out some decent players.
You said Senna was your dark horse for your own reasons.
Yeah.
But I specifically liked Levy as a player going into this tournament because I know the team he has at home and I know the teams that he has at his disposal here. And if he plays his A game, I think he's confident against anyone. And I talked to him right before this game. He says, if I play my A game, I can go far. And if there's one competition where you have the possibility and the opportunity to get far, it's this one.
Yeah.
So he realized that, and I think he really wants to grab this chance.
I think that's both the same for both players, though, isn't it, Carl? Because unusual that we've got so many surprises coming through to the quarterfinal, which means you end up matching against another surprise in the quarterfinal. So there's a place in the semi-final line, 625 points, chunk of change for prize pool as well.
Yeah.
There's some good reasons to win this match.
Definitely, and I think they will be saying, oh, the money's great and the pride's great, but actually it's the global series ranking points which they want. And as you said, their 625 is going to push them so far up. And we've seen time and time again at this tournament that actually what we're seeing is the surprises are going to completely change the rankings.
Yes.
It's going to change it after this weekend. It's all going to be completely different, and we can just see on there actually how the point distribution goes. If they keep on going forward, I mean, 850,
top 4, 850 takes them inside the top 30.
There we go.
Regardless of whether they've got any points before, they've all got some points. You know, even down to 181st, I think is our lowest ranked player here. They've all got some points from weekend cups and what have you, and previous events. So 800 odd points. That puts you in the top 30. Suddenly you're in with a chance of making the playoffs.
Definitely, yeah, 100%. And I think if they can go far and they can keep up this momentum that they've gained already, well then take that into different tournaments, take that into the playoffs. They're going to be so confident, and they're going to be ending FIFA 19, that competitive year, on such a high, and that's just such a positive.
It is. I'm going to get more from both of you in just a moment, but first of all, let's introduce you to our next two quarterfinalists. The trophy in the foreground awaiting our champion that will be crowned tomorrow evening. Will it be one of these two? Could well be. First of all, they've got to get past each other. It's Senna versus Levy. It's another quarterfinal. And it's another chance to talk about predictions, which we'll come to in just a moment. But before we get to predictions, why don't we talk about the tournament overall? Because it has been a surprising tournament, Ivan.
Definitely. I think at this point, nobody expected these two players to be at this stage of the tournament, and nobody expected them to play Abuaza
in the semi-final.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, that's the point, isn't it? One of these two, or Abuaza, has an amazing opportunity. One of the three will be in the final on that side of the console. That's incredible.
I don't think anybody expected that. No. Even Senna, who I think is probably between the three, on paper maybe the favorite, even he wouldn't have dreamed to get to the final. But that's a very realistic opportunity for all three players to get to that final, to get the 850 points that will definitely secure you the playoff spot, and maybe dream for the FIWC.
Yeah, I mean it's getting quite serious, Carl. Now
it is
towards the end not quite towards the end of the season, but we're well through it now, and then the points are really starting to make a difference.
This is the stage. We're seeing it in different leagues around the world. Yeah. Obviously, I'm a big City fan in the Premier League. This is the crunch time for them and Liverpool going at it.
Every second he's got to get a City reference.
I've got to just talk about it because, you know, I love both of them. And here in the global stage rankings, actually, this is the crunch time for so many people. Yes, we've got people at the top. Those top 10, great, they're through. If you've won something already, you're going to be at playoffs. But what excites me is from the 10th to the 32nd, those 22 places, they're the ones where I really, really get excited because everyone's fighting it out. Everyone, those 10 points that you get for the weekend league, the 27 plus wins, you need them because ultimately it's going to come down to the odd 5 or 10 points, I think, for that 32nd spot.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy part about this, is it could really come down to whether you've had a good weekend or not.
Definitely.
And that's scary for some of those players down there. There's also, I guess, there's like 50 to maybe 75 players in amongst that whole group. You're never safe, are you?
Yeah, never. I mean, any tournament just changes the rankings.
Yeah, as we're going to see here.
Exactly. All these three players will change the rankings at some point. This is Levy's first big competition, and he has a chance to directly secure, not even be on the fence, but secure his playoff spot, and maybe why not go the whole way? Because 1,500 points, if you have no points,
you're done. You're already in.
You're maybe even in the finals at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So every single point helps, as he said, even weekend league. I think some players will be gutted that they missed the odd weekend league here or there, because these points will be very crucial.
Yeah, only miss a few weeks away and on the road, and suddenly you've missed out on 40, 50, 60 points.
Exactly,
that might be enough.
Yeah, exactly.
That might be enough. All right, let's talk about predictions and your points, because I know you guys are playing for points, maybe prizes, I don't know, this weekend with your competition in terms of the predictions. So, Kyle Walker, where are you going for this game?
Well, anybody that can wear a raincoat so well in 32 degrees heat. I mean, in Manchester, it rains a lot, okay? And that's quite similar to a cagoule right there. So what he's wearing, anyone that can pull that off in this heat, I'm confident in him. He's obviously confident in himself. So I am going to go with your dark horse, Senna, indeed.
Okay, I don't really need to ask you where you're going because you have a dark horse of your own in this game, which is Levy. So I assume that's where you're going.
Exactly.
All right. Okay. 1 for 1 here on the panels. We're split. I've kind of nudged that way because I'm obviously basically secretly Brazilian at this point. But our commentary team are not. So let's find out from them what their predictions are for our 7th game of the day.
Some interesting predictions, definitely on the couch. I'm going to join Nightwatch and go for Levy. I think it's a potential
no Kaggle loving over there.
Although we do stay in Manchester occasionally, and we understand what Carl's point. I'm going to go for Levy on this one.
Okay.
I'm a man from Manchester, and I love a Kaggle.
Right.
So I am going with Senna de Bow to bring it home.
The level of analysis has just gone off the scale today. Gents, take us away.
Thank you very much. And yeah, definitely has. We're back into calls now. It's a FIFA ability. But no, yeah, I think Levy, we'll have a word about both of these players at the moment. Obviously, this is a first major event of the year. Maybe know him as Sterren Status from that Dutch scene. At 99th at the moment in those global series rankings, needs a big performance here. He's already got himself a quarterfinal spot. Of course, if he can continue going the way he is, he can be going through to the Championship Sunday tomorrow into the semi-finals. And you never know where they're going to go from that. But we can't look past Senna. Senna, a grand finalist last year, Richard. And again, one of the standout players in Brazil.
Yeah, top 16 in Manchester, top 16 at the playoffs as well. He booked his place at the grand final. He finished top 24, I believe, at the grand final. So he did go out in groups, but he finished in the upper echelon, I should say, of the group standings. And you know what? I think Senna, this could be his tournament to kick on, to really just push on to that next level. And you can see where in the FIFA E World Cup, tracksuit, everyone gets a little tracksuit, a little jacket that you can wear, and just having that reputation of being a grand finalist, it goes with you wherever you go. We know people who, they've still got that. That's something that they're known for. Look at somebody, for example, by the way, Dean Coombs. These players who have been to championships throughout, and they're known for that. Our 2015 World Final, our 2014 Grand Finalist. This is something that it's not lucky to get to this stage in your FIFA career. You've got to be one of the best players in the world to get to this stage. And Senna is one of those players.
And exactly that, we're going to see it this year as well, of course, with those global series rankings in full use. But a little fact for you about Senna, this is his 4th event of the year, Richard, and he's never gone past the quarterfinal stages. He always seems to just slip up at the quarterfinal stages of what we've seen.
This is probably one of his easiest ties, though, in all honesty. That's not disrespectful, and I'm sure Levy, Sterren Status would agree with that. When you look at some of the other people that have been getting to quarterfinals, especially on the Xbox side of things, you're looking at names like Tekkz, you're looking at names like Megabit, you're looking at Gorillas, you're looking at these people who are going far in tournaments, and it's you don't feel bad when you lose against them, whereas I think he would know that this is a massive opportunity missed from his personal. Everyone's got personal preferences and they've got personal beliefs on how far they should go in a tournament. Tekkz probably comes into tournament thinking he wants to, knowing he should be winning it. For example,
I see what you're saying at the same
Excelsior,
time.
Levy, he's already, I talked to him before, he's surpassed his expectations in this tournament.
I completely see what you're saying, but at the same time, this tournament has brought surprises. It has brought upsets. Big names have left the competition Swiss style, and Levy has not had an easy Swiss style. We kicked his Swiss style off of a 6-4 victory against Goal Machine and picked up a few wins along the way. Had to go to a deciding game, 5th round, Richard, and he beat Nicholas Rajek.
Yeah,
someone in the top 5 on the Global Series rankings.
Also, it was an extremely tight game. I was watching that game, sat over his shoulder. It was 1-1. 1-0. They were the scores from the match. They drew the first game 1-0. He then won the second game 1-0. Not only to keep Nicholas Rajek at a clean sheet in the second game, that just shows the sort of defensive ability that Levy has got. And you can see the game over the shoulder of Levy. We're into this one. It's his 7th quarterfinal here in Singapore. We've got 2 matches left.
Hopefully it's going to be a fantastic one as well. Of course, runner-wise, Excelsior in front of his name. Obviously an E-Divisie club or an Eredivisie club, but they play in the E-Divisie, which Levy does take part in, currently in group stages over there. I think he's 3rd in his group. Needs to go and beat, obviously, I think it's Jay from Feyenoord in his last match up there for a place in the playoffs. Of course, another one of those virtual leagues that have got Global Series ranking points up for grabs in them. And I think Nightwatch put it perfectly. Maybe at home he doesn't have the best team, Levy, but when you're here and you can play on this esports edition where you've got the team of the years in front of you, you've got those prime icon moments in front of you, maybe they can bring you to life. And we saw that. Remember last year with Tekkz, his first event of the year, he qualified with a pretty naff team in his eyes.
He qualified with like Ousmane Dembele playing right wing.
Look at Goal Machine as well. You had Sandrini, Lozano, like these people that were super subs for people that maybe couldn't afford the big boys. And we are underway, as we said, in our 7th quarter-final. We still have number 8 along the way as well, which is going to be a massive game. Of course, we'll think about that one very soon. But
winner of this will be playing Abuwaza in the Xbox semi-final.
Of course, taking place tomorrow on Championship Sunday. That's a fantastic save to kick things off. That was Levy's keeper there, obviously under that team bundled banner as well. It's Excelsior's Levy, and as we said, 99th in those Global Series rankings, can really do with the extra points. He's already guaranteed himself 450, but sends himself through here, he gets a bit of prize money and at least 625, which now you're starting to look forward to the play. You're looking towards that top 64. As long as you're in there at the end of May, it's all go, and you should be aiming towards those playoffs. Here we go. This is Levy on the attack, kicking in that yellow strip from right to left as Messi picks it up now.
Yeah, from what we've seen so far as well, really nice bit of play in and around the box. He's just taking his time. He's probably played in a number of tournaments in the past, given his experience in the FIFA scene. So he knows how to cope with the pressure of this sort of environment that he's playing in right now.
And of course, you come to events like this, you never come for an easy ride. You know how tough the qualification can be when you're at home playing against some of the best players in the world. And we spoke about his Swiss style, some of the big boys he played there, the goal machines, and Rajek, Resende. Listen to the penalty shootout to Resende. He matched him up 4-4 on an aggregate score and then went to penalties, and Resende won there, and that's exactly why he's in a semi-final. Obviously, he'll be involved in Championship Sunday tomorrow as it is Senna that comes forward now. Of course, you can see him on the left-hand side of your screen in that little webcam box there. And when you think of Brazil, when you think of esports FIFA, Senna does come to mind.
Yeah, Senna, Resende, Rafifa. A couple of the names that instantly spring into mind.
Rep, you know, you got some of the legends in the scene, as it's going to be Levy. Nearly playing to the feet of Neymar. We'll get it back again. Messi to Neymar. It's going to be intercepted in the end, but you know Levy quite well. Last year in the Eredivisie, he loved using Brazilian players in his ultimate team. The Neymars, Roberto Firminos, they're all involved. And it's no surprise we're seeing quite a few Brazilians involved in his team here.
Yeah, you can see there just a couple of plays sprinkled in alongside all the icons. Cancelo in at right fullback. That ominous presence of Ruud Gullit in the centre midfield, just bossing the game. Looks like two CDMs of Vieira and Gullit.
Nice Pele with a lovely fake shot. The Brazilian tried to play it through to Neymar, who was making the run. Unfortunately, could not get onto the end of it. Nothing to separate these two in the first third of this game. We've just approached that 30th minute mark. With nothing to celebrate between the two. I think it explains perfectly, you know, that last game that he did have, you know, you spoke about it. 1-1 in the first game against Rajek in round 5 of Swiss-style format, and then a 1-0 win in leg number 2. But they didn't have an easy round of 16 game either. It was a 4-3 win for Levy against Braveheart, the Saudi Arabian player there on the other side of that. It was Senna beating Gorilla 5-2. Levy's first attack of the game potentially here for Messi. Which way is he going to go on that left foot potentially? Snuffed out in the end.
Yeah, that result against Gorilla as well, filling with loads of confidence coming into this latter stage of the tournament. Gorilla, through his personal standing as well, he's underperformed at a number of tournaments this year, but still, it's that name value. When you beat Gorilla, when you beat an Aga or somebody who has won things in the past, who's a serial winner of trophies, it just gives you confidence to go, you know what, I can actually kick on and I can really continue in this tournament in the same vein that I am right now.
As I said, it's just like the players that maybe beat anyone that's within the top 10 of the Global Series rankings or in the top 20. They're just the confidence it will give you on that. Obviously, as I said, this is Senna's 4th tournament of the year. Played in the FUT Champions Cups. Didn't have a good run in Atlanta at all. He went 0-3, in fact, in Swiss style, which is nowhere near his standards. Of course, it was he has been knocked down, of course. Quarterfinal stage, as I mentioned, is the best he's got to in Bucharest in January. Lost to Tekkz in a quarterfinal. Lost to Megabit in London at the LQE February there. So the man normally gets through Swiss-style format.
Yeah, usually he performs at these tournaments. However, sometimes it's just all about how you're feeling over the weekend as well.
Here we go. Messi, he's looking for that left foot every single time of Messi. I know he's hasn't got a bad right foot, but you're always going to look to angle on that left.
We talk about how going out in Swiss is like, it is a terrible thing. However, it's only 3 matches of FIFA you've lost. When you're playing at home and you might be playing against your mates and stuff, you'll play so many games.
Yep.
At this tournament, you could be out after playing 6 legs of FIFA. It's playing 12 halves.
I see that, but at the same time, you've got 2 warnings, really, haven't you? You go 0 and 2.
But then you're also playing against somebody else who's 0 and 2. It's that pressure.
Yeah.
Steps up again.
Well, added time of 2 minutes to come in this first half. Lovely tackle from Ramos.
I'll catch up with Lev Vinken yesterday when we were talking about his Swiss games and how we were getting on. And at one point, it was 2 and 1. And they said, the next game, I just pray I don't go 2 and 2. Because that 2 and 2 match, there's so much riding on one game of FIFA. In the end, he managed to come out in the end, a big victory against Mo Alba. I believe 5-1, he beat him to send him through to the round of 16.
We've actually just caught a glimpse of those half-time stats, Rich, and it's really just been a battle of possession between the two. There's been 1 shot registered in this game, and it actually was from Senna.
Early on as well, I believe.
But although you might be thinking, oh, well, no one's really attacking, I think the other side of it is everyone wants to make the perfect opportunity, and that is what Levy's going to try and do right now. He's had it, what, 2 or 3 times with Messi on the edge of the box. He's tried to angle it on that left foot every single time, hence why he hasn't had a shot. This is Messi's turn now. Again, he's looking for it.
The only reason that we've not had a shot yet is because the defending's been immaculate. Last-ditch tackles, late blocks in and around the defensive third have made it that you're not having chances. You're not going to shoot if you don't think that you've got a good chance of scoring. That's just the simple facts of competitive FIFA. Players don't take pot shots.
Yep. No one risks a chance because
she's turning over possession.
Yeah, you don't get many chances. Some players. For example, he's had 1. He hasn't even had a shot yet, Levy. Of course, he had 0 shots at half time. That was his opportunity there, but he's just looking for the left foot of Messi, and it's going to be Senna that tries to register a shot there, but it takes a deflection. It was time green, though, and around the edge of the box there, if you let Ronaldo have a chance. Oh, it's a finesse, just a direct hit through the laces. Pele just chips it in, and it goes straight to the head of Ruud Gullit.
Played it short from, they put Neymar on the corner, he played it short into Pele, and then it was just a right stick flick up. Nothing really special about that, no skill moves used.
About it either, was it?
Just flicked up from Pele, and then a dink into the back post. And look at Gullit there, rising high in the air.
And that could be as simple a thing as just Senna just registered his button configuration a little bit earlier, timed the header, because it was Gullit against Gullit in the air.
Yeah, it's not like that. It's just the attacking players just seem to be stronger in the air this year. How many times do we see Ronaldo, Gullit, Mbappe just jumping up and being such a presence in the air against the defensive players?
We have had a breakthrough finally, and it's been the man that's created a few chances in this game. Back to the drawing board for Levy, who will get a chance now. Messi, he's gone on that left foot again. He knows it as well. Don't think he even tried to finesse that. I think he tried to cover up the shot that he originally had in mind. It's Rio Ferdinand now with a drag back. Why not?
Yeah, you can see there from the corner, something that we saw a lot of other players doing is you put like a defensive player on the corner. That was when you pass it to the edge of the box, your attacking player is usually there. So I think people are putting like Maldini on corners. He's not the best header of the ball. Attacking wise, you probably want like a Ramos or a Van Dijk or a Ronaldo. So then you play it to the edge, you've got an R9, you've got a Pele, you've got a Eusebio waiting to then have the shot on goal, and it's a free kick there. After a quick counter-attack from Senna, similar position to where he scored the first goal.
Watch number 8 on your screen in the Brazilian strip, Ruud Gullit. He's up against Ronaldo in the box. He's played inside to his actual Cristiano Ronaldo, but Ramos will header that one away just to the path of Mbappe for the moment. Just needs to be careful not to give away possession now, which he has. This is a chance for Senna again.
Just a slightly rushed shot there from Senna. He wanted to get the finesse away straight away. He wanted to play it onto that angle straight away.
Kind of a feeling that he needs to rush it as well, isn't
Yeah,
it?
he just slightly, just a little bit too quick from Pele in the end there.
He's moving it around incredibly well. Vieira to Hullet, all the way out to Varane. Now back inside to Hullet now. Can you find that run of Vieira? I don't think he's going to be having a shot of him. If anything, just assistant. He just played it to the back of the feet of Neymar. He's
terrible touch from Neymar as well. Possession's turned back over to Levy. I'm surprised he didn't play to Vieira there. He looked like the free man. But I suppose you don't really want to play to Vieira when you're attacking. He's more of the connecting man. Most of the time you'll see the ball go to the edge of the box to Vieira and then spread wide to the left cam or the right cam, whether that be Mbappe, Neymar, Pele, Eusebio.
one thing that's very clear from Levy is that even though he's 1-0 down, it's just, I respect the way that he's trying to play. He's trying to stick to this game plan that he's got, whether it's just trying to suck out the defenders in the midfield of Senna. There's no panic. He seems very calm and composed. He's just given away the ball a few times, and he seems to be going through Messi. Everything seems to be going through Messi from him.
I mean, I personally don't really see a game plan right now from him. I feel like he's struggling to create anything, in all honesty.
I'm guessing Messi's out on that right-hand side because he seems to be cutting in. Mbappe inside to Cristiano Ronaldo. Oh, I think he went for a drag back there. I think he wanted to bring it back and maybe pull out a penalty.
Senna's last-ditch defending has been fantastic in this game so far. On 2 or 3 different occasions, Ramos has got back a decisive block, a decisive tackle in the defensive third. Has kept Levy from scoring pretty much nailed-on chances.
Because he knows that every single time he's got the ball with Messi, he's looking for the left foot, or at least a timed finish that's going to be a finesse or something like that. And every time he's matched it, and you can just see by the head shake of Levy, Senna has matched him across everywhere, really. And that is why he leads by 1-0 at this moment in time. This is a perfectly poised game as well.
It's quite a risky strategy, though. I won't say it's a strategy, but just the way that he's defending in general with last-ditch tackles and last-ditch blocks. Over 2 legs of FIFA, that sort of, I'd say, daredevil attitude tends to not go to plan for you. Usually, one of those chances will fall past you. You'll give a penalty away. That sort of thing tends to happen. Because he's dropping off so far, and he's probably playing drop back, he's probably playing 2 to 3 depth, it means that all the space is in this sort of area, just where I think it's Marcelo is running right now for Levy. He just needs to work the opportunity a little bit better. You can see how deep
Here's a chance for him now, Richard. Into Ronaldo. Why is he not gone with Ronaldo? There, he's got Kante instead. And it was me questioning the decision to play to N'Golo Kante. He stepped up a few times and scored some goals in previous events as part of the Global Series, and he's done it once again. Probably the first time I've actually seen N'Golo Kante score on stream this weekend.
Yeah, just low driven, fired into the back of the net there from Kante.
Nothing pretty about it, just get your head over it and get your laces through it.
We were talking about the depth, and he just kept on sitting back and almost, I won't say inviting the pressure, but he was confident in his defending that he could get the tackling, get the blocking. And I said, it's a risky way of defending, and in the end, Levy's managed to capitalise on one of the chances that he's created.
And if anything, maybe his second shot of the game, but it's a case of he could have had more shots, but he's trying to find the perfect opportunity. And a question there, we had Ronaldo in space. Why not take the shot? Wanted to play the one more. Fell to N'Golo Kante, and once again, he proves why that maybe he can actually go forward and be involved.
If Levy was to win this first leg, in my opinion, it'd be a little bit of a smash and grab right now for him.
Ramos in this right-hand side. Seems as if Messi's been brought off as well. Pele may be on for him instead. So patient, though, in his attack. He's the player from Netherlands. Where's he going to go here? And unfortunately, just straight into the hands. Oh, and Mbappe nearly got something on that. Added time of 2 minutes, and this sets up this second leg perfectly. 1-1, all apiece. Overlap. Will there be one more chance? No, it's not going to fall to him in the end. Referee, I think we're done here for leg number 1 of this quarter-final, and it will be 1-1, all square, Richard.
And again, another quarter-final, and look how tight it is. Some of the scores that we've had today. 4-3, 5-4, 4-2 after extra time, 5-4, 3-1. These scorelines have been so tight. The only real convincing performance that we saw was from Stefano Pinna in that last game against Rastarata, where he won by a couple of clear goals. nobody else has really capitalised on a performance like that.
Of course, as you can see, Senna's walking away there maybe for a few words of wisdom there. Of course, Levy as well. Just a few minutes to take a break, maybe get a drink of water, speak to the coach, friends and family that have come to the event with you. And yes, there we go. Half-time in the game, essentially, which of this two-legged game. You said it perfectly. Once again, a very tight first leg. We've had a few of these days. Been lucky with the games like we've had with Resende. Yeah. Really tight game there. A lot of them as well.
First game of the day, 4-3. I think that sort of set up how this day was going to go. 1-goal margins, 2-goal margins, extra time used for a number of different games. The last game that we saw on the Xbox, Abawaza, extra time goals separated the two sides. And for me, in that first leg, we're going to see a couple of the highlights here. There weren't a lot of highlights to show you. It were a Ruud Gullit, green-timed header, 53 minutes on the clock from Senna. And you see the reactions from both of the two players. You see a wild Brandon Smith in the background there.
It was one of them. Wasn't the most, lovely-looking goals. It was just a snatch and grab, and it was down the other end. 81 minutes on the clock. And you'll just see here. I think Ronaldo picks up the ball in a minute. Plays to Ronaldo. You think there, why not take the shot? But kind of panic. Played back to N'Golo Kante. And if anything, sometimes you don't expect the shot from N'Golo Kante. And we saw that right there. And Levy, well, you know what? I'm back in this game right now.
It was just simply the free man. Sometimes you have to use whoever that free man may be. Might be Kante. We've seen Vieira score late goals in tournaments. We've seen players pop up in positions that they don't usually tend to be in. I remember a goal, I think it was Marcelo popping up just late on it, late in the attacking third, and I think it was tapping at the back post. Whoever it is, just take that opportunity.
Well, they're all good rated, aren't they?
I think as well, some pros are reluctant to shoot. Messi on his right foot, they'll always try and work it back on his left because it's that higher percentage chance of going in. People tend to not shoot with Vieira. Now Kante's got that really substantial Team of the Year shooting upgrade. He's a little bit more of a free pass, but there's like 4 or 5 different players that people are just reluctant to shoot with. Gullit for a long time, people didn't want to shoot with him. And now,
I remember last year as well, he was firing them in from distance, then we saw some players take the risk on him.
Yeah, now this year, it seems as though he's one of the best players to shoot with on the edge of the box, but we're seeing the teams coming out for the two players. Are you expecting anything different? You can make changes in between the two games. I think Levy just...
Start better.
Yeah, you've got... For like 70 minutes, it just didn't look like even creating anything, in all honesty. And then towards that last 15, 20 minutes, I think he just said, look, I can go a little bit more attacking now. I feel confident in my defensive play. Let's attack this game.
At the same time as well, I don't know obviously the custom tactics that are being used, but I feel like Messi was getting so much of the ball. Was there any way you can maybe change it up a little bit? Because I remember about 4 occasions, Messi's got on the ball, he's tried to find the left foot, but where he's took that extra time, Senna's read it.
We're also getting the ball in not great areas. Like, you want Messi, imagine you've got the box just like the penalty area. You want Messi just on the D, just on the right-hand side, so you can open up on that left foot. You can finesse with him. He's probably got arguably one of the best finesse shots in the game, period.
He's been so good as well, edge of the box in like last year, this year.
Messi. So if you can get him on that left foot, you can create so many chances, but he's not the most physical player. He gets bullied off the ball from time to time. You have to get him in the right areas, in the right almost position on the pitch.
It's kind of like, as you said, Messi, he's not the strongest of players. When you get him, he's got to either have loads of time, or if he gets it, he's got to move it quick.
And that's why people use Mbappe over Messi, just because he's quicker, he's stronger, he's probably better in the air as well. He's a little bit more physical, a little bit more just bulkier, I'd say. The big debate when Modric came out, the Team of the Year Modric was, yeah, he's got these incredible stats, the most total stats on the entire game above anybody else. You can give him 99 across every single stat on the game. One thing you can never change is height, his weight. You can give him 99 strength, but sometimes the players still don't feel like they've got that. It's like, if, for example, if Peter Crouch got 99 pace, you'd still be like, he's really slow. It's just that mental thing. You're not going to play Luka Modric in a CDM position. Most players won't. When you've got Vieira
and that's why Gullit is the perfect size. He's the perfect size as a player, the perfect kind of fit for a CDM role. Yeah, he gets forward, he gets back. He's got the in-game stats that back that up as well every single time. So it's one of those things, you know, yes, Modric might have all the stats. Some players are happy to take that risk. And that's why we sometimes don't even see Kante now because of this new prime, icon moment.
Yeah, and I was talking backstage with a couple of the guys. They were saying, if you're not going to use Vieira and you don't... The thing is with Vieira, it's quite clunky. is a little bit, his agility's not great, his balance isn't great.
You just want him to get the ball from a defensive area and then get rid of it. You don't want him involved really around the edge of the box.
So you've got two options you can go with at CDM. If you need Vieira in for chemistry to get Mbappe on chem, you can use Vieira. If chemistry is not really an option and you don't need the chemistry, a lot of pros will go Hullet and Modric. Both players can do a little bit of defensive work. Hullet, obviously, taller, stronger, more physical. And then Modric, 4-star skills, 4-star weak foot. I think he's high work rates as well. He can get about the pitch. He can do the defensive work, but also in the final third, he can score you a big goal and get in the right areas.
Of course, you can just see on your screen there, Senna's team will break it down for you as well as we jump into this second leg. But a word on Senna. We spoke about Levy, what he needs to do. Senna, I thought, you know, in a whole, he started really well.
Yeah, he kept possession for large periods of the game, but I always say you have to create something with that possession that you are using. You can see Senna's team on your screen right there. It looks like it's going to be Cancelo in at right back, the 89, one to watch Cancelo, and then Rafael Varane team of the year over at left back, Ramos and Maldini, your two centre halves. For me, I'd be using Maldini at left back and Varane at centre back. I think the back post cross, I think Maldini can deal with it better than Varane can. Also, Maldini, if you're a purist, played left back in his career in real life for periods.
That's why, of course, you know, Ramos has got the in-game stats, but he used to be a right back at the same time.
And also, Ramos is dribbling and passing. He's
exactly
off the charts good.
Well, here we go then. Second leg of action in our 7th quarter-final of the day here in Singapore at the FUT Champions Cup. We're all level at 1-1. Well, this is really anyone's game. Excelsior Levy from left to right in the Excelsior kit. Of course, in that yellow and blue of Brazil. It is that man waving the flag for the country, Senna. We said a grand finalist last year in London. We'll be looking to make it again with those Global Series ranking points. Here we go, here's a chance now. It's going to be an opening start. What's a save by David De Gea. And better from Levy already. Still in possession though. Cristiano Ronaldo. You save here potentially. Involved as well. You see Ramos at right back.
Yeah, we're asking questions. Can we see some changes coming out potentially? It looks like Levy these first 5 minutes has been a lot more aggressive, which we wanted to see. We often say one game will be tighter, one game will be a lot more passive, one game a lot more aggressive, a lot more free-flowing.
And here's that free-flowing football now from the Dutch, which we said plays in the Eredivisie, one of the virtual leagues that have got huge Global Series points on them. 850 if you can go and win that one. Also, it was Danny Fizzer who won the PlayStation side of things a few months back. Part of Team Hullet as well, which his teammate Zezinho, who'll be in action up against Tuga. You can see him on your screen there, Zezinho. That's our last quarter-final of the day. Tuga against Zezinho. And of course, we jump into Championship Sunday tomorrow, where it really is anyone's tie, anyone's game, and obviously $50,000, Richard, and that trophy, which we keep on seeing in between the players right now. The lovely threaded through ball there. Cristiano Ronaldo into Neymar. Back to Mbappe again. This is Senna's turn to have an attack. Great close control dribble in there from Neymar into Mbappe. That's a great goal.
Really good bit of play there from Senna. It's the same story as the first leg. Senna taking the lead. Close control there from Neymar. Played into his PSG teammate, Kylian Mbappe, who slots it past the goalkeeper and reclaims the lead for the Brazilian here in the quarterfinals. The winner will be playing tomorrow in the semis against Abu Azza from Saudi Arabia.
Of course, Levy finds himself in the same position as he was in that first game, trailing by a goal to nil, and on aggregate, 2-1 down at this moment in time. After a really good start as well, 5 minutes into it, it was just that close control dribbling from Neymar. There's a question of when's he going to release the ball? Is he just going to keep it? And he kept it, played to Mbappe, and it was a simple finish for him. If there was a top goal scorer stat for any player in FUT, who would it be? Would it be Ronaldo still, do you think?
What,
just for this event?
Competitive events or just this event?
Just this event.
I would say probably...
Or Mbappe. On either of them? I think in general, the whole year would be Ronaldo.
Yeah, probably Ronaldo. I feel like most used player, Ronaldo, Mbappe. Most scored player, Ronaldo or Mbappe. but most surprising player, the 99 Pele has been doing bits for a lot of players over this tournament.
Important to see as well, because we're used to seeing obviously Hullets and Vieiras, they're kind of staples of any pro team. So for them, it's just a basic upgrade.
Well, talking to Boras backstage as well, and with the new Prime Icon moment R9, he's honestly unbelievable. I saw some of his in-game stats. 90 acceleration, 98 sprint speed, 99 finishing.
Well, this is Levy now. Into Mbappe, yes! He's strike gold! And we're back square at 2-2. Could have easily played to the other corner. But went to the left-hand side, timed it green.
Showed great composure inside the box as well. He could have shot first time, but just a little Cruyff turn inside the box. Movement of the left stick created the opportunity for him to strike home with Mbappe. And talk about top goal scorers in this game. Kylian Mbappe scored both for these two players.
As you mentioned, obviously Pele, a big player for a lot. And as you said, that R9, when that prime icon moment is, you know, officially usable in tournaments.
Oh, he's going to be.
He won't be on the bench anymore, R9.
He's going to be next level.
He'll be starting games. Punched away by David De Gea. Just doesn't seem comfortable, it seems, to go and collect the ball in the air. That's the Spaniard.
Yeah, I'm asking question marks over David De Gea there. Coming out punching the ball. It's an easy claim for him.
Can he find that ball down the line? Yes, he does. Eusebio now, a starter. That prime icon moment for Levy. Tries to just drop the ball back behind him. He's done well there. He's still in possession. Into the Brazilian, to the back post. That is incredible, FIFA. In his first LAN event of the year, with so much to prove in such a big stage. And who is it again, Richard?
Yeah, it's all about Eusebio, this goal. The way that he keeps the ball out wide and then just works it all the way across the penalty area. You thought he'd played one more pass, then he played another pass and just created the perfect opportunity. You see, that ball from Ronaldo to Mbappe is picture perfect. Put on a plate for the Frenchman, who fires Levy, otherwise known as Status, into the lead for the first time in this series. Talk about peaking at the right time.
How quickly a game of FIFA can change as well, Richard. You heard Nightwatch talk about on the couch about, if I'm playing my A game, I can go very far in this competition, and it doesn't matter if you've left it till the second leg. You're in front now by 3-2.
It's a completely different game that he's playing right now. It's almost like...
There's no Messi as well.
He were wearing glasses and they're steamed up a little bit, and he's just rubbed off the steam, because this is unbelievable right now, what we're seeing from him.
Well, he's coming forward again now. This time with Neymar, just seems to be thriving going forward now. Neymar, which way is he going to go? Just toying with a back line into Vieira. I doubt he's going to be shooting, tried to play through to Cristiano Ronaldo. Now Senna finds himself with his back against the wall and needs to start playing better defensively though.
Yeah, his defending's been fantastic, Levy.
Look at the press every single time. Marcelo this time.
Going forward, he's been strong, he's been working the right pass, playing the perfect ball at the right time. And rightfully so, he's taken the lead in this game.
Still a long, long way to go though before he can be part of that final 8 involved in Championship Sunday. Our 7th quarter-final of the day, as we said, we've had so many upsets, so many great games as well. You can see some of the round of 16 games that were played yesterday. Just to finish off, you can see that score down the bottom as well. Senna beat Gorilla to be here in this quarter-final. Levy's turn to go forward again now. Mbappe, which way is he going to go? A drag back. Oh, it's so unpredictable from the Frenchman. Added time of 2 minutes. One more attack before we do justice with this half-time. Neymar into Mbappe again. Still trying to break him down, and Senna needs this break more than anything.
That's going to take us into half-time, with Levy taking the lead with only one half of FIFA left to play. Talk about picking your moments at the right time from the Dutchman. He's been all over Senna. He's had more possession. He's had more chances. Completely different story from the first leg. In that first leg, we were asking questions. Where's this attacking play from him? In the second leg, he's shown us with an exclamation mark at the end of his answer.
I think the big thing as well there, Richard, is that we were, playing from Levy in that first game at half-time. Didn't have any shots registered at all. Look at this game, he's the man on top.
He was getting dominated in possession, he was getting dominated in chances created, and A change is needed from Senna. He switched formation into the 4-2-2. Johan Cruyff for the prime icon moment coming on at left cam as well. I think there's another change in there. We'll get confirmation of that as soon as the game is ready to tell us.
Vieira into Mbappe now. This is Senna on the attack in this second half. 45 in-game minutes away from finding out who will be another semi-finalist. Ball across the box again, and El Tornado across, just like we...
It's only Cruyff coming on for Senna, so he's got 2 subs remaining. But that formation change has come out from him as well. Into the 4-2-2, certainly a more attacking formation. Almost playing into the El Tornadoes a little bit as well, using Cruyff at left cam. He can always come inside on either foot as well.
I think the big change has been, there hasn't been a messy start in this game. Eusebio, I think, may have been brought in instead.
We saw Levy walk away after the first leg. He had a chat with some of the people that he's come with. In this second leg, he's just been remarkable. The pressing, the defensive work, and going forward, he just a new lease of life breathed into his performance.
Into Hullet. This is Cristiano Ronaldo. This is Levy now. He's 3-2 up in this game and a fantastic second leg. It's always the case. Across this aggregate scorelines, there's always just 2 stories.
And you saw that ball right there. That showed desperation from Senna. He's tried a 50-yard pinged ball straight over the top.
He just seems to be thriving right now. David Gea again punching away. He had 2 men round him. Enough Pele on the floor, just takes a sting out of that one as the ball rolls through. Varane at left back as well. Did question that early on.
There's no options. Senna going forward. Just simply can't go forward at the minute.
And you have to look, if you look at just how he's controlling Neymar as well, number 11. Look, he's back defending. He just won the ball back for him. Just adds the extra man into the midfield 3. Like a triangle, for example. You've got Neymar up the top, and on there you've got, on the left-hand side, you've got Vieira. On the right, you've got Hullet. Seems like there's always someone there. Ramos at right back for him. That seems to be working fine for that man. This is Pele now into Varane.
Almost seems as though when he went 1-0 down in this game, he's just been a different animal, has Levy. If in doubt, get it out. It's a nice little ball as well for Ronaldo. He'll win that.
So he won't be losing that aerial battle at all. Just go out of play, though, and it's going to be an amazing statement if he can hold on to this one, just because this is your opportunity. There's so many big names that have left the competition, Richard. So many big names that have gone out on the Xbox side of things, like the Megabits and Rajex. We're not just speaking about German players here, but just big names on those global series rankings.
Tom Stokes, Gorilla.
Just massive names, and these are the opportunities where you go up the rankings, you get yourself a playoff spot.
Goal Machine, Joksan, Razek, all these players crashed out of the tournament. I mean, Nicholas and MS Desari weren't able to travel to this tournament, so it's a huge opportunity for players to burst through the glass ceiling, as you'd say, and really get those global series ranking points and put their name amongst the hat. I think he just switched to balanced, did Senna as well.
Of course, one man that has made a story for himself is Tuga, who was in action in our last quarter-final against Zezinho here in Singapore, day number 2 of the FUT Champions Cup. This is Levy now. What a start this could be. 65 minutes on the clock. Maybe overworked it slightly. That just shows the confidence of this man. He's breathing at this moment in time. Played short into Kante. Actually went for a corner as well. Into Hullet. Where's this going to be ending? Potentially with a shot. Nope, Pele will do it.
Yeah, lovely couple of dragbacks in around the box there as well from Levy to actually create that opportunity for him. And the shot in the air just squeezed wide off the post.
You've got a question, Richard. It's been twice this year that Senna has gone out in a quarter-final stage. This is the furthest he's got in tournaments for Champions Cup. It was back in January. Bucharest, he went out in the quarter-final stages, went to the LQE maybe just a week after in London. Quarter-finals again. It just seems to be a curse for him to the back post for Ronaldo this time.
Oh, it's
no!
an
I have no idea what Rafael Varane's thinking there. Off the bar originally. And last time I looked, Rafael Varane wasn't in the yellow shirt and up front.
You can't allow that to let it damage you. You can't allow that to get you down. It's one of the freak things that's happened. Just got to see it past. What interested me, as soon as that goal went in, Levy spun around in his chair, almost took away from the game and just thought, you know what, calm down, come back to the game right now. Just disconnect yourself for 2 or 3 seconds.
These guys have got so much focus on their monitors, so close to him as well. Everyone has a different gaming position. You can see their centre so close to his screen now. It is Levy on the attack though. Needs to get back in front again. Hullet to Kante. Maybe in that triangle. Out to goes to Neymar now on the left-hand side, just around the edge of the box. And no way through from him. Maybe that goal could have been a lifeline for Senna. Just to tell himself, you are still in this game.
If Levy goes on to win this game in regular time, that little pause that he took, just for a second, 2 seconds after that Rafael Varane own goal went in, is massive.
Senna now! Oh, he's timed as well. What's a turnaround for him? It's party time once again for Cristiano Ronaldo.
Wow, what a turnaround. From a freak on goal, inside 3 minutes, the game's been turned and Senna back in the control position.
From 1-0 up to 2-0 down to 3-2 up.
11 minutes left on the clock and a couple of changes coming out from him as well. That prime icon moment. 94, Eusebio going up top for him. If a chance falls to him in the final 2 or 3 minutes, he will be capitalising on it. And I'm a little look here at Levy's team. He's gone into a 4-1-2-1-2. Narrow has the Dutchman, it looks like. He's going a lot more attacking in these final 10 minutes. He has to. He's trailing by a goal. If you're wondering why, it's quite discreet. I'm looking probably 15 yards over the right-hand side towards the monitor.
Very good eyesight needed there to see exactly the changes that are being made. But I think you hit the nail on the head there, Richard. It seems like a narrow formation in use for Levy, and it needs to be a big last, just under 20 in-game minutes left here. Not even that, 10 minutes, I should say. Cristiano Ronaldo turning the game back round again, and 11 minutes plus added time. Get yourself a goal, we go to extra time.
Yeah, he's gone 4-1-2-1-2. Let's see if he's going to play quite narrow through the middle of the pitch, through the heart of the defence.
And he needs to as well. In that 4-1-2-1-2, you've heard pros talk about it as well. You need to play quick. You haven't really got any width to work with either.
It's all in the fullbacks, your width, really, to bomb on.
Look at that.
Referee's going to let that go.
I think that's Ramos involved as well. Just bundled his man down. Cristiano Ronaldo now. Into Kante. A goal is needed. Cannot rush his chance, though. Ronaldo into Kante. Goes all the way through to Marcelo.
Rebound!
Yes, it came out for him. Maybe that little bit of fortune to go back the other way for the Dutchman.
Yeah, he had the misfortune with the own goal. He struck his luck there, has Levy. Ball bounced off Marcelo, off the goalkeeper. Like a bull in a china shop. He didn't know where it were going. And in the end, it's being bundled into the back of the goal from Levy.
You may be thinking at home, you know, why is there so many pauses? Why is there so many changes? Marcelo would have never been in that position if he hasn't changed his custom tactics, his player instructions there, his formation to get Marcelo bombing on down that left-hand side.
It's been changed back now to 4-2-3-1.
Reset it straight back inside. Because if you keep it that way, yes, you'll be attacking, but there's a massive risk if you're going to concede there. But it took 5 in-game minutes, Richard. And we're all square again.
Back to 4-2-3-1 from Levy with 5 minutes left on the clock. We talked about unlikely goal scorers earlier today. I said I thought maybe I just got my crystal ball out. Marcelo might just tap one in at the back post. That's exactly what he's done.
What you said, Richard, living up to the expectation. The team of the year left back from Real Madrid, scoring against the Brazilian in Senna. There's going to be one more chance in this game. It's just who it's going to fall to. Potentially it could be falling to Senna now. Eusebio, the Portuguese icon from distance, will go out for a corner.
Yeah, I didn't know where that deflection were going to go. Same corner again, flick to the near post.
Ronaldo with a flick on off the post. Where's this going? Just hoofed away. Get rid of it, they tell you.
Off the post. How many times have you seen Ronaldo at the near post scoring goals just like that one? Timed it green as well, last chance.
Added time of 2 minutes. Is there one more goal in this game? Just cleared away by Marcelo. If he goes up the other end and scores this now, this will be one hell of an ending to this two-legged game. Neymar, oh, no.
It's going to be extra time.
We're extra time again, and these quarterfinals just living up to the expectation. Nothing to separate these two. 8 goals scored, and we're all level at 4-4. But what a second leg that is, Richard. 6 goals.
We say that usually the first game's the more tighter game. The second game, both players come out and attack and go more. Just play for the win. First game, you play not to lose. Second game, you play to win. What a series we have had so far. These quarterfinals have been so exciting to watch. Every single game has been tight. It's been cagey. There's been goals. There's been drama. And extra time needed again to get our final Xbox semi-finalist.
Kante to Cristiano now. This is Levy now on the attack. If he can get a goal and go forward, Eusebio to Ronaldo. Ooh, Hullet just about gets there. And just about gets the ball as well.
We saw Abawaza win in extra time earlier today. He scored 2 goals in the additional 30-minute period.
And sometimes that's what you need, just 30 more minutes.
I don't know if I see a winner in this. I think it could be a penalty shootout.
Oh, first one of the day as well. A penalty shootout to decide a semi-final spot. Of course, an extra 175 Global Series ranking points on top of what they've already earned in the 450 for a quarter-final spot, and $2,500 on top for making it through to Championship Sunday and to the semi-finals of your console. This is Levy now. Eusebio. As far as the edge of the box for Ruud Hullet. He's going to have a drag
just
back.
Overdid it.
Dragged it back. It's fallen back to him again. Pele.
And just foot through it from Cancelo. Sometimes you try and play out from the back and it can come back and bite you. You just launch that one long. When you've got Ronaldo up top, you can almost play into that. You can play into the aerial threat that he possesses, but it's all Levy in this first period of extra time.
It's like this wave of pressure for Senna to deal with, but Senna knows he can score. He scored 3 goals already. 4 goals across the tie. Just slightly rushed again.
Oh, I thought you were going to get dispossessed there. I thought Hullet were going to pick his pocket.
Will have fallen to his feet as well. I mean, a golden opportunity for him to score. Senna's turn to have his first attack of this extra time, but again, defensively.
The referee has indicated there will be
added time of 1 minute, Richard. Nothing more to play in this first half.
That's going to be it.
Or will there be one more chance? No, there won't. Half time between the two, and we're 15 in-game minutes away from a penalty shootout here in Singapore.
High drama, high intensity, with a semi-final spot on the line.
No changes for
needed.
anyone.
Or is there going to be a change?
Maybe just thought in his mind, okay, yeah, I will make a change. Because I think he only had, what, Eusebio that was fresh.
So he's gone from 4-2-2 into a narrow 4-1-2-1-2 right now. And it looks like he's got too many attacking players on the pitch. Who's it going to... It's got to be Modric there, surely. Or Mateus, 94 Mateus is definitely a shout. But it is Modric coming on. Vieira in at CDM.
Around back out to left back.
Yep. And then Ronaldo at cam. And then your 2 freshest players up top in Cruyff and Eusebio for Senna.
It's exactly the formation that Levy was playing when he was obviously behind by a goal and wanted to attack. And so Senna maybe saw that and thought, you know what, I want to try a bit of that as well. 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. This means everything's going to be going down the centre of the field. There's no real width.
Shows that in the first half of extra time, he weren't happy. He weren't creating chances. He didn't even have much of the ball in that first half of extra time. I think he's wanting to get that goal, nick that goal, and then go back into a defensive 4-2-3-1 and see it out.
Yeah. See out the game. See out the last maybe 10 in-game minutes. Will there be a goal to separate these two, or will we have to go to a penalty shootout? Only time will tell. We'll probably get one more big chance each, Richard. Just whoever can step up to the plate in Singapore with all the pressure, all the viewers watching at home from around the world. Massive opportunity, especially for both of these two to up their Global Series ranking spot. This is Levy now. Eusebio back inside to Cristiano Ronaldo. It's a guessing game!
What a goal. The composure shown right there from Levy. There were 2 or 3 different chances where he could have shot. On the edge of the box with Hullet. He moved it into the middle of the box. He could have shot again. And then the experience coming out just to play the one more pass to get that perfect chance of scoring the goal. Wow.
Many have talked about him as a potential underdog coming into this tournament. 99th in those Global Series rankings, only picking up points from Weekend League. This is a huge opportunity for it. And he knows it. He knows it. The Swiss style form, he had to play against Goal Machine and beat En Rajak in the 5th round to get yourself through. And he hasn't had an easy run at all. And he knows that for sure. And this is a case of, this is an opportunity for you. You've got one big tournament. You've flown all the way across the world to compete in a major tournament to get yourself Global Series points and to basically, potentially find out what your season's going to be like. Yep. Are you going back to the drawing board for FIFA 20 and whatever's in store there? Look at the tight space to do it as well.
When he had it with Ronaldo, some players there, they'll turn and shoot with the low-driven time shot. He played it just one more pass, simplified it yet again. And Ruud Gullit, the Dutch icon, doing it for the Dutchman. Levy in the quarterfinals. Senna has to come forward. He changed into a 4-1-2-1-2 again. He went onto constant pressure. It's going to be a high press.
A reply here from Senna. He's got time, that's for sure. And naturally, he's probably going to be attacking a lot more as well, Richard. Only the second time he's found himself losing across this tie. It's normally been Senna in the driving seat. Here's Neymar, tried to play through to Ronaldo, slightly heavy.
There's going to be a lot of room for Senna in this last 5 minutes behind his defence, which Levy can capitalise on. However, he only needs one chance to force a penalty shootout. Does Senna the ball?
He will get one more chance, one more big chance for him as we approach added time. On the 120th minute mark. Needs to win back this ball. The press needs to be good, but well really done there. He had no space at all to work with, did Eusebio. Played it to Gullit. It was potentially going to be a match winner. And this is where you manage your game. All those qualifiers you played at home, all the LQEs you've missed out on, the FUT Champions Cup previous to this. It's taken you maybe a few months into the FIFA 19 competitive year. But in FUT Champions Cup number 5 in March, you have just turned up on the biggest stage in Singapore. And you move up again into that, did you say, the upper echelon? More Global Series ranking points and a chance to get into the prize pot now.
It's taken him till March to kickstart his FIFA season. But has he ever? 625 Global Series ranking points confirmed for Levy. He'll be flying up those rankings. And yet again, another quarter-final elimination for Senna. What a game that we just witnessed here in Singapore.
Unbelievable game of FIFA there. Commiserations to Senna, of course, his 4th event of the FIFA 19 competitive season. And again, he stops at this hurdle. It's like a brick wall in these quarterfinals from him, even if he has to go to extra time for it, Richard. And Levy, I don't think he can believe exactly what's happened. He's guaranteed himself, as you said, at least 625 Global Series ranking points, $2,500, but more importantly, potentially a playoff spot. A playoff spot, wherever the playoffs are going to be, and a chance again. So your season carries on.
I'll tell you what, looking at that side of the bracket, a potential final, he's got Abawaza. If you ask him, he'd much rather play Abawaza than he would play against F2 Tekkz. It's as simple as that. So going forward, he could potentially be looking at a final spot. What a performance from Levy.
Unbelievable game, Richard, of course. You know, we're nearly speechless there, but we've still got another quarter-final, of course, to go here in Singapore. Before we do, I'm going to throw it back over to the couch, of course, with Paul and the guys.
Very much great commentary, gents, on the 7th quarter-final of the day and the 3rd one that's gone to extra time. And the 5th one decided by just the odd goal. It's been a tight affair all day long, and this one was absolutely no different. Our 2 analysts are ready here to break things down in game number 7. Gents, it was tight. That first game as well, in particular, first leg was very tight, very tense.
Yes, it was, and I think that set the precedent for the whole of the 2 games, because I said at the end there, this is going to penalties. I thought the only thing that is going to actually break these 2 up is the penalties, but we saw in the final few minutes that that wasn't the case. And I've just got to say, well done to them both for entertaining us, keeping us entertained. But to Levy, he's come to this stage here in Singapore and he showed exactly what he can do. And I just think, this is what it's all about. This is what I love. He's now got a guaranteed amount of Global Series rankings points, which is going to put him up there. And I just think he must be over the moon right now.
Yeah, it was a good performance. A good performance by both of them, to be fair, wasn't it, Ivan? Because, you know, through the first leg, as I said, very tight through the highlights. We'll watch this right now. 1-1 in that one. Nothing between them. Both could have had chances to win that one, but only by a goal. And then move into the second. The first half of the second leg was just the same again. We were just like, well, is this game ever going to explode? Are we going to get any goals in this? And then suddenly, an absolute flurry of goals at both ends.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, in my opinion, the game was still tight, the second leg, the second half, but it was back and forth.
Yeah.
Goals flying in both ways, but it was still tight. It was always a one-goal game. It was anyone's to take, really, and in extra time, a pure, in my opinion, a very, very good attack from Levy, just showing his composure in the box to do not one, but 2 extra passes, get Hullet alone against the hair and manage to get it in the net. I think that was a brilliant attack to finish such a leg.
Yeah, the gents also said on the commentary, Kyle, the 4th quarterfinal now, that he's not been able to get. This round of 8 seems to be a bit of a sticking point.
The Cagoule didn't work.
It didn't work. The power of the Cagoule did not come through.
It must be so difficult and so frustrating to actually get this far time and time again and to not be able to get past it. I don't think that's a mental thing. I think that's just.
You don't think it becomes a thing?
I don't think it, because
like
I think
first, second time you go, okay, whatever. Third time you're like, oof, well, that's 3 now. 4, doesn't that start becoming a bit like, oh god, is this some sort of weird? I mean, especially if you're a more emotional character and maybe you're a bit more, you believe in curses and things like that. Maybe doesn't it get to you?
Possibly, but I think if it was against the same opponent, you couldn't get past them 4 times in a row, then maybe. But I think when it's against different people, it doesn't matter what stage you're up to. If you're going to go out, then if someone plays better than you, then they're playing better than you. But it must just be really frustrating that he goes again, oh, I don't want to be known as this. I don't want to be known as a person who gets to the quarterfinals and I don't make it.
I think you'll be hoping that we all forget about that the next time he reaches the quarterfinal. Did you have any of those moments? Did you have any like players or superstitional things that happened, or like points where you'd get to like say 2-2 in Swiss and you'd be like, oh god, here we go again. I keep losing these 5th games.
There's no specific point. Well, it's to each their own. So some players have specific opponents. I have a couple of opponents that sadly I've lost before even playing them.
Right.
But we've already talked about this weekend that FIFA is very much a mental game.
Yeah.
And in the future for Senna, he knows that if he gets to the quarterfinals, that's what he must overcome.
Right.
That's going to be his issue. For some other players, they have their nemesis maybe in FIFA or in qualifiers that every time they face them, they lose against them. So it's very much being able to break that barrier into, you can see the emotion here from Levy.
That's
Amazing
fantastic.
attack.
I love seeing that. I think it's absolutely amazing.
It's all mental, whether it's an opponent or a phase in a competition or in qualifiers. It's all in your head, and it's something you must fight against.
Looking forward, of course, for this man now. He's on the better side of the bracket.
Definitely. I mean,
an opportunity for 850 points is his next target as well. It's already banked 625, which is fantastic from where he was ranked-wise at 99. He's still going to be pushing high up into those top 32. But 850 suddenly becomes serious points.
Exactly. Like, we've talked with him before the game, and he did mention that, again, if there's one competition where you can get far with the absence of clear favorites, it's this one. And I think neither one of Abuaza or Levy really imagined to be in this position, let alone to play against a non-favorite, a non-top 10 player at this phase of the competition. And they'll be both looking to win this game and secure a lot of points.
All right, let's bring him in right now because he's waiting in the player area, and we'll get a chance to speak to Excelsior Levy. Congratulations, sir. Well done. That was a tough game.
Yeah, thank you, man. It was a crazy game, so intense. I can't believe it. I won it. It's crazy.
Yeah, we saw some of the emotion come out of you in extra time when you scored that goal. Tell me what was going through your mind at that point. Are you sitting there thinking, oh, this is going to penalties?
I don't know. It's normally I'm not so emotional, but at this stage, and it's so important. Every point, like for me at the moment, is like a step closer. And I didn't imagine to come this far, but to get to extra time, and I didn't want to go to penalties. I really wanted to get that goal, and to score like that, yeah, it was amazing feeling.
Yeah, fantastic. And done with Ruud Hullet as well. Just,
yeah, Ruud Hullet.
Makes it a little bit nice.
Of course. Proud to be a Dutchman, so I'm happy he could do it for me. Yeah.
Gents, questions?
You must be feeling super confident right now. Do you think that confidence is going to move forward not only in this tournament, but moving forward, hopefully into playoffs and throughout the rest of the year?
Oh, definitely. My season is back alive. You know, before this tournament, this was my only tournament. So yeah, I had to make the most of it, and now I'm back. Probably playoffs is secured. So it can only be like nicer now. So I'm really confident, yes.
You've definitely made the most of this tournament, indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and congratulations again. What do you think of your next opponent, of your game against Abuaza? Are you going in confident?
Well, we played in the Swiss already, and I lost quite hard. He was really impressive against me, so I know what he's capable of. And I didn't have the answer back then, but you know, I'm trying to get an answer. I have a night to sleep, and you know what they say, when you lose in a Swiss, what's going to happen in a bracket?
They do say that, don't they? That is a thing. It happens an awful lot in FIFA.
Yeah.
We'll say congratulations, let you get some
Thank
rest,
you.
and we'll see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.
Thanks, see you.
Well played to Levy. Great character as well, and you heard him. Quite nice to win the game as a Dutchman, using a Dutchman in game to get the goal in extra time. Just a nice little touch, wasn't it?
Definitely. It kind of reminds me of Gorilla scoring a goal at FIWC with Gullit in the public, and he scored a goal and he turned to Gullit. He's like, it just reminded me of this little moment in the game.
Right. I mean, it reminds me. I know that Tekkz loves pulling out the Gerrard.
Yeah.
And if you can score with Gerrard at the end of a game as well, it's kind of like the cherry on top of the icing on top of the cake, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, for me, I'm just waiting for them to drop a Sean Gota FUT item as an icon, as a Manchester City icon, so I can use him in my team. Right. Yeah, and I can score winning goals with him. So if you're listening, Sean Gota or Paul Dickoff, I'll take either or as icons of the game.
They're going to be like 63 or something.
Whoa,
maybe,
99 everywhere.
You've got much of it. Dennis Law. Pull Dennis Law out. You can use him, can't you? Yeah. Hey, he's going to be well up there. Yeah. We've got more packs for you to get as well. If you want to have your chance to earn the rewards, please do make sure you've linked your EA account with your Twitch account. Details on the screen right now, just below me, along with what you might be able to pick up as well. There's plenty of packs being given out over this weekend. Gents, you already done?
All done. Still from yesterday. Not yesterday morning yet, but I'm waiting.
Patience is a virtue.
All right, okay. Well, that's a prime players pack awaits you if you haven't checked your account. I'd suggest you go and check your account, and you do the same thing. Meanwhile, we're going to take a quick break, which allows you to go and check your EA account right now. See, this is just a public service provided by PGO and EA here in Singapore. And when we come back, we will have our final quarter-final of the night. Don't miss it.
Don't let the lag monster stand in the way of you and your games. Defeat it with Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle and enjoy dedicated gaming bandwidth, Razer's new Zilla gaming router featuring zero-weight DFS, and instant access to WT Fast GPN. Get Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle with WT Fast GPN and Razer Zilla router at only $69.90 a month for the ultimate home gaming performance.
The craziest thing I'll do if I win the tournament is probably spend a good part of my money on clubbing.
I think the craziest thing I promise is just celebrate a lot of screaming, I think.
The craziest thing I'll promise if I win this tournament? When I win the tournament, it's like we are in a shopping mall, so I will buy the whole shopping mall here. Yeah, the money will go in one day. I'll give away 250,000 FIFA points.
I won't really do anything too crazy. I just chill as usual and post the leaderboards on Twitter.
The only thing I can promise then is that I can't stop smiling.
If I win the tournament, there will be a good celebration.
In my entire life, how many hours of FIFA have I played? I don't know.
It's difficult to say how many, but just go for a lot of hours.
Probably in the tens of thousands. Surely. I'm not sure. Probably. My maths isn't the best, but definitely in the tens of thousands.
I've played a lot of FIFA, so I think more than I sleep there. I don't know, 100,000 or something, I don't know.
My entire life, how many hours? I think my entire life I probably played about 6 months of FIFA, I'll say. Maybe 6 months of FIFA.
I think in my entire life I played a lot of FIFA. I don't know how many hours, but it's a lot. I played it for like 12 years. So.
I think I have played too much hours of FIFA in my life. I don't know how much.
I would say something like 10,000 hours or more. Should be around that.
What? How many hours do you think I've played in my entire life? A lot. I don't know. Just a lot.
Welcome back to Singapore, live coverage of the March Champions Cup coming to you from the big box right now. You can also join us tomorrow if you want to. Free entrance here on the door. Come and join us for Championship Sunday, where we'll have the semi-finals from both consoles, as well as the grand finals and the cross-console final to crown another champion. 1,500 points up for grabs, $100,000 on the line as well, the winner getting 50. And you don't want to miss tomorrow's high-quality action. Talking of which, we've had some very high-quality FIFA action today, and it's going to come to an end because we're going to have final game of the day. Another relatively new face in the quarterfinals up against a man who has been put up as one of the dark horses right from the very beginning. Zezinho versus Tuga is our final quarterfinal of the day. We've also got a star-studded lineup, as you'd expect, on the panel couch as well.
I mean, we've had a star-studded substitute, so he's back.
We've subbed in Boris Legend back as well. Kyle Walker's going to finish off a game for a change, so that's good.
I'm here for the rest of the
day. These two, on paper, this looks like a fun match, but at the same time, has Tuga impressed you slightly more?
I would say that Tuga had a very poor start of this tournament. I mean, considering how he's been playing in the previous Champs Cup, he was starting very, very slow. But in that last game, he was 2-2 in the Swiss format, and he played against Tekkz in that last round.
Looked fantastic, didn't he?
And he completely outclassed him. That was a top performance, 8-0. And after that, he's been flying. And Tuga is a new name, a real upstar of the FIFA 19, where he actually missed the start of this season because of military service.
Yep.
And he came back. And now he is top 5 on the leaderboards. Just the way that he jumped up, and every tournament he has been in, he reached at least semis. At least.
Amazing. Great run, and in theory, should be the favourite in this matchup.
Yeah, I think that everyone's going to be kind of predicting him. I'm going to put that out there. Probably most of us, Richard and Brandon as well, I'm guessing, are going to go for Tuga. But it's really interesting because actually in the last game, I went against him. So in my predictions, I've been right for, let's see, maybe like 90% of the time. Well, this is one that I did. Yeah, he did. He did. So now I'm 11-2.
Right.
The last game I got wrong, and Tuga's previous game I got wrong as well. But I'm going to go with him this time. I'll give you a little secret. I am, because he looks so good. Not just yet, but he just looks that good that I'm confident in him. Looking at his last performance, you watch him, you think, wow. The way he plays, the way he broke it down, the way he dismantled that game and just completely ran away with it. I think this is a person that is feeling confident, and he's taking the advantage of Singapore, this tournament where there's been lots of upsets, and he's just taking advantage of that and making his kind of name, putting it out there and saying, I am here to play this game, and I'm here to show you how good I am at it, and I'm here to win.
All right, we're going to get some more views from both of our panel members in just a moment. We'll talk about Zezinho, the opponent. But first of all, let's introduce you to both players on the main stage. More pleasantries exchanged, and as we've said before, that will be the last time they smile at each other for at least another 30 minutes anyway, as they go to war in this final quarterfinal, because that's effectively what this could be. Let's talk about Zezinho and his road to this quarterfinal.
Zezinho, yes, a player that popped up last year, FIFA 18, where he, out of nowhere, reached the final in one of the majors in Manchester, where he lost to Ice Vogel. And after that, he's been maybe not delivering as much, especially in FIFA 19. He had a very slow start of the season. But after a while, he's starting to qualify for more and more tournaments. And now, once again, he is in a quarterfinal. And looking at this event in particular, I think that Zezinho is looking slightly stronger on paper than Tuga. Then after all, Tuga is Tuga. It feels like he always plays his best level when it really matters.
Do you think Zezinho can scale the kind of heights he did last year?
Well, I think there's a possibility here in Singapore. I think anything can happen. We've seen that. So I think he's going to be going into this thinking, I know what I can do. We saw what he did in Manchester. So he probably wants to emulate that or he wants to win. He doesn't just want to get to the final. He wants to win one. But again, it's a really interesting season for him, because if he does win right here, again, back into playoffs there, then that is something that he can go forward with, and we could maybe see a few more upsets in future tournaments, not just this one.
How does he focus on that in this game? Does he just narrowly look at this match and not worry about points right now or what might come of the later season, whether he gets into play? Does he focus on just this match for now?
I think he has to. I think that's what all pros will say, that they have to just focus on what's ahead of them. They've got 2 games of FIFA right here, and ultimately he wants to win, so he's going to break them down. He probably just wants to win the first game, win the second game, and then go through into that championship Sunday.
Boris, if he's going to beat Tuga in this game, how is he going to do it?
I think most of all he needs to get that first goal, because if Tuga gets a lead, he's very hard to face, because he's so good at keeping the ball, and also with his 4-4-2 that he's using in the defense with the drop back tactic, it's so hard to get past him. So if Tuga gets that first goal, it's going to be difficult.
Okay, predictions time. Kyle, I'm not even going to bother, because you've already told us.
I have told you, and that's what I'm sticking with right there.
So Tuga for you. It
is.
Okay, and Boris?
I have to say, after all, Tuga.
Okay. We haven't had too many unanimous couch analyst decisions, and we've definitely not had any unanimous, all 4 of you, I don't think, other than Tekkz today, which was the first one of the day. So, unanimous on the couch. Is it unanimous across the board? Let's find out as we join our commentary team. Gents, are you on the Tuga train?
You know me, I normally like to follow suit. This man, not always the case.
No, he's a bit of a wild card, isn't he?
Tuga for me. I think, touch wood, I have not got anything wrong today. I went for Levy last game as well, and
nice.
That worked out well for me.
You might have jumped. You've jumped ahead of Kyle then.
Yep,
because he got one wrong.
So
he got one wrong.
I've got plenty wrong today.
Yes, but that's not surprising. Buckley, you've been a bit wild, mate. I've got to tell you, you're a lovely guy, but you've been bloody wild today.
Do you know my analyst work for why I'm going to pick Zezinho?
Oh, well, God, here we go.
This chair.
Yeah.
I think more people have won from this side of the console than they have on the other side. So Zezinho's bringing it home.
This is as strong as your Kaggle strategy, mate. And it's not good. The Kaggle didn't come through, did it, really? Anyway, gents, enjoy the last game of the day and bring us some great commentary.
Perfect. And yes, that is exactly what we will try and do over the next 2 legs of FIFA, the last quarter-final of the day here in Singapore. Of course, you've heard the superstitions of Richard Buckley, I'm sure, throughout the weekend. I'm looking forward to another day of that tomorrow on Championship Sunday. But let's have a little talk about these players, because I think this is Zezinho's potential 2nd event of the year. On the other side of that, Tuga came out of nowhere in, the 3rd FUT Champions Cup. Now this is his 3rd in a row, and he's kind of become a bit of a superstar and a hero in Portugal.
Yeah, he's become a little bit of a staple on the PlayStation side of things, certainly. He's up there now, you'd say, with like the Stefano Pinnas, with the Nicholases that have won the PlayStation side of things, that have almost that sort of name power as well among the PlayStation side of the bracket. And he's also channeling his inner Mike Bassett with the 4-4-2 formation. He plays it simple, he keeps hold of the ball well, and when he goes forward, he usually does the business, does Tuga.
Exactly that. He plays that 4-4-2, which is really interesting for him. And of course, you wonder how they both got in Swiss-style format. Zezinho went 4-1, and on the other side of that, Tuga went 3-2 and kind of left it right down to the last game, where he actually beat Timox 8-0. So he wasn't really messing about in that last game.
Yeah, it's not just the chair and the console analysis. That was a little bit of fun, but I just feel like Zezinho, when he gets to the latter stages of tournaments, he usually does very well. I'm thinking back to Manchester. He made it through to the console final, if memory serves correctly, where he took on Ice Vogel in the final on that occasion. The German, the Kingfisher, beat him on that occasion. But I just feel like Zezinho, when he gets to the latter stages of tournaments, usually clutches up where he needs to. Now representing that Team Hullet organisation, I just feel like he's got more to gain than Tuga. That might sound really strange, and you might be like, Richard, what are you actually saying there? But he needs the points. Points mean more to him than they do to Tuga. Tuga's got the grand final wrapped up right now with winning an event, with getting a semi-final in an event, with making other events. Zezinho, this is one of his only chances to get Global Series ranking points on the board. I just feel like he's got more to gain, Zezinho.
Exactly that. And I'm just looking here, Richard, in front of me. Obviously, it was the FUT Champions Cup number 3, the halfway point in Bucharest. Obviously, his second visit there of a FUT Champions Cup. And it was Zezinho. He actually went out in the round of 16. So this is a massive tournament for him as he currently sits 49th in the Global Series rankings. And as you mentioned, Richard, 700-ish points or more could be enough to send you into the playoffs. And here we go then, our last fixture of day 2 of the FUT Champions Cup here in Singapore. And of course tomorrow it's all about being a champion. Championship Sunday, semi-finals, console finals and a cross-console final to decide who will be lifting that trophy and $50,000.
You're going to see this from large spells of the game from Tuga. Keeping hold of the ball in good areas of the pitch, but he's quite direct when he attacks.
Of course, Bucharest to Atlanta, and now in Singapore for the Portuguese FIFA player.
Got the opportunity to watch him last time out in Atlanta, I should say.
Just beat Nicholas, 6-1, Richard, in the console final.
That's not fluke to beat Nicholas by that goal margin. We've seen Zezinho in the past. We saw him in Los Angeles.
His first, it was breakout tournament, wasn't it?
FIWC 2017 qualifiers. It was one of our first tournaments, and it was Zezinho's first tournament. He won the qualifying spot on that occasion. His mum was there with him, watching. She were in tears. That was a life-changing opportunity for him. He had the opportunity, and he took it with both hands. It comes from quite a
small town, I believe it is, in Brazil.
In Brazil.
And everyone was watching him. Everyone was supporting him, wasn't he?
Yeah, the whole town came to a standstill to watch their man Zezinho just go out and put it a little bit on the map and give him something to be proud of. I think that was a big thing. They interviewed his mum afterwards, and she was so proud of Zezinho to go out and do this. And now he's got a career out of playing FIFA professionally.
Of course, for 18 months on now,
Can he make a semi-final?
Exactly that. He's part of Team Hullet. Obviously, the icon in the game, the legend of Ruud Hullet, made his own esports organisation, and he signed some players along the way. Here we go. This is the chance for that man. Zezinho leads 1-0. And it is the fellow Brazilian R9 stepping up and scoring 96 overall. His first real attack of the game, and that doesn't matter. 12 minutes on the clock, 1-0 Zezinho.
Early start from the Brazilian. Left foot of R9, left foot, right foot. It doesn't matter with that 5-star weak foot. That's why R9 is so good in the game. It just doesn't have to think about it. Some players, when you get with like Messi there, when you get it with other players who might have a weaker star foot, I should say, you've got to take a touch. You've got to move the ball back onto their strong foot. With Neymar, with Cruyff, with Eusebio, with R9, it's easy to do for them.
That's exactly why R9's been part of so many teams. As we mentioned, that prime icon moment that will be used in some future tournaments could be even better. Ball to the back of the post now, and it's going to be Cristiano Ronaldo this time. I think it was saved onto the post. His attack isn't dealt with yet. And I'll tell you what, Zezinho is stepping up and starting as he means to go on now. He knows that he needs Global Series ranking points. Tuga's had 2 tournaments where he's made a semi-final and a cross-console final.
I had a little look of the teams of the 2 players before the game did start. Both players using R9. Only real changes was Cancelo on one side.
Ronaldo off the post again.
Save.
That post has been rattled twice, Rich, in about 5 in-game minutes.
Zezinho started this game at 110 miles an hour. How long can he continue this sort of high-press match?
It's almost been too quick for Tuga. Can he play the through ball? Just a little dink to the right-hand side for Mbappe. will be blocked by Alexandro. I think the 4-4-2, we'll talk about it throughout the two legs, but it does offer something different for Tuga. There always seems to be an extra man on the left or the right. Well, just with space, really. That's the kind of, the point.
Very similar to with Resende with the 3-5-2. The extra man in the wide position. With the 3-5-2, it's usually Mbappe, it's usually Marcelo, the left mid and the right mid. With the 4-4-2, it'll be whoever he's using as those wide players. Probably Mbappe, one of them. Probably Neymar, the other one, I'd imagine.
Only a third into this game. 1-0 to Zezinho. As I mentioned, you win this, 625 Global Series ranking points and a chunk of the prize pool. $2,500 to your name. Potentially, as we said, a chance to kind of confirm a playoff spot from what we kind of predicted so far, whether it's around about 700 points, Global Series ranking points, that is, for a place at the playoffs.
Yeah, and let's not forget as well, winner of this game will be playing Stefano Pinna in the semi-finals.
I'll confirm he's watching the crowd right now and probably eyeing up whoever he's going to be playing tomorrow as the ball nearly falls to Kylian Mbappe at the back post, who was waiting. As the guys have been saying, of course, we are at the big box here in Singapore. It's free to come down tomorrow. It will be the big day where a champion will be crowned here in Asia. Ronaldo tried to play it to the right-hand side, but overplayed it, if anything.
Tuga just looks a little bit off the pace in these first 30 minutes. I know it's early, and we might be looking into it a little bit too much, but it just looks a little bit off the pulse, I'd say. A few passes gone astray, rushing a little bit in the final third.
This is such as like Zezinho's just been in his face, it seems. Just the press. He hasn't given Tuga any time
to even think on the ball.
This is Tuga's turn to maybe create a tab, but every single time, two players pressing the ball. No room to manoeuvre in for Tuga. R9, he could actually be away. R9 now, look at this. Oh, the space was there and he nearly got on the end of it.
Just a little overhit there. R9 was stretching, trying to get his toe on the ball. It's going to run all the way through to Marcelo. Interestingly enough, both players with a different left-back of choice as well. Marcelo for Tuga, the 89 Alexandro, the man of choice for Zezinho.
Mbappe into Ramos to Maldini now, and be a chance again for Zezinho. It really has been all Zezinho, Richard. Whether Tuga might be forced to make a change formation-wise.
He's almost getting out-swarmed in the midfield area. You see Vieira there, just doing a job on Tuga. And this first half, it's been high-intensity, high-paced FIFA.
Mbappe picks it back up now, edge of the box. He's going to look to interchange with Cristiano Ronaldo. He's got a space, but Maldini will just about get it to Alexandro. We're going to half-time, Richard. Zezinho in control, and that's safe to say.
Yeah, I'd say very much in control as well. You see the possession slightly in Tuga's favour, but chances created, chances on goal, and also just the general feel of the game. I feel like sometimes we look a little bit too much into stats. Sometimes just the feel of the game, you can feel one person's in more control just by not even looking at the stats. Zezinho was in control of that game. He could have had 10% of the ball. He was in control of the game. The chances were falling to him. The 50-50s were going his way.
This will be Zezinho coming forward into this second half. Still another leg to play after this, of course, and then that will conclude day number 2 here in Singapore for Champions Cup. Of course, only one more of these left in the month of April. I think about the 4-4-2 is that sometimes, as you said, you can be kind of swarmed in the midfield, because I think when you play a 4-2-3-1, I just feel like it's just slightly more compact, and you can maybe
even get extra body in midfield.
It's like a bit of a triangle, as I mentioned, that cam behind the striker. You can drop back in, and it adds like that triangle kind of feel to it.
Also, you'll tend to see the left cam and the right cam dropping back into like fullback positions, helping out in the defensive third. And going forward, you're always going to have the man up top. It'll probably be CR7 Team of the Year to win the knockdowns, to play people into the game, and that's going to be offside from Tuga. But second half, he's come out a little bit stronger, it seems like. A little bit more intent and fizz in his passes.
Of course, as well, Tuga hasn't come alone as well. He's brought his parents with him all the way over to Singapore. Oh, and this could be a chance. He could just be going 2-0 down. Now it's a drag back. Well read, Sergio Ramos. Pause cued by Zezinho. We will have an attack that will come in first, I will imagine. There's a finesse edge of the box, doesn't want to take it. Instead, just fakes to go one way. And he's just really let just the body do the work there. A bit of body shape. To fake to go one way. Literally, the ball didn't even move. He just moved around the ball, did Mbappe.
I think he used a shield there. Did. Zezinho, he let the ball roll into him, he shielded it, and then just fired it in with his left foot. Changes coming out for Tuga as well. You can see, looking at his custom tactics, an increase in the depth and the width for the Portuguese man. Thankfully for us, he's decided to go with English for the in-game menus, so we can actually see what he's actually changing.
And he's also decided as well, Richard, to add a little bit of energy into that midfield with Luka Modric be introduced. And yeah, you said it perfectly. The word I was looking for there, just shielded the ball. Kind of pivoted on it. Could easily have just taken the finesse straight away into the other corner, but as you said, pivoted on the ball, shielded it well. Now he finds himself 2-0 up to Zezinho. The man ranked 49th on the Xbox rankings.
That change coming in from Tuga. Luka Modric introduced into the centre of the pitch.
Mbappe to Modric, he's just been introduced. And R9
swept the ball with his instep just past the post there. It looks like Eusebio coming on for Zezinho to extend that goal lead. Played out quite short though. You see the confidence that he's playing with right now.
Does it ever get to a stage where you change out your 4-4-2? Or you just believe in it that much?
It all depends how...
Because the only game in Atlanta where the 4-4-2 didn't work was obviously against Tekkz, where he lost on his home leg, 1-0, and obviously lost on the other side as well. I think 2-0 it was on the Xbox. Is there a stage, is there a time where you change out the 4-4-2?
It all depends how confident you are in your own ability. Do you feel like the 4-4-2 you can use and get back into the game? Sometimes naivety is not a good trait to have. Stubbornness, not a good trait to have. If you think that you can always get back into the game with the 4-4-2 and you're unwilling to change. Because
you look at a player like MS Desari, yes, he's not here, but he'll always adapt. Yeah, he'll adapt like constantly. He'll pause it like 7 times in a game.
Look at Resende. This is the first formation he's played 3-5-2, and it's worked for him.
All sort of Brazilian players in the crowd supporting their fellow countrymen in Zezinho, and it's going to be pulled back, in fact, for potentially a free kick. It was a little chip ball, unless it was offside in the end. Maldini into the book.
He has brought it back for the free kick, just on the edge of the box here for Tuga. Could be another change as well. 99 Pele and 99 Messi coming on for the Portuguese FIFA player.
If anything, he's just changing around with his custom tactics. He's still keen to stay in that 4-4-2, and obviously he's a big believer in it. Just when in the game, does it start working for him and producing a bit of magic? Because he needs it right now. 19 yards out with a free kick. Hullit's over it. He's going to take it. And he's actually just going to fire it straight into the face of someone in the crowd. Wasn't even on target, that.
Yeah, that's got to be a mistake from Tuga there. I imagine he tried running over the ball, and it's just a little bit of a mistake. Feel sorry for that person in the crowd.
It switched all the way across. It was actually to the Portuguese fullback in Casello. Just under 20 in-game minutes left now. Even a goal would be massive for Tuga. Well, don't concede and go down 3-0. Otherwise, you need to come out fighting in this second leg. And I'm sure Zezinho in his head. He's got a fresh Messi on the field. He can try and pull away from 2 men. Lovely little flick to pull away. Fake shot. This is Modric now with a finesse.
Yeah, pretty standard save for David De Gea. As soon as he did the Cruyff turn back inside, the finesse, that was always the easy option to go to. But offside again from Tuga. I'll tell you what, Zezinho in this first leg, this might be one of the best singular performances that I've seen in one leg of FIFA throughout the entire tournament.
And of course, from someone that went 4-1 in Swiss-style format,
Lost his first game yesterday against a player called Yasser from Saudi Arabia, and then kind of just turned it around, and there was no stopping the Brazilian.
He's been unbeaten after losing the first game. He's not dropped a game.
He hasn't stopped since. Could be freed up on the rebound. Ronaldo!
Offside.
He's just offside. But he was not missing from there, I can tell you that. As the ball actually went into the back of the net, but 2-0 it remains, a lifeline for Tuga.
Yeah, coming forward once again in that 4-4-2, looking to get the switch of play coming out.
Messi, this is your time to strike with the left foot. Finally, a breakthrough.
Nice little bit of play from Tuga. Little 1-2 passing, Messi to Ronaldo. And you see the goalkeeper moving. He was almost baiting the shot across the goal, but Tuga just kept it low, drove it. Drove it into the near post. And to substitution of Lionel coming out. Clutch for Tuga.
If you look where he's brought on the subs as well, Richard.
All attacking players.
I have to say, Modric has done something, certainly. He's obviously noticed as well that he has to make a change to his instructions in the game, whether it's a player instruction or a custom tactic. It's worked for him. You know, we've questioned, change out the 4-4-2. Maybe go something a bit more narrow. Go to a 4-2-3-1 if you wanted to follow suit. But players like Resende's, players like Tuga's that play different formations and stand by it. Stand by it for a reason. He's still 1-0 down in the aggregate scoreline, but he's still got 19 game minutes to turn that around. If he can get himself another goal back now, it'll be an unbelievable last 20 in-game minutes.
They've also probably won so many games online as well. Just given the fact how prominent they are. That's another thing as well that a lot of people don't actually realise. These players rarely suffer defeat. So losing can potentially completely derail you at an event. You're probably going 30 on weekend league. You're probably winning most of the rival games you're playing.
Zezinho to Modric on the finesse, and it's not going to be troubling De Gea anytime soon.
Yeah, only 3 minutes left on the clock as well in this first leg. If Tuga can get a goal back and really set us up for a fantastic second leg here. Final game of the day if you are just joining us. Tell you what, if you've been up throughout the night and you're coming into the morning right now.
You're a trooper. And I'm sure you've been rewarded as well because there's been so much action to talk about and see. He's offside. And that was the chance there for Tuga. Added time of 3 in-game minutes. 1 minute's already been played, I should say. 2 minutes remain. He will get another chance. He's played straight into the path of Messi, who's actually won the header against Vieira. To Neymar. Just given straight back to the centre half of Zezinho, as this game will come to an end if the ball was just played out. Zezinho knows it's his last chance of the game. Crossed all the way over to Eusebio, who's he's pulled out a save from De Gea. He's done so well there to make the keeper work.
Zezinho using every single minute on the clock to try and get a goal and extend that advantage, but a good save from David De Gea there, jumping down to his bottom right corner. Cat-like reflexes from the Spanish number 1. Keeping this game at a 2-1 deficit for the man on your screen there. Tuga, and they're fighting for that trophy right there, Brandon.
Of course, alongside $50,000 and 1,500 global series ranking points. Once again, we talk about these rankings, we talk about what they do for the FIFA scene, and you know, I'm looking forward to the playoffs. I know how far away it is, but we're going to see people in the 50s, the 60s, the 40s that are going to be going in and beating top 20 players because look here, Richard, look at the scenario we see here. We see, I don't know how many spots it is in general. I think it's, so 45 spots between the two. And in FIFA ability,
there's nothing to separate.
There's nothing to separate these two.
45 spots isn't also that many spots. But when you come to think about it, if Zezinho wins this game, he's going to be going up, at least 25? And then it's 20 spots difference. The difference in spots to quality ratio is quite low, in all honesty. We've seen, for example, Mr. Dunn at an LQE in London. What were he, like 600th on the rankings? I think he had 10 Global Series ranking points going into the event, and he was competing with every single player. If you have actually FUT verified, we've seen this a lot through the English Premier League qualifiers recently, the FUT verified players, there's not a lot to separate them. It's just that little bit of composure in the final third, that little bit of experience that a Gorilla, that a Tom Stokes, that a Tekkz, that a Tass has got. at an event, that's the difference in the end.
Of course, we are just about to jump into our second leg and our last 19 game minutes of FIFA here in Singapore of day number 2. And of course, you can see a great view there of Zezinho ready to play, ready to start. And he'll be starting as he did last game because it worked so well for him. Went 2-0 up, had a great first half. He's still in front by 2 goals to 1. And he knows how important it would be to send himself through to the semi-finals, to send him through to Championship Sunday. However, Tuga in that 4-4-2, I expect. He was the hero in Atlanta and the man talked about in Bucharest, but can he follow suit in Singapore?
Yeah, with a surprise package in Bucharest. He was the PS4 champion in Atlanta. And is he going to be the experienced comeback veteran in Singapore? The next 90 minutes will tell us.
Zezinho from left to right and in possession right now. Bullet to Vieira, no one's moving. They're just trying to find a way through this back line now. R9 a drag back. Ooh, penalty shout. Simfrin's waved away. It's going to be a tack still though for Cristiano Ronaldo. Don't know why the keeper hasn't came out for that one again, but I tell you now, Rich, that was a very tight call.
Dubious, very dubious decision from the referee. We've seen penalties gave for probably less than that, in all honesty.
If they get the VAR out in the future of competitive FIFA there to go back and have a look at that one. We've got goal line technology in FIFA 19. Inside it goes, and those are the kind of things that, if they go your way, that's what you think about,
for the rest of the game, yeah. If you feel like you had a penalty shout waved away, very similar to what real-life football can do, it can completely just derail your momentum.
And
it can derail the game and the mindset, yeah, 100%. It give your opponent that mental edge above you.
That doesn't affect Zezinho though, as he's once again started this game well. We had a fantastic opening half in the tie in general in leg number 1. That followed the suit of the scoreline as well. Just played it into R9. He had no room to move around, and I think he expected Mbappe to make a run off him. Unfortunately, he didn't. This will be Tuga's first attack as well, if he can move forward with the ball. 4-4-2 as well, which sometimes lacks the extra man in midfield, as we've talked about, compared to maybe a 4-2-3-1 or something a bit more narrow.
Also, the 4-2-3-1's just, it's the most balanced formation. You've got the 4 at the back, you've got your 2 CDMs, your 3 creative players, and then your striker up top. It's just the most balanced formation.
Mbappe, watch that back post. Still to Will, he's still in possession. R9! And just like that,
Tuga.
we're all square again.
Back in the game. Great work out wide at the byline. How often do we talk about that? Getting down the line, working inside the box, inside the area that you can get. When you get the ball inside the box, you're putting so much pressure on your opponent to either put in a good tackle or to just sit off. It's as simple as that. If they're going to jump into a tackle with the lunging, pressing B, pressing circle, 9 times out of 10, you're giving away a penalty.
As you said, just like that. 18 minutes into this one, and we're back all square again. A penalty shout down one end, and then a lovely bit of skill down that byline, as you said, Richard, where it's a risky place to take the ball, an unpredictable place to have it as an attacking player. David Haya, please collect that one once again.
Wow.
In the air, he just seems not confident.
He seems scared. Seems so reluctant.
Lucky enough, Ramos was there just protecting the line, because a shot did come in. He didn't really have much power on it, but if he wasn't there, we actually would have went to the back of the net. It's one of those when the ball goes in the air and everyone's just guessing, is the keeper going to win it? Is Cristiano Ronaldo going to win it?
Ooh, it went for an elasco there, just to create a little bit of room. Did Zezinho.
He needs to be careful how aggressive he is. Defensively, Tuga.
Yeah. Half a second later, that's a penalty.
See how deep the right wing, or the right midfielder, I should say. When Mbappe was there, that's what the 4-4-2 will provide. Yes, you can drop back, and it can be literally 2 banks of 4. Ooh, Cancelo making an overlapping run. Surely he's got to use him. Yes, he will. Will he cross it? Mbappe, he'll have it again on the overlap. Feet can just be onside, though. Maldini just pushed him away, and it will go for a goal kick in the end. But yeah, an exciting 30 in-game minutes.
Really, really exciting third, you'd say, to this second leg. The first game, it was Zezinho in Tuga's position right now. They were pressing high up the pitch. They were squeezing very efficiently. And right now, it seems Zezinho is the one reluctant to create a chance. He's the one to almost be under pressure, be under the cosh right now. And Tuga in this similar position where you see him attacking players, getting the ball out wide with that 4-4-2 and creating space, creating opportunities to win FIFA matches.
The ball just goes out for a throw-in. Ball back in, Alexandro to Maldini. As you mentioned, Richard, he's been a prominent figure amongst a lot of these back fours, defensive lines, the prime icon moment. Of course, we don't know what those are. Special FUT items brought in a +1 on top of their prime FUT item, and then obviously a number of stats improved as well. It's quite a simple swap for the likes of, just a Hullet, a basic upgrade for Hullet, a basic upgrade for Vieira. And then we're seeing maybe a few extra players just sprinkled in amongst the mix. We see it a lot of these FUT Champions Cups. Oh, one thing that Zezinho has been so good at is the skill round the box. And he turns around to all his fellow Brazilians here in Singapore and says, how about that?
Utilising the space down the line. Elastico with R9, getting into a good area. Look at this right here. It was Ronaldo, I should say. Using that space out wide. And just making it so simple for R9. You're going to see more and more players doing this. The thing is as well, you might do that 3 out of 4 times. On the 4th time, your opponent is expecting you to run into the box. That's when you pull out a back post cross. That's when you pull out an El Tornado cross.
And the best thing about that was as well, Richard, I think there was one little bit of skill at the beginning, just a direct run.
Yep.
Because he expects him to do something to overcomplicate. And Zezinho has probably been, as you said, in a handful of players that have used that kind of byline the best way possible. Getting down it, either playing it across goal or trying to bring out a skill move or something, play back out to the edge of the box, and now he finds himself 3 goals to 2 up, does the Brazilian. To the back post where Ronaldo was just having a bit of a run there, sprint towards jumping up, and if he was maybe 2 or 3 yards closer, he would have been competing for that one in the air.
Yeah, it could have been very dangerous at the back post had it fallen to him there. But he's run the ball back yet again, Zezinho. Since he's got that goal back, it just seems he's had a second lease of life, the Brazilian.
Neymar. Here we go, there's a chance, and there's a bit of emotion from the Brazilian. A chance to take a breather in this game. 4-2 up on aggregate, extends his lead by 2 goals to 0.
Really nice bit of play from Zezinho to get the room inside the box yet again. And who else but Team of the Year, Cristiano Ronaldo, to fire Zezinho into a 2-goal lead. The perfect time to score on the stroke of half-time.
The perfect man to step up and finish it for you. 99 finishing. Player that's always in the news when it comes to competitive FIFA.
I think we're going to see a replay of Zezinho's celebration after that second goal as well. A huge celebration from him. Oh, look. Oh, this is the VAR. Was it a penalty, in fact?
Oh, come on, ref.
Wow.
First time we've seen that one. I'll be looking forward to seeing a bit more of that this year.
I'm a big
Look
fan
at this
of
pass
that.
from Neymar.
Big fan of this.
Of Vieira.
The back heel, and then what's the contact saying inside the box? Ramos on R9.
He goes to get the shot away, doesn't he? And
you can hear what the people here in the arena think. They're thinking it was a penalty. The referee waved it away, but I'm a big fan of that.
Big fan of that indeed, of course. Lucky enough for Zezinho now, he's actually 2 goals in front, so I'm sure that penalty's at the back of his mind. Now as he's more worried about trying to hold out this scoreline for the next 45 in game minutes. Hopefully we can see a bit more of that in the future. See if the referee's made a wrong call or not. I think it's safe to say.
Certainly the crowd thought they did.
Like a very controversial one there. He got the shot away, and of course one of the big things this year in FIFA 19, if you get a shot away and you still fouled, he will go back for a penalty if it's like a slide tackle or an obvious foul. The players have to be even more careful now. This is Tuga now. Combination of skill moves there, including the heel-to-heel. Unfortunately, just into danger. He's still in possession, though. Approaching the 18-yard box. Played into Marcelo, who finds himself so far forward in the 4-4-2 to Hullet to R9. Slightly rushed.
Yeah, just a yellow. I think or yellow, it might have been a grey time shot. It flashed past there, didn't get the chance to see it. But a long ball forward as well. Zezinho just seems be relishing the chance right here to be playing against Tuga, to have the game on stream, to be in this sort of situation where I can yet again make another semi-final and maybe even push on to a final. I think he just likes this time of the year. It was April last year, it's March this year.
It's a perfect time to find form as well, as we saw with Levy from Excelsior.
He just must be a fan of the spring weather. Zezinho. That's a beautiful ball. He's got to get there.
I'll tell you what, he's a big fan of Singapore as well, playing his FIFA here.
That's got to be a penalty.
He's got that one right. That's going to be a penalty and potentially a red card for Rafael Varane. In fact, just a warning. I'm sure if they weren't happy with the penalty decision, they'll be even more disappointed with not being a red card. R9 to step up now for Zezinho, and he'll score as well.
That is huge. 3-goal cushion for Zezinho with just over 30 minutes left to play in this game. Tuga, back against the wall performance. Let's see what you're made of.
He pulled 2 goals back before when he was 2-0 down in aggregate. Now he finds himself 3 goals down, Richard. 5 goals to 2 with not even that long left, as we're in the second half now, and that's a perfect way to enter a pause for Zezinho. I'll tell you now, he cued it.
Yeah, he's not making any change here. He'll looking to see what his opponent was switching to. Maybe has he gone through at the back right now? But Zezinho, he's ready to play right now. We're just waiting for Tuga. You see he's got a lot more attacking with the width and the depth. Press after possession loss for the man from Portugal. But because he put power on the penalty, even though he's gone pretty much to the keeper's left, quite central, if he puts not a lot of power on that, De Gea saves that. Because he's put power on it, it's rattled it past the goalkeeper. And can Lionel Messi be the catalyst for a Tuga comeback? That is the question in the final 30.
He's got just over 13 game minutes to do it in our last game of the day here in Singapore. And it's all eyes on tomorrow, all eyes on Championship Sunday that it's called. So much money up for grabs, a trophy and Global Series ranking points. Zezinho now to make it 6.
Good save from David De Gea. I thought the goalkeeper movement had just stitched him up a bit there, Tuga. But imagine it's the final game of the day. This could be potentially the biggest score discrepancy that we've seen.
That goal, if you could just see that he changed it to Cristiano Ronaldo and made like the biggest looping run from the back post to the front post.
So ring around the rosy, all the way to the front post with Cristiano Ronaldo. Beating Messi in the air. And finds himself into a 6-2 lead. I just said it there as that goal went in. The final game of the day could potentially be the biggest goal difference that we've seen. It's been 1-2 goals all the way through today. We've now got a 4-goal lead, has Zezinho.
And he's just looked good.
Yep.
I think maybe it's benefited him playing the last game of the day. Watching all his fellow Brazilian mates go through games. Whether it's Rodrigo, whether it's Senna, Resende. Supporting them, see them go through wins and defeats, and just watching competitive FIFA all day has maybe helped him. Prepared him right for this game. But he's come into it and he just has looked great, hasn't he? He's looking for number 7 now as well.
Very slick in the final third, everything's had a purpose.
And he's won another penalty. Tell you what, this referee's been busy across these 2 legs.
Just a coming together inside the box, it will Ramos.
It's just like bait, isn't it? It's bait to make that tackle.
You're going to see the ball roll just coming out. And R9, does he go the same way again, or will he mix it up? Goes to the left, in off the post, 7-2 lead. Zezinho is in your semi-final.
And who else to do it as well? Then the Brazilian. Ronaldo Nazario stepping up. And there we go. We're going to see a massive change. Here we go. 4-2-4. I mean, maybe too little, too late when you need 5 goals.
He's got to score 5 goals in what? 20 minutes?
Adair or Panda for a run out just for the last 20 in-game minutes here.
Get Adair on. He's a European Championship winner.
Unfortunately, it looks like it'll be the end of the road in the quarter-finals, which is still not a bad result for the man that had to leave it to the last game of Swiss-style format to pull himself through of 3 wins to 2. And he's actually 4th in the Global Series rankings. He'll pick up 450 Global Series ranking points here as well, which will take him to just under 2,700 points.
He'll be chasing Joxan, I believe. Stefano Pinna and Nicholas, they're the top 3 on the PlayStation.
And it's been a first-class performance from Zezinho. Impressive over the 2 legs. And he looks like a force to be reckoned with heading into Championship Sunday, Richard.
I'll tell you what, Stefano Pinna, I think we're watching in the crowd right now, he will be eyeing up his opponents in the semi-final.
The first prediction I've got wrong as well today. Zezinho's probably thinking, why have you not backed me, Brandon?
I mean...
You got it right. You got one right for today.
What can I say?
Just under 20 minutes left. In our last quarter-final of the day, it's been great to show all the games on stream. All 8 quarter-finals. We've had an unbelievable mix of games as well. So many extra times. So many late goals. I'm sure if you're a big FIFA esports fan, the man you want to be in the competition still is F2 Tekkz.
This was a game that I was looking forward to. When we saw all the quarterfinals coming up, I said Zezinho versus Tuga could be special. We know what Zezinho's got in his locker. We know he's got this late tournament run in him. We saw it in Manchester. We saw it in Los Angeles. And he's come out and shown us yet again why he does this. Why the points mean so much to him.
Of course, travelling all the way from South America as well, which, I'll tell you not, it's not a short journey, is it? All the way to Singapore, same for all the players here.
I think we're actually on the same flight as Zezinho when we came over.
He was in the row in front of me.
Yeah, What was preparation like?
A few movies, maybe a bit of food, but it was smiles all round. From the Brazilian, of course, more than happy to be here in Singapore, and for all these professional FIFA players to travel across the world for a major, the 5th major out of all 6. There's only one more left in April. The tournament's where you have to perform well. Tuga will know that more than anything. And if anything, he's looking back knowing that he's had a big performance in Atlanta. He's had a big performance in Bucharest.
I think getting the quarterfinals cemented him as one of the top PS players, because whenever someone performs well at an event, you always get the stigma, oh, that was a one-event wonder. Was that just a one-off?
I don't know about Ronaldo. He's not got that on target.
What this performance has done is got another quarterfinal under his belt, another 450 Global Series ranking points, and just cemented himself as one of those top 5, top 6 players on the PlayStation 4 that are going to be feared when you come into tournaments right now. But this is the game of Zezinho. This is the tournament of Zezinho thus far. The biggest win in the quarterfinals has gone down to the Brazilian.
The biggest by quite some margin as well. 7 goals scored, some penalty decisions, some controversial decisions for him, and some unbelievable. It's a build-up play in the attacking third. Added time of 3 minutes, then we'll be looking towards our semi-finals for tomorrow, Richard, as he'll be facing Stefano Pinna. And what will be an enthralling 2 legs of FIFA. Maybe a consolation more than anything for Tuga now. Artur back inside to Hullet. And there's going to be someone to block it again there. And it will be the end of the road for Tuga. And he's still had an impressive last 3 majors to come out in the middle of a season to play the way he has.
That's going to be it, though.
He should be very proud. And congratulations, Zezinho. I think probably the most represented nation in the knockout stage is Brazil. And there will be another Brazilian that goes through the Championship Sunday.
What a performance from Zezinho. 7-2 victory for the Brazilian, doing the job over Tuga. And coming into that second leg, it seems as though Tuga were on top for the first 15, 20, 25 minutes. And then Zezinho, something just clicked in him. Something just switched.
Yep.
And
I think it's the early start.
Everything he hit turned to gold in that second leg.
I put it down to the first 30 minutes. He looked so good, Richard. Did Zezinho. He looks so impressive, did the Brazilian there. And as I mentioned, maybe playing last somehow favours you. You've seen obviously 7 games before you, a number of friends, teammates, fellow Brazilians playing there. You see the upsets, the triumph of winning as well. So 7-2. It was a massive, massive scoreline.
So quarterfinals wrapped up for today. We'll be into the semi-finals tomorrow. But for myself and Brandon, for one final time, over to you, Paul.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Great commentary, of course, at the end of our quarterfinals. All 8 done and dusted, all in the history books. And it took us until the 8th one to find the most emphatic victory of the entire day. 5 of our matches today have been decided by the odd goal, the other 2 by just 2. This one by quite a few more. Let's break it down, gents. That was a thoroughly emphatic win in the end.
It was indeed. We were watching backstage thinking, not another one. Oh no, oh another one.
Another penalty.
A penalty. That's got in, and I just thought, oh, it's such a... On one hand, Zezinho, well done, hats off to him, because unbelievable performance right there. But I was backing Tuga, and I thought he was going to do so well, and he got up on this stage, and it didn't all go to plan.
Who knew, by the way, that Buckley was a master genius?
Well, I've secretly known it since I started working with him. His one-liners that he comes out with, when he brings those out, I know we're in for a good show. We're in a good ride with this one, I'll tell you.
Yeah, no, he's earned his money today just for getting that last prediction right. Ivan, great performance by Zezinho. I have to have a few words for Tuga as well, as we'll watch some of the highlights in a moment, because he's had a good tournament up to now. As you said earlier, it didn't start very well, but then got through the Swiss, and you suddenly go, oh, okay, maybe he's got something about him. Good opportunity to get to the grand final, perhaps on his side of the bracket, and he's come unstuck in the quarterfinals. No disgrace, though.
Definitely not. I mean, the last 3 tournaments he had, he came to the semis, won the PS4 side in the FUT Champions Cup 4, and here he got to the quarterfinals. So he's showing consistency in every tournament, and I believe that he's already with the points he earned. I believe he's on 2.6k.
Yeah, I mean, he's well inside the playoffs. No problem.
I think even for the World Cup.
Yes.
And something that's also surprised me a bit was, well, maybe not surprising, but on a positive way, Zezinho here, who took the lead 2-0, and then Tuga came back 2-2, and you will think now that, okay, Tuga is surely gonna make this comeback, but Zezinho here showing the mental strength, despite Tuga being so close making this comeback. He found that second wind here, and he gets back in it, and that second game, I mean, he's just showing his whole FIFA 19 repertoire. It was amazing. And Tuga here, I mean, he's doing a great tournament, and he will have no matter what, he will have an amazing FIFA 19 season.
Kyle, when he went up in that second leg and it's 2-2, you suddenly go, okay, all right, game on now. This should be a good match. And it just got away from him from here on in, really.
Yeah, you saw the passion and the emotion when he managed to equalise. It meant so much to him, and I thought, okay, this is it now. That passion's going to carry him through. And unfortunately for him and for us, everyone that was watching, that was supporting him, it didn't quite go to plan. We saw Zezinho go up 3-2. Then he gets another one, and look at that reaction right there. He knows that that was the turning point for him. And Tuga, I think, knew it as well, because you could see in his eyes right there. We see this decision go against him. It's already 4-2. He gets a penalty, puts it away. If you want somebody taking a penalty, it is that Ronaldo right there. He's always going to slot that home. Another one we saw right there. At that point, I literally said, Tuga needs to get this, he needs to catch it and go up the other end of the field and score. And then Zezinho goes and scores right there. So
another penalty here. I think the virtual referee in this game was the busiest virtual referee we've had at the entire tournament so far.
Definitely.
Very busy game.
I'm going to point out, I loved the VAR as well, that they all, we were watching that.
But a forced VAR inside a computer-generated.
Yes.
Kind of stuck in VAR-ception, I think, there somewhere. 7 goals for Zezinho, ranked 49, and put a mockery on his rank, quite frankly, because he's now guaranteed himself a whole wodge of points, which is going to push him very, very, very much further inside those playoffs. 7 goals from 15 attempts, 2 goals against, and fairly even on the possession side of things, but that won't matter to the 19-year-old Brazilian. We mentioned earlier on, actually, Kyle, that the Brazilians really are starting to come to the fore now. We know how passionate they are. They bring that kind of samba football style with them, the passion and the emotion, and we saw that from Zezinho in that quarterfinal as well.
We did indeed, and we could hear it throughout the day from all of the other players, all of the supporters, all the friends, coaches that are here as well. We can hear them, and I think that definitely helps. You see the difference between the players that just come here and they may be by themselves, or they might be with one other person, except for Tekkz, because he's just with his mum and he's just blows everyone out the water. But I think it definitely helps when they've got that support. And what's lovely to see is that other players are staying. They could have gone back to the hotel, relaxed, or done what they needed to do, but they stayed to support, and that's what it's all about. For me.
Well, he's also stayed as well to talk to us. So we should talk to him right now so that he can get some rest before Championship Sunday. Well done, sir. Fantastic game.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I want to talk to you as well about that support, because you have support. There's a lot of Brazilian players here. You're all doing very well this time. Why is that?
I know we train against each other every week. Like, we play qualifiers a lot together, and we are always supporting each other when we're in the big stage, so it's very good.
Yeah, it's certainly helping, isn't it?
Yeah,
everyone doing well.
Yeah.
It's fantastic to see the Brazilians doing well. Gents, questions?
So we see time and time again at different tournaments that the Germans do so well. They all go through together. Are you guys the new Germans? Are the Brazilians, are you the Germans of this tournament?
Hopefully, because Germany has been doing great the past few years, and now I think they don't have anyone competing at the moment.
Correct.
But 2 Brazilians, maybe the new Germany.
Yeah. Maybe.
I was also wondering, you had maybe not the best start of the FIFA 19 season, but now in the past months you've really been stepping up. But what was the key for you to turn around this bad start?
It took me a few months to get used to the game, and I played like qualifiers. I couldn't qualify for the first 5 events. And then I trained very hard and discovered, I feel like the first time finesse before the patch, I just discovered it in like 3 months after the game launched. So I got to train with the best, like Torre, Rodrigo, Nicolas, they're always training against me, and it helped me a lot. And watch back my footage from FUT Champions and qualifiers to see what I was doing wrong, and maybe correct it.
Fantastic. I love that. And it's hard work sometimes does pay off, and you're proof of that as well. One final thing. I know, because I know a lot of Brazil, got a lot of Brazilian friends, and I love your passion and emotion. So give me something that fires up you and your team. Is it, Vamos Brazil? What is it?
Yeah, we say Vamos, and we say a thing that I can say here, but...
Yeah, don't say the rude one, okay? I know the rude one. Don't say the rude one. Just give me a big Vamos Brazil.
Vamos Brazil!
Lovely. Brilliant. Thank you very much. We'll let you go. We'll see you tomorrow. See you. I love it. They're fantastic. It's a popular thing, that, by the way, the Vamos Brazil. It's all over. It doesn't matter whether it's Dota Brazilian players, Counter-Strike Brazilian players. I hear it all over the world. It's fantastic.
That just shows, doesn't it? I think when the World Cup was on, we thought it was coming home. You heard all the English people saying it's coming home, but
I don't think it's got quite the same. Vamos Brazil.
It doesn't.
We're coming home. We're coming. Well, it's not got the same ring, is it?
It doesn't, and that's why it didn't come home. But I think that it definitely could be going home back to Brazil after this tournament.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. Let's take a look at the bracket and bring you right up to speed with all of the 8 quarterfinal matches having taken place. Now we can show you how the semi-finals look for both the PS4 and the Xbox. That's coming in just a moment, but it's been a brilliant day, gents. Another fantastic, high-quality FIFA day.
Oh, it always is. That's what I love about these tournaments is no matter who's playing, who's competing, there's always drama on this stage right here. There's always drama within the games, and that's just what I love about it is you never know what's going to happen. We can do these predictions all day long. We can come and analyse it, but until we see that game, until those 2 players face off against each other, who knows what's going to happen over those 2 legs, and that's what makes it so special.
All right, I'm going to get some more comments from you in just a moment. I want to break down the top 5 goals of day number 2. So let's take a look at those first before we shut the show.
Coming into today, it's really open for potentially a new winner. Yes, Tekkz is still in the pot, and he could potentially be picking up his first, or his third, I should say, FUT Champions Cup in one competitive year. That's a half of all the majors this year, and he's potentially picking up 3 of those trophies. El Tornado into a finish! And maybe that's the wake-up call that the German needed.
Every man behind the ball for Rodrigo. He knows that if he can stay in the game,
wow.
That's beautiful.
Oh, wow. Unbelievable finish from Diogo to do that in this type of game. Into a little flick round the corner as well. To the side boot of Mbappe.
Even though it might look a little bit adventurous from Aboaza to be going for shots like that, it might be one of those that actually finds him this goal. Because Gabri's stepping him off so much. Oh, it's in! Oh my goodness, he's done it! What a goal that is in such an incredible corner. He searched for Ronaldo. He knew he was going to be at that back post.
Can he find that ball down the line? Yes, he does. Eusebio now a starter. That prime icon moment for Levy. Tries to just Dropped the ball back behind him, he's done well there, he's still in possession. Into the Brazilian, to the back post! That is incredible, FIFA! In his first LAN event of the year, with so much to prove in such a big stage. It's been twice this year that Senna has gone out in a quarter-final stage. This is the furthest he's got in tournaments for Champions Cup. It was back in January. Bucharest, he went out in the quarter-final stages, went to the LQE maybe just a week after in London. Quarterfinals again, it just seems to be a curse for him, to the back post for Ronaldo this time. Oh, it's no! I have no idea what Rafael Varane's thinking there. Off the bar originally.
I don't know if that's necessarily what wins goal of the day, but if it does, it's the greatest own goal I saw today.
Kind of reminds me of a certain someone that might be sat on this couch, myself, these long limbs. Sometimes, you know, the ball just hits you and it goes in. You
don't know how it's going to get there. Our bracket is shown on your screen to bring you right up to date with how things have panned out today. Just 4 players remaining on both PS4 and Xbox. Tekkz against Resende, can't wait for that tomorrow. That's going to be amazing. Likewise, Boaz against Levy. That could be a very, very interesting matchup between them. Look over on the other side as well. I think we're starting to work out who the top players are over there. Stefano Pinna, again, was fantastic today. Probably the best performance of the day. And he goes against the player who won by the greatest margin of goals in all of the quarterfinals. So that should be a good semi-final as well. And also, of course, Uston still in with a shot and could end up playing. I mean, I know we've talked about him and Stefano Pinna almost the entire tournament. Could potentially go and meet in the final for that one. But I don't think you can rule out either of the 2 players they're playing against.
Genuinely, after today, after yesterday, I don't think you can rule anybody out. Even looking at the Tekkz game, you think Tekkz is definitely going to win it. Actually, people are going to be feeling confident. The support we've talked about so much that everyone's feeling, that's going to make them go forward thinking, I can do this. And I think there's so many different players that are in on both sides of that bracket looking at it going, oh, do you know what? Maybe this whole tournament could be mine.
Yeah. Yeah, is there anyone standing out for you? Is there anyone, Boris, are you sort of going, I didn't really see them, but now I've watched them properly, now they've made a big impression on me?
I think definitely that all players left, all 8 players are really amazing players. I would say the one that surprised me the most was Zezinho. Because that was a player that we didn't really would expect doing this good. I mean, of course, a top player, but coming up against Tuga, who is in such a great shape and just completely outclassed him.
Yeah, and it's been a while since we've seen Zezinho doing anything at the top end. I think you have to go back to FIFA 18 before we've seen him compete really well. And as he said in his interview, it makes sense now because we now know that he's been training really hard, been practicing really hard, looking at VODs and going through reviews, and then has that backing of that core group of Brazilian players alongside Nicholas that they're practicing against. Suddenly you go, if I knew all that before I came to the tournament, I'd be going, he's the dark horse.
Yeah, and he definitely seems very confident now. And we saw Pinna's game. I mean, Pinna looked amazing, absolutely fantastic. But after this game from Zezinho, I mean, looks tough now.
Yeah, it does.
If we were to choose our dark horses now, Zezinho would be my choice. Yeah.
All right. You were doing really well today, by the way, on your predictions. You were 6 out of 6.
Yep.
And now you're 6 out of 8. Should we have a look at the table?
Well, not 6 out of 8. No, 6 and then. Yeah, 6 out of 8. But overall, 11 to 3, I'll say. That sounds a lot better.
11 to 3 does sound better. Let's take a look at the Masters then so far on our scoreboard. The only one at the top on his own is the prediction master. It's Brandon Smith on 88%.
So is Dan not? I thought, so maybe I've got this wrong. I thought him and Dan were both on 12 to 2, and I was on 11 to 3.
I think they split the last game.
Yes.
I think they both went opposite.
Of course they did.
And I think Dan strategically decided he was going to go opposite on purpose to see whether he could catch up or
which
not.
I think is disappointing. I did message Dan saying that, saying that's a disappointing way to win. But tomorrow it's a new day, and I'm coming for that title. Don't you worry.
Mr. Smith is under fire for tomorrow. Thank you very much, gents. It's been a pleasure. That is it from day number 2 here in Singapore. We hope you've enjoyed the thorough coverage of all 8 quarterfinal games. It's been a brilliant day of FIFA. Can't wait for Championship Sunday. And I don't have to wait too much longer because we start that day tomorrow, the final day of our Champions Cup in March, with the last 4 in both the PS4 and the Xbox, and of course, the crossover grand final. Who will be crowned champion? We'll find out then.
Don't let the lag monster stand in the way of you and your games. Defeat it with Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle and enjoy dedicated gaming bandwidth, Razer's new Sela gaming router featuring zero-weight DFS, and instant access to WT Fast GPN. Get Singtel's 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle with WT Fast GPN and Razer Sela router at only $69.90 a month for the ultimate home gaming performance.
Spotlight is on you, so you should be happy. I see you smiling, we're toasting to the good life. I know this is gonna be a good night. Drinks filled and the bar's packed. We built this with no hard hat. Nothing. We just wanna party. We just wanna party. Can't stop it when we started. You could go with them. I know you got some friends, this is how it begins. We got future plans, you can stand next to me. Who's the man? Who's the man? Hold on, you don't want to lose my hand. Nah, I'll take you places you ain't even dreamed of. I feel sorry for whoever's got to clean up. Cause we just want to party. We just want to party, can't stop it when we started. Alive, and again I open my eyes, I see the sun in the sky. This is what I want in my life.